This audiobook contains 130 censored sentences and 227 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. She was pointing over to our mother's grave. Since he had fixed up the place, there was a path that led to her grave. Trees were also surrounding the place. Mom's grave is over there. All three of us slowly walked over there. I and Chiron pointed at things and explained the things we did in the past. Even more memories were here. Once we were through the little path, we saw Gene. He was kneeling on one knee in front of our mother's grave. He silently stared at her grave without saying a word. He looked quite serious. He let out a sigh and turned to us. Hey, sorry for not going in there. I was speaking to someone. Speaking? Was it Mom's? Were you speaking to Mom? Gene's senpai? Chiron, yeah. She's a nice woman. I would have loved to meet her in person rather than just a spirit. Did you? Yeah. She declined. But she said to leave you two to me. Mom, if you did revive her, Chiron, this beast might have tried to influence her Naya. That didn't work. They're all just staring at me. I try to lighten the mood. Let's go. We can come back here anytime in the future. Gene urges us forward. Valerie hugs me and goes back first. Chiron and I stood there looking at her grave. Gene touches us on the shoulder as he slowly makes us turn around and walk away. I heard a few stories from your childhood. I can't wait to tell everyone else. Yeah, I knew it. I have some stories about Ne-sama. The mood around us started to lighten. Gene starts to tell us what Mom told him. K-Ch-Ch. Why did she mention those ones? Fushoosh, rustle, the trees were suddenly rustling because of a sudden gust of wind. Chiron, Kuroka. I love the both of you. We kept walking forward. We didn't turn back, no. We won't look back anymore. We'll keep moving forward. I know Chiron feels the same way. Well, make her proud. We can make a better future, a future with peace. Gene Skyward, is that true, Gene-san? I wouldn't lie about something like this, Fujimai-san. I was by the grave of the two, Nikomata's mother. I had called upon her spirit and are currently having a chat. I explained my rules to you. It's up to you if you want to be revived or not, but as you're aware, I am about to reincarnate again. Yeah, she was close to finishing the process. Not all souls immediately reincarnate. In a way, there was a waiting line or list, and in my case, I had to wait 87 quintillion years, and that was by chance. Gene-san, please tell me how my daughters have been. I will decide after that. I could see that she was serious. Depending on what I tell her, it will decide whether or not she will accept my offer to be revived. Just tell her the truth. Yes, that seems to be the right course of action. I already planned on doing that. I take a deep sigh and tell her both stories of her daughters, what happened after the incident, how Chiron was taken in by the devils, and Kuroka was labeled a stray devil, how both their life ended up, then to the day they both met me, and how their current life is. Fujima had a range of emotions during this, from sadness, anger, to relief, and finally happiness. At the end of my retelling, she looked relieved. Content. It seems like I'm not needed then. Gene say no. Gene-kun, please take care of my daughters for me. But I can revive you. You could be alive again, be with them. They miss you, you know? It's all right. I miss them. I really miss them. I want to hug them, let them tell me their worries, see them grow, even more, be there for their weddings. What parent wouldn't want that? But I have to go. As sad as it is, they found a new family, both in the Gremory family, as well as you and your lovers. Please, Fufu, you can take this as my blessings, Gene-kun. That's right. How about I tell you some stories of Kuroka and Chiron? Will you listen? Just this last wish from me. Sure thing, ma'am. Centuredo, we had reached the front garden again. The two sisters didn't seem all too sad, which was great. Time to go. What are you going to do, Kuroka? Come with us. I'll go with you, Naya. I nod as I gesture for them to join me. Once they did, I teleport to Lucifad. Lucifad, once we arrived in the old capital of the underworld, we were met with many stares. Since we did just teleport in, many devils were staring at us. I located the building that the Satans were at and took note of the direction. We still had time before Rias and the others got here, so we just went around looking at the place. They would go from the basement, so they'll have to enter through the main entrance. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye, so we were now outside the building. I was already wearing my usual clothing that I'm known for. I walk up to the guards in front of the building as they notice my group. How I summon the boosted gear, making their eyes widen. I'm a midlemansama. Smack! The other guard stuttered out, but was smacked by the other and corrected him. Jin-sama, please go ahead. I nod and go through with the other two. I kept my sacred gear out as a few devils were in there. They saw it on my arm, and they became nervous. I walked up to one of the receptionists. Imra, yes. Please go to the elevator on the left. Jin-sama. The female devil didn't even let me finish. I nod and continue on our way. I take a brief glance at the place. It looked quite fancy. Well, this was the building for those nobles after all. Fancy multicolored carpet with multiple clan symbols on it. A couple of potted plants, lights powered up by demonic energy. The chairs, couches, and tables also look quite fancy. I entered the elevator with Kuroka, Chiron, and Valerie. The elevator traveled up quickly, and we soon hit the top floor. It opened, and we go through. Still, with my boosted gear, I show the employee, and they let me through. I could see ahead that Rias and everyone else was there, including Sarorg and a few devils that I recognized. Chiron, go ahead of us. Yes. Chiron quickened her pace and reached Rias. She looked a bit surprised, but welcomed her. The Grimmery peerage turned around as I desummoned the sacred gear. I put a hand up as they gnawed at me. Sarorg had a grin on him. I arrived with the other two in front of Sarorg. Jean, Sarorg. He grins at me and we bump fists. When we did, he frowned a bit, but he went back to his usual expression. It's been a while. How have you been? Is your mother doing well? I am well, Jean, and yes, she has been adjusting very well these last few months. She wants to meet with you and thank you personally in the future. If you have time, that is. I probably will, I don't mind. Rias started to talk to him again. So, what are you doing in a passage like this? We came out here because it's so idiotic in there. Idiotic? Have the other members also arrived then? Agars and Astaroth have already arrived. Zephyrdor came last. Immediately after he arrived, Zephyrdor and Agars started arguing. Sarorg shook his head, displeased with the situation. Centurato. Proud, noble devils, are they worse than human teenagers? Worried by it, Rias, without hesitation, went to the big door from which the noise had come from. Geez, this is why I advised not meeting before the meeting. Signed, Sarorg followed after Rias along with his peerage. I nodded at the hooded Regulus, and he did the same. Beyond the open big door was a banquet hall that was all smashed up. The tables, chairs, and decorations were all destroyed. All the devils were split into two camps who glared at each other at the center of the room. Weapons had been taken out, and there was an explosive air to the whole situation. One side was made of evil-looking, goblin-like devils. The other side seemed to be made of relatively ordinary devils. However, both groups gave off an aura that was full of cold, killing intent. Zephyrdor, can you not help starting a fight at a place like this? Do you want to be destroyed? Do you really want to be destroyed? Even if I take you down, I won't be blamed by the people on top. The two groups glared at each other. A female devil had said it coolly, issuing a fearsome warning. It was Sikvera Agars. Sikvera is a beautiful young woman in her late teens with long, pale greenish blonde hair, long slit pink eyes, and glasses that give off an impression of being cold rather than cool. They'll say it again. Centurato, all the women of the families of the Satans stink of virgins and are unbearable. That's why I said that I'd do a formal opening ceremony for you. The devil who said that, he had a black magic-like tattoo on his face, and his green hair was standing on its end. There were also black magic-like tattoos on his upper body, which was bare and uncovered. The ornaments on his pants jingled and clanked. He fit the delinquent stereotype all too well. Sarorg, who was beside me, sighed. He sounded fed up with it all. I don't blame him. They're an annoying bunch, full of pride and bravado, like certain humans. They are the new generation. But act like this, the old devils and high-class devils knew this would happen. I don't want to have anything to do with such a useless thing, but it can't be helped. After adjusting his neck with a snap, Sarorg stepped forward to the two teams who were glaring at each other. Sarorg-san came between the two sides who looked like they were about to start brawling. The eyes of the Sikvera Agars and Zephyrdor Glagiolabalas turned to him. Sikvera, princess of the Agars family, and Zephyrdor, the rebel child of the Glaciolabalas family. If you go any further than this, I will be your opponent. Listen, I know this is sudden, but this is your last warning. Depending on your next words and actions, I will use my fists without mercy. He's become even more fearless. When I checked Sarorg out, he had reached the peak of Satan class. He didn't need much more time until he starts to push past Super Devil. Hell, maybe even entering balance break he might reach it. Perhaps the Baal has reached his so-called breakdown the beast state. That also could have happened, we won't know until the rating game between Baal and Gremory. A vein pulsed on the forehead of Zephyror at those words and turned red with anger. For the incompetent Baal family, to Doga, an intense blow resounded. Before the delinquent could finish speaking, he was slammed into the wall of the hall by a blow from Sarorg. Thud! The delinquent fell off from the wall. He seemed to have already lost consciousness and fell face down on the floor. I told you, that was your last warning. In reaction to the actions of the overwhelming Sarorg, you bastard. Damn the Baal family. The delinquent's servants nearly rush forward from the momentum of losing their master. But look after your master. That's the first thing you should do. Even if you turn your swords towards me, you will gain nothing. The important function will be starting soon, so make sure your master recovers first. The delinquent's family stopped moving at those words and then ran over to where their master had fallen down. Next, Sarorg turned to look at the Sikvera Agars. I could understand why her expression stiffened. I motivated this man to be an even bigger monster. I'm not sorry about it. There's still time. Put your makeup on again. It wouldn't do to attend the function while wearing something so bad. I understand. Sikvera Agars stuttered out. She turned back and then left the hall along with her family. After confirming that, Sarorg spoke to his own family. Call the staff. The hall is too messed up. I won't be able to have tea with Rias and Jean like this. You got even stronger, Sarorg. I can't stay weak forever. He was gazing at me with concern. Sarorg is a smart man. He probably noticed something was off with me when we bumped fists. Jean senpai. Then I heard a familiar voice from nearby. When I turned around, people who wore the familiar Kuo Academy uniform were there. So it's Saji. Sona too. Hello, Rias Jean. It seemed that Saji and Sona had also arrived in the hall. I'm Sikvera Agars, the next head of the Agars family, rank Archduke. The Gremory group and I were given a greeting by Sikvera Agars from before the princess of the Agars family. After that incident, the reception hall had been restored by the magic of the staff members who ran over and had mostly been returned to normal. The young people had gathered amongst themselves again and were exchanging greetings. We were all sitting around a table, with the delinquent from before and his servants left out. Why is a human here? Isn't this a meeting between servants and noble families? Zephyror asked as he eyed me up. All other eyes went to me. I looked back at him blankly. I wonder why Zex hadn't called me up yet, or something. Why was I even allowed here? Imno Deville. Got lost. Try to find Candy Factory. Nyaha. The whole hall fell silent at my sentence. Rias had face-bombed. Her peerage were trying to keep themselves from laughing. Sarorg just let it out. He howled in laughter. That he is the middleman and current Red Dragon Emperor. I was at the after-party of Rias Gremory's when over Riser Phoenix. He had a duel with him. Have you not kept up with the news of the underworld? He also recently oversaw the peace treaty signed by the three powers, as well as helped protect them against an attack. Sikvera went on a little tangent on Zephyror. He just rolled his eyes, seemingly not interested. The other devils became a bit wearier after being told that. Right, Jean here has also bested me in a private duel I requested months back. Even now, I do not feel confident in beating him. What kind of menu should I have for my restaurant? Why are they all looking at me? What? Jean, were you even paying attention? No, I'm not a devil, so this has nothing to do with me. Hell, I don't even know why I was invited by Zex. Zupin. Rias took out a paper fan and hit me on the head. I let my head bobble like a bobblehead toy. She needs to lighten up, but what I said was true. I could also see Diodora eyeing Asia. FWSHHH. He froze as well as everyone else. The devils near me were looking at me in shock. Keep those eyes forward, boy. They all follow my gaze as Diodora Astaroth quickly moves his entire body to look somewhere else. Breaking the silence, Sarah laughed again and pats my back. Fwahaha. Quite protective of your lovers now, aren't you, Jean? Yeah, that little weasel already drank Azrael's blood, and he was at the peak of ultimate class. Even with the blood, he only went up that high? How weak are you? Whatever, let's take him down now. Bazip. Diodora jolted up as he started to pat himself down. The devils around him looked at him confused. He looks back at me with suspicion. I give him a blank stare. Angry and annoyed, he sat back down. I permanently locked his powers to low class. He can't improve it. I also made his demonic pool abysmal. Won't that be more entertaining? A door opened over there, and an employee came in. Sorry for making you all wait for so long. Everyone is waiting. Finally, this crap is starting. The room that we young devils were all led to had a strange atmosphere about it. There were seats placed in very high places here, and there were distinguished-looking people sitting there. What's more, there were distinguished-looking devils on the level above that as well. There was a face I recognized on the next level above, that Satan, Surzex, Lucifer. Beside him was Seraphal, who winked at me. She wasn't dressed as a magical girl today. Barato. Answer, Jean. What? Barato. Answer. Try looking into the future. Huh? Why? All I'm going to see is a stupid eye. Barato. Answer. Please do it. It's important, since Azathoth wants to make this a little easier for you. He has interfered. Interfered? What? Why? Why now? Why not earlier? You know what? Darn it, whatever. I closed my eyes and tried looking into the future. Jinten. What's she doing here? It's your future lover, Nyarlathotep-chan. She started to wave at me. My anger was at its peak, but I know it will be stopped, so I didn't bother. I stared at the eye angrily. Help stop. I replied back. This made her burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I don't know why Papazoth is speaking like this. He can talk normally, you know. Well, whatever. He won't stop being cryptic anyway. I was sent far away. Hell, I don't even know where I am. You're confused. I love you, so he'll explain. Centurado, 'tis was brief, but alas our love was not meant to be. But I did do enough to give you a little bit more of an annoyance. Sorry, not good enough. Let me break it down for you. Just kidding, it's all a surprise. I'm a lot sneakier, though. I can still watch you struggle from here. So, make it into a romantic film for me. W8. No papasot. Let me watch him during that time. That's the only time I get some privacy. What a total weirdo, what's with that? Well, don't worry, Jean-Sean. I'll try my hardest at breaking free. Maybe I'll be back soon. Give me a Barato, please. Ignoring the oddball, I turned to Azathoth. This doesn't change anything. Sorry, I start to leave. When let me see your reaction. I didn't get the right image for it. Wait, no, okay. Hey, race a hint. I made babies. While they're not at the power of an outer god, they're multiversal. They're still asleep, though, slowly getting used to their powers in new bodies as they sleep. They'll wake up soon, though, if you're their papa, in a way. Hubby. He. You'll recognize them. I modeled them after characters you know. Please say, I love you back. Jean-Sean. More problems. So offsprings, huh? Then I need to get everyone to omniversal soon, or at least multiversal. Evolution im leaving. No. Jean-Sean. Okay, how about this? Your past name. Your past name is damn it, Papazoth. Jean-Sean. I wish to build a school for the raiding games in the underworld. So, everyone else has already told their dreams to the old guys up there? When they heard this, the higher-ups scrunched up their eyebrows. If it's learning about raiding games, isn't there already one for that? As if checking, a higher-up asked this to Sona. Sona answered blandly. That is just a school where only high-class devils and devils of privileged rank are accepted. The school that I want to build is one where low-class devils and reincarnated devils can also attend without any distinction. Equality is what she wants. I can stand by that. It would be a good place for the future underworld. Saji was also proudly listening to Sona's dream. However, those old bats won't take her seriously. Ha. The laughter of the higher-ups ruled over the assembly hall. Sona's eyes had narrowed, and her face had become serious. Both Seraphal and Surzex look at me worriedly. Keep calm, partner. I'm not a child. I don't just react randomly. They're annoying, but I won't just kill them unless it involved the name Nyarlathotep. That's impossible. This is just brilliant. I see. So you're a little girl who dreams. It's good to be young. However, for the next head of the Citri family to state such a dream, I have to say thank goodness that it was here at this place of introduction before your debut. Even if the current underworld has changed much from the past, discrimination between the high-class devils, low-class devils, and reincarnated devils still exists. There are also still a lot of people who believe that to be natural as well. Sona and the current Satans want to change that, but these CU old devils make it a little harder. I'm serious. Seraphal also nodded strongly in agreement. She almost seemed to be saying well said. With her position as Satan, she couldn't support her younger sister, but even so, she seemed worried about her. A higher-up spoke with cool-headed words. Sona si trudono. Low-class devils and reincarnated devils merely work for their high-class devil masters and are only selected for their talent. Wouldn't building such a training institution make the old families, who value tradition and pride, lose face? No matter how much people say that the world of devils has entered a period of change, change can be both good and bad. Something like teaching mere low-class devils really is nothing of your concern. Why have you been looking down on presidents on Sonasamus Dream like that while I've been listening silently? It's strange. Why should you decide that it won't come true? We're serious here. The one who couldn't remain silent anymore to these words was Saji. Be careful how you talk, young reincarnated devil. Sonadano, your servant hasn't been properly trained. One of the higher-ups warned. I apologize. They'll speak to him later. Sona said this without changing her expression at all. Saji became dumbfounded at her lack of reaction. President, why? These people, they mock your dream. Why? Do you remain silent? Saji, be quiet. This isn't a place where you can display such an attitude. I simply told them my future goal. That's all. Sona narrowed her eyes and scolded Saji. Saji also seemed to want to say something, but he held his tongue. In that case, if my Sona-chan wins magnificently in the games, you won't have any complaints, right? Since many things are granted by saving up good results in the games. Everyone was surprised by Seraphal's sudden suggestion. The Satan in question was in a pissed-off mood. I don't blame her. I'm also quite annoyed by this point. Only slightly, though. Geez, you old men are all joining forces to torment my Sona-chan. Even I have my limit of endurance. If you bully her that much, it'll torment you as well. I couldn't help but snicker at this. A few devils beside me glanced in my direction. Seraphal Sama spoke to the devil higher-ups with watery eyes. The higher-ups in question blinked their eyes at the livid Satan Leviathan and had trouble reacting. Sona covered her face, seemingly embarrassed. I agree with Seraphal. All eyes turned to me as they watched the human speak. As said by Seraphal Leviathan, once you're at a high rank and save many good results in the rating games, her dream can be granted. I believe she, Sona Citri, will rise up the ranks, along with her reincarnated servants. Hard work will always pay off in the end. Saji was looking at me proudly. Sona was a bit shocked. I stood up for her. I like them, so I don't mind saying something like this. The higher-ups look at me with a sneer. And you are? Why is a lowly human even here? I raise a brow and look at Surzex and Seraphal. Both turn sideways and pretend to whistle those little, they didn't inform these old geezers. Did I get in here just by showing my boosted gear to the staff? Or did Rias have something to do with it, since she was here earlier? Dawn, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Without a word, I enter my balance break. State with my boosted gear, I retract the helmet and stare at the higher-ups. They all look at me in surprise. That's right, he's the Welsh Dragon, Red Dragon Emperor, and middleman, Jean Skyward-kun. Surzex seemed quite smug when he spoke and made my introduction. And my lover, Seraphal shouted as she waved at me. The higher-ups, Surzex, and the devils in there stare at her blankly. I facepalm. Sarah, we're not official yet. Hell, we haven't interacted in quite a long time, ignoring what Seraphal said. Surzex continued on. I also quietly exit my balance break. Very well. Then, let's play the games between these young people. Everyone paid attention to Surzek's words. Rias, Sona, would you not like to fight each other? The two heiresses look at each other. Rias had a confident smile on her, and Sona looked a bit shocked. Heh, she was rearing to go, huh? Did I turn her into a battle maniac? Without minding them, Surzex continued. Originally, it was planned for Ria's game to take place in a few days. Azazel has gathered raiding game fans from each of the powers, also under the pretext of watching the games of the young people before their debuts. That's why it's fine like this. Let's hold the game with Rias and Sona. Eventually, Sona also started to show a scornful smile. She also intends to do it full throttle. It may not be an official one, but it feels like fate to me that we would face each other in this match, Rias. Now that we're competing with each other, I want lose, Sona. Sparks were flying right away. The two heiresses were glaring at each other. It was Rias versus Sona, the Occult Research Club versus the Student Council. A match between Rias-chan and Sona-chan. Yes, it may fire things up. Serafal also looked happy with how it turned out. The date of the competition is August 20th in Human World Time. You may each divide up your time as you like until then. The details will be sent again later. By Surzek's decision, the rating game between Rias and Sona was going to start that way. Once out Sarorg and I promised each other that I will come visit him tomorrow to meet with his mother. I see. So, ITLL be a showdown with the Citri group. We had returned to the Gremory family's main residence. The one who had welcomed us, there was Azazel. We had gathered in the wide living room and given Azazel an account of the meeting from a short while ago. Today is July 4th in Human World Time. So we have about a full month, and then some until the showdown day. No need, these guys won't need to train in raw power, just technique and control. Everyone turns to me, I continue. I know the future rules of the game. All I'm going to say is, it's a huge disadvantage to this peerage. You could say, the Gremory peerage is all about strength and power, while Citri peerage is technique and plans. Surzex knows that, Serafal knows that, so they'll probably put a huge disadvantage over this group, so it won't be a one-sided show. Azazel nods and asks me a question. Then will you be overseeing the Gremory peerage? No, I have my own things and plans. In the middleman, I have to go to some factions and pantheons. I was approached by a messenger from the Greek gods, so we'll be going to Greece soon too. Even if you guys are powerful now, skipping out on training and becoming complacent will be your downfall. The ones who complain are failures that have never once worked hard in their life, whether they be part of the supernatural or normal humans. How do you think star human athletes keep their spots at the top? By eating junk food and doing nothing productive? No, by constantly working hard and honing themselves. While you guys won't go up in raw power, your technique and control still can. They look a bit surprised by what I used as an example, but it should get through to them. I turn to Azazel. That reminds me, Azazel, I want to bring witnesses with me. This goes for all three powers. I'm taking a fallen, an angel, and a devil. Witness? I see where you're coming from, all right. Sure, I'll recommend Penemu then. You'll need to talk to the Satans and Michael in heaven for the others. I'm fine with that. ITLL only be during my visit to Greece, Mount Olympus. He nods and turns back to the Gremory peerage, taking what I said into consideration. He tells them he'll have a regime on that then. Cinchuredo, he may have wanted to see your value before acting. Nyarlathotep did say Azathoth has become fond of you. He searched for years to find a successor. You're his one and only chance now. Whatever, he gave me a bit of breathing room. But it looks like I have other problems now. Multiversal enemies that will hunt me down when they wake up. I just need to get the girls to that level and they can fight them off. They'll need more shadows and beings. They'll surely try to skip that. Kuntor cover this whole planet in a barrier that only I and other outer gods can break through or teleport into. Anything or anyone else can't get through without my expression permission. A big no-you to the EXE gods and Ghidorah then? How will Velgrind get here then? When I feel her, they'll let her through. Don't worry about that, Rudra. Also, make it undetectable by other gods. It would be a hassle to deal with them questioning or complaining at everything. Assistant. Answer. Processing covering Earth, Draconic Deus in a barrier. Assistant. Answer. Complete. I could feel something cover the whole planet. It was invisible. Assistant. Did any being notice this? Assistant. Answer. Azathoth and most likely Nyarlathotep. Only them. If another outer god wakes, then they will too. Good. Partner, what will you do now? Immediately go to the Fairy Kingdom? Asgard? Kyoto? Mount Olympus? I will visit Serorg first. He did say his mother wishes to thank me. After that, he'll check on Latia and then Roygun. Then he'll go to Ireland. He'll be bringing Valerie with me to all of them. Anyone else will need to ask or tell me. Later that night, it has been a few hours after dinner. Everyone was relaxing at various places. Tomorrow, the Grimmery Peerage will be doing their own training without me. I most likely won't see them until their raiding game against the Citri Peerage in August. I already explained this to them. While they were sad, they understood why. I had to comfort Akino for a bit. She wouldn't stop clinging to me. This was the same for Kuroka, Shelby with Asia, and Chiron. Jean, don't leave. I tried to get up, but Akino kept holding on my arm. Maybe I should just bring her along and ask her. Whatever. I already plan on asking them all eventually. Fine. Asia, can you come with me for a second? Asia was across from me. She tilts her head cutely, but nodded. She was playing cards with Zenobia, and the girl was racking her head at the game and more surprised that Kuroka didn't slam her purple eyes purple dragon onto the spot. That also means you're coming too, Akino. Centuredo, the three of them, stood there. I deployed a sound-canceling barrier around the room. I stared at the ground as they were looking at me, waiting to continue. Jean-san, W, why did you want to talk to me? Asia sounded worried. I don't blame her. I didn't exactly say why. She trusts me quite deeply, so she just went with me. Right? I already asked Rennie this months ago. She already said yes. I was originally only going to ask Asia this, but seeing as how Akino didn't let go of me, and we met Grafia along the way, he'll ask all three of you. I was still staring at the ground when I said that. I finally look up, donning my serious look. As you three know, I'm an outer god. I'm basically immortal. I will live forever. Do you see where I'm going with this? They didn't answer me. However, I can see their eyes widening, so yes, they do understand where I'm going with this. I made Lavinia, Rennie immortal, just like myself. She will be with me forever. I had mentioned this to her before your raiding game with Riser Phoenix, but I only made her immortal just before the incident with Kokabeel and Azrael. I was originally going to ask Asia alone, since she mentioned being with me forever during a certain time. I was going to ask you, Asia Argento, if you were serious, but since you two are here, I will extend this question to the both of you. I'll look at each of them straight in the eye. Will you stay with me? I can change it now, but if you don't have an answer yet, then please take your time, and when you have your answer, tell me. I will accept any of your answers. Whether your answer is a yes or no. I sigh and turn around. I walk over to the veranda and look out into the night sky of the underworld. The three of them had gone into deep thinking. The night sky here isn't half bad, but I like the night sky of the human world more. Maybe because I was a human before being reborn here. Yeah, I like the night sky. Yeah, I like the night sky. Huh. Hey, Drake, did you just repeat what I said? Huh. What are you talking about, partner? I've just been sitting in my home reading a book that Kuntor gave me. So it wasn't you? All right. My bad, that means that was me. I sounded weird if that was my past voice. Did the rest of hear that? No, I'm afraid not, Jean. No, sorry, Jean. Kuntor. Answer, no. I also like the night sky in my old life. I mean, that's a pretty common thing. I think astrology, star watching, me being a weird teenager and just looking at the sky. Maybe Azathoth is going to let me dream then, seeing as how I just heard that. Jean. I turn around and see the three with serious expressions. I didn't think they would have an answer this soon. Yes. I have my answer, though, if I'm being honest. I had this answer for a long time now. I also have my answer. You already heard my answer months ago, Jean. However, I will repeat it again. Akino, Asia, and Grafia answer me in that order. I nod and walk back to them. I stand in front of them, and they look at one another as Akino nods and starts first. Jean, I would expect you to know my answer already, as it'll be your first and official wife. But you're both dense and not at the same time. My answer is a yes, silly. I want to be with you forever, while my mother may pass again, at least Dad, and I would have lived a long life with her. I can always extend her lifespan. Akino shakes her head at what I suggest. Well, I kind of expect Shuri to decline if I did offer it. I'm sure Mom wants to live and die as a human with a normal life expectancy. Live and die as a human, I wonder if someone will know stop. Now's not the time, Jean. I see, thank you. Ufufa, next up, Asia-chan, why yes. Asia is both a confident and a nervous girl at the same time. How does that work? She's quite fearless when fighting, but when in normal situations, she can revert back to her old nervous self. But that only happens from time to time. I meant what I said when I first shared that moment with you. I double want to be with Jean-san forever. Ada, ufufufu. Such a confession happened during such an awkward moment. Aquino and Grafia looked at Asia, who slowly turned red as what she had said finally caught up to her. Is that so? All right then, thanks for confirming that. Asia. Finally, Grafia. She has a soft and content smile on her as she steps forward. I will live to serve you for the rest of time. I just want to stand by your side, and nothing more. That is all I wish for. That is what I said to you before, Jean. That hasn't changed. Those feelings have only strengthened over time. So, my answer is also a yes. I wouldn't forget those words that easily, Grafia. I don't forget. Not now, not ever. But it's relieving to hear Kuroka. She's part of the original 3 women who have been with me the longest. I need to ask her soon. I nod and go over to Aquino. I was about to touch her shoulder when she grabbed my hand and intertwined it with hers. I let out a little chuckle and did it. Her lifespan went from 10,000 to becoming immortal. She won't die of old age anymore. I let go of Aquino's hand, but she walks behind me and hugs me. Cinchuredo, but instead of intertwining our hands, she put my hand on top of her heart, my right, so it's her left side. No, she Grafia put my hand on top of her heart. Once she did so, she put both of her hands on top of mine, hugging it in a way. She did this all with her eyes closed. This is adorable. I then change her to be immortal, and with that, these 3 are immortal like Rennie and I 4 so far then. I wonder who will decline no. Positive thinking. They'll all say yes. Maybe, well, we're done. That's all I wanted to ask and do from you 3. Thank you, by the way. They said nothing as they just smiled at me. Did I say something weird? After that, we went back to everyone. Some asked Asia and Aquino what happened. Whether they tell them or not, I didn't instruct them. Aquino gave them a vague answer of all the girls will be pulled aside in the future. Just wait. They didn't understand, but didn't pursue it and went back to what they were doing. Chapter 5, Part 2, Bale, Astaroth, and Belphegor, Underworld, Grimmery, Territory, Jean, Skyward. It was the next day, and we had finished eating breakfast just a few minutes ago. Azazel also gave everyone their training regime. I looked over it and found that it was meant to hone their powers and give them greater control over them. Azazel used all his current knowledge, and also by estimating their powers at around what Surzex and Ajuka are at, he created them. Come on already. Jean isn't about to die and disappear. He'll be just absent for an entire month. Azazel awkwardly scratched the back of his head as he watched the girls dogpiling me. Right? Even though I said I might not see any of you until August. What I mean by that is I would visit every now and again to check up on all of you. I want to just not visit until the rating game. I pry them off me as they look dead. I've been spoiling them too much. It'll get moving. You'll leave them in your care, Azazel. Right. As Valerie stood beside me, she had already said her goodbyes to Gasper earlier, which was calmer, but he was also crying as I left, which I didn't understand. I waved to them as Valerie and I leave for the Bale territory. Bale territory, I locate Serorg's aura and make my way there. Several servants and guards noticed me, but instead of stopping me, they warmly greeted me. We even stopped for a short while to talk, and they told me where Serorg was. When we were nearing his location, I also felt that his peerage was with him. We reach a door and I knock on it. Knock, knock, please enter. I pushed the door open, and in front of me was Serorg, his peerage, his mother, and a few maids. Oh, Jean, so you came? Yeah. Sorry if I came early. I have a few places to visit today. I wanted to visit yours first. He gets up and we shake hands. He also did the same with Valerie. He grabs my shoulder and pushes me toward his seat, and Valerie awkwardly follows along. I sat across from himself and his mother. His peerage were on the opposite sides, and they greeted me with a nod. The maids immediately brought 2 new glasses and poured some tea. It's been a while, Jean-san. Yes, it has. Have you been well? Do you feel off in any way? Taking the glass in front of her, Valerie took a sip of the tea and listened in. Miss LaBelle shook her head as she had a warm smile on her face. No, I have not felt any sort of discomfort at all. In fact, I feel better than before I fell asleep. Just to make sure, I look over her, and it seems no negative effects were present. In fact, she grew in power slightly. I see. That's good to hear. I nod, and she puts her head down. No, she was bowing. Mother, I want to thank you again, Jean-san. If it not for you, I may still be asleep to this day. I wave her off. It wasn't a big deal, and it's in the past. It's fine, it's not a big deal anymore. The past is the past. Just enjoy the future. Sarah nods and pats his mother on the back. Jean, I have 2 questions for you. Sarah pauses to look at me. I give him a nod. He looks at his Bishop Coriana Andrealphus. She smiles back at him. Where do you plan on heading after this? Will you go to the other factions and pantheons? Yeah, but first I'll be visiting Latia, Astaroth, and then Roygun Belphegor. Once that's done, for the next month, and until Reus and Sonus raiding game, they'll be doing requests and reaching out to other factions to form an alliance. First, back to the land of Fae in Ireland, after which I will probably make my way to Kyoto and meet up with the West Yukai faction leader. Afterwards, if all works according to plan, I will travel to Greece and meet the Greek gods. You have been contacted by the Greek gods. Regulus spoke up from his seat, and I nod. That makes sense. He's the offspring of Typhon, the king of monsters in the Greek mythology. Sphinx, Orthus, Lernaean Hydra, and Ladon are his siblings. Yeah. Not too long ago, they sent a messenger for me in Kuo. They said I could go there any time during my summer holidays, so I put them as last. Regulus silently nods. I'm not sure of the status of his relationships with his parents or siblings, so I won't probe any further. If I come across them, that's that. Anyway, both the Fae and West Yukai are for the alliance. I've made good relationships with them. So I finish saying all that and turn to the bishop. When I do, she has a very small blush as she stares at me. Jin Skyward-sama, I would like to send in a personal request, if that's allowed. Well, I don't mind, but I want to hear what it's about. Gasper Vladi. Gasper? My junior, that Jayasuk? The Jaya that he always makes when he's surprised or in a panic. What's up with her? Does she like him? How? Why? Where? When? What? Why is she so drawn to him? Is something off about her? Is it both? Fuhahaha. You seem confused, Jean. That would be an understatement, Sarah Ahem. So, what about Gasper? I would like to get to know him. What the hell does that have to do with me? Get some time off and visit him. I can just inform Reus and the others about this. Your Gasper's romantic life has nothing to do with me. Now that's strange. You were quite insistent on Tobio and SAE from before. We are past that. Can we please move on? Well, the only thing I can do is inform Reus of your intentions so you can freely visit his home or wherever they are at. Gasper's a pretty reserved person, so if you want to get to know him, ITLL take time, longer than normal. I have no quarrels with that. An instant response. You know, whatever their romance is, it's not my domain to trespass upon. All right, I'll tell Reus about it then. Maybe hint at no. Please don't. I want to do this by myself. I nod. Sure thing, lady. Time to get moving then. If that's all, I'll get going then. Yes, that is all. Thank you again, Jean. I get up with Valerie. Sarah sees us out, followed by his queen Keisha Abaddon. Sarah and I bump fists this time. He walks back into the room, but Keisha Abaddon stays. Jean-san, may I speak with you privately? I look at Valerie as she smiles at me. I nod at Keisha as she leads me a bit further away from Valerie. Keisha made sure nobody was listening in. I think I know what she's about to say or ask me. Ahem, Jin-sama. I also want to send in a personal request if it's about your love and affection for your master and King Saror Bale. In fact, he has been aware of this for the last few months. After his loss against me, he reflected and saw things in a wider and broader sense. Keisha stood there speechless as she stared at me in disbelief. Then, he said that he doesn't know yet. Well, that was months ago. Wait for him to sort out his feelings. Once that is done, he will tell you his answer. I see, thank you very much. I will accept whatever answer he will give me, and whatever that is, it won't change our relationship. She bows and thanks me again before leaving. I sigh and walk back to Valerie. Teenage love, am I some kind of love guru now? Love? Love. Valerie giggles at me. Why are you laughing? Your way is also strange, whatever. I'll look at the door one last time and teleport away. Astaroth territory, I was here with Rennie last time. They're not expecting me, so we'll just contact Latia right now. I pull out my phone and send a text to Latia. Hey, I'm in the Astaroth territory. Huh? Why? I can't just visit you when I accompanied Rias to the underworld during our summer vacation. That's pretty heartless of you, Latia. I'm hurt. Did those 5 years together mean nothing to you? That's not what I meant. I just wish you sent this text earlier. Perhaps yesterday. I could have prepared something for you. That was sarcasm. Latia, anyway, don't worry too much. I just want to see you, and with Valerie, we're walking to where you are right now. Yes, very well. I shall wait here then. I will have some snacks and tea prepared. Sure, tea and snacks, posh people. I'll put away my phone. Also, why not coffee? I can request that, right? You know what, I summon a boba for myself and start drinking from it. When I did this, Valerie was looking at me strangely. It's boba tea, you want to try it? I offer the drink to her as I put the straw in front of her. Pardon me, yeah. Sporting a small blush, Valerie slowly leaned in and took a sip from it. She had closed her eyes for some reason. Tasty. Don't talk with your mouth full, but I'm glad you like it. I hand it to her and summon a new one for myself. She gladly accepts it. The territory was littered with trees, bushes, and fancy decorations from old and new generations as we walked through it. There were also some low-class and high-class devils walking around. Most of the low to middle class were reincarnated devils. Not all of them were humans, and a few were yokai and various other monsters. Just then we come across a female devil. The way she carried herself was that of a high-class noble. She was clearly looking down on everyone else within the vicinity. No matter how you look at it, if we cross her shell, just cause trouble. The female devil is tall in height, with straight, barato, length blue hair that has split ends on both sides. She has a curvy figure, similar to Ross Weiss's build. She has violet eyes. Like a typical noble devil, she is wearing some fancy garments and some ornaments on her. She was walking our way with a maid and butler. We briefly make eye contact, and I break it immediately. Valerie and I kept drinking our boba, and we walked past each other without a word. "Go you too." Halt. Valerie and I stopped, turned around, and saw the female devil staring at us with her escorts. I point at myself and Valerie. "Yes, you too. You seem familiar. Speak." "Jean, middleman." "Ah, yes, the famous middleman. How do you do? I am Silvatila Stolas, the current heiress of the Stolas clan, one of the few surviving members of the original 72 pillars of the underworld. It's a pleasure." She does a quick curtsy, as does the maid, and the butler bows. The Stolas clan, Cinturedo Saulos, Person, Nibirius, Gladiolabalas, Berith, Astaroth, Fornius, Asmodee, Furfur, Stolas, Phoenix, Shax, Yuval Furcas, Balam, Grimory, Oriax, Vapula, Valak, Andrilphus, Belial, and Dantalion. They're the clans of extra demons. The ones I know are Abaddon, Belphegor, Mammon, Lucifuge, Satankia, Agalurept, Floretti, Sargatanas, and Nibiros. As long as I leave out Mephisto Feles, since he isn't interested in current government politics. He's currently the chairman of the Grauzauber organization, the same one Rennie is a member of. Likewise, we're in a hurry, so if you'll excuse us. Ho ho ho. Of course, my apologies. Come, you too. She wasn't too unreasonable, and let us leave. You'll never understand the mindset of those types. It's probably just due to the environment they were raised in. Can't do much until they're knocked down a peg or two. She was interesting. Well, her Hoenji reminds me of Kyome. Whatever, let's keep moving. A few low to middle-class devils were staring at us now, but didn't do anything, so we quietly made it to Latia's residence. "Jean, what if Zeoticus-san makes a surprise renovation to your home? If he can even enter it, or bring in the workers." Zeoticus can enter my home. Random workers? That's another story. All right, we were nearly there. During that time, Valerie and I started to hold hands. I was the one who initiated it. She didn't seem to mind, so we stayed like that. We were inside her home, a few maids and butlers greeting us since they already knew me from before. Latia probably informed them I was coming. I was following her aura and finally made it to a different door than the one I was led to last time. Knock knock come in. I pushed the door open, and when both of us entered, I saw Latia with someone else. A beautiful, silver-haired petite girl with a side-up swept hairstyle, who has a striking appearance despite her petite build. The school uniform she wears appears to be from the underworld. That's Iriuka Glagiolabalas. She will be the next head of the clan after the raiding game between Seror Bale and Zepherdor Glagiolabalas. Since Zepherdor couldn't emotionally recover from a loss and beat down by Serorg. Hey, Latia, I'm here. Good day to you, Jean Valerie. She greets us with a smile. Valerie was also looking at the other female devil in the room. Latia, noticing this, she nudges the girl to introduce herself. Coming out of her stupor, she nods at us. Im Iryuka Glazia Labolas. It's nice to meet the famed Red Dragon Emperor and Middleman that's been the talk of the supernatural world lately. Jean, Middleman, I like cooking. Latia glared at me with my lackluster and somewhat rude introduction. Iriuka wasn't too bothered by this. Hell, she had a smirk on her face. Fine. Jean Skyward, third-year student of Kuo Academy in the human world, current Red Dragon Emperor and Middleman. Also, Latia's dad. Latia quickly disappeared and reappeared in front of me with a flustered look. Centuredo, even before the 5 years, she already reached that state. The 5 years amplified it. I didn't know the Red Dragon Emperor had that kind of sense of humor. I'm already fond of you. You're a lot different from what Ravel told me about you. Ravel? All right, they're classmates. What did she say about me? Noticing my questioning gaze, she continued, that you seemed stoic and intimidating. But seeing your interactions with Latia-san here, it's quite the opposite, well, so far at least. What can I say? The skies are the limit. Valerie and Latia were staring at me with disappointed looks. Oh, Iriuka hit her palm with her fist, seemingly understanding the pun with my last name. Skyward, the skies are the limit. Badums. No, forget you too. Your dry humor and puns never cease to amaze me, Jean. Latia finally let go of me as she turned away from me, huffing a little. A noble girl, but can still act her age with a small push in that direction. Ooh, come, sit. I have the tea and snacks prepared. Valerie and I nod, and we go to sit on the sofa as their Latia decided to sit beside me, Valerie to my left and Latia to my right. Is she at Sundara? No, I don't think so. She's just easily flustered. She's quite straightforward and upfront with her thoughts and feelings. So, Jean-san, you like cooking? Any other hobbies you like? How about we get to know each other? Iriuka sipped from her tea and ate a bit of the snacks Latia prepared. They were mostly biscuits, sweets, and some devil snack I hadn't seen before. Sure, as I mentioned before, I liked cooking last night. I actually spoke to the current head of the Gremory clan about setting up a restaurant in Kuo before I enter college. I feel Latia put a hand on my arm and lightly grip it. I turn to look at her as she looks at me with concern. Will you be able to handle all that? Don't you have to go to college? If you like, I can send some servants of the Astaroth clan to help with managing it. It's fine, Latia. She's quite a worrywart at times. She knows what I'm capable of, but will sometimes act like this. I appreciate it, though. I can just create beings, androids, robots, or get Gremory staff to help me before I hire some normal humans to help manage it. They'll also use an avatar to attend most of my classes in college. He'll go there occasionally. He'll mostly just focus on my restaurant and whatever else I'm doing at that time. Is that so? All right. But if you required assistance, yes, they'll come to you or anyone else. I pat her head. She's a little embarrassed, but that doesn't stop me. Thank you for offering, Latia. To him, my apologies. To think that Latia Astaroth-sama could act like that. Jean-san, you can make people do the strangest of things. I'm just concerned for her. A friend. Iriuka grins. A friend. Huh? Latia averts her eyes and blushes lightly. She said nothing else. Continuing on, like I said, I like cooking. I guess I like the Japanese otaku culture, anime, manga, light novels, and such. I don't have any merchandise, though. I guess sky gazing, if that's even a thing. The underworld sky is mostly purple, though. Even after the current Satans changed it to emulate the human world, it's still artificial. Yeah, I've heard. How about you? When Iriuka took a swig of her tea and closed her eyes, she assumed a thinking pose. Someone poked me with something. I turn to Valerie, and she's holding a biscuit to my mouth. I eat it. She was happy with that response. I then feel it on my other side this time. It was Latia. She had a more air, cinchuredo. Good luck. Ignoring these four, I open my mouth and accept the biscuits being pushed against me. Iriuka finally opened her eyes. I like gadgets inventions. I have heard from Latia-san that you created those fairy androids. May I see them, please? Sure thing. I summon an android fairy and it flies around me. I give it instructions to go over to her. It does so and flies around her before landing on her shoulder. Iriuka was staring at it starry-eyed with a lot of excitement. Ugh, it's so tiny. Which model is this? General cleaning. I rarely use them since Graphia is quite insistent in cleaning and being a maid. The one I have for Serafal and Surzex does their documents for them and nothing else. I also have Sharon, but she's mostly with Yasaka and Kunu and Yurikyoto. I can essentially make them do anything. I have some in my home that's combat-oriented. Yes, this is amazing. Very futuristic. Yes. The ring that Latia-san has is also quite futuristic. Did you make it, Jean-san? Iriuka showered me with weird praises. She then looks at the ring on Latia's finger. Yeah, I gave her one during our time together in the pocket dimension. The android fairy eventually comes back to me, and I dismiss it. Yeah, it has a lot of features. Just like mine? Yeah. The amount of colors on my own ring, the Yexel, has increased as a result of the number of people I have given rings to. Iriuka looked at it and nodded. It looks amazing. I stared at her, the two beside me doing the same thing. What do you mean by that? Iriuka-san? Latia asked beside me. She hadn't let go of my arm since earlier. Hell, she's gripping it tighter. I want to see the capabilities of the Red Dragon Emperor. You have that testing facility, right? Latia looks down with a defeated expression. I'm sorry. You probably didn't get anything of value from my first visit. What time is it even? Comptoir. Answer. 11 a.m. It's been that long? Well, I did spend some time in Serog's home, but not for that long here. Okay, maybe. I don't mind. I have upgraded the facilities since last time. I give Latia a weird look as she shakes her head. She leans in close and whispers, please go along with it, even if you destroy everything again. Are these two friends? Acquaintances? I look at Iriuka as she was off in her own world. If she transferred to Kuo, she would be the same year as Chiron, Gasper, and Ravel. They would be first years. In the end, we ended up returning to the same facility, but the area setup was different, much simpler, just a physical and magical tester. I was surprised she didn't ask me to use my boosted gear or use my scale mail with it. They'll repair this repair? As I murmured to myself, Iriuka tilted her head in confusion. Valerie giggled beside me, and Latia put her hand on her forehead, a headache settling in. Physical or magical? Physical first, if you don't mind. Just making sure nothing important is behind that thing, right? People, items, and such. I ask Latia telepathically. She shakes her head in response, and I walk away nodding. Don't mind it, Iriuka-san. I stood in front of the large purple crystal. How should I do this? When I look a bit half-assed doing it, Shell probably think it's defective. Too much, and oh, who cares? Punch now, think later. I send a punch towards the crystal dun. It breaks. With my free hand, I create a barrier that blocks the wind pressure from breaking the wall in front of us. This caused a shock wave, and when it subsided, the ground in front of the crystal was destroyed. Holding back paid off. I repaired everything that was destroyed and moved on to the test. This time the crystal was blue, and since I needed to use magic, I wasn't close to it this time. But what should I use? So many choices, Valerie teeps. It's incredible. Is his physical prowess comparable to Serod Bale's? No greater? Perhaps on the same level as the Satans? You have no idea, Iriuka-san. Why is Jean-san just standing there? He's just choosing in what to use. I answer her. She turns to me and nods. Valerie, nice to meet you, Iriuka-san. We have not formally introduced ourselves. It was mostly Jean and Latia-san speaking to Iriuka-san earlier. Was this the appropriate time to do this? I wasn't sure, but I went ahead with it. Yes, you too, Valerie-san. Are you close friends with Jean-san? What question to ask? Iryuka-san, Jean and his reputation are quite well known in the supernatural world, right? Whenever you mention Red Dragon Emperor or Middleman, his bold personality comes to mind. Although I haven't heard him say it directly, he may also be seen as someone who gets into trouble a lot because of the attention he attracts. I'm sure Jean is aware of it, but I doubt he cares much. The two female devils were staring at me, waiting for my answer. YS Latia-san's eyes widened. I'm sorry, I lied, but I do like him. Even if we didn't do many things during those 5 years, it's difficult not to, even if he said it to me himself, Valerie. Just because I saved and helped you don't mean you owe me anything. I just wanted to help Gasper, a friend, and energetic junior. What you do, or who you fall in love with, he did not finish the sentence and left it at that. But he made it difficult, you know? But I did take his advice seriously. We stayed friends, comrades during those first 3 years, yes. 3 years, I'm sorry. Jean-san, I couldn't keep that promise. I slowly fell for you, Jean. Gasper encouraged me too once I told him. He was happy for me. I wasn't really asleep during the train ride to the underworld, well, part of it. Does that include you too, Latia-san? And no, as I mentioned before, we are friends. Denial it is. I should confess, soon Jean skyward I made my choice, a simple fireball spell. I opened my palm and pointed at the blue crystal. Fireball, Boshushu, a medium-sized fireball left my palm and traveled at a normal speed towards the crystal. It then hit it dumb. It erupted into a medium-sized flame pillar, but quickly died down. When it did, the crystal was destroyed. Good. Damage kept to a minimum, and I did the tests. Job well done. Who are you? Drake, bite me. It doesn't matter if I'm fancy or look cool doing this. Getting it done quickly is my goal. But we're in no rush. We don't know that. Maybe Roy Gunn is free and might, I don't know, ask me to do something absurd. Once that's done, we're off to Ireland. To the Fairy Kingdom. Right? Do you think other Irish gods will be there? Wasn't Balor from there? The evil god? Yes. The same was true of Luff, the god of the sun in Irish mythology. He's also part of the Tuatha Dé Danann. Oberon mentioned them before. Whatever, we can just see when we get there. I repair the damage and go back to the girls. Very impressive, Jean-san. You could be a Satan if you reincarnated. No, thanks. Too much hassle, too much work. Imlatsi. She looks at me strangely. But you'll be managing a restaurant? One for now. I think I can manage that. I'll also have help Sharon, Leanne, and Terry's and Graphia for starters. It'll also, probably hire a manager down the line. We'll just be the owner and do that job. Instead, we should get going then. I still have Roygun Belphegor to visit. Bulpegor-sama, the second ranker of the rating games? Why? Did she request something from you? Jean? Or why does she look so serious now? No, she hasn't contacted me at all. I was just wondering, that's all. I'm also curious about the land the Belphegor clan owns. They've distanced themselves from the current government, right? So do these get their own land, or do they just, live in places that aren't owned? They own land, but not as substantial as the members of the original 72 pillars. Since there are only 32 of US left, some lands have become mostly uninhabited, so the extra demon clans were given the choice to own some by the current government. Latia, answer my question. I nodded, I see. So that's how it works? I would guess those places that had buildings and such were demolished or left to ruin. The underworld is the same size as the earth, just without any bodies of water. Devil population is not as it once was, after all. That's why the evil peace system was created. We needed ways to increase our population, add to the fact that birth rates are low among pure-blooded devils. That makes the underworld feel even more vast. Unlike human cities and numbers, humans populate the earth like rabbits. She nods as I finish her sentence. Should I help them with this problem? Or let the brains of the future devils figure something out? Anyway, seriously though, I need to get going. I put a hand on Latia's head and pet her. She doesn't stop me, but averts her eyes to the floor. They'll see you around, Latia. You're free to visit my home. I know. Thank you. Goodbye for now, Jean. Farewell, Jean-san. It's been nice meeting you. Oh, can I have your number? I nod to Iryuka, summon a piece of paper, and give it to her. She looked excited by this. I guess I'm the robots guy now, along with Azazel. Though he's more into that, I just make them for convenience rather than being a big fan of them. Valerie stands beside me, and we teleport away since I already knew of Roygun's aura. I just searched the entire underworld for it. I found it at an obscure place, unknown location when Valerie and I teleported to where Roygun was. We were met with an interesting sight. In front of us was a relatively large mansion. It wasn't in the size of the Grimoire or Citri, but it was slightly bigger than Serorg's home. Metal gates covered the entirety of the front entrance. There were 2 hedge mazes in the front, multiple floating lamps that were powered by demonic energy. The path in front was wide gravel, and there was a large single fountain in the shape of a dragon. By the gates, I would have expected guards, but there aren't any, so Valerie and I walked through. Once we walked past the gates, we looked around us, and once we walked past the fountain, 2 more hedge mazes were there. Finally, we reached the front door. Multiple gray pillars made of stone held up a large balcony above us. Maybe it was a living room on the 2nd floor? An office? Roygun's personal bedroom? The door was quite large as well. It was the color of black and gold, and the doorbell was in the shape of a horizontal fish-dragon mix. I pressed it, and the noise it made was of a dragon's roar. We wait a few seconds until Maid opens the door. She had the typical black and white maid costume. She was a devil, the more typical-looking one. She had goat horns, the face of a human female, and sharp slits as eyes. Her hair was black with golden tips. She stared at the 2 of us without saying a word. Is Roygun home? I break the silence as she blinks a few times before nodding. Yes, Roygun Belphegor-sama is currently within the residence. Have you set up an appointment to meet her? Please state your name. Wait, where are the guards? They're guards? The front gates were empty when we got here. The maid was confused as she stared at us blankly. When I said there were no guards, she face-bombed. Those bastards will beat them up later. Ha, forgive me. Please state your name. Gene Skyward, Middleman, and Red Dragon Emperor. I don't have an appointment. I was just in the area and thought I might visit Roygun. If she's unavailable, well, leave. I summoned my boosted gear as further proof. When she heard and saw this, her eyes got big as she nods. Why, yes, I will go inform Master right away. Please sit on this sofa for the time being. She hurriedly answers me as she points at the sofa by the entrance. There was a fancy-looking table and some snacks there, then ran at full speed away from us. Why do people freak out when I properly introduce myself? It's getting ridiculous. I say this as Valerie and I sat down on the sofa. I let myself sink into it as I instantly became lazy. Valerie giggled beside me, but also did the same thing. We were in a state of absolute relaxation. I would estimate that the maid came back with the female devil in question after around 6 to 7 minutes. She looked like she was sweating. How far was she from here? Or did she take her sweet time getting here? There were some other people behind her. Could they be part of her peerage? They finally approached us as both Valerie and I stood up. My oh my, to think Gene Skyward Samachan would come and seek me out himself. Did you miss me that badly? Roygun winked at me as she finished that sentence. The only man in the group rolled his eyes in annoyance. The green-haired dragon shook its head disappointedly, and the other female giggled into her fist. Also, Samachan, first time I've heard that used in the same sentence. You see, here, tightly. I just happened to be in the area, curious as to why you hadn't contacted me, so I, along with my companion, decided to take a look. There are no guards at the front, so we just waltz in. Era, I should punish those 2, then Roygun said playfully, but smiled in the end. I'm glad you sought me out, Gene-chan. You seem to have come to the right conclusion. The ones behind me are in my peerage. Allow me to introduce them to you. She gestures to the black-haired male who had an unpleasant expression on his face, or rather, it looked more like he was fed up. This guy is Oleander. He's my partner, and yes, he's a dragon. He's just in human form right now. He's a high-level dragon, a poison dragon, if you will. The dragon called Oleander in his human form. Oleander appears as a handsome young man with long, straight black hair in a loose ponytail with bangs covering his right eye with small glasses on the bridge of his nose-red eyes. He has a calm, collected demeanor that reflects his slightly gloomy face. He is in his butler attire and a formal cravat tie. This one, my only knight, she took up both pieces. She's also a dragon, though she doesn't have a dragon form since she already looks like this. Her name's Grambiria. Grambiria? That name sounds familiar from an old fantasy story. First Sylph, now her I wonder if we'll see more of them in this world, but having 2 dragons in her peerage, that's quite something. She really does look the same, down to the last detail. In that game, she's known as a dragonkin, a species of dragon that has a humanoid appearance, but is not, well, full. Next up, one of my bishop, my one and only mutation piece. This is Akane Himura, a former human magician, turned reincarnated devil. She's quite skilled in magic. Akane Himura has flaxen hair that has a black ribbon tied on the left side and amber eyes. She wears a black dress. She held a staff in one hand as she waved to us with the other. Once she finished introducing her peerage, she looks at Valerie with a questioning look. I am Valerie, one of Jean's and friends. Roygun just smirks at Valerie and shakes her head. Is that so? Well, I welcome the both of you. I wasn't really busy, just lazing about, waiting for my next raiding game. Even though I'm the head of the clan, I've finished my current jobs already. Oleander looks at her incredulously, but doesn't say anything, so I can assume she's lying and hasn't done it. Have the two of you had lunch? It is around that time, no? No, we haven't. We were planning to have some if you weren't here. Roygun claps her hand, happy with my answer, as she gestures to the maid. She bows and runs away. Perfect, then join us. Valerie and I walked beside Roygun with her peerage behind us. We casually chatted about how we've been for the past few months. Roygun has said that while her peerage train, she sometimes does, but not as hard as Sarah does. Although he is an exception among high-class devils. It didn't take long to reach the dining room. As per usual, it was huge, unnecessarily huge. On the table were multiple dishes of unknown origin. I didn't recognize a single one of them. However, each of them had a unique smell to them. I also didn't see any poison or tampering in them. Valerie and I sat beside each other while Roygun and her peerage sat at different chairs, quite spread out. Please do enjoy yourselves. It's lunch. Why is this like a feast or dinner in the Gremory house? Well, whatever, it's free food. We had to eat properly, so no eating like pigs. It's not like Valerie ate like that. What are you doing after this, Roygun? My peerage will be training. I will be watching them. Would you two like to join? Join? Like watching or training? Seeing my confused face, she added. Watching, of course, unless you want to participate in training. We'll just watch. Valerie nodded beside me, and Roygun smiled at us. We had finished lunch and were on our way to a training field that Roygun mentioned. It was below her home. According to her, it has a special barrier that will prevent any type of environmental harm. However, training dummies and the like can still be destroyed. I was walking a bit behind Roygun and Valerie as the two of them started to chat about something. To my left is Oleander and my right is Akane. I was staring straight forward when I wanted to ask Akane a question. Hey, Akane. She turns to me with a smile. Yes? Were you ever part of the Grausaber? When I glance at her, I see her with a stunned expression. She eventually snaps out of her stupor and nods. I am still part of it, even though I've reincarnated as a devil. They come to me, the magicians, mostly low rankings ones with a lot of questions about how the devil's magic works. It's quite exhausting, really. How did you know? Everybody in the room was listening to our conversation as she looked at me questioningly. I just have the feeling, if I take what Roygun said at face value, then you would be a suitable candidate for joining that organization, as you're a skilled magician. By the way, do you know the magician called Lavinia Rennie? Lavinia Senpai? Yes. She's one of the top-class magicians in the organization. She's admired by so many. She even was asked out on dates so many times. A few had the guts to outright ask her to marry them. She's also the right-hand woman of the chairman. Her knowledge, understanding, and power is all top class. On top of that, she has a sacred gear, making her even more powerful. I want to be like her one day. But I've heard she hasn't visited lately. Rumors are circulating around that she's occupied with something in Japan. She's that popular, huh? Did I get lucky? You think? She'll willingly take on apprentices that have potential and are willing to work hard. But if you're only doing that to get on her good side, she'll know. She's quite scary when angry. Rennie? Scary? Angry? I've never, Well, Vala did seem quite scared when I said I would bring an angry Rennie. I'll take their words for it then. Do you know her, Jean-san? Valerie giggled before I got to answer. She turns around to face Akane and answered for me. Know her. Jean is really close with her. They're very close friends. Sometimes the other girls envy how close they are. It's you. Akane pointed at me and screamed. There was another rumor saying she found a boyfriend while in Japan. We knew that she had affiliations with Grigori and assumed it was someone from there. But who would have thought that the Red Dragon Emperor and middleman was the one? She clutches her head and shakes it violently. This changes everything. Once some of the more bitter and violent ones from Grauzauber find out, they'll be coming after Eugene-san. You're quite famous after all. Coming after me? Like, wanting to take me down? Rennie is mine. Bring it, you fools. He'll stop you all. It doesn't matter. He'll deal with them then. If those individuals attack me for personal reasons, romantic and other, then it won't reflect on your organization, right? I could just explain that to Mephistopheles. He may be reasonable. We're here. Before we could continue our chat, Oleander interrupts us to say we had arrived at the training area. We go through an open door, and it was again large, though it made more sense since it's a training area. When I look at it from a bird's eye view, it resembled the Narendra Modi Stadium from India, but much larger, if I had to guess, around 10 times larger. It had stands on it. Does Roygun hold public battles here, or something? Maybe a form of entertainment for guests when she has parties, all right. You may start your training. Jean, Valerie, come join me. We'll talk more later. Jean-san. I nodded at Akane. I was still curious about her. I wonder why she reincarnated. The three members of her peerage nod and walk away from us, each in different directions. Valerie and I fly to the stands and sit with Roygun. Boom. Dun. 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 Swish. Oleander and Grambiria had started to spar against one another. Akane was on her own, training her magic. They were all quite serious. Oleander made slight movements to avoid Grambiria's assault. Even with 2 night pieces, she still couldn't hit Oleander. But she didn't look bothered by it. Hell, she was smiling, no grinning. Oleander himself had a small smirk on him, too. Those two are quite close since they're both dragons. While they are both proud and competitive, they are good friends. Since they're part of my peerage, they can put aside those differences. So, romance? Roygun shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. I wouldn't know. I do not involve myself with their romantic relationships unless it will reflect badly on the rest of the peerage, myself, or the clan. Though I do suspect they are. Well, if they do produce an offspring, it will be powerful. 2 powerful parents will always do that. After all, Millikas is an example. A super devil father and a Satan-class mother. Speaking of Satan-class, Roygun was also around that rank. She did say she sometimes trains, so does that mean she's a little bit stronger than Canon? Era, you've been staring at me so intently. Jean Kuin, you love rating games that much, huh? Roygun looked at me blankly. In a small state of surprise, she laughed and nodded. Yes, I have a great love for rating games. While my clan and family have no interest in the current government and its politics, I saw the potential of the rating games as a way to bring this clan back up. But they don't share the same ideas as me, but I still managed to reach the rank of second in it. I love it. Even with the use of the king piece. Roygun's eyes widened as she stared at me in silence. Valerie could see the change in atmosphere around us. She wasn't too sure on what was happening. She has no idea of the king piece, though. Most devils don't, only a few have it after all. King pieces are rare, evil pieces, created in the early days of the rating game's existence. Originally created by Ajuka Beelzebub, they were judged too dangerous due to the potential for rogue devils to abuse them, with their production stopped early on. A total of 12 king pieces were created. The characteristic of the king piece is power enhancement, as it can strengthen the user by several folds. The strengthening is possible on a magnitude of 10 or 100, as it can elevate a high-class devil into power that is comparable to ultimate class, and even strengthening some users to Satan-class powers. 9 were seized by the Great King faction when they took control of the rating games. Due to the rating games being tied together with politics and economics, the old devils of the Great King faction sought to manipulate the rating games from behind the scenes in order to increase their own influence and generate more money. By fixing matches through bestowing king piece to certain pure-blooded devils from the 72 pillars, such as Roygun Belphegor and Bedizabaden, and using bribery to obtain the commercial rights for the popularity obtained by competing in raiding games. I finished my little explanation. I could see Valerie looking at me and Roygun in shock. Who would have thought, right? Like hell, old devil prejudice is still quite prevalent and wants to control the current underworld in the shadows. Panic, uncertainty, and shock were some of the emotions going through Roygun right now. She still hadn't said a word and was just staring at me. Was she thinking of ways to silence me? Maybe play off what I said as a joke. Take that king piece away from you, and you're back down to high class instead of Satan class. Quite a large difference in power, right? Do you plan on exposing me? Us? The old devil faction? Me? Personally? No, I'm just an outsider, a human. Even if I try exposing you, I won't have much influence overall. I'm just a middleman. I can't get too heavily involved in the politics of the underworld. However, trust me on this. It will eventually come to light. Even if the existence of this piece was kept as an absolute secret, rumors still spread back then. Even Azazel heard of it. Cleary Belial, who was interested in the rumors, investigated, found out, and was killed. But it was more complicated than that. She was the previous overseer of Kuo before Rias and Sona. While there, she met and fell in love with a human, Masaomi Agaki, an exorcist of the Protestant Church and a subordinate of Tuji Shidu, Irina's father. After her discovery, the Bale clan and Great King faction were able to learn of her discovery of the King Peace and her relationship with Masaomi, secretly allying with the church under the pretext of trying to break up the relationship between her and Masaomi. The Great King faction had her killed in order to preserve the King Piece's existence as a secret. Even if you're just using the King Piece for fun, you're still running the risk. When all of it comes to light, do you think the Belphegor clan will still keep you as head? I doubt you would still be allowed to keep participating either. Even still, I will keep it. I love the raiding games too much. As you said, I'm just using the King Piece for fun. I shrug. It involved the politics. She's also getting a lot of money from it. I can't change her mind that easily. She's lived a longer time than me, after all. Training and hard work will help you reach that power, Roygun-san. Valerie stood up. She was staring at Roygun. Seriously, that what's up with her? I could feel that Valerie was a bit angry. I was only in middle class a few months ago. Would you believe me if I told you I could rival the gods right now? Roygun was staring at Valerie, a bit shocked by her statement. Well, I did help them with it, but yes, it did involve a lot of hard work from them. Fighting monsters that were a class or several higher than themselves. They were still in danger during those times. I even saved Valerie twice. If I'm being honest, if the Belphegor and Rias Gremory's peerage had a raiding game right now, the same one as Riser Phoenix, without special rules they would win. Even with your crack ability from your clan, it won't work on them. Your peerage is strong, but those guys are stronger. I personally helped them reach those powers after all. And when the youth raiding game between Sona Citri and Rias Gremory starts, and if they follow their current training regime, they'll win easily. Special rules are special rules. In the raiding game between them, they'll be playing in a replicated shopping mall of Kuo. You can't destroy the environment. The other rule is that Gasper couldn't use his sacred gear. As I said to them, they're at a huge disadvantage. That's why I told them to focus on getting better control of their powers. All of them have powerful attacks that wipe out large chunks of land. After all, if they went all out, a single attack could wipe out the entire stage of the game. Proof. Proof? Valerie repeats the word that Roygun said. She stood up and looked her straight in the eye. Please show me proof, then. Show me the fruits of this hard work you speak of, Valerie-san. So, you want to fight Valerie? Roygun nods. I look at Valerie as she silently stares at Roygun before nodding herself. I guess it's a fight now. That wasn't the direction I was going for. I was just hoping to persuade her to abandon the King Piece, though it's probably too late in the game to avoid being banned or kicked out of her clan when the scandal does come out. All right, let's go down then. He'll be the arbiter. That is this wise, Jean-sama? Oleander asks while standing beside me. Roygun's peerage hadn't left for the stands. They want to stand here watching. I didn't mind, though I doubt I could persuade them to go sit. ITLL be fine. No killing blows, and such are permitted. But it won't take long. Do you mean that Valerie-san can beat our king? His tone was neutral as were his emotions. I nod. Yeah, I think Valerie will end this quite quickly. I rarely see her that serious about most things. Not that I'm saying she doesn't take anything seriously, mind you. Are both fighters ready? Finishing my short exchange with Oleander, I ask the two, and they both nod without saying a word. All right, ready? Begin. Roygun disappeared from her spot as she reappears behind Valerie. But to her surprise, Valerie was already turned her way and was staring at her silently, her sharp eyes piercing her soul. Roygun quickly brought out her wings and flew away, visibly panicked. To think Valerie-san could keep up with our master's speed, incredible. Grambiria said, impressed by the damper. Valerie opens her palm. Towards Roygun from above her came blood, and the blood started to quickly form a shape the shape of a spear. The single blood spear then multiplied. There were hundreds, no thousands. Alarmed, Roygun used her crack ability on the blood spears. However, upon doing so, they didn't work. Crack is a unique power that creates a tear in most things within the range of the user. It has a high direct attack power, but if the user is skilled in its use, they can create a tear in attacks. In the future, Roygun revealed a new technique of her crack ability, which allows her to expand the range of her ability, as she could create a tear on a person or object that would accumulate over time. I wonder if she'll be able to create it much faster. Fall Valerie made a hand gesture as the blood spears started to rain down on Roygun, while her crack ability was useful. The blood spears Valerie was a dragon god class, being her power far exceeded Roygun's and her crack. According to Roygun, crack cannot produce tears on those whose power exceeds the user's, such as true Satan or god class beings, even more so for dragon god class beings like Valerie. Left with no choice, Roygun had to dodge them. She did so dumb. Bang! Crash! She looks back at the indestructible field. The ground that was created has now been destroyed. She better dodge those perfectly, otherwise she'll be hurt seriously, but if she is, I can just heal her. Roygun's peerage stare was shocked at the destroyed ground, but she didn't have time to recover, as a few energy spears clipped parts of Roygun's body, and she was injured. Crimson bindings. Energy shot out of Valerie's palms as they moved quicker than Roygun could see, forming a net that completely wrapped itself around Roygun. With the use of her wings not possible, she fell to the ground. Crash! Roygun quickly pushed herself up. The use of her arms and legs was not possible as she sat there in bitter defeat at the hands of a young woman. Valerie hadn't taken a single step during that entire time. At most, Cinchuredo, it is my loss. Winner, Valerie. I announce, and we walk towards the downed Roygun. Valerie also joined us. Once there, Valerie sighed and undid her crimson binding. Once she did so, Roygun stretched a bit and shook her head. I also touch her shoulder to heal her. I also touch the ground to repair any and all damages done. Thank you, Jean. You're very powerful, Valerie-san. I need to apologize as I thought you were bluffing earlier. My crack ability did not work, since if anyone else is much stronger than me, I can't use it on them. So you weren't lying about being as powerful as God-class beings. How fun. Roygun was smiling even after her loss. Upon hearing this, her peerage was looking at Valerie with even more shock. At least she held back. You know those crimson bindings can drain your energy, and if she wished your blood. Cinchuredo. Now, wait a minute, Jean. Roygun walks over to me and hugs my left arm. She gives me a smirk as her queen Oleander rolls his eyes. Why not stay the night? You still have the entirety of your summer holiday to go to those other factions. No? That's true, partner. Why not slow down a little? It feels like you have some sort of urgency. That's right, Nyarlathotep is far away, locked and imprisoned, being watched by Azathoth. Even with the children she created, they can't get through the barrier you put around Earth, Jean. Comptoir. Answer. I took the liberty of adding other effects if they do somehow come through, Jean. Energy mana nullification. Those beings that slip through or enter Earth can't use their powers that rely on any type of energy or mana. Comptoir. Answer. A weakening effect. It will significantly lower their overall power. Using your power as a basis, it will weaken down to dragon gods at the minimum. If they are weak-willed, then it will be furthered. What? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Comptoir. Answer. I did it as an afterthought. I sigh. It's still July 5th. The rating game is August 20th. I don't think I'll be stuck in those places for that long, realistically, a day or two, maybe 3 if something happens. Didn't you say you wanted to speak with Akane more? Isn't this also an opportunity to be closer to Roy Gunn? All right, I get it already. He'll stay the night. Fine, we'll stay the night. I can speak to you more. Wait. Jean-san, you can contact Lavinia Senpai, right? Akane was quite happy with it too, sheeing. Party time. Dawn. Oof Drake came out of the sacred gear and screamed. Ion reflex punched him in the stomach, which made him fall over clutching his stomach. Forget you, partner, ugh. Oh, my bad, Drake. Introductions. This red-haired fellow is the Welsh Dragon Drake. I revived him recently, well, a few months ago. But yes, say hi, Drake. Someone, punch him for me, Valerie. I didn't hit you that hard. Quit being dramatic. Your definition of hard in comparison to ours is quite different. Valerie went over to the downed Drake and started to pat his back. The others were staring at him in disbelief. The power to resurrect beings? More new powers being revealed, Jean-kun. All right, keep it a secret. I let out a bit of my aura as they shakily nodded. Good. Anyway, well, stay the night. You guys can continue training. Nighttime, we had finished having an early dinner feast. Much like lunch, Roy Gunn had her servants prepare a lot of food. I didn't notice during lunch, but both Oliver Peerage are heavy eaters, not including Roy Gunn, but the 2 dragons ate a lot well. 3 in this case, Dre decided to stay out and quickly recovered earlier. He chased me down for a bit before calming down. The strangely authoritative voice of Valerie made him stop. I was also lightly scolded by her. We were currently in the living room, well, one of them. It was quite spacious, with a TV, a giant fireplace, fancy furniture and decorations everywhere, a big chandelier, and a grand piano. Piano, Shigen mentioned she liked playing it during the 5 years. I should get her a piano for a gift, maybe a grand piano, too. The grand piano started to play. While we looked over, Oleander was playing it. He seemed like he used it quite often. It didn't sound like an amateur at all, a professional, but I'm no expert, so I wouldn't know. Even as a dragon, he's quite gentle and elegant. No? There are many strange dragons out there. Not many of them are the stereotype of might makes right, or it's all pride. Yeah, it's pretty annoying seeing it shoved down your throat that dragons have to act a certain way. It's like their brains are hardwired to work or think a certain way, and not just dragons, many things. It's pretty funny to read or see. Roy Gunn had come up to me. She sat down beside me and Valerie. We had just been relaxing before Oleander started to play the piano. Meaning? Take devils, for example. What would you think humans think you do? Just based on the human media? Evil? Soul-taking? Sinful bodies? Corruption? Out to kill anything? What about angels? Pure. Only does good. Does not wrong. Prayers. Wish granting and protection from evil. Find angels? Near identical to devils, really. A lot of bias everywhere. That's why humans are never mind. Roy Gunn was smirking at me, the rest looking at me in curiosity. Or what? Do you dislike humans? Aren't you a human yourself? I snort. Human? Am far from it. But yeah, I dislike humans. Arrogant, narcissistic, and many others. They've performed so many atrocities but still have the audacity to walk around like they're doing the world good. World War I, II, and III might happen sooner or later. The number of genocides that aren't reported on and swept under the rug. The church that's supposed to do good has so much corruption. Cuba and Asia being victims. Abandoning children for no good reason. Constant drug abuse. Human sacrifices, cults, and all that other crap. How has humanity even lasted? Those who harm children, violators, and the stupidity of some humans are also sometimes mind-boggling. Of course, the supernatural beings aren't exactly innocent either. I look at Valerie and bring her into a hug, the girl blushing. What happened to Valerie, the Great War, other crap, your crap, Cow's Brigade, the other crap I have to deal with. When will it end? Will there be true peace? Doubt it. There will always be a group that will never like it as mentioned, Cow's Brigade. They want to rule the world, make it anew. For what? To stroke their own egos? I don't get it. The world, while shit, is in an alright place. Work towards bettering it. But humans are stuck on the most random crap. In theory, shouldn't they be exploring space? Conquering planets and finding new homes? advancing their society into a new age of space. Akane decided to add in her own thoughts, like the new gender of the week, or finding safe spaces, or feeling attacked by nothing. I've seen a lot of that over the past few years. I'm part of the supernatural, so I started to mostly tune it out, but yeah, if you're a human, it sounds exhausting to deal with. New genders? Huh, there are new genders? Roigan was clearly confused. Akane went on to explain it, and she frowned. I see, well, alright, I don't know it's their problem, really, so they can do what they want. Roigan didn't know how to feel about it, but since she's a devil, human politics isn't really in her radar. I don't care about that, I just nod, agree, and accept what they want to identify, as I don't dive too deeply into it. If it makes them happy, whatever, all the power to them. The ones that push and talk about it are few and far between. I mean, yeah, it's just the loud minority. Akane sighed as she agreed. I wasn't sure, but whatever. How do we even get here? Let's move on, oh, right, Jean-san. Could I speak with Lavinia-senpai? Let me check if she's free. I take out my phone and text Rennie. Hey, are you free? I met a junior of yours. Jean. Yes, I'm free. With Shigyun, Natsum, and me working together, these missions are very easy. Toby, Cookie, and Essie have said they feel useless. Ah, that makes sense. 3 Dragon God class beings working together. I would be worried if those 3 could keep up. Actually, it's nice seeing SAE in action since then I want to see how far she's come. Who's the junior? She's from Grauzober. She wants to speak with you, so I'll call you. Okay, you'll be on speaker. Okay, I want to hear your voice too. I smile and call Rennie. While it rang, I put her on speaker. She finally picked up. Good evening, Jean. Valerie-chan. Hi, Rennie Lavinia-senpai. Valerie was cut off by Akane shouting Rennie's name. Valerie was a bit surprised, but laughed it off. Ada? Akane-chan? Oh, she's the junior you mentioned. Yes, it's me. It's been a while. How have you been? Are you planning to visit the organization soon? Are you getting married? What the hell is that last question? Of course, we will, you cretin. I'm waiting for the right time to propose, though. I've been well, Akane. I'll visit soon. Maybe with Jean in tow. Marriage? Hee, that certainly will happen down the line. I hand my phone to Akane as she starts to speak with Rennie on things about Grauzober, while also catching up. I'll check up on the Gremory group. Then, I close my eyes. Gremory territory. Good job, guys. Today you managed to wipe out large chunks of land. Well done. Rias and her peerage look away in embarrassment. Looks like they're having a review in one of the rooms in the Gremory home. I will assume that you guys were holding back and using a lot of control. Yes? They nod. Alright, it's fine. We still have a month and extra change to hone it more. Tomorrow I'll be bringing some extra help. But try to hold back more. I have no idea what holding back means to Jean, but he's clearly rubbed off on all of you. Aquino smirked as Azazel sighed disappointedly. You guys just need to tone down the amount you use. I'm sure Jean emphasized this before, right? Anyway, about tomorrow. Kiba, Okita, Suji will be coming here to help you. Aquino, Barikil will be here. Chiron, and Asia. You two have Kuroka, so it's fine. Honestly, you two have the best results so far. Though, Asia only needs to focus on her healing, support, and attaining balance break. Gasper, you're doing fine. A lot of your attacks aren't large or flashy, so you have the best control as of now, not including the 2 just mentioned. Zenobia, Muscle Brain, keep trying. I know Jean had you train with Durandal and your sacred gear. Honestly, you just need to hold back and you'll be fine. Finally, Rias. Power of destruction is generally, well, destructive. Like Aquino, you'll need a lot of training, so I had asked Astrid Gremory if she was free. Now, not all days, but she can help you, so you better thank her. Azazel got up and handed them all out pieces of paper. They all started to read them as he stood by the door. Dismissed, that's all for today. Go relax for the night and sleep early. We start earlier tomorrow. He finally left. Once he did, Aquino slumped on her chair. Giant. Aquino, you'll survive without him for a month. You all will, geez. Knowing Jean-senpai, he will be in another female's house right now, or his own. No, Naya. I had a chat with Ingvald earlier this evening. He's not there. He did say he will visit Serorg Bale, Latia Astaroth, and Roygun Belphegor. Perhaps he's in one of 3? Kiba was the voice of reason. Gasper was nodding along with him. Poke, 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 poke. I opened my eyes back up since I felt someone constantly poking me. It was Akane. I look around and Drake was gone. Did he go back into the boosted gear? Aye, sir. All right, then happy drag Neil. Jean? Jean! Giant. I take the phone from her. I turn off speaker mode and put the phone up to my ear. Sorry, I was just checking up on Rias. What's up? I'm going to sleep, so since I still have things to do with my team. Good night, I love you, I see. Okay, good night, I love you too. Running into the call first as Roygun and Akane were smirking at me. Isn't that sweet? Saying I love you to one another, a youth. Mmm. Lavinia Senpai is super in love. Invite me to the wedding. I shake my head and notice that Oleander hadn't stopped playing the piano during all of that. Gotta give the guy props. Well, he's probably used to it. Maybe. What are you doing? Roygun had a maid give Valerie and I different rooms. Of course, Valerie wanted to stay with me, since this was an unfamiliar place, so she switched rooms and ended up sharing my room. She was currently fast asleep. I had woken up because of certain someone. Don't me, woman. Why are you here? Roygun Belphegor had snuck in my room and was hovering over me with a mischievous grin, and I already knew this was going to get as predictable as possible. I can't. You can't. She crosses her arms and sighs. Why not? I'm going to be a broken record to women who are like this. At least they're few and far between, right? So, I explained myself to her. She gave me an amused smile. In the end. Also, Valerie woke up during this, but kept pretending to sleep as she listened in. Then I'll have to insist. Isn't that just wrong? In reverse, but it's still wrong. If you couldn't win against Valerie, what makes you think you'll have any chance against me? She thinks about it for a few seconds before slumping her shoulders, finally admitting defeat. Then, I have to use the old-fashioned way. That's what your standards are anyway. Jean skyward. It'll win you over and make you fall for me. Look forward to it. She smiles and winks at me, finally stepping away from me and leaving the room. What an exhausting woman, going at her own pace. Shuffle, sorry about that. Let's just go back to sleep. Valerie didn't answer me, but she seemed happy with how I handled it. You can stay an extra day, you know. We're fine. We overstayed our welcome, but it'll visit again in the future. We'll see you guys then. Roygun wanted the both of us to stay an extra day, but I had to decline. Right now, it was around 10 in the morning, and Valerie and I were going to Ireland. I summon a piece of paper and make it float to Roygun, then duplicate it for Akane. My number. Contact me that way. I sure will thank you, Jean-san. She smiles and nods at us, and we finally leave. Ireland. Cavendary Carne Woods. Valerie and I had arrived outside the barrier to the fairies' kingdom. We go through the barrier land of the Fey Fairy Kingdom. Once the both of us stepped through, I was back in this fantasy world again. The spirit guard from before see me and wave at me. Valerie and I walk over to them. Jean-sama, it's been some time. Have you come to visit? Yes, it's been some time. I'm here to offer the alliance and peace treaty. Ah, I see. Very well, please go ahead. Valerie and I walk past them and make our way through the streets of the kingdom. It hasn't changed much, but this time I was recognized even more. Valerie was looking around with a lot of excitement. It was Spriggan. He turned around and noticed me. He nods at me and walks towards us. Jean, have you come here for the alliance? Yeah, are both king and queen free right now? He nods and turns around. Looks like we're following him again. We silently follow him. Valerie, still looking around and on now that I think about it. It's almost like her heartscape, but this time she experienced it for real. Just like that place, huh? She didn't give me a proper reply, but just answer on autopilot. They'll let this place sink in hell if we have time, then we can visit the other places in this dimension. It was brief, but I visited the elf territory last time. Maybe we can check the dark elf territory this time? Hi. Jean, I look up and see an Ariel following us. It was the Ariel from the NO. It's you, hi. How have you been? He am well. Are you staying the night again? I'm not sure. If we are, you'll use your inn again if we do. We'll be paying this time, though. Happy with my answer, she flew around Valerie and me. She tapped me on the shoulder, gave a friendly nod, and flew away. At least she's energetic. We had finished going up the leaf elevator. It still felt quite weird. Valerie took it in stride and didn't mind too much. I finally reached the throne room again. Oya, Vinkon. I didn't think you would appear here this soon. Arir? It's summer break for high schoolers. Yes. Mmm. That makes sense. Oberon greeted me, as his usual self. In a way, it's reassuring. Titania was beside him. Jean San, it's been some time. I take you're here for the alliance and treaty? Yeah. I summoned a document that was already signed by the three other powers, devils, fallen angel, and angels. After the peace conference, and after they signed the document, Azazel gave me this, well, not straight after, but a day or two later. He said that there were already multiple of these and would make my life easier in the future. I also summoned a bulkier set of papers. They'll need to read through this and see if they agree with them. Of course, if they have questions, they can ask me. Are those documents? I nodded Oberon's question. He didn't look too eager on reading them. I don't blame him. These tend to be boring. These ones, the bulkier ones, are just meant to be read through. If you have questions or grievances, just ask me. I'll answer them to the best of my abilities. This one is the one you sign if you both agree. I will also sign it to say I was the one who brought it here and oversaw it. I see if you can then. Titania nodded, and I walked up to her and handed her the bulky documents. I gave the single piece of paper to Oberon. He seemed quite thankful. By the way, Jean Cohen, who's that? A new lover? Oberon quickly skimmed the piece of paper and pointed at Valerie. Valerie blushed and fidgeted a little. She's Valerie. I rescued her from a difficult situation a few months back. For now? No, maybe soon, though. Valerie turned redder as Oberon let out a hearty laugh. I snapped my fingers and summoned a table with a few chairs. Wouldn't it be easier to go through those on there? I point to the newly summoned furniture. I try to aesthetically match the place, and Oberon let out an "oh." Yes, and Titania nodded along. I'm surprised that she hasn't, well, hit him. We move over to the tables and chairs. I gesture for Valerie to join us, and I summon another chair as both King and Queen go through it. In a split second, Oberon became serious and started to seriously read through all the benefits and things that will be available to them once they sign this alliance. Hey, Jean Cohen, what about this? Oberon leaned over and pointed at a paragraph. Oh, that. It's about, does this involve Titania? Scooted over and showed the document to me. Yes, it does. It also 2.5 hours later, they were done with going through the documents. Oberon had his head on the table, exhausted. He kept his serious attitude all through it. I can only assume it took a lot out of him. But in the end, they seemed quite satisfied with all the advantages and benefits their kingdom and people would receive from the other three factions. Purchasable Phoenix tiers, aid from all the three factions if they're attacked, cultural exchange, and other such things. Will you two want to discuss this between yourselves before making a decision? Only for a little bit. I would say Titania is all for it. Same with me. The queen agreed with her husband with a small nod. I got up when I felt a presence of a new god appear in the throne room. No, they were already here in the kingdom. I had felt them earlier, but I kept on answering and going through the documents with the king and queen. They didn't seem hostile, so I didn't react. Oya, 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 hoo. Who would have thought you of all gods would show up here? Oberon looked over near the plant elevator and seemed quite happy. I look at Titania, as she also had a pleasant smile on her face. Valerie had already turned around and was staring intently at this individual. I finally did so too. The being by the leaf elevator was an extremely beautiful woman. She has long purple hair and red eyes, and wears a full-body outfit with metallic shoulder pads. She wears a black veil over her head and a short cloak over her shoulders, connected by the shoulder pads. It's Scat-Hack. Some fun facts. Sylvatila Stola is Syl from Sylvally, a Pokemon, and Attila from Celesteela, another Pokemon. Her appearance is based on Ami Kawashima from the anime Toradora. She is the same age and former height of Rias Gremory, 18, and at 58. She has all of her evil pieces currently, and has no servants. She has high standards for them. While coming off as cold and pompous at first, she cares greatly for her servants and clan, as she doesn't want them to go extinct. She is a single child. Both parents are still alive, Lord and Lady Stolas. In the real-life mythos, Stolas is depicted as either being a crowned owl with long legs, a raven, or a man. He teaches astronomy, history, and the knowledge of poisonous plants, herbs, and precious stones. Their clan can use different types of poisonous plants that have different effects, and they can also use many different elemental magic. Since the real-life mythos is sometimes depicted as a crowned owl or raven, I made her have her name based on a Pokemon that has the type flying in it. Oleander, Latin origin, is a name meaning poisonous flower, a nod to his power and mastery over his poison abilities. His appearance is based on the character Fafnir from the anime Kobayashi-san Chi no Maid Dragon. Akane Himura. The name Akane means vermilion red, aka, and sound. Akane's surname, Himura, high, meaning scarlet, dark red, and Mura, meaning town, village. Her appearance is based on the character Akane Senri from the anime and visual novel rewrite. Chapter 6, Part 1. Tir na Nog and Oshin Land of the Fey Fairy Kingdom. Jean, Skyward, the woman that appeared in front of us, was the famed lady of the Land of Shadows, the Witch of Duin Skaith. Why is she here? Scathach? Oh, is the famous middleman familiar with me? Imflatat. She showed a fearsome smile as she walked up to us. Spriggan didn't move from his spot. He felt nervous. The aura she was exuding was quite powerful and intimidating. She reached us as she stood there, arms crossed and locking eyes with me. I stared back at her without blinking. I felt Valerie hold onto my arm. The room felt tense. You could hear a pin drop if one did fall. Hold on, Jean. This isn't the world of fate. It's not the Naciverse. The rules here don't work like over there. What is Scathach here? I checked so. She's a goddess of what? The dead? Warriors? I like that look in your eyes, young Red Dragon Emperor. You're quite intriguing, as the rumors have said. Rumors? What rumors? The ones about Thor? But that isn't even a rumor at this point, just fact. The one with Thor? That isn't a rumor, it's a fact. She kept her smile, but shook her head. No, the one with manifesting the Welsh dragon into the world. Ah, yeah, I guess I did, huh? We both can just come out whenever we want, though. So that was a short live hype. Right that. So it's true? I shrug as an amused smirk replaces her smile. Scathach, what have you come here for? It's not just to see little OLS, is it? Oberon put down the documents and pranced around the goddess. She didn't break eye contact with me at all. The majority of the supernatural world has heard of the treaty being signed by the three powers, devils, fallen angels, and angels. This man was rumored to be born from this country. I was on the lookout outside the barrier to the fairy kingdom. So, she felt Valerie and I come here? I doubt she felt my aura, energy, or mana. Is it just experience? An instinct built up over many years? That's quite something. A skilled warrior like her, it's not impossible. She should be around 2,000 plus years old. She has used that time to hone herself in that place, and before moving there. She did train the famed Ku Chulin after all. So you felt us outside it? Why didn't you confront us earlier? To let you do your negotiations, have the treaty signed. I did not come here with evil intentions, Red Dragon Emperor. She didn't lie, that much I can tell. She can't possibly be here to fight me? I mean, that's the only other reason. Then why? You already know that many gods and beings from different mythologies are intrigued by you. They want to know your reasons for wanting peace, though there are rumors that you are simply trying to expand your influence and gather followers. Also, they want to know if your rumored feats are true. Besting the god of thunder, Thor, defeating beings as old as Kokobel and Azrael, and summoning the Welsh dragon into the world. Scathach fixes her pose and looks at Valerie. She didn't waver, as she also stared back at the goddess in confidence, which made her smile even more. I, like many other gods of this country, am also interested in them. If you have the time to spar, no, I will request a duel with you. To name a few, the beings of Giant's Causeway and the Tuatha De Danann, the inhabitants of Tir na Nog and Ain of Nakane, they wish to meet you. That's quite a lineup. That many are interested in meeting me? I'm quite excited. I've heard many things from them in Irish Celtic folklore. Whether they are true or fake remains to be seen. Ain of Nakane is an Irish goddess of summer, wealth, and sovereignty. She is associated with midsummer and the sun, and is sometimes represented by a red mare. As the goddess of love and fertility, she has command over crops and animals, and is also associated with agriculture. I wonder if she has anything to do with Luff? He's part of the Tuatha De Danann and a fellow god. Speaking of Tuatha De Danann, Some of their notable beings there are Nuada Ergitlam, the Dagda, and Luff. Further tales exist, but their history is mostly unknown or contradicts what has been told in folklore. There is one more that's shrouded in mystery, the goddess Danu. What we do know is that Danu is the most ancient of the many Celtic gods. It's thought that she may have represented the earth and its fruitfulness. The Tuatha Danann, meaning the folk of the goddess Danu, is also known by the earlier name Tuatha tribe of the gods. In Irish mythology, Nuada or Nadu, known by the epithet Erjadlam, meaning silver hand arm, was the first king of the Tuatha Danann. He is also called Nectin, Nuada Necht, and Elkmer, and is the husband of Bone. He is mostly known from the tale in which he loses his arm or hand in battle, and thus his kingship. However, he regains it after being magically healed by Dien Sect. However, those are just myths. I'm unsure if he truly did lose his arms in battle if I get a chance to meet him. I will ask him. Dien Sect, also known as Caint or Canta, was the god of healing, the healer for the Tuatha Danann. The Dagda is an influential god in Irish mythology. One of the Tuatha Danann, the Dagda is portrayed as a father figure and druid. He is associated with fertility, agriculture, manliness, and strength, as well as magic, druidry, and wisdom. He can control life and death, the weather and crops, as well as time and the seasons. He is often described as a large bearded man or giant wearing a hooded cloak. He owns a magic staff, club, or mace, the Lorg Mor or Lorg An Fade, of dual nature. It kills with one end and brings to life with the other. He also owns a cauldron, the Quar Ansik, which never runs empty, and a magic harp, Yuthan, which can control men's emotions and change the seasons. In the Draconic Deus, Luff is considered the god of the sun in Irish mythology, and he is also regarded as one of the world's 10 strongest beings. But in my old world's mythos, Luff is portrayed as a warrior, a king, a master craftsman, and a savior. He is associated with skill and mastery in multiple disciplines, including the arts. Luff also has associations with oaths, truth, and the law, and therefore with rightful kingship. Luff is linked with the harvest festival of Lugnasad, which bears his name. Luff was also the one who killed evil god Balor. Balor was the evil god of Irish Celtic mythology with the evil eyes that were able to control the strongest evil dragon, Crom Cruach, the crescent circle dragon. Balor was killed by the god Luff, while a fraction of his consciousness resides within Gaspar Vladis, sacred gear, forbidden Balor view. In the Tuatha Danann, there are items or weapons that are the equivalent to the holy swords and such. These are known as the 4 treasures of the Tuatha Danann. Stone of Fowl, Liafael, Spear, Slag, of Luff, Sword of Light, Claydeb Clam Soles, which belong to Nuada, and finally the Cauldron, Quar, of the Dagda. Tir na Nog, truthfully, I don't know much about it. There is one popular children's story that is told a lot in primary school. In the tale, Oisin, a human hero, and Niamh, a woman of the otherworld, fall in love. She brings him to Tir na Nog on a magical horse that can travel over water. After spending what seems to be 3 years there, Oisin becomes homesick and wants to return to Ireland. Niamh reluctantly lets him return on the magical horse, but warns him never to touch the ground. When he returns, he finds that 300 years have passed in Ireland. Oisin falls from the horse, trying to help someone. He instantly becomes elderly as the years catch up with him and succumbs to the effects of old age. There were talks, theories, and rumors that Tir na Nog is mostly populated by females, so that's why they go to Ireland or the outside world to find a man to bring back and repopulate. As how it's only women. Maybe they only give birth to them. Since I always thought of it as a fairy tale, I'm quite curious about it too. However, Tir na Nog and Tuatha Danann are sometimes considered synonymous. Maybe it changed because it's in this world. Much like how devils and fallen angels are considered the same thing in my old world, it seems you're quite interested in meeting them too, Red Dragon Emperor. I've heard many of you in folklore, fairy tales, and for just reading books. When I found out the supernatural was real, yes, I got quite excited. Now I'm finally able to meet some of them? It's only a natural response. I come back to reality as everyone was just staring at me. How long was I out of it? 7 minutes. Thanks, Kunto Drake. I'm a new system now. Comptoir. Answer. Burn. Burr? My tail. Why always the darn tail? Come over here, you troublemaker. Helper. Answer. Ill play with you, Welsh dragon. Doing. Boom. They started fighting, and I thought Helper was level-headed. It seems the both of you know perhaps all of us are influencing her. Please don't say that Rudra. If Comptoir turns Yandra or something, that would be a problem. Is that so? Then finish here. We will leave. Wait today. She answers me with a nod. She then leans on the wall beside the plant elevator and closes her eyes. I turn back to the two rulers, and they give me strained smiles. Well, it may be of haste, but we both knew we would join this alliance, so I see no problem signing this now. Yes, it may be quick, but I, as the queen of this land, will sign this treaty with Oberon. Oberon nods and walks back to the table I summoned. Having signed the document, he gives it to Titania, who reviews it again and signs it. Finally, I summon a pen to certify it. With this, the fairy kingdom, ruled by Titania and Oberon, officially joins the alliance with the three great powers. We're done. Time to summon some angel helpers. Smack. Ow. I was just joking. Titania, ow, ow. I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me, ow. The king tried to make a joke and was being smacked by the queen. If he knew his wife would react this way, Cinchuredo. Spriggan was standing there with no change in expression, so this was normal. I hold Valerie's hand as we walk over to Scathack. All right, we're to first. She opens her eyes, look at Valerie, and I at our hands and nods. Tir na nog, the queen wants to meet you. Queen, does the Tuatha Dé Danann reside in Tir na nog? Or are these two different groups? In normal mythology, the Tuatha Dé Danann dwell there, as well as the inhabitants of Tir na nog, but that also contradicts the only women live there theory rumor. No, unlike what human tales and folklore have said, only women reside in Tir na nog, while the Tuatha Dé Danann reside in what's called Titan Tir na Flaithias, or Land of Heaven Falls. One rumor that is true, you may have heard of it, Oshi not Tir na nog. Females of Tir na nog find men in the human realm to come back there and produce an heir. Sounds like quite a demanding arrangement. Those legendary Irish supernatural beings are truly dedicated. What happens to those men then? If Tir na nog is known for a land where you remain young with no illnesses and never grow old, what happens to the previous men that were brought there? Both of them have a point. What happened to them? Why the need to populate or repopulate if no one dies of old age? It's possible that supernatural beasts or creatures get through the barrier and attack them. If they do take men and bring them back, why do they need more than one? Unless they die for some unknown cause, or if the other women simply want another male to fall in love and marry. I think it would be better to hear from the queen now that that land is on high alert, a state of emergency, if you will. Something is killing the men they bring there. Something killing them? Baylor is dead. I mean, there are a number of beings in folklore, but no specific one comes to mind. I guess Kelpie? A Kelpie, or water Kelpie, is a shape-shifting spirit inhabiting lochs in Scottish folklore. It is usually described as a black horse-like creature able to adopt human form. Some accounts state that the Kelpie retains its hooves when appearing as a human. But why would they be near there? Wait, where's Tir na nog located at? I know it's west somewhere the opposite side of the United Kingdom. Where's Tir na nog located at? West of Ireland by the Cliffs of Moher. Cliffs of Moher? Aren't there more myths and legends surrounding that place? An old legend of County Clare tells of an ancient town that was swallowed by the Atlantic Ocean. It is said the sea opened up where the town of Kilstiffen stood. It has been called by many names including Dilstuathin, Kilstfin, Kilstuathin, Dilstuthin, and Dilstuathin. The city sank underwater when the local chieftain lost the golden key to the gates of the city during a battle. Legend has it that the town will remain underwater until the key is found and returned. For now, you have to wonder about this lost city while standing at the top of the cliffs. Look to the south and see if the ocean water shimmers to reveal the location of this lost city. and the other legend is about Ku Chulin, the legend of the hag and Ku Chulin. Legend has it that a woman named Mal fell in love with Ku Chulin, the legendary member of the Red Branch Knights of Ulster. To her dismay, he did not return her love, so she chased him around the island of Ireland, refusing to be denied. Ku Chulin ended up south of the cliffs of Maher and leaped to the island known as Darmuid in Grange Rock. Mal attempted to leap after Ku Chulin and was assisted by a gust of wind. Ku Chulin leaped back in the opposite direction. When Mal tried to follow him, she crashed into the side of the rocks without the wind's assistance. Her anger boiled red, and the indent of her body hitting the rocks at Hag's Head can be seen to this day. It is hypothesized this is why we have the town of Milltown Malbay. Isn't Ku Chulin involved in one of its legends? Ha ha! Scat Hack let out a hearty laugh. I wasn't expecting that. Yes, he was once chased by a woman many years ago. She was quite persistent. However, unlike what rumors and legends say, young Ku Chulin fell and stayed by her side until the day she passed. I am unaware if they had children. Quite surprising. I did not expect that either, nor did she receive an extension on her life, or become immortal. She was a normal human? Maybe she wanted to live and die human. Regardless of who she fell in love with, we shall talk more there. Let us depart. Why is Scat Hack acting as a messenger for them? Do they form their own alliance of some sort? If so, that will make this easier. We enter the throne room by using the plant elevator again. Once done, we start walking through the streets of the kingdom again, this time with a bit of nervousness from the residents. There was a bit of nervousness among them, almost intimidated by the goddess we were with. Each of those groups I mentioned before, they have their own small problems, you do know. They'll help once we form an alliance, not the other way around. I interrupt her. Yes, I handled it that way with the three factions. Azazel and Surzex were already thinking of forming one. I just brought Heaven into it earlier, which also made it a bit easier for them. Unlike the Vampire Alliance, they initially wanted their problem fixed before signing it. I am aware they have formed their own alliance. It is called Incomhantas Gaelic, or the Gaelic Alliance. Each side has a representative, a leader of sorts. The Tuatha Dé Danann appointed Luff, considered to be among the top 10 strongest beings in our world. For Tir na Nog, it is their queen. Ain does not belong to a faction. However, she does want to be in this alliance. You shall meet her soon. As for the beings of the Giant's Causeway, well, let's keep that a secret, shall we? The one who proposed this treaty, the one who saw all these happenings in the supernatural part of Ireland, is the goddess Danu. She is the head, even I respect her. The goddess Danu, huh? Even Scat Hack respects her? I wonder what kind of god she is. I will not spoil her personality. Meet her, and you will understand. Isn't or wasn't she originally part of the Tuatha Dé Danann? Or started it? She nods. Yes, she created that band of gods eons ago. They grew, created their own space to live in, then she left. She did not give a reason as to why. She simply left. After that, Noada Ergitlam has ruled as king since. Of course, it's all in title. They as a whole group, with the more powerful, are the ones who maintain and create the rules of their world. Like the Irish government, Ireland is a constitutional republic with a parliamentary system of government. The Oireachtas is the bicameral national parliament composed of the President of Ireland and the two houses of the Oireachtas, Dáil Éireann, House of Representatives, and Sinead Éireann, Senate. The presidency is largely a ceremonial office, but the president does exercise certain limited powers with absolute discretion. The president acts as a representative of the Irish state and guardian of the Constitution. The president's official residence is Eris in Uachtaráin in Phoenix Park, Dublin. I see. We finally reached the entrance. I turned back to the spirit guards and nod at them. They'll get going then. Yes. Goodbye for now, Jean Sama. The two bid me farewell as we all step through the barrier. Ireland, Cavan would so. Tir na Nog first, then where? Tir na Nog. Inn of Knockane, Giant's Causeway, and finally Tuatha Dé Danann. And yourself? I will be the last stop because I requested a duel earlier. Very well. Even if I refuse now, she will be quite persistent in the future. Scat Hack summoned her a spear, the Gee Balg alternative, soaring spear of piercing death. She spun it around before gently tapping the ground. A rune circle appears from the ground. It glows dark purple. She then steps forward onto it. Come, this will bring us to the cliffs of Maher. Valerie and I nod as we step into the rune circle. Once we did, we all vanished. West of Ireland country, Clare cliffs of Maher, the winds here are strong, and the day was also slowly coming to a close. I didn't think I stayed that long in the fairy kingdom, but from seeing the sun, I would guess it was around 4 p.m., despite the summer temperatures and lack of life around us. I'm more surprised to not see any locals or tourists here, either in or out of the country. The cliffs of Maher are a popular tourist destination after all. With a view of the Atlantic Ocean, on a good sunny day, it's quite breathtaking. Did you do something to make normal people avoid this place? I turned to Scat Hack, who is also standing there with her eyes closed. In most places I've been to, whether I teleported or got there some other way, there are signs of life, whether it be from humans or normal animals. But there was none of that here. Why? I focus in, and there was something, a feeling, an oddity around the cliffs of Maher right now. Does this have to do with what's happening in Tir na Nog? It's become stronger. The area has been sealed off from normal humans. An individual does not have to be part of the supernatural or have that feeling to avoid certain places. That gut feeling we have, does it have something to do with the problem with Tir na Nog? I do not know. However, that doesn't seem like an unlikely theory. Scat Hack denied knowing. I did not feel her lie. So, she really doesn't know. My best guess is that she mostly stays in her realm, the land of shadows. Why did she leave? Is her respect for the goddess Danu that high, that she came out? If that's the case, I'm even more interested. I see, what next them? To the edge of the cliff? I could feel something below them. Scat Hack nodded. She walked ahead of us. Valerie let go of my hand and adopted a serious and alert expression. She's ready for anything. Shine. Scat Hack turned around, quickly summoning her spear and pointing it at me. The sound came from my necklace. It was Ophis. She was coming out. Scat Hack noticed and calmed down immediately. She had no idea what it was, but may have given me a certain degree of trust. After the brief glow, out came the dragon god of infinity. Once she was out, she held my hand and stared at Scat Hack. The goddess also did the same, but quickly looked at me with a very accusatory look. This is Ophis, the famous dragon god of infinity. Huh. So, this is the current form of the Ouroboros dragon. It's been a very long time since I last saw her. Spearwoman, I met her a very long time ago. Powerful. It has been some time. I'm flattered that the Ouroboros dragon remembers me. It seems they know each other. I wonder when they met? Scat Hack sees my questioning gaze and continues. We met by chance on my very few visits to the mortal realm. I came across her, though, at the time. She was a he, an old man. Long story short, we had a brief encounter. We did not fight, though I wished to test myself against her. But she feels even stronger than before. She has now reached universal rank, just like Irene. Ophis didn't respond, but as she looked past Scat Hack at the view, she had a glint of something. Curiosity? Appreciation? Wonder? Oh, I see. Anyway, let's get going then. If they're in an alliance then, getting this done to get all of you to join will be quick and beneficial. She said nothing more as we made our way to the edge of the cliff. We looked down, and well, it was a straight drop down. Waves crashed into the cliff with quite a bit of power. At a glance, there's nothing down there, but if you have powers, energy, mana, demonic power, and whatever else, you can feel something down there. While it's quite faint from up here, it's there. Anyone with knowledge can probably use it. We jump down then. Yeah, I do feel something odd, but we have to jump? Can't we float or fly down? Valerie was a bit startled as she asked me to use other options. I look at her, then Ophis, and finally Scat Hack. She grinned at me, and I nodded in agreement. I turned back to Valerie. She was mortified. Ophis. She grunted in response as she jumped onto my back and bear hugged me. I quickly grabbed Valerie and had no intention of letting her go. No, wait, Jean. Pili, I jumped, followed by Scat Hack. All four of us quickly plummeted down the cliffs, the winds becoming stronger and wild. The smell of the ocean, the sea, was getting stronger. The water from the waves crashing into the cliffs were starting to get on us as we descended further. Jean, I love you. I don't want to die. A confession here? Valerie, you're a dragon god class, being you could jump down from there and create a worldwide earth quack bonk. I'm not fat. I'm not even going to question that at this point. Fwiny. Boom. Boom. Something appeared beneath us, and we landed on them. It was soft, almost like cotton. I looked below me, and it was white in color and fluffy. What are these? Interesting to use these as some sort of landing pad. Very peculiar of those women. Another building appeared. It had horses in it. Are we meant to use these to cross the sea and cross into the world of Tir na Nog? They're really playing the fairy tale as fact, so we use those. I feel like Oshin right now. Whatever, let's get going. We may be spending the rest of the night here. Next few days. Scat Hack corrected me as I stared at her curiously. However, she didn't give me an answer, but she just shook her head. So I have to wait till I speak with the queen? Whatever, we made our way to the horses. They were pure white in color, majestic in a sense. They bowed at us. They stepped down on appearing platforms all the way down to the water. There were 2 horses. I will be with Valerie on one. Ophis did not seem like she would be leaving me, but she did make her way to the front, so she was hugging me. I got on the horse as Valerie hugged me from behind. Scat Hack was already on hers. The sea path glowed, yellow-bluish in color, on both sides, just like the lights on runways. It didn't seem to bend or change direction, following a straight line. Without us uttering a single word, the horses started to run. They did float on water. Their speed slowly increased as we were traveling quite fast. It was around the speed of 920 kilometers per hour, 572 miles per hour, 2 times faster than the fastest bullet train speed ever recorded, which was 460 kilometers per hour, 286 miles per hour. I looked down to see Ophis was staring straight at me, unwavering and unblinking. She stops as she puts her face onto my chest. Valerie, about what you say later. That's too embarrassing. Sure. She stopped me and buried her head into my back. So you'll have a talk with her later about it. Well, whatever. As long as we do talk about it, it's coming. I looked back straight ahead. We were on the Atlantic Ocean, on horses that were running on water, quite thrilling, then splop. That's an incredible sight. Bright, shiny, big, tall. I agree, it's quite something. Even I was pleasantly surprised when I first saw this. We had just passed through the barrier that separated Tir na Nog from the mortal realm in front of us. How do I even describe it? But simply majestic? Otherworldly? Breathtaking? It was different from the fairy kingdom, but it was still very impressive. The majority of the buildings were colored in white. Perhaps they were made from the rocks and metals of this foreign land. There were a few large structures that stood out. There were also some structures that had pillars of light. Were these made for a defensive purpose? Or just general lighting? To our left, there was a kind of dock. There were boats and ships there. To our right, there was what appeared to be a tree with a blue crystal. It had some green and yellow to it too. Behind the large ship was a giant blue crystal. To the right, in the distance, was a huge blue spear with something. I zoomed in with my eyes and could see multiple large crystals surrounded by a much larger crystal. The largest building beside, it also had smaller crystals at the top. I can assume that's the place where the queen and former king resides in. From the looks of it, there were multiple layers to it. I wonder how large this place is. Could this be the main island? What beings reside here? Humanoid somethings? Other creatures? It's a place of eternal youth with no illnesses and fighting well, from what Scat Hack said. It was so there might be fighting currently. We were slowly approaching the dock, as we could see numerous women. They're going about their daily routines. But there was a tense atmosphere around them. Their faces looked strained, like they were in pain, maybe physically, mentally, emotionally, all three. The horse suddenly stopped. However, while I looked back in front of me, we had arrived at the dock. The horse made a head gesture. Valerie got off first, followed by me. Scat Hack had already left. The horses neighed, turned around, and started to run back. They were turning back to that place? Yes. Come, follow me. Scat Hack answered Valerie's question, but urged us to follow her. Many eyes were on us. Ophis got off me as she held my hand, and we started to walk through the world of Tir na Nog. We go past, through, and under the large blue crystal, A pillar of translucent light came from it and shot into the sky. In front of us was a gloomy shopping district. There was a fountain just in front of us, almost like a quaint town square. Beyond it were many stalls and shops. But the inhabitants, the females, all appeared depressed, wearing frowns or dead looks for the most part. The atmosphere here was worse than on the docks. But Scat Hack didn't stop. We walked through in silence. We got a few glances and stares our way, but they generally didn't try to speak with us or interrupt our walk. After walking a short while, we saw quite a few buildings and structures. However, we eventually came to a small hill that had the gates to the largest building here. In front were two guards. They notice us with Scat Hack. They nod at her as they stare at me and my companions. They didn't look hostile. Instead, I could sense relief from them. I nod at them as they gave me weak and forced smiles. Jean, I know. I didn't like it. Tir Na Na was in a way. I was expecting it to be a happy place, full of joys and smiles. Not this. In a way, without Valerie saying that to me, I wanted to help them. But as the middleman, I had to make sure they were going to join the alliance. We entered through the large entrance. Again, everything was mostly white, with some green and blue here and there. There was a woman there already waiting. Aoife, Miss Scat Hack, you have returned with the woman in front of us, glanced at me, and again, relief washed over her. She had platinum blonde hair, blue eyes with glasses. She wore a plain white dress with sandals. Both her ears were pierced with the same glowing blue crystal in them as earrings. Jean Skyward, middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. Your queen wished to see me? Yes, please follow me. She walked in front of us to the left. Lights, what were the lights made of? I could feel some sort of magic powering them, as they just floated above us. In front of us was a platform. It was made of the same stone white, and had the blue crystal in the middle. Please step here. It will bring us to the top. The queen is there, waiting. Aoife also stepped in with us. Aoife, that name, the same as my past lover. I didn't know how to feel about it, but I didn't dwell on it, no use in doing so. Once we were all on the platform, it began to move. Wowish. It was quite fast, even at the beginning of the flight. Valerie lost her balance as she held on to me. Everyone else was fine. We stood there in silence. We kept on ascending higher and higher. I could see there were windows in front and behind us. It overlooked the whole of the island. I could see there were a few islands in the world. I wonder if their civilization also extends over there. But before I could look further into it, the platform stopped. We are here. Please be careful or you may trip. Upon hearing her warning, the girls passed through first, then I followed. There was no gap of sorts, but it was elevated. Once through, I looked forward and saw another long hallway and an open doorway. Follow me, just this straight hallway. Then we go left into where our queen is waiting. After saying that, Aoife started to walk away. Scat Hack was already beside her, but they didn't chat. Above us were multiple of those floating lights. Around us were a few statues or monuments and plants in those white vases. Could those statues be past queens? Or kings? Both? Or just historical figures of this world? The ground was also the same, but the blue crystals did not glow. It seemed more for decorations. Do they make these, or are they in heavy abundance in Tir Na Na? Once we got past the hallway, the area in front of us had a blue and red carpet, which was quite strange to see. To our left was another large doorway without a door, but we could see the throne and someone sitting on it. The figure was looking to her right. They hadn't noticed us yet. Please go forward. I shall be here. The queen awaits you. I nodded her and took the lead this time. Scat Hack slightly behind me with her eyes closed, Valerie and Ophis behind me. Both of them looked around, amazed by the place. Noticing our presence or hearing our footsteps, she looks at us. I could fully see her figure. In facial features now, the queen has a slim build of medium height and fair skin. Her face is a little narrow and elongated, with large blue eyes and thick dark lashes. She has blonde hair that ends on her hips, but in front of her face, she has a fringe which ends in the middle of her eyebrows, separated into 3 strands. One falls on her face, and 2 blend into 2 longer strands that end on her shoulders. She is wearing a white ribbon tie dress with a Prussian blue jacket. She also sports a white, pleated silk skirt and an emerald brooch in the middle of the ribbon tie. She also wears brown gloves and a pair of long, heeled leather boots. The Queen of Tir Na Nog looks like Violet Evergarden. She smiled at us as we were silently staring at her. I feel Scat Hack nudge me, the Queen lightly smiling at me. I awkwardly cough into my fist. Ahem. I am Gene Skyward, Red Dragon Emperor, and Middleman. You wanted to meet me? Mia, Kunmi Mia, Gene. I nod. Then, Queen Mia of Tir Na Nog. What's the problem here? Why are the inhabitants of this land so gloomy? Depressed? Down on their luck? Low-spirited? Queen Mia let out a sad chuckle and shook her head. She looks back at us as I felt Aoife join us. For many eons, this world has remained isolated from the mortal realm and many others. On occasion, albeit infrequently, supernatural beings have crossed the barrier. She makes a small gesture with her hand, as if sweeping across the room no land. First and foremost, the inhabitants of this world are peaceful. We only hunt to harvest food and defend ourselves, and we are not a violent group. As I said, we do defend ourselves. While most of those supernatural beings that cross over tend to leave, just as quickly there are some that are more than unpleasant and have resulted in the injury of some women and the death of a man in the past. But our recent problem has been quite dire. Deal? Something they can't deal with themselves? A mist? A mist emanates from the barrier and slowly spreads over the whole island. From the mist comes an unknown creatures of origin, however. There's one consistency that comes from the mist. Queen Mia looks at me straight in the eye, anger clearly in them. A woman's laugh, as well as her figure. We believe she's responsible for this, but why? We do not know. That doesn't narrow anything down, but if I had to guess, it might be Leonin City. Firidoa. Scat Hack repeats what I said, and I nod. The Leonin City or fairy lover is a figure from Irish folklore. She is depicted as a beautiful woman of the Ows, sea people of the Barrows, who takes a human lover. Lovers of the Leonin City are said to live brief, though highly inspired, lives. The name comes from the Gaelic words for sweetheart, lover, or concubine, and the term for inhabitants of fairy mounts. While the Leonin City is most often depicted as a female fairy, there's at least one reference to a male Leonin City troubling a mortal woman in the past. If I had to guess, those creatures are only around middle to high class in power. From what I can see, Queen Mia is at least ultimate class and Aoife is high class. Why are they having trouble? Unless Nyarlathotep. The two dragons, Rudra and I say in unison why? Is it because I was and am Irish? Why do I even question this? She wants these pranks to annoy me. This world, as far as I can tell, is mostly peaceful. They'll take care of it. If my theory is right, then this actually involves me personally. Scat Hack, Aoife, and Queen Mia look at me in surprise. You're involved? Yes, a god that is the same as me is involved. In other words, she has pranked me. And unfortunately, since I am Irish, she has chosen to attack the Irish supernatural world. I am guessing the incidents that the other groups that Scat Hack mentioned to me before may involve her too. Will she be stopped? The Leonin City or the god that's pranking you? Yes, I can stop the Leonin City, and the god that's been pranking me is currently locked away, but she did leave some more of her pranks around. I need to clean up that mess. Anyway, will she appear tonight? I'm not sure. Her attacks are almost at random. The last time she appeared was 2 days ago. No one died, but there were some injuries. So, what's at random? Huh? Fairy lover. Is she taking out her anger on these women? Why? Is she jealous? Or maybe she was once part of them. Queen Mia, a question. Did any women on this island ever leave? Or cast away? Banished? Exiled? She shook her head but cast a questioning look and nodded to herself. Death here is a very rare case. However, when these attacks, a woman did die, alongside her husband. She brought a man over here a few years ago. However, in most cases the man kept a large household of women here. He, along with her Emma, perished first, as well as other few women. Could they be related? Love makes you do strange things. This woman, Emma, became jealous, killed the woman and her husband, so no one else could have him. But it doesn't add up. I look at the queen again, and she's a fairy of sorts. Queen Mia, what beings reside here? Are all the women here fairy or elves? The women here come from all walks of life. From when this paradise started, many beings from all walks of life came here. Dwarves, humans, elves, fairies, spirits, and hybrids. Emma was a fairy. I am too. Aoife is a human-elf hybrid. We not only take human males from the mortal realm, but sometimes the woman brings another species here. Love isn't confined to just humans after all. Maybe the Leonan Sidhe took advantage of that. Maybe promising this Emma woman away to make her husband only love her, being enticed with that she willingly helped or still helped the Leonan Sidhe come here. But why does she keep coming back though? The end result is her lover dead, perhaps losing her will to live. She was brainwashed, perhaps killed and reanimated to do her bidding. Good ideas, but well, fully know once we confront her, they'll be reading her memories and mind. But I guess we'll be staying here for a couple of days then, like what Scathack said. The attacks are at random, but we can investigate a bit. Mr. Jean, please help us. We already plan on joining the alliance with the three. As I mentioned earlier, the incidents that are happening are mostly due to me. While I do believe all of the groups mentioned by Scathack will join the alliance, this in a way has turned into a more personal problem. He'll deal with this. Have you signed the form? Of course. You can read them through. Would you like to see them? She nods. I've summoned the stacks of documents as well as a table and chair. I put them down on it. I gesture for her to come and read them. She does so. She gets up from her throne and walks down to us. Now that I get a closer look, she really does resemble Violet. The queen, with Aoife by her side, looks over the documents. Even Scathack started to go through them. We'll be staying here for the next few days then. Like you said, Scathack, do you mind me taking a look around? Actually, are there more islands here, Queen Mia? Please feel free to. And yes, there are 3 other islands in Tir Na Nog. This is the main island. 2 of the islands provide our food, from plants to wildlife. They reside there. The other is mostly spring water, as well as the fountain of Tir Na Nog that grants you eternal youth. Is that the fountain that is inhabited by salmon? I couldn't see it from here with my normal vision, but I did see a vague giant tree shape in the distance. The air is clouded in a bit of fog after all. The queen nods. Originally, it was the center of Tir Na Nog. However, my ancestors moved it to that island, and many of the current buildings and architecture were updated to more of a modern look, mostly due to the younger women going out over the years and seeing modern human society. A big ceremony is meant to take place before turning someone into an immortal, or at least extending their lifespan to a very long number. That's what the folklore said anyway, but with what Mia says, it's most likely true. I'll leave you guys to it then. They'll be exploring the place with these 2. Maybe find clues? They'll come back when we're done. Mr. Jean, I have provided a place of residence during your stay. Aoife, please show them to it. Aoife nods as she leads us again. I glance at Scathack. She hadn't taken her eyes off the documents. I can guess she knows where it is already. We go down the same path. Take the platform down. We silently walk with her, Valerie and Ophis, still quite intrigued by the place. Aoife, what are those blue crystals for? To provide light, warmth, and to repel creatures that come too close to our shores. They were built by our ancestors. I see. It did feel a bit warm when we passed them. No, even here I can still a bit of it. They have a large range for them. I will assume it goes for the repelling function. After that, the conversation stopped, but it didn't take us long. The place we're staying at is near the shopping district of Tir Na Nog. It was a large building a little bit away from it. Aoife goes inside the building first. Like all the others, it was white and had the same color palette as the rest. However, there was brown wood here. The ones I've seen with other colors are the roofs of the shops and houses in the shopping district. I am here with the guests. A woman who had her eyes closed opened them up. She had red hair. Ginger hair? No, they hate being called that. So red. Anyway, she had red hair, green eyes, freckles, and glasses. The woman called Aiden had a smile on her, unlike most women here. She felt genuinely happy. Oh, if it ain't Aoife, good day to ya. So this is the famous middleman, huh? He sure does have a crowd of ladies following him, even if it's only 2. Welcome. She greets us as she comes out from behind to shake our hand one by one. Remembering that we're still here to stay, she jumps over the desk and gets a singular key. Seeing this, Valerie blushes but doesn't say anything. She jumps back over and puts the key in my hand. Enjoy your stay here. Don't be shy about having fun. She gave me a toothy grin as Aoife lightly smacks her on the head. Ow. Hey, It will happen. Even so, you don't need to say it out loud. Thank you. We'll take a look then. I thank them and look at the key as it had a number of 25. So I with Ophis and Valerie went through the hall of the inn, hostel, hotel, whatever it was. We found the door to our room. We enter, and it was well plain. A single large bed, a wardrobe, a few drawers, table, and chairs. The same magic-powered lights clap. It turn off clap. It turn on clap. Clap, 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 smack. Behave. I started to clap, turning it on and off, like what I did in the inn in the fairy kingdom, but it didn't last as Valerie lightly hit me, with an unamused look. At least let me have a little fun. Will the sound of something silly make them turn on and off? Barato, answer. Good question, Drake. I am now wondering that. Don't encourage him, Jean. I agree with Ridra. Jean, don't. Huh. Me and partner think alike. Drake's mark manifested on my right hand. Hey, Valerie. Drake-san? So, those lights are controlled by clapping. Since you confessed, please shake hands with this man. We wish to confirm if the claps will make these turn on and off. Of course, we won't watch, but well know from Jean afterwards. Cheers. Drake's mark then disappears. I facepalm. Did he really have to say that? I'm curious. I won't deny that. But this girl just confessed to me at a very odd time. It's not time to talk about it yet, maybe? Ah, Valerie just let out an awkward laugh and didn't answer his question, but she was lightly blushing. I feel a tug on my hand. Censuredo going out to explore? If those attacks didn't happen, it would be a lot livelier. Don't mind it though. You're here to help. Please help us, Mr. Middleman. I will, don't worry. Happy with my answer, she goes back to reading as she pulls out a book. It was a light novel, the Walrus one. Oh, it's even popular here? Did the younger women bring them over? We leave the hostel and go exploring the island. First, the marketplace. The atmosphere was heavy. A few women were still trying to act normal and liven the place up by doing their normal thing. But the stalls and goers by were gloomy. We make our way back to the fountain and sit by it. We look around us and see the same scene over and over. You guys can stay here. They'll go check out the waters and barrier. No, we'll go with you. Valerie shook her head and was already getting up with me, the same with Ophis. Using magic, we all floated and fly towards the barrier. Once there, check it out. The barrier around this place is strong. Multiple strong individuals were responsible for making it all those years ago. I touch it, and my hand goes through. I have been invited here, so it makes sense that I don't feel any resistance. The same could be said for those two, since they're accompanying me. But I don't feel anything wrong with it. Maybe it's because of that woman Emma? The Leonin Sidhi maybe have done something, so she could easily pass through here, then summon her creatures with the mist. Perhaps she just brute forces it? That would mean the barrier would be damaged or broken. Unlikely. Then we go with what Jean said. Check the water. Perhaps more answers lay there. Going with Rudra's suggestion, I fly down and inspect the waters of Tir Na Nog. I could see some normal fish underneath, just swimming around, rocks and coral life. There was no pollution. Did the ancestors clean it up? I feel for any type of magical or energy signature and find nothing. So, if I go with my own theory, Emma is mostly likely the reason for her being able to come and go as she pleases, but the attacks don't make sense. What does Leonin Sidhi have against the current inhabitants of Tir Na Nog? Or is it a grudge of many eons, probably from their ancestors? Can I get the memories of inanimate objects? Maybe even the barrier or water itself? It's worth a shot. I touch a boing boing. What the hell? Why was the water saying boing boing? I shake my head and touch the barrier, but all I heard were hoarse neighs, sounds of waves, and the occasional boat. I guess not. Maybe they need more of a consciousness. Did you find anything, Jean? No, but I came up with a theory with Drake and Albion. I tell them what we discussed, and Valerie nods. Seeing as how we won't get any more answers here, we leave back for the port. Once we arrive, I look at the blue crystal, the one by the entrance. It was producing heat and a repelling effect. From what I can see, it can repel up to high-class level monsters and beasts. So it's not effective against anything higher. I can probably upgrade. It'll suggest doing so once they're allied. Can we take a look at the 3 other islands? I nod. I'm also curious about them. We fly back up again. I look over to our right and see another little city, or it is just one giant structure. It'll ask the Queen. Later we fly north, and we saw 2 other islands side by side. One to the right in the distance, I could see many trees, vegetation, and other plantations. This is probably the island where they get their fruits, vegetables, and other herbs. The one on the left also had some plant life, vegetation, and trees, but wasn't as abundant as the right island. I could see all types of animals as we slowly approach: boars, goats, sheep, cows, chickens, and many others, including supernatural ones. We land on the island. As the two girls walk in front of me and start exploring, I could feel many animals on the island. When I checked every corner, many are passive, and some are hostile. Careful, while I know they can't hurt you, there's still some hostile animals here. Many are passive, though. They nod without turning around. A few chickens run past them, followed by another, and some chicks. Barbara, please. I can explain. I've had it with you, George. Kids come with mommy. Adventure. Food. Ha ha ha. Chicken drama. Interesting. Rustle, rustle. I turned to my right, and out came a deer. It was blue and lightly glowing. It was larger than the typical deer you see in the human world, and its antlers were also quite large. It was also high class in power. This is quite a rare occurrence. A damper dragon, and an unknown has come to visit our humble abode. I welcome thee. The magical deer spoke. It stomps its foot on the ground, and a small gust of wind pushed forward, making the trees and bushes around us shake. Valerie and Ophis blankly stare at the deer. Shocked? In awe? Confused? Hello, I'm the middleman. We're just exploring the islands with the permission of Queen Mia. It nods. Ah, yes, the middleman. One has come to our world, perhaps for the alliance? A recent event has troubled the queen. From me to you, please lend her aid. It looks like even this mythical creature respected her. I nod. I already planned to. We've done some research. The only thing left is to wait for the next attack and stop it. Censuredo, hunt too much and the animals here will go extinct. Just do enough and let them repopulate. The same with the plants, vegetables, and fruits on the other island. Is there also a guardian on the other island? Yes, she's a dryad. One's name is Aurelia. She is both playful and a serious woman. Do not take offense to her brazen mouth. Ilana then took us around the island, showing us spots where certain animals live and breed, other spots where some fighting between species takes place, for dominance apparently, and other wonderful places. The more notable places were a small little waterfall with a pond below it. The water was see-through as no pollution or other influences had contaminated it. The pond wasn't deep or large, but had some fish in it. How? Maybe there was a hole that connected through into the larger waters. While this island has more than enough fruits, vegetables, and vegetation for the animals to eat, Aurelia also sometimes sends over extra to help us. However, unlike her, she can increase the growth of the crops there. I cannot do it for life on here. So she can increase the rate at which they grow at? Pretty convenient. So I can guess that this place eats more plants, fruits, and vegetables then, while keeping a good supply of meats throughout the year, so as to not kill off the animals. I glanced back at Ophis and Valerie. Some baby chicks had jumped onto them, Valerie happily carrying a few of them, and Ophis had two on her head, not sure on what to do, but didn't shoo them away. They weren't the ones from earlier, but the parents were walking beside them, seemingly trusting them since they were not making any moves to get them back. We finally arrive at an elevated tree branch bridge. One uses this to go to the other island. I have informed Aurelia. She will be expecting you. Do the animals use this? Ilana shakes her head. I could feel some magic on it. They do not want to risk the waters, as it is an unknown to them. The bridge has magic imbued on it to prevent them from using it. I personally helped Queen Mia and them create it. Then we'll find out soon. Maybe like sages of this place or something. The more prominent fighters. Valerie and Ophis remove the chicks from them and place them back on the ground. They waddle back to their parents as they leave. We'll get going then. Thank you for the tour, Ilana. Have a safe stay, Jean and his companions, Ophis and Valerie. To think I would meet the Ouroboros dragon in my lifetime. We got on the vine bridge and started to walk to the other island. Yes, Ilana found out who Ophis was and was quite shocked, but seeing how passive she was, she didn't feel the need to be on alert. She was quite fun to be with Ilana. Yeah, she was almost like a mother figure for all of those animals. A watchful guardian. Valerie looks back one last time and waves, We finally jump off the vine bridge and go into the forest. I locate an aura similar to Alana and lead the way to it. The two follow after me. Around us were many plants and vegetation. Normally, many of the fruits and vegetables that I could see around us wouldn't be able to grow in Ireland's climate. But it seems like this place can. Mangoes, dragon fruit, banana, tomatoes, carrots, potatoes, and many others were here. After going through some dense vegetation, we come into a clearing. In the middle was a relatively large tree. Not as big as the other one the Fountain of Youth was at, but bigger than the rest. Oh, finally, you guys made it. Salutations. I am called Aurelia, the Dryad, and guardian of this island. Aurelia the Dryad has light skin, long dark green leaf-like hair, and leaf-like ears. She wears pale green gloves with leaves at the top and is draped in natural vines and foliage. She also has bright green eyes and sits on a tree with different color tree leaves. I am aware of your names. Welcome and feel free to explore. If you have questions, ask away. Valerie beside me raises her hand and Aurelia nods. Are all types of fruit present on this island? All? No, many? Yes. I shall assume that Queen Mia has informed you that many females here are descendants of different types of supernatural creatures. So, they came with their fruits back then and planted them here. This island suits any and all types of soils, temperatures, and other necessary conditions to grow fruits and vegetables. She's energetic and looks excited to tell us. Valerie was nodding along with what was being said. Ophis was where was Ophis? I turn around and see her munching on a red pepper. She sees me staring at her, and she tilts her head cutely. Tasty? If you say so. She puts more into her ring and comes back beside me. Valerie and Aurelia kept on talking for the next few minutes, so Ophis and I take a look at the giant tree. I will assume that this is her home, not including the island. I could feel some space magic within it. Perhaps her personal home is inside it. Oh, are you interested in my home, Mr. Jean? Space magic or spatial magic, I won't intrude. I do have a question, though. Ask away. About the last island, the one with the tree and Fountain of Youth. She nods understandingly and smiles at me. Yes, that's where the ceremonies take place. When the male that is chosen to stay here is brought there to be soaked in the water of the fountain, they will then gain an expanded lifespan equal to that of the devils. Wait, only 10,000 years. Not eternal youth? Immortality? Aurelia sees my confused expression and continues. Yes, it is not immortality. We just gain an extended lifespan, 10,000 years, equal to that of the devils of the underworld. Immortality can only be gained through different ways, forbidden, changing race, or being born like it. Like the Ouroboros dragon there. They are ageless. They will live forever until our world ceases to exist. Gods are the same. I think I'm still not sure on how that works since I'm not a god. Right? Odin acts like an old man and behaves like one, complaining about his age, his back, and the like. Do gods in this world just have extended lifespans? Or are they just acting? I need to ask Odin that when I go back to Asgard. Do they just change their appearance as they like? Like how Ophis does her transformations. Rheus in the books mentioned that's how Graphia looks when she visits them as Graphia. Not the maid, but as the individual. She looked much younger. Keep talking like that, and the next time you see her, you're getting yourself frozen. I know age is a delicate subject for women. I won't say anything to her. I see anything else of note on the last island? Aurelia goes into a thinking pose as she stands there pondering the question for a while. I go over to Valerie and pat her head. I wonder how long Dampiers live a long time, is that so? That's reassuring. Ophis and I had stood beside Valerie as we watch Aurelia, still thinking about it. I feel Valerie hold my hand tight. Did it bother her? I'll ask her that question eventually, too. There are some ruins there, but as far as I know, nothing of significant, with a fountain, but nothing else. Ruins? We'll check them out then. Wait, how about a tour? Yes. Ophis answered before I could speak. It seemed she was interested in the food here. I shrug and follow them. There were different locations on the island that had certain fruits, vegetables, and plants. They all suited the special or specific condition for them to grow, whether that be soil, temperature, or something else. Aurelia also told us that she has already used her magic on those spots to increase the growth rate. Ophis took an apple from a tree, and around 5 minutes later it grew back perfectly on the same spot. Interesting I should add something like this to my home, but I do just summon or buy them. I mean, the fridge at home before we left, there were 4 of them, and all were full. I stocked them up just in case anyone wanted to cook anything specific. We finally finished the mini tour that Aurelia took us on. We stood facing the last island. The tree was, well, humongous. It wasn't too visible because of the thick fog from the main island, but here it's big. We'll get going then. How do they get to it? The boats? They use the boats. It does not take long to reach them, as those boats are powered by magic. At most, 7 to 10 minutes. I see. All right, goodbye for now, Aurelia. Goodbye. Visit again before you leave. We then flew away. Glancing back, she was still waving at us. The nearer we got to the last island, the thicker the fog got. I could feel a strange atmosphere, sensation. Whatever it is, it felt mystical in a way, like lost history wanted to be found. The tree, which I didn't find out the name for, had a lot of crystallized butterflies. They all were different colors. Could they have produced those blue crystals? We land on the shores of the island and start walking. Everywhere we looked were ruins. The same white color rock that the women use for their homes and shops. The tree had an entrance. It was quite big. Did they have a fountain in there? Jean. Ophis called out my name and pointed above the entrance. It was a blue crystal, but not glowing. Why isn't it glowing? I thought they were supposed to. Maybe it's because this place is abandoned. Maybe they have portable ones they bring here when doing the ceremonies. I try to find an answer, but came up short. I fly up to it and touch it, yet it's totally dead. I'll fix it. I reverse time on it. As the cracks and dents on it started to repair themselves, once that was done, the blue crystal started to glow again. Then a blue light shot up from it and into the sky. I land back down as Valerie and Ophis stayed on ground. The repelling effect, warmth, and light was back. Looking forward, I could see the fountain as well as smaller blue crystals leading up to it. Greed. Check the rest of the islands for these blue crystals. Note where they're located, and tell me if they're active or not. Yes, my liege. Greed came out of my shadow and quickly vanished. Let's go. We moved forward, taking note of the overgrown vines and some debris around the place. I kind of expected them to keep this place, well, clean. Pointing my palm to the fallen debris, I reversed time and they started to go back to where they belonged. Former buildings started to reconstruct themselves, and the overgrown vines, bushes, and shrubbery started to vanish. It feels like a lonely place. Valerie said as Ophis agreed with her. We eventually got inside of the enormous tree above us. Were multiple more blue crystals, and they all had faint glows to them. Were they defective? Close to running out? We walk up to the fountain. As what the folklore said, there were salmon in them, and they were alive, and well, do they need food? Or are they supernatural salmon? They were. I didn't know how that happened, but whatever. I'm guessing these salmon have a life expectancy of 10,000 years. Fwash! All crystals around the island, except for the one you restored, are dull or are out of commission, my liege. There are a total of 5, one in each corner of the island. The one you restored is in the middle, almost like an hourglass. I look up as the ones inside this place were in the same state as what Greed told me. What will happen once I restore them? They'll hold off restoring them. I can't do that willy-nilly. I need info from Mia. Good work, come back. Without another word, Greed went back into my shadow. I can assume there's no other life since I couldn't sense any. What happened here? Is there more they're not telling me? Let's go back for now. I have some questions for the Queen. I teleported us back into the throne room since I wanted to get these questions some answers. Noticing us back, they smiled at us. Scat Hack was leaning against one of the open windows, silently staring out. Welcome back, Mr. Jean. How was your trip? Thank you. Yeah, it was good. All that's left is to wait for the attack to occur. I have some questions, though. Aoife was also here. Mia nods back at me. If it's within my power to answer, then I'll do my best. Right, so what happened on that last island? Why are all of the crystals dead or dying? I restored the one in the middle, and cleaned up a little. I held back restoring everything until I get more answers. One of our own Neve, she the ones from the story? I interrupt her, and she nods. She had a smile on her. Even Aoife looked quite crestfallen. Did it involve her? If I go by the story, it's cliché, but understandable. I'll let them tell them and compare. Niamh, when she went to the mortal realm, she met the man Oshin. He was no hero like the tales tell, but an ordinary working man. For Niamh, it was like love at first sight. She was enamored by him. You could say the same for Oshin. They quickly fell in love, but spent days there bonding. Growing closer, just your typical love story. Yes? One day, Niamh finally told Oshin what she was and where she came from. Of course, Oshin was shocked, but also excited. The rest followed like the story. They came here, a ceremony was held, and had his life expectancy extended. He was loved by everyone. I at the time was still a young child. Someone else was queen and king. Oshin did not look for other lovers. Niamh was his, and Oshin was hers. They spent those 3 years here happily. Wait. Hold up. He spent 3 years in here, and 300 passed out there. Please worry not. We have changed that. Even if you spend 3 years here, only 3 years will pass in the human realm after that tragedy we did not want to repeat. The other males before him did not want to return, so we never thought of it before. Good, I didn't panic, no sir. Liar. 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 Comptoir. Answer. Lying isn't good, Jean. Oh, shut up. Leave me alone. The excitement just got to me. I see, that's good. She smiles and continues. However, tragedy struck, as you know from the fairy tale, what happened to Oshin. But it didn't end there. The fairy tale never told of what happened to Niamh. She was heartbroken. She even went out to look for Oshin. She found out what happened. She never took on another husband after that. She spent her days by herself, alone and heartbroken. Their love was something we couldn't understand. We tried to help, but nothing worked. She made the last island her new home. She nods. She spent the rest of her days there. At night, we would hear her singing. Eventually, years passed, eons, and finally, she passed away. It's believed her soul herself fused with the island itself. You say you restored the blue crystal? We tried that many times over the years, but they all eventually broke or became dull. It's of no use. They will just revert back. I see, so that's what happened. That's why Valerie said it felt lonely. It was her pain and loneliness. Is Oshin's soul even still here? Is there a way for me to help her? Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer. Oshin lives on. His soul has reincarnated multiple times, and right now he is alive. Ironically, he's also named Oshin. Side quest time. Smack. Ow. What the hell? Jean, will you help her? Niamh, in a way, offers her own blessings to newly married couples, those whom we bring there go on to lead healthy, prosperous lives, of course. That's changed since the recent attacks. She didn't become bitter or vengeful. This woman. It can't be helped. Sorry, new Oshin. They'll be borrowing you and restoring your memories for a limited time. I need to have your mourning wife to move on. It'll help. I found out that Oshin reincarnated already in this day and age. They'll bring him back, have them talk, and hopefully she can move forward. I have a few days. They'll do it tomorrow. It's become night, after all. And Mr. Jean, can I suggest you do it at night? You may hear her singing tonight. She still sings? Interesting. They'll keep an eye out later then. I nod and turn back. We'll be in the hotel. Then have you read through them? Yes, I have no quarrels with any of the terms and conditions if I'm being honest. We gain more benefits more than anything. I believe the other groups will agree. As for Miss Scathack, I'll decide when my own request is finished. Queen Mia agreed. She was fine with it. I'll get my answer out of Scathack once our little duel is done. Then you can sign WHE. I have already. She interrupts me, and I'm a bit surprised. I walk over and check the document, and it was signed by her. Are you sure of this? You can still have time to think about it. I am sure no. This island, this world is sure. The women agree with my decision. Very well. I summon my pen and sign it too. I put all the documents in my inventory. I turn around and nod at Ophis and Valerie. We'll be leaving then. Leave the problem and the situation with Niamh to me. Yes, thank you. Nighttime, it had been a couple of hours since then. It was around 10 at night. My group, Scathack, Valerie, Ophis, and I were back on the last island. I wanted to hear this singing firsthand. According to the Queen, it should start soon. Suddenly, HM in the distance, we could hear some humming. The humming slowly turned into words as the whole island was covered in an unfamiliar song. Small glowing green lights appear in the sky all around us and pulsed every now and again. In front of us, underneath the blue crystal, which had become dull again, was a woman. She was glowing green as well, like the small lights. Neve is portrayed as a young 20-year-old woman, with a physique that's described as finely sculpted, with long blonde hair that includes a left braid and rose pin on the top left. Her outfit consists of a long black gown with red ruffles at the bottom of the skirt, with an accompanying waistband that highlights her figure, along with long black gloves that reach her shoulders and black heels. The singing lasted around an hour. Once it was done, the green balls of light around us disappeared. Neve looked at us, gave us a sad smile, and disappeared. She's beautiful. Indeed. She also has quite the voice. Interesting. What's your plan, Jean? Just wait and see. They'll do it before the attack happens. It will be better that way. They'll have her move on, as well as Oshin. Those two need to go together. Scat raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? I turn around without answering her. They join me, and I teleport back to the hotel. Ophis was asleep. She fell asleep as soon as we got back to my room. Scat had left for hers. Valerie and I sat beside each other on the bed. She was looking down, blushing. It was time to talk about that abrupt confession. So when? During the 5 years, I know you told me not to, but I did. I'm sorry. Why is she apologizing for falling in love? All I told her was to not let her emotions be influenced by what I did and do. You don't need to apologize for falling in love, Valerie. So, you want to make this official? She shyly nods and puts her face on my shoulder. All right, let's do it. Let's make it official, but I want to take our time. I snort as she lightly hits me. I put my hands up. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, sure. I took my time with Rennie. I have some experience with that. Anyway, let's sleep, she nods, and we join Ophis on the bed. We lay there. Valerie question. Do you sleep in a cardboard box? Or coffin in your room in my house? Bonk. While pure bloods like sleeping in coffins, and damper like myself, and Gasper can sleep in things like cardboard boxes, we can sleep normally too. That was rude of you, Jean. Geez, I was just curious. But thanks for correcting that. Also, I never asked you to make a coffin bed for me. Right, she didn't next day. All right, you'll go kidnap Oshin. Jean, please use another word for that. Kidnap is a bit, well, I technically kidnapped you too. The Teeps faction is in a frenzy from what I hear. No outright war has started with the Carmilla faction, but a few skirmishes have started. She was glaring at me again. Scat smirked, and Ophis was by the fountain eating sweets I gave her. Today I was planning on having Neve and Oshin move on. It'll tie both of her fates together, their souls. Kundwar said it was possible, so that's what I have planned. Kidnap Oshin. Unlock his memories. Bring him back here and wait till night. Have him talk to Neve, convince her, and then bam, we're done. Well, for the first part of this, whatever, enough delay, let's get this over with. Excuse me. I grab a hold of the perp himself. Wait, WH, I teleport the both of us away while wiping out the memories of everyone around us. He was with a group of friends in a field, just chatting and drinking typical Irish youth. How I miss it. What the heck? Who are you? Where am I? Did I get too drunk? Am I dreaming smack? Shut up for a second. He started babbling like an idiot, so I lightly smacked him. He looked at me in disbelief. I touch his head and restore his memories from when he was with Neve, his time in Tir na Nog. The guy clutches his head and stumbles back. He falls on his ass and starts to cry. No. Neve, where is she? Is she okay? I have to go back. I smack. Calm down. That's why I'm here. He was still shocked, so he didn't react, but just stare at me. All right, Neve stayed loyal to you until she passed away. She stayed singled and mourned your death, but she couldn't move on. You have. Your soul reincarnated a few times, and now you're here as Oshin, funnily enough. In bringing you back to Tir na Nog, you'll meet her spirit. You will speak to her and convince her to pass on. But I can remove your soul from this boy, and I will tie both of your souls together. You will both reincarnate over and over, destined to fall in love and meet each other. Now, will you agree? He was staring wide-eyed at me, looking at the ground, contemplating what to do. And he sits there for a few minutes as I stood there staring at him. He'll do it. My time with Neve was too short. I want to spend my new life with her. If only I didn't. No one blames you. You just wanted to help someone, and it ended badly. Now, come on, let's stop mopping and get you that perfect ending. He wipes the tears from his face, nods, and gets up. Yeah, back to Tir Na Nog. Tir Na Nog him back, and have the man from the stories with me. I appeared by at the same spot, as I had been not too long ago with Oshin in tow. Oshin is a young boy with gold eyes and short blonde hair that reaches past the nape of his neck. His bangs are gathered at the center of his forehead, and he has freckles across his cheeks. He wears a black hoodie with a check mark in the middle colored red. He had blue jeans and red Converse sneakers. He hold no power. Well, yeah, he's a normal human guy now with 2 souls. Anyway, we'll confront Niev tonight. Oshin, get yourself ready. He looks at me seriously and nods. This guy already has his A game ready. I then suggest bringing him around Tir Na Nog so he can see how the place has changed or remained the same. He was more than happy to do so we took him around. He met up with a few women he knew from the past. They had a tearful but brief reunion as he told them what was going to happen. They were more than happy to see him depart, but on a happier note. He even met up with Queen Mia. He recognized her and called her Little Mia, making the queen cry. The same with Aoife, though they didn't meet in the past. Time slowly turned from morning to afternoon, and finally nighttime. Oshin had his last lunch and dinner. He was ready. Once I removed this soul, the current Oshin was just a normal guy that has nothing to do with the supernatural. They'll put him back, and he'll resume his normal life. Nighttime, are you ready? Yeah. I have no regrets. I just want to meet my beloved. It was approaching the same time as last night, and quite a few individuals joined us, including Aoife, Mia, and a few other women he knew. They wanted to see him off, along with Niev. Oshin was ahead of us. We wanted to give him privacy, but we could probably hear some things they'll say. I have a barrier ready, so they can have privacy. It started, the same green balls of light appeared. A humming started and a full-blown song. It seemed Niev was even brighter today. She was singing her heart out. Then it stopped. The performance was over. Niev looked up and became speechless. Niev, I put up a sound-canceling barrier around them. I put up a sound-canceling barrier around them. They should have this as a private moment. They didn't answer me, though, and kept watching them. I turned away and looked up. The nighttime of Tir Na Nog was beautiful. I noticed this yesterday, but it really was better than the underworld's. Sorry, Rias. Remind me of us, huh, Jean? I guess so, 2 souls, huh? But it remained dormant until I awakened him with his memories. They'll be fine. Yes, they will. I turned back to look at the women, and they were crying. I turned to Oshin and Niev, and they were hugging. Niev was bawling her eyes out, clinging onto the guy like he would disappear. Oshin had tears as well, but they didn't stay like that for long. They wiped their tears away and looked at us. I destroyed the barrier and walked up to him. Are you done? Yeah. You 2 ready to go? Yeah. All right. Let me get started then. I touched his shoulder. Only Oshin answered me as Niev had closed her eyes, hugging Oshin's arm. That was content and happy. I could feel it know the entire island. It seemed calm. Shine. Your fates are now intertwined. For as long as both of your souls remain intact, you will forever meet each other, fall in love, and this will repeat until your souls are destroyed. Best of luck. Thank you, Jean. Oshin's soul separated from his body, and I catch the sleeping young man. The 2 of their souls begin to get brighter as they slowly started to disappear. Thank you, Niev's last words were directed at me. The happiest expression, the happiest smile was on her face. Those 2 finally left this world. I turn back and see the women still crying. No, they were crying harder. Let's go. Don't be sad for them. See them off with smiles. Moving forward, huh? A few days later, nighttime. It's been a few days since then, and the last island of Tir Na Nog had become quiet, a tranquil place. The sadness and loneliness that Valerie felt was gone. I also brought that boy back to his home. He remembered nothing, the same with his family since I wiped out the memory from that town. They were in a slight panic. I also restored the blue crystals on the island. It's as bright and warm as the rest of them now. I also repaired the place. There are now buildings there, but are unoccupied, and the Queen plans on making full use of the place again. But during those few days after, nothing happened. This place wasn't attacked. I wonder, WHE speak of the devil, and they appear. It is here, whatever that may be. Let's go. Valerie and Ophis, who had been relaxing on the bed, got up. When I flew up, I could see mist starting to come from the waters just in front of the barrier. Hee ha ha ha. A woman's cackle resounded around the town. The streets were empty, with the exceptions of a few guards and women in battle equipment. They looked terrified but stood their ground. It's useless. You shall all perish. Go, my lovelies. Shatter. The monsters that started to show up broke. The cackling woman became confused and tried to use the same spell. It ended in the same result. TCH. I appear above her as she stares at me. I see ha ha ha. Did they ask the red dragon maggot for help? Pitiful. Pitiful. I appear in front of her, neutralize her powers, and grab her hand. I slowly started to overpower her. She panicked and tried to swing at me with the staff she was carrying. But my true infinity stopped it. Emma. And Mr. Jean. That's Emma. Don't hurt her. This thing is not Emma. Queen Mia tried to stop me, but I didn't. I look into her memories, and what she did to that poor girl was horrible. It's as we hypothesized. She enticed her with a promise of having her husband be only hers. She accepted the deal, and the first attack occurred. But tragedy struck as her husband tried to help and defend the other women being attacked, and was killed. In her grief, she went back to this fairy lover and asked if she could bring him back. She also believed in that in her grief. Instead of being brought back to life, she was tormented and killed. The Leonin Sidhe was ugly, like really ugly. So, in its twisted mind, she transferred herself into this woman, with the help of that wicked woman. Now she inhabited the body of the previous Emma. This Leonin Sidhe was jealous of the women here. They were all beautiful, and they could get any man they wanted when they went out. She had to use trickery and manipulation instead, because she was bitter and wanted that kind of life for herself. When Nyarlathotep approached her in disguise in the form of an avatar, she enacted her plan, leading up to now. I relay this all back to the women from the gasps I hear. I can only assume they're shocked. Any last words? I don't regret anything. I guess as much. Hakai. Much like the Hakai of Dragon Ball universe. I completely erased the existence of this Leonin Sidhe, the being kept on screaming as she were enveloped in purple light, slowly fading away into nothingness. Once she was gone, so was the mist. I turned back to everyone as they were staring this way with wide eyes. I land back where they were. It's unfortunate with what happened with Emma. She was long gone before the Leonin City showed up. At best, that thing was ultimate class, but very low on the ladder. Ultimate class will eventually turn into fodder as the world progresses. In a way, it's the new low class with how easily some ultimate class beings are manhandled later on. I touch the queen's forehead and show her the memories of Emma and the Leonin Sidhe, the suffering she experienced. I step back as tears fell from her eyes. We must make a burial for Emma. I can know you have done enough, Mr. Jean. Thank you. Let us handle this next day. When I and everyone else left the hotel, we could see them bringing a coffin with them just beyond another pair of gates beside the hotel we were staying at. We follow them silently as they go past another set of gates, much larger this time, and into a forest. In that forest was a makeshift graveyard. No, this was their cemetery. Many tombstones were scattered around. I could see some of them were relatively new. When they reached the spot that was dug for Emma's grave, they started to pray. Sing? It was something I didn't recognize. Is this traditional? Valerie asked me, but I shrugged. I haven't been to many funerals, so I wouldn't know, even more so with the ones in Tir Na Nog. I felt Ophis go from holding my hand to hugging my side. I looked down at her, but she didn't stop looking at the funeral. I couldn't tell from her emotions. They were a mess. She may have seen many deaths in her life. But why did this one affect her? Is it because she had gained a better understanding of emotions and feelings? So with that, she became more emotional. She was worried about me during those 5 years, and probably still even now. It ended after a few more hours. It was around lunchtime now. The queen had invited us to a local tavern-type place. The queen paid and let us order as much as we want. Being modest, we ordered just the minimum. Once that was done, we stood by the dock. We'll get going then. Thank you for the hospitality. No, thank you. Mr. Jean, you helped us a lot. You even solved the issue with Niev, even though you weren't required to. Thank you again. I nodded at the queen and turned to Scathack. Who's next? Ain of Knockane, Giant Causeway, and finally Tuatha De Danann. Why Ain of Knockane first? She smiles at me. She became a wanderer. Ain is strongly associated with County Limerick. The hill of Knockcaney is named after her. However, after a long time, she started to wander all over Ireland. For what reason? I do not know. We will be meeting her in Glendalough. A tourist spot? I was confused. Chapter 6, Part 2. Ain and the Giant's Causeway, Ireland, County Wicklow, Glendalough, Jean Skyward Glendalough, Glendalough, meaning Valley of Two Lakes, is a glacial valley in County Wicklow, Ireland. It is renowned for an early medieval monastic settlement, founded in the 6th century by St. Kevin. From 1825 to 1957, the head of the Glendalough Valley was the site of a galena lead mine. Glendalough is also a recreational area for picnics, for walking along networks of maintained trails of varying difficulty, and also for rock climbing. Why would she be in a popular tourist spot? Scathack shrugged. I do not know, as I mentioned before. She has become a wanderer. She has no set place to live. She wanders where she likes, wherever her legs take her. As I sigh, I wonder why she would choose this place. No, she's probably acting as a tourist. So let's find her. She probably emits a bit of that godly aura, so we can locate her, or I can use my observe and make it easier for myself. All right, follow me then. They'll snoop her out. Now, where were we? I look around, and beside us was a round tower. This fine tower, built of mica slate interspersed with granite, is about 30 meters high, with an entrance 3.5 meters from a base. I'm more surprised that we didn't get spotted by the tourists around us. No, there weren't any when I teleported here. Thank you, Comptoir. Comptoir. Answer. No problem, dear. As we walked through Glendalough, I did discover her. She wasn't being subtle about it. We passed through some sights and turned left to a lesser-known path, or more specifically, I said screw it and turned this way. I made sure that no one was watching us. From what I could tell, Ain wasn't moving from her spot. As we climbed up a hill, we mostly encountered trees, bushy bushes, and a stone wall that didn't obstruct our progression. We crossed a field and walked toward the hill in the distance. I'm unaware if this hill has a particular name. I don't think I've been here in my past life. She certainly is far from where we initially arrived. Yeah, well, you did say Glendalough, so I teleported us near the starting point. Watch your step. It's going to be a bit muddy here. You know, Irish weather and all as we make our way up the hill. Some of the land has become a bit muddy. I wasn't aware that Ireland, or at least this part of the country, rained. Squelch, squelch, ugpomf. Hold me. Ophis, who was floating, suddenly appeared in front of me and forced me to carry her bridal style. I didn't mind and continued on. I glanced back at Valerie as she had used magic to keep herself clean, the same with Scathack. Am I the one who's just struggling with this? I look down, and my jeans are muddy, the same with my shoes. I sigh and clean them up using magic. In order to avoid getting muddy, I decided to use my true infinity. We eventually got up the hill. Luckily, no one else was there. Near the top, we could see a figure. It was looking out in front of them, looking at the view. While it was a sunny day, it was still quite chilly. As we approached her, she slowly turned around and smiled at us. At that exact moment, the wind picked up as it blew her hair, making the scene almost appear like a movie. Ain of Knockcaney stood there. Ain is a young adult woman of average height with light brown hair that reaches her barato and is curled at the bottom with bangs hanging on the right side, purple eyes, and a slim figure. She donned a modern-looking outfit, probably trying to blend in more. She wore a pink smock with a gray skirt and brown knee-high boots. She had a watch on her left wrist and wore a blue and silver necklace. It's been some time, Scathack. How can I help you? I have brought him to meet you. How about you introduce yourselves to one another? Scathack nods at her as she glances at me. All three of us were staring at Ain as she turns to us and smiles. I am Ain of Knockcaney. You may know me from Irish folklore and legends. How do you do? In Valerie Ophis, the two companions I was with gave short responses. Ain nods as she looks at me with a rather expectant look. A damper and a dragon? Quite an intriguing group of beings you brought to me. Scathack, Jean Skyward, Red Dragon Emperor, and Middleman. Nice to meet you. Ain of Knockcaney, or do you pregu? I couldn't finish as she suddenly hugged me. Scathack was smirking at me, amused by the situation. Valerie and even Ophis were staring in shock at the goddess. And didn't relent. She tightened her hug as I awkwardly stood there. That should be enough, no? Coming out of whatever that was, Ain nods as she releases me from her hug and grip. She stood back as she donned her previous smile and calm aura. Mr. Red Dragon Emperor. No, Gino. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival after hearing about your achievements throughout the supernatural world. Am I a fan? A fan? Like Millie Cass? A fun? Sure so. Is there any particular reason as to why you want to meet me? A request? An alliance with the three great powers? I'm not part of any group. I am independent. I wish to form an alliance with you, if that means with the three great powers and the other gods of Ireland. Then so be it. I was a bit stunned by her response. I could see Valerie even more shocked and Scat still smirking at me. Is this simp? She's a giant simp for you, my god, Jean. Well done. To have a well-known goddess of your country simp for you is astronomical. So I wish to accompany you in your travels. Where you set off now? Our meeting with the inhabitants of Giant Causeway. You're aware of the situation there? Yes? Ain replied with an enthusiastic nod as Scat interrupted me. Well then, it seems we have a new companion in our journey, Jean. But I haven forward it is. Shine. I didn't get a word in at all. County Antrim Giant's Causeway after Scat teleported us here. I sat on top of somewhere looking down on the actual Giant's Causeway. The Giant's Causeway is an area of about 40,000 interlocking basalt columns, the result of an ancient volcanic fissure eruption. It is located in County Antrim on the north coast of Northern Ireland, about 3 miles, 5 kilometers, northeast of the town of Bushmills. I won't get into the complicated history of where this is situated. Many are still quite angry about that. However, originally, we were meant to have 32 counties, but officially we only have 26. Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom or England. As I mentioned before, the IRA, which is basically the Irish equivalent of the Mafia, still operates today and fights head-to-head with the people of Northern Ireland, but not as frequently as in the past. They want a fully united Ireland, even using unpleasant methods if needed. Anyway, about the legends here. According to legend, the columns are the remains of a causeway built by a giant. The story states that the Irish giant Finn Mac Cumhale, Finn Mac Cool, from the Fenian cycle of Gaelic mythology, was challenged to a fight by the Scottish giant Banandiner. Finn accepted the challenge and built the causeway across the North Channel so that the two giants could meet. In one version of the story, Finn defeats Banandiner. In another version, Finn hides from Banandiner when he realizes that his foe is much bigger than he is. Finn's wife, Saad, disguises Finn as a baby and tucks him in a cradle. When Banandiner sees the size of the baby, he reckons that its father, Finn, must be a giant among giants. He flees back to Scotland in fright, destroying the causeway behind him so that Finn would be unable to chase him down. Across the sea, there are identical basalt columns at Fingal's Cave on the Scottish Isle of Staffa, and it is possible that the story was influenced by this. Overall, in Irish mythology, Finn Mac Cumhale is not a giant, but a hero with supernatural abilities, contrary to what this particular legend may suggest. In Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, 1888, it is noted that over time, the pagan gods of Ireland grew smaller and smaller in the popular imagination until they turned into the fairies. The pagan heroes grew bigger and bigger until they turned into the giants. There are no surviving pre-Christian stories about the Giant's Causeway, but it may have originally been associated with the Fomorians' Fomaray. The Irish name Cloak and Knob Fomaray or Cloak and Knob Fomarak, which means stepping stones of the Fomaray. The Fomaray are a race of supernatural beings in Irish mythology who were sometimes described as giants and who may have originally been part of a pre-Christian pantheon. Now, how true are these stories? Having spent a good deal of time in Tir na Nog, I'm curious if the beings that inhabit the Giant's Causeway are actually giants or are, like the Irish mythos, human heroes. The barrier is over there. Scat points towards the end of the basalt column pathway. So, is the barrier there? Is there some kind of invisible pathway for us to walk on? Not waiting for me. Scat jumped down, followed by the rest. I sigh as Ain stood beside me, smiling. When I jumped, so did she. We landed safely on the ground. As she clung to me, Valerie looked back with a frown. So she comes back and hugs my other free arm. Following her, Ophis leaps over me and jumps on my back, hugging me too. You are quite popular. I do wonder if we'll ever meet your close friends. Or are they all friends? I don't do that sort of thing. She raises a brow, but nods in the end as she continues to walk ahead of us. Barado and concubine aren't too far apart, so I don't totally blame them for mixing them, or at least assuming that's what I've set up. But I do feel conflicted as Ain is very clingy, making Valerie and Ophis have a response like this. Haha. Look at those humans. Should we mock them? Cassico? Ugh. Take aim at that one with 3 women surrounding him. Lucky guy. I look up to see some seagulls flying above us. They were the ones talking about me. Why are they so bitter? You guys just have bad luck with female seagulls. I don't want to get hit, so hockey it is. Focusing on both of them, I send them both with a weak blast of Conqueror's hockey. The 2 freeze midair and plummet down. I catch them with telekinesis. Scat Hack turned around with a questioning look as the 3 other women stared at the seemingly dead seagulls. I can explain. I go ahead and tell them what the 2 seagulls were planning and why I knocked them out, and laughed at it. Valerie wasn't too impressed, but understood why I did it. Ophis was for it, while more like she just took what I did at face value and rolled with it. What did you do to knock them out? Trade secret, want to find out? Then join your group? Huh, quite bold of you to invite me. Young Red Dragon Emperor. I shrug and didn't answer her, but she had an amused smile on her face. She shakes her head and turns back around. She continues to walk towards our destination, with us following behind. Mr. Jean. Just call me Jean. Hearing Mr. Jean the past few days has been weird. She nods happily. Then Jean. Is there room for me in your group? Well, no. Valerie answered for me and pulled me away. I stared at her in shock. After realizing what she said, her eyes widen, and she lets go of me. She covers her mouth and looks mortified at Ain. Sully. What I meant to say was that there is a lot of space. Near infinity. Valerie quickly backpedaled and tried to correct herself. I just sigh and shake my head. I didn't think she was this clingy. It's cute, but I need to have a talk with her about it. Valerie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that a few tears appear and threaten to fall. What was this reaction? It's almost like Gasper. Valerie gripped my arm back and looked at me tear-eyed, in a way, begging me not to, well, blow up or something. I didn't plan on doing that, though. But this is cute. Is this a bad thing? Me finding my girls being a bit upset cute? Seeing their faces, their reactions, am I a terrible person? It's not like I go on my way to do this. Valerie, am not mad, but just surprised. Come here. She didn't step forward, so instead, I did as I grabbed her and hugged her. How to reassure her? I know. This may be the dumbest thing I do, or it might be effective. I lean forward and whisper something silly to her. From Scat Hack's reaction, I can assume Valerie's face is quite priceless at the moment. I could tell she was completely caught off guard. I let her go and could see her reaction myself. She had turned completely red as she stared at the ground. All right, let's keep going then. We had reached the end of the basalt columns. Unfortunately for us, there were many normal human tourists around us. There were lots of people taking pictures, gazing out into the sea, or just chatting. How do we go about this? I have an idea in mind, but I'll see what she wants to do first. I turned to Scat Hack as she stood there, arms crossed and eyes closed. Was she waiting for me to do something? With a red Valerie, content Ain, and the usual stoic Ophis. I guess it was my turn then. Scanning the area, I note that there were around 112 normal humans around us. With that in mind, I made them all fall asleep. Of course, I stopped the ones near the edge from falling into the water or letting them smack themselves against the rocks. All right, step through then. Scat Hack says as she steps through a barrier and disappears. So, she was waiting for me. This is quite something. What's this place called? They were quite bad at naming things, so they just call their world the land of heroes and giants. Both legends are true in a sense. So, normal-sized humans and giants live here? Scat Hack nodded at my question. In front of us was a humongous floating island. For large chains were anchoring it to the ground below. From where we were standing, 3, perhaps 4 smaller islands surrounded the larger main island. Below, it was an enormous ravine. The surrounding area was mostly made of forests. Hundreds or maybe thousands of trees were all around us. Several waterfalls were cascading down the ravine. In the background were mountains, which are equally large. I looked to both my left and right, and I could see two more floating islands like the one in front of me. The island in front of us is the main island, a capital you could say. There were once 3 others in total. Only 2 remain. 4 floating islands in total. One of them is missing now. What happened? He'll probably get a history lesson soon. Cool me. We follow SC Ruhr. When I looked up and to the right, a loud roar could be heard throughout the area. I could see what looked like a giant flying whale. It was white in color and had a horn. Its eyes were yellow, and it was flying across the sky, higher than where the islands were. Those are common and are mostly harmless unless attacked. They're called white whales. They're a common species here, so pay them no mind. Follow me. White whales, huh? From the looks of it, it was at least high class in power. Adding to its size, those things could cause a lot of damage if they attack. We resumed our walk as Scat Hack continued down a path that was already made. There were lights and a few posts with directions on where to go, and at the end of it was a wooden lodge and another platform-type mechanism. Does this place have the same seasons as the human realm, or? Yes, it follows the usual spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Stand on this. Scat Hack stood on the platform, and so did we. Luckily, it had railings to hold on to, so no one would fall. It was just a large circular platform with a glowing green rock in the middle. Once all of us were on it, it started to float towards the island. Like the elevator thing in Tir na Nog, the green rock is just barely glowing though, some sort of magic. The further we went up, the more we could see. In the further back of this world, it was mostly dark and red. Did some kind of battle take place there? I could feel death and heat radiating from it. Many of its surroundings were destroyed. What happened over there? Valerie pointed at what I was looking at and asked Scat Hack. The current world is split in a sense, because there's been a rebellion. One group wishes to rule as tyrants, able to bend the rules to their will, while the current government is a democracy. It's quite cliché, no? Typical fantasy setting drama. So, I can assume they want my help? The current government? She shakes her head. No, the princess has been kidnapped. They only want help with that. They will deal with the rest. Knowing my luck, it'll be dragged into the entire thing. I stood beside Scat Hack as I saw her smirk. We were a lot closer to the island now. I look back and see the 3 women looking around them. To my immediate right was the other floating island. It was a desert-like area. To my left, mostly plains, no trees or shrubbery, just an open field. Forest behind and all around us, a desert to my right, an open field to my left, and in front a war-torn battlefield. Catching. Finally, the platform arrived, and we stepped off it. There was a sign in front of us that said, "Welcome to Tlohag." This makes sense. If they put the land of heroes and giants, it would take up too much space. We follow Scat Hack, and we stand on a sidewalk. The main city was bustling with life, of course. The sidewalks were also huge, and the roads were busy. There were normal-sized humans, slightly small giants, and, well, normal-sized giants. Although the architecture in this area was Victorian, there were also some modern-looking homes and shops. Perhaps this society is a lot more progressive? While I didn't see any cars, I could see some carriages being used, but only by humans. The giants had giant horses or simply walked. The large building at the top is where the royal family is waiting. Without another word, Scat Hack started walking, and we followed after her. We got a few stares and glances. The atmosphere was a lot more relaxed and easygoing, even when civil war is on the verge of breaking out. There were a few street vendors and stalls around the place, both normal humans and giants advertising the food or item they were selling. Clam fish. Get it while it's hot. Refrigerator? Who needs that? Come get the Ice Magic Powered Box. A cooler? But with ice magic? That's revolutionary? Done. Boom. We walked past a certain area, and in the middle was a ring. 2 giants were fighting. Another giant as a referee. This is legal here. Almost like a fight club in broad daylight. This happens every day. The giants here are both peaceful and willing to display their strength, so they hold events like this daily. The winner usually receives money or some sort of commodity. Can humans also participate? Scat Hack nods to my question. That would be an impressive lineup. Just then a new participant walks up, and it was a human. He had a confident look on his face, while the giant was smiling broadly at him. They both shake hands and go to their side of the small platform. Begin. The giant lunged at the man, but suddenly the giant was on his back. The man had grabbed his arm, twisted it, and flipped him over. Huh, what a splendid move. That big fellow didn't even know what hit him. Right, he's also quite agile. This repeated a few more times, the giant getting back up looking confused at the man. Finally, even the crowd around us was stunned, and the giant conceded. It is my loss. I can't even get a hand on you, little one. 'Tis a pleasure fighting with you, Mr. Giant. The two smile at each other and shake hands. The referee announces the winner, and the crowd cheers loudly. Splendid sportsmanship. Come, let's keep moving. Seeing something like that makes it difficult to imagine they're having any trouble right now. This is because they're not splitting sides, no. I'm assuming it's normal humans versus giants. It could be a mix of both. We continue on our journey, coming across a few restaurants that were suited for both humans and giants, or even both. From what I can tell from a glance, these two groups get along quite well. Hell, in front of me was what looked to be a couple, a giant female and a human male. While the giant female wasn't too large, she was still taller than the human male. If I had to compare, the guy was around 510 and the woman was 811. A big difference, but they seem in love, so who are we to judge? We slowly climbed up multiple flights of stairs to reach the top of the city. Houses and shops were at every corner, and a few of the citizens recognized Scat Hack or me, so we had to stop and chat for a bit. The girls silently followed after us. Even Ain was recognized once or twice. It feels like we're following celebrities. Ophis agreed with what Valerie said as she let out a chuckle. Hey, Scat Hack, are those watchtowers on each corner of the island? I had taken note of them earlier. I saw one and assumed there was only one, but there were 4 in total. They were at each corner of the island. Without turning around, she nodded. Those towers were also quite large, perhaps so they could fit both normal humans and giants? Even though I said there were normal humans here. They were anything but normal, maybe just like the Devil Clans, they had their own traits, but as far as I could see, they had your typical super strength, increased speed, and stamina. If they're descendants of the beings from legends, then it makes sense. After a few more minutes of travel and stopping to speak to people, we arrived at a large gate with a drawbridge. 2 guards stood by them. I could see that the main building was disconnected from the rest of the island, floating on its own. It was just a straight drop from there, no water or anything. If you fell into the ravine below and kept on plummeting. I couldn't even see the bottom from here. Even zooming it was a really long way down. How Miss Scat Hack? Both the guard and the one who spoke were giants. They looked at her with respect, then they looked at us. And back with the middleman in tow, he brought some companions. The 2 guards widened their eyes and nod. Welcome to the land of heroes and giants. Sir Middleman, please, the royal family is waiting for your arrival. The one who spoke signaled the other to pull down the bridge. They ran to the wall and pulled a lever down. The bridge slowly came down and made a loud thud noise when it made contact with the ground. They nodded at us as we walked forward. Once near this castle structure, the doors automatically opened. Inside was a human maid. She had green hair in a bun, blue eyes, and was wearing the typical maid's attire. Welcome back, Lady Scat Hack. I heard you brought the middleman. Please follow me. The king and queen are waiting. The maid opens and out a look at me and nods. She turns right and starts to walk away, and we quickly follow after her. So, Scat Hack, mind telling me more about this royal family? You're aware of the royal family of the United Kingdom? Yes? I nod. Their system runs like that, democracy. The royal family holds a lot more influence here. However, they sometimes have a say in the rules and regulations that are made. As far as I could tell during my last visit, the inhabitants here and the government, even the rebels, respect them. So they just don't like democracy or something? I will just assume Nyarlathotep is involved in this too, because when is she not involved, right? The rebels, they'll also assume they already attempted to rescue her before. After walking through a few hallways, turning corners, and walking through doors, we finally reached a larger door. The inside of this castle was mostly mushroom brown, both the walls and the floors. There was also red carpet everywhere, the occasional blue and green, but like any typical fantasy setting, it's red. Is that color associated with royalty? Like gold? Click squeak, the maid opened the large doors in front of us. When we stepped in, there were flags, fancy ornaments, and decorations all over the place. A few armored stands, and 4 guards in total. In the middle, on an elevated platform, was the king on a large throne. To his left was a smaller one, and to his right, the same size as the left. I will assume the queen is sitting on the left, which means the princess is meant to be on the right. My king, my queen, Lady Scathack, and the middleman have arrived with companions. The maid announces, bows, and stand by the door. Both rulers stare at us, silently before nodding. The king is a tall man with broad shoulders. He has short, spiky black hair and black eyes. He is also seen to have a small beard and light wrinkles under his eyes. He wears the garb of a king with a gold and red cape. The queen is portrayed as a middle-aged woman with blonde hair and teal eyes, with long daffodil blonde hair. She wears a long royal red gown with a gold line that stretches down the middle of her chest to her stomach. I welcome you back, Scathack of Doing Scathe. I also welcome you, Red Dragon Emperor and his companions. Welcome to the land of heroes and giants. He and the queen smile at us. I am Dara Mac Cumhale. Beside me is my queen and wife, Isabella Mac Cumhale, originally Isabella Wright. It is just as you think. I am a descendant of the famous Finn Mac Cumhale. My wife is also the descendant of Banandiner Wright, the Scottish giant. That's interesting, and I can see that they're both hybrids, a human-giant hybrid. Both of them are taller than normal humans, perhaps around the same size as that female giant. The king was a bit taller than most. I would guess 911 for the king and 89 for the queen. First impressions are favorable so far. They don't sound arrogant or pompous. I am Gene Skyward, this generation's Red Dragon Emperor and middleman. Cutting to the chase, I have heard that 3 groups of gods signed a treaty in Ireland that the goddess Danu oversaw. So all 3 are willing to join the alliance? We have the Queen of Tir na Nagmia has informed us of them signing the document. Please bring it out. We will examine it. In the meantime, I will also inform you of our recent troubles. I nod and summon a floating table in front of them with the documents and another where they need to sign. He nods as he divides them equally, giving half to the queen and half to himself. As he reads, he starts to speak. About 2.5 months ago, trouble started. No, this has been brewing beneath the surface for many years. I am unsure why it has come out now, but it has. In the beginning, both humans and giants did not get along. Centurato and conceived a child, creating another hybrid. Eventually, he became king himself. That's how my family has ruled ever since. Of course, his wife also became queen. That's when our world at large started to accept, and the anger and hate started to quell. It took a lot of effort on both sides, but around 150 years ago, this land, our world, became peaceful. Unlike the legends, my ancestor and Isabella's had a more intense hatred for one another. However, it did not end in bloodshed, only broken bodies and pride. The queen continues on. They fought many times over, each ending in a draw. Eventually, they parted ways, as they mutually and silently agreed that their strengths were equal. After that, their descendants fought over and over, until one side birthed a female and the other birthed a male. That's where your great-great-grandfather came along? I ask and the king nods. Indeed. After that, our society started to change. We advanced in many areas, including our magic and technology. Thus the floating islands were made. We once inhabited the land below. The ravine and area of Black Scorch were our battlegrounds, including the recent troubles. So, did the desert and plains. You are correct. Gene, was it? The Mac Cumhale hailed from the plains, while the Wrights hailed from the deserts. There are still inhabitants within them. They are also connected to these islands, too, via teleportation pads. Putting down the documents, he looked at me seriously, as did the queen. A coup d'etat is currently happening. It started as a small disagreement about how our government and world were being managed. During all of this, the Princess, my daughter, was caught in the crossfire and was taken hostage. Our daughter is only 12 years old. While she's a smart girl, she has no idea what is truly happening. We have tried to rescue her time and time again, but on our last attempt, they have threatened physical violence against her if we try to rescue her again. So that's why you want me to intervene directly? He nods as the queen wipes a tear from her eye with a handkerchief. But kidnapping a 12-year-old child? Huh? Also acting so low and cruel. What scum? I agree. Heh, we certainly have changed, Drake. Yeah, we can blame partner for that. Who would have thought that the two famed heavenly dragons would care for a random child? This, too, is a form of growth for the two of you. Be proud of it. Your pride and thinking are difficult to change. It just shows how much Jean influenced the two of you. Rudra was not answered by the two dragons, so I interpreted it as their acceptance of what he said. All we ask you is to save our daughter. We can take care of the rest ourselves, Jean. Please lend us your aid. Both the king and queen bowed. The guards were shocked by this, is what I would like to say, but they too were bowing. I guess the princess is loved that much. Now I'll go and meet her. Where are these rebels at currently? They have their base set in the Black Scorch Wasteland. It is north of here. You may have seen on your way up here the land filled with black, ashes, fire, and lava. Oh, that place. We have spare bedrooms in our home. Please use them as long as you stay here. Sierra, please show them to their rooms. I shall assume you shall share yours with your companions. Jean? Ain of Nakane? You were accompanying Jean? And just a fan, the king gave Ain a weird look, but didn't ask anymore. I was also curious as to her real reason for following me. I doubt it's just because she's a fan. There are rumors that Ain of Nakane is also the goddess Dinu herself. My gaze is drawn to Ain, who smiles at me. Scat told me that I would also come to like that goddess, so I'm unsure right now. Yes, my king. Please follow me. Sir Jean, Lady Scat. The maid answers, and the king turns to us and adds, I will have my esquire of the body give you more details later on. For now, we shall read through these. All right. With that, we leave the throne room with the now named maid Sierra. It sounds like Sierra, which translates to Little Dark One. Will you be joining Sir Jean, Lady Scat? No, I will be in my own room. Very well. Then will the rest of you be joining Sir Jean? Sierra asked the three who had clung back onto me. Yes, That's right, then please don't hesitate to contact me if you need anything. After Sierra guided us to our room and closed the door, she emphasized anything there. Centurado. Clap, 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 clap. The lights started to turn on and off as Valerie shook her head disappointedly at me. Ophis started to do the same thing as I did. Clap, 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 bonk, bonk. You too. Enough? Ah-ha-ha-ha. And started to laugh at us. Valerie lightly smacked the both of us. Ophis putting both her hands on the spot where she was hit. She stared at Valerie sadly. Seeing this, she hugged her and apologized. I'm sorry, Ophis. What about me? Is this some sort of injust? Boing, don't sulk, Jean. I am here. And grabbed my hand and pulled me into a tight hug to comfort me. Normally I would be happy, but we met today and I'm all right. I appreciate the thought though. I stepped back from her as she seemed a bit disappointed. Now then, what to do? Get this done as soon as possible? I do have a 12-year-old that's been kidnapped. They'll do that then. Greed, Antares. From my shadow came greed, and from my ring came Antares. The shadow kneeled and Antares slightly bowed. My liege. Yes, master. I pull my fingers at them and send them the relevant information. Antares, survey and find out anything you can about this city, the other two, and the one that fell. Greed, search for the princess, inform me of where she is, who she is with, and her current status. Of course, Jean-sama. As Ain stared in shock at the scene, the two of them quickly vanished. We don't see Antares-san, that much king of dragons. Ain repeated what Ophis said. She looked at me before shaking her head at Ain, again disappointed, but understanding that she won't find that information out that easily. It's around lunch now. Shall we go eat? I'm curious on what type of food they serve here if I had to guess. A mix of Irish and English food? Yeah, I'm quite hungry myself. Food, Jean, I ate a little bit of a snack before I joined you. Now that you say it, I am quite famished. We were all in agreement. This will also be a little reconnaissance mission for myself, while Antares does the majority of it. He was quite delighted when I told him that he is a simp for you as well. Stop using such uncivilized language. The future is now, old man. Ignoring the two dragons, we leave the room. Not too far from us was Sierra. She walks over to us as we started to walk in her direction. Did you need any assistance? No, we're just stepping out for lunch. Please come back for dinner. I was certain she would try telling us to stay for lunch, and while she was hesitant, she told us to just be here for dinner. Strange, unless the king and queen already had lunch all right, we will. She bows to us and walks back to her spot. Eventually, we reached the bridge, which was still down. Scat Hack was already waiting for us when we approached the guards. Scat Hack, what are you doing out here? She was grinning, and it was quite a large one. I felt an aura earlier. I'm searching for it. I was probably Greed and Antares, but seeing as how she's still here, it's probably Antares she's looking for. Don't bother, he's a subordinate. I'm having those two scout out this realm. One is in this city, the other is looking for the princess. Huh, you have subordinates? Now I'm even more intrigued. She was looking at me sharply. Her fighting spirit started to leak out. I just shake my head, speaking of which it won't hurt. They'll bring her out. Leanne, care to join us? My ring glowed without her verbally answering. A few seconds later, she came out. She was wearing her casual wear. The two women stared at each other silently, Scat Hack's grin spreading across her face, while Leanne blankly stared at her with no change in expression. Jean, lunch, is it? Yeah, did you eat yet? She shakes her head. Perfect. She can join us. We began to walk away from the guards as they were too stunned to speak. We passed by many of the civilians of this world, past many shops that didn't appeal to us, including some restaurants. So what, Leanne, was it? I cannot feel your power at all. Yet my instincts tell me you are dangerous even more so than the Scat Hack glances at Ophis as she tilts her head. We kept on walking as Scat Hack started a conversation with Leanne. Even Ain joined in. I'm also quite curious. I am in no position to answer that question unless I have permission from Deer. Deer, Ain, and Scat Hack repeat the word and turn to look at me. I kept my head straight forward and shrugged. Like Coratia, Sharon, her, and now Leanne, they started to refer to me as Deer, husband, master, or creator. While the last one is rarely used, master and Sama are generally used. In a more private matter, Deer and partner, they're getting this from Aquino and Rennie, yes, that would be Jean. To think you trapped some of your companions in a ring, that's not it. I look at her blankly. Censuredo, bwahaha. Be truthful, Jean, do you? I have been curious for quite some time. It's a damn coincidence, Rennie, Asia, Gabriel, Latia, Leanne, Yasika, Ravel, and Valerie. That's 9 blondes. Partner, well, some are potential close companions, but still. Actually, Elsha, potentially, so 10. Weren't you against that? I can't stop him, so I gave up trying. Draig's Mark appeared and told the girls what he just said. All of them silently stared at me as I started to rub my forehead in annoyance. It's a coincidence. Can we leave it at that? I am more surprised you did not try to court the Queen of Tir Na Nog, Jean. If you do go back, Queen Mia is in danger. While she is queen, her husband passed away not too long after their marriage, and she has been single since. They also don't have children. She smirked at me as she trailed off. I didn't need to know that. Scat Hack will dye my hair work. Ain was messing with her hair while saying something outrageous. Food. We need food. Everyone is acting strangely. I quickly moved the conversation along. Censuredo Rudra. I'm straight. Why are you even worried? They started to laugh at me. I'm not even safe in my own thoughts. We found a family restaurant that let both normal humans and giants in. Why are places catered to just normal humans and giants? While some accept both. The issue isn't that controversial. Each shop just specializes in what it does, so the shop owners can focus on one thing. I asked the shop owner earlier. They said that making dishes for both humans and giants was a lot more complicated than the ones that only serve one of them. In this case, they had to cater to both humans and giants, increasing their menu in both the literal and figurative senses. We were sitting at a table that could accommodate all of us. To our right, there was a pair of giants. It seemed like a couple. They had to modify the restaurant to accommodate them. Certain furniture and, well, everything else, bathrooms, toilets, and so on. Gotta give credit where it's due. They use the currency of humans since they do make frequent trips out. They'll tip them a lot since it sounds like a hassle running this place. There was a giant who came up to us and asked us if we were ready to make our order. We had been given a menu earlier, but it had very interesting dishes. However, there's no rule that says you can't order from the giant's side, so I did. I had no idea what it was, but hey, live a little, right? Are you sure, Gene? That seems well big. Get that smirk off you. I was smirking. Well, whatever. I nodded to Valerie, since I wanted to give it a try. The rest of them ordered normal-sized dishes. If I brought Kuroko with me, or Shigen, they would eat what I ordered without any problems. Yeah, it's fine. Several minutes later, our food arrived. They said they'd bring mine once everyone had finished eating, or I needed to move to another table because of the size. I chose option 2. Luckily, there was one beside us, and it was unoccupied. Holy crap. In front of me was a very large dish, bigger than my head, maybe slightly larger than my torso. It was a meat dish with a few vegetables, spices, and herbs with a sort of gravy on it. It also radiated heat. Well, time to dig in, I guess. Everyone was watching me, even the staff. Is it rare for a human to eat well this large of a dish? I shrugged again and began eating. I could feel eyes on me, but I devoured it all quickly. In a way, you could say I have a bottomless pit as a stomach. I don't really need to eat anymore or do anything human-like, but I still do. Old habits die hard. I finished eating it all quite quickly. When I wiped my mouth and looked back up, I could see the staff staring at me, speechless. Even the giant couple in front of me. Incredible. I've only heard rumors and stories of humans being able to eat an entire dish that's made for giants. You're the first I have seen personally. See, can we have an autograph and photo? Sure. They happily got up and pulled me to their table and took some selfies with me. Even some of the staff and the manager there did. Once it was all done, they gave me some coupons. I paid for my meal as well as for the girls. I gave them a large tip and headed back to the girls. The manager nearly fainted. Thank you. Thank you. Wait. May I ask for your name? Just call me Gene. Thank you, Mr. Gene. How much did I give as a tip? Well, around 200,000 euros. 200K. A bit overboard, but whatever. I can make money out of nothing you guys done. I walked back to the girls, and I looked to see they had disappeared. Well, Ophis hadn't, since she was still eating her sweets. Guess so. I left the restaurant along with Ophis and searched for them. It didn't take us long to find them, as they were just window shopping nearby. Nighttime during the remainder of that day, we toured the city and traveled to multiple places, the few notable ones being the first statues that were constructed of their ancestors. Both men were from Irish and Scottish lines. We got a brief tour of it and its surroundings and learned a few more details. As to when they think it all started, around 1,702 years ago. They believe that was the first time they met, and battle that continued on until the famous legends and stories were spread across the human realm, more specifically Ireland. The story of Finn Mac, Cumhale, and Bonandaner. After that, they spoke of the more current history of this place. It was a mix of boring and interesting. However, a lot of it was fighting for a few hundred years, and finally the peace and advancement the king told us about earlier today. There weren't any bad parts of the city. There were a few individuals, both human and giant, that seemed shady. I was going to attach a nanofly. But Antares was already on it. I had to wait for both of them to come back and report. There was also an amusement park here. This fits both humans and giants. While most of their buildings, stores, tools, and entertainment were remade with all of that in mind. Another thing, we were still waiting for the king's esquire of the body to come to us. Earlier we had dinner. It was extravagant. The king informed me that he and his wife, the queen, were still going through the documents. They would like to ask some questions tomorrow rather than during that time. I wondered why not tonight, but seeing how the queen is still quite upset about the kidnapping, I'm hoping for favorable results from Greed and Antares. So, everyone was here in my room, since it was a lot more spacious than Scat Hack's. Well, I'm assuming this. It was around 10 at night. I was sitting on a chair that was added to my room while we were gone. They also added a table, and Sierra left some snacks earlier. In my lap, Ophis was eating snacks while laying her head on my chest and occasionally feeding me some. Ain had taken a chair and sat adjacent to me. And Scat Hack and Valerie were reading books. Scat Hack was seated across from me, while Valerie was on my other side. Knock knock, come in. I hear a knock from the door and give them permission to come in. I didn't feel any ill intent or hostility. I can assume it's the esquire the king was talking about. Pardon my intrusion. A man in a butler attire entered our room. He had black hair and a quiff, emerald eyes, and a monocle. He bowed at us. "I have come here on the king's request. I am Jacob. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Jean. Now as to why I am here if by chance you see the princess and could not rescue her immediately. This is her description. The princess has golden blonde hair and blue eyes. She mainly keeps her hair flowing down, but still has two small horsetails from each side. Cincheredo, while the king may not have explained the black scorched wasteland in detail, you should be careful. It is a treacherous place. You have seen the white whales, yes? We nod. Those are not the only supernatural animals that reside here. There are other hostile creatures out there, so when you do venture there, please be careful. Some notable ones are the burnt trees who feed on human flesh and blood, the darkness direwolves, and the goblins. There are more, but those are some of what you can expect. Are there any questions? Why would the rebels make their base camp over there if it's that dangerous? Valerie put her hand up and asked a question. The butler nodded. It's that dangerous, so who would want to go and venture there? The rebels know this, so they're using it to their advantage. If they found a way to survive in there while maintaining order in the base, while repelling monsters, then it's the perfect place for a base of operations. I finished the butler's sentence, and he nods at me. He asks us one more time if we have any questions, but there were none, so he excuses himself. Once he was out of the room, Aine and Valerie let out a loud sigh. It seemed like they were holding in their breaths. I guess I wasn't the only one, huh? Even if the two of you did it unconsciously, you felt it too, Leanne, Scathack, Ophis? Yes, Botman. Everyone agreed, even Valerie. While she didn't give a verbal confirmation, she kept a very serious expression during the short exchange. That guy just oozed sleazy dirtbag energy. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he was the one leaking information to those rebels. I felt him moving further and further away from our room. Once he was a reasonable distance away, I let summon a nano fly and ordered it to latch itself onto him. Fwash! Report. Scathack's eyes widen when she sees Greed and Antares appear before me. Greed was kneeling and Antares was bowing slightly while maintaining eye contact with Antares. The two then glance at each other and nod. Antares started. I checked every nook and cranny of this city, Jean-sama, and I came across very interesting things. Firstly, there's an underground black market, if you will, though this is within your expectations. It has been an ongoing battle to stop this operation. However, there were talks of where the princess was taken. While most of them were speculative, there were two rumors that came from reliable sources. The princess was apparently taken to a place that's simply called Filth. It is the former dump of this world, Cincheredo. Is in the ranks of the royal family, let me guess, a butler? And Terry smiles and nod. I proceed to explain what he looks like and that he recently came by here. He confirmed that it was the butler that came here and the island that fell. Unfortunately, not much information is in this city. I also checked the other two. It's like they're trying to erase whatever happened to it from their history books. Even not many humans or giants speak of it. Try to erase it from history. Huh? All right then, whatever. I turn to Greed as he starts to speak. Antares and I exchanged information before coming back here, my liege. From what he told me about that place, yes, I have confirmed that the princess is there. She is from a glance as well, unharmed. However, she is scared, terrified. The being around her were both humans and giants. From what I overheard, they did not like how the current government handle anything. While they respected the king and queen in the past, it is not how they feel now. Because they support the current ways of the government? Greed nods. It's like the devil conflict all over again. Anti-Satan and old Satan. Devil civil war, but on a smaller scale, probably. Are there any plans or discussions regarding what to do with the princess? How about the way there? What kind of creatures or roadblocks are in the way? The only plans so far are keeping her locked up in a cage, sometimes feeding her very little. But if there is another rescue attempt, then they'll do what I mentioned earlier. As for creatures and roadblocks, they have a human magician that's ultimate class and power. He can control the beasts and monsters that reside over there. They range from low class to high class. I also heard him mutter her name. The other humans and giants within their ranks range from middle to high class. Only 1-2 others are in ultimate class. A giant named Julric and a human hero descendant called Eric. Julric wields a giant club covered in spikes. He's efficient in earth magic and physical strengthening magic. Eric is a magic swordsman. He is skilled with a sword and a good magician. However, he's a little weaker than the man who can control the beasts in terms of magic. The leader seems to be those three, the human magician, whose name is shrouded in mystery, Julric, and Eric. So, Nyarlathotep is involved again. Huh? If she was watching me, she must have heard the things I've mentioned before. Therefore, whatever other pantheon or faction I go to, they may have a problem that connects back to me. How vexing. They're easy problems to fix, partner. In and out quick and easy. Yes, if you wish Drake and I can help, Centuredo remove their powers and have the king and queen deal with them afterwards. Good work. The two of them nod. Greed returns to my shadow, and Antares returns to the ring. I turn around and see Scat still staring at me, weighing her options. Those two were quite powerful. I would say on the same league as Leanne. Right? What to do have a duel with you? Leanne? Or those two? How about all of you? Jean, are you trained in, well, anything that I'm working on my own style with a sword, if that's what you mean? Otherwise, I just copy everything I see and go with that, whether it be techniques or abilities of others. Don't tell me she wants to take me on as a student. I mean, I look her up and down, and she smirks at me. As she sees me do this, she even shifts her stance confidently as I watch her. Become my disciple. I refuse. Scat was stunned. Did you think? Centuredo, do they just think I'm a regular old pervert? Yes. Comptoir. Answer. Yes. You guys shut up. I wasn't asking any of you, it was rhetorical. Of course, I know that some people will think of me as that. Scat. If you think I'm swayed this easily, you got another thing coming. Centuredo, Barado, Dragon God Emperor. Quite impressive, wow. Yes, I do. Forget it. Don't agree with him. After regaining ourselves after that little fiasco, we sat around going over what we'll do tomorrow. This time, there's no side quest. It's cutthroat straightforward. Well, for now, anyway, if they involve me in the politics, then shit, it'll be useless. Will you be helping, Scat? If not, then we won't involve you in this. I asked Scat as she stared at the table, then stared at me, totaling in 2 minutes of silent staring. Will you even need help? I saw you deal with the problem back in Tir na Nog. You didn't exactly need help. True, but I feel like I should, command my shadows. They don't exactly get much action. Bellion and Kamish reside in the dimensional gap. Baru is in Ingvild's shadow. Igris in Akinos, and Iron in Rennie's. Greed, Kaisel, Tank, and Jima are with me. Leanne, Koratia, her, and Antares are also with me. Sharon is with Yasaka, and Kunu in Yurikyoto. They'll be acting as commander or king this time around. We'll be just giving out orders. If you join in then, you'll probably have to I don't take orders from anyone, especially those who are weaker than me. The two of us silently stare at each other, the room becoming a little tense, but though, I doubt you are weak if Leanne, Greed, and Antares are anything to go by. She confidently smiles at me. It seems like she's willing then, so they'll take that as an agreement. She nods. I summon a temporary ring. This will only give her the communication feature. I toss it to her, and she catches it. She stares at it, looks at the girl's rings, and back at the one she received. Is this some sort of magical contract? No, those rings have many features. One of those is a communication feature. So, I created a temporary ring, so I can relay things to you. You'll also be connected to Ophis and Valerie as well. I turn to Ain. What will you do? Will you help? I don't think you're exactly a fighter. Moral support and healing. I'm fine with that. I nod at her and turn around. We'll need more shadows. All right. Nameless humanoid shadow dragons then. I cover the room in a barrier and create 20 humanoid shadow dragons. They're all the same size as Tannen, the former Dragon King, the Blaze Meteor Dragon. These Dragon Knights are also omniversal in power. Can't make them weaker. What's the point? He'll dub you guys the Dragon Knights, since there are 20 of you in total. He'll make more in the future, and probably a leader. Any objections? No, my king. They say in unison, good. For now, this will do. For the rest, he'll use combat android fairies, if necessary, maybe healing ones. The new shadow soldiers go into my shadow. They'll also name them down the line. am not that good with names, Che. We all turned to look at Ophis, who let out a big yawn. Valerie giggled as she hugged her and brought her to the bed. Bedtime it is then. I will be going to my sleeping quarters then. Good night, Jean, everyone. They'll be staying here. Scat Hack taps me on the shoulder as she leaves the room. And is going to be staying here. I can't exactly force her out since she didn't get her own room. Looks like Leanne is also joining me tonight, too. It's been an hour. Valerie was cuddled up on my right. The same with Leanne, and on my left and Ophis, sleeping on my Barado like a cat. Though, throughout the hour, Ain's been acting strangely, shifting closer to me. Anytime I look at her, she turns away or pretends to sleep. What is this woman doing? I'll need to sit her down and speak with her. Whatever, I'll ignore it for now. Next day, dining room, a worm the king muttered. I could feel his anger rising. We were all currently in the dining room, or whatever the hell they call this place, banquet halls? Regardless of the name, we were currently having breakfast. The butler from last night, Jacob, wasn't here. I also made sure no one else was a traitor, nor they were eavesdropping on him. I informed the king and queen of my plan, as well as exposing the black market and destroying their business. Whether this stays permanent or not will remain to be seen. So, you had your scouts go to that place and confirm our daughter is safe? I nod. He's currently back there, watching and making sure she's okay. I'm in communication with him right now. My other subordinate is making his way to meet up with the black market goers. Now, this begs the question. Stop or capture? King Dara? Capture, let us deal with them. The same with the leaders of the black market, if it's possible, Jean. ITLL be easy then. Capture, do not kill Antares. I'll send 10 Dragon Knights to you, and the other 10 to Greed. Commence the operation. Yes, master my liege. Once I got their response, I summoned a few android fairies, 5 for healing, 5 for combat, and 5 for general use. Shala. From my ring came out another girl, the final female I created months back. Centuredo a bow tie, a necklace, black shorts accompanied by an orange belt, and a tattered black and orange cloak. Finally, Jin-sama, what can I do for you? She bounces up and down as she was excited to be out of the ring. She was free to leave, all of them were, but I guess giving them absolute freedom to do whatever they want in there. Keeps them busy. The rat, Jacob, he's still in this castle. Capture him and seal his powers. Once done, stand ready at the top and defend this place if necessary. Roger that. Chushi gave me a kiss on the cheek before vanishing. It was the first time for Ophis and Valerie to see or meet her, so they were also quite surprised. Still a ball of energy, I see. Leanne said, amused. I just smirked and shook my head. I turned back to the king as he was shocked to hear the rat was Jacob. Jacob is the rat? How? W-Y? I do not know. Ask him yourself when Shala is back with him in tow. Though if I had to guess, jealousy? The queen and king stared at the table trying to wrap their head around it, but for now, it's a waiting game. Shala dash. I ran through the halls of this strange place. I stopped in my tracks as I felt the aura of this Jacob person. Target spotted. Jean-sama didn't say if I could destroy anything or not. I'll take it as a yes. I summoned some magic circles behind me. Go boom. Jean skyward. Oh dear God, huh? Is something wrong, Jean? I shook my head and sighed heavily. The girls, 2 rulers, and attendants in the room look at me strangely. You'll need to repair part of this castle home thing. What? Boom. Rumble. Everyone was just staring at me as I facepalmed. I forgot to tell her not to destroy this place, Shala. I went overboard. I still held back, though. Wait, are you alive? When the dust settled, the man named Jacob was lying on the ground, covered in rubble and well alive. Success. I should repair this. That way, Jean-sama will praise me. Yes. Great thinking. Go back in time. I point my palms at the destroyed section of this building, and it started to repair itself rapidly. Even the debris on Jacob was lifting itself off him and repairing the walls. He's still unconscious, but alive. Well, whatever. Time to bring him back. Better hurry. I feel multiple life signatures approaching me. I skip towards Jacob, touch him, and teleport away. Jean-sama, wait for me. Jean, skyward, I'm back. Jin-sama. Shala appeared back at the same spot she disappeared from, but with Jacob this time, both looking battered from their journey, but still barely alive and breathing. Jacob. I repaired the damage I did too. I did good, right? This Shala is completely different from the one I based her off. She isn't a demon beast, but a human, a perfected human. Her personality is different too, well, whatever. She still is adorable. First, heal him. It would be bad if he bled to death. She did a weird pose while saying, right? She points a finger at Jacob and instantly healed him. She then sealed his magic. While not as strong and overpowered as mine, it still gets the job done. Anyone weaker than her will have it sealed. Done. She trots over to me and has a very excited and expectant look. I reach over and pet her head. She closes her eyes and melts. The weirdly adorable face she was making was mostly only ever shown to me or directed at me. Thank you. We'll go to the top then. Shala, satisfied after her time bonding with her companion, teleported away to the top of the castle. I turn to the now awake Jacob and wrap him up in truth ropes. What the hell are those? 1. They'll forcefully make you tell the truth. 2, it forces you to speak. Seeing as how Kateria didn't well cooperate, I thought of this. A form of restraint, in a way. Barricule would like this. The same with Shuri. Should I gift it as a present? W. What is happening? Am I king? W. Who attacked me? Jacob, are you allied with the rebels? The king asked Jacob, and he looked mortified at him. No, yes, I am. Once I found out about the coup d'etat, I happily joined them. I've been providing them with all the information since joining them. Every little detail, all the plans. The king's calm aura and expression slowly turned into rage. Jacob was surprised at himself. He wasn't expecting on just blurting out the truth. Why? King Dara asked in a shaky voice. Why, we were almost like childhood friends, Dara. You got everything while I had nothing. I had to work my way up until I could stay by your side. And even then, you got her. Jacob pointed with his body at Queen Isabella. Oh my God. Why does it have to do with goddamn romance? She was mine. We spent so much time together. When you were busy with learning to be king, I was with her, stood by her side, and helped her, but she fell for you, Hal. I am bitter. I don't care about this place. If we ruled, maybe I could win her over to be my wife, right? Tears were streaming down his face, as well as snot. This guy was pouring his heart out right now. I feel like I've been rolling my eyes the entire time listening to this. I don't even know how to describe him. He'll go with Tadpole. Queen Isabella was staring at Jacob in shock. Oh, she's the dense type too, or had already put him as a lifelong friend, poor dude. The friend zone doesn't exist, but holy crap. Was he a tenant Esquire zoned? Bruh. Ha ha ha. I should have told him to mess with the princess. That would have really gotten to you, Smack. All right, that's enough from you. She's 12. I won't let that happen. Jacob's face smashed against the ground and was knocked back out. I repaired the little damage it made and turned to the king. So what now, King Dara? I shall deal with him later. I have already decided his fate. Please bring the rest to us. Sure. I shall get going then. I will join Greed. I wish to move my body around. Fight the magic swordsman Eric. All right, have fun. The rest of you spread across the city. We've discussed where you'll be. Leanne, stay here with me. Valerie, Ophis, and Leanne nodded. He'll stay here and wait for the bodies to arrive and heal them. Ain stayed here with us as well. She was mainly support. Antares, 5 go to the left island. The rest go to the right island. Capture them alive. I ordered the 10 Dragon Knights to split up. There were some worms in the other islands that needed to be captured. This was the second time Master has asked for my assistance. This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. A king. A true king. He is finally utilizing his position. The more subordinates he creates, the stronger his army becomes. This is the greatest honor, being able to be of use to him. I made my way to the underground base of the black market. Like stupid humans, they made their main base of operations underneath the main sky island. Pitiful creatures. Did their greed know no bounds? They could have utilized the ravines, even the forest below, but they chose to form their main base here. Idiots, I must hold back. My king has requested for them to be captured. Ah, so merciful. Kulme. I summoned 2 humanoid dragons. Both are at the level of Satan class. This will be enough. These humans are weak. I walk casually with these 2 new dragons at each of my sides. Huh? Who do you think I slapped the man who started to speak to me? Such vulgar language. Has he no shame? As I held back, the man was only embedded into the wall. He was still alive. I could still feel him breathing. Enemy. Alert. We were ratted out. It seems like they were alerted. It matters not. In my earlier investigation of this place, I sealed off their exits. Efficiency is my policy after all. Capture, not kill. Leave the leader to me. Go. Fwash. The two new dragons disappeared as they started their hunt. The frightened cries of the humans echoed through the area as the dragons carried out their attack. As I walk past the fallen bodies, I pull them along with magic. I do not want to go back and gather them up. They will survive being dragged around for a little while. Eventually, the screams and cries disappeared, and only one was left. However, it was cries of despair, not of pain. Perhaps the two dragons were standing by looking at the leader? Who the hell are you? Are these dragons? Unfortunately for you, my king was asked by your rulers for help. The black market was just collateral damage. However, my king is merciful. If you provide useful information, anything, please spare me. I felt a smile, a very wide one, spread across my face. Good, very good. Then tell me, human, all about that island that fell. Yes, anything. We even have books that were going to be destroyed. Take them all. What useful little subject now. Centuredo, I wish to experience some form of combat while here. Very well. I shall rescue the princess. If you require assistance, then I shall step in. The Witch of Duinskaith nodded as she leaped down and started to walk towards the camp of rebels. Kassa, what the heck? Who are you? A shadow. With one swift movement, I karate chop his neck, knocking him out. I turned to the princess as she had a fearful expression. I am here on behalf of my liege. He has been hired by the king and queen, your parents, to rescue you. Mother and father sent you? I nod. I reach over and break the bars. I pick up the princess with one hand and vanish from the place. I reappear by the spot I had originally used as a lookout. Are we going home, Mr. Shadowman? Yes. However, we shall watch over the Witch of Duinskaith before we go home. That goddess is here? Why? Who is your Elish? She is young, so she may not know about the current situation. I nod. My liege, and the one responsible for this, is the current Red Dragon Emperor and middleman. You may have heard of him. The middleman came to rescue me? It seems that she is aware of my liege. I feel a sense of pride well up inside me. His name, his titles, and his fame are spreading far and wide. Respect and fear are felt when his name is spoken or heard. This is what we all wish for. Yes, my liege was the one who conducted this mission and operation. I shall protect you. Watch the Witch of Duinskaith on how she operates. Scat hack this place is as what Greed had reported, nothing but destruction. The Dragon Knights he had, I could feel them killing off the monsters around us. When did he order them to do that? To my far right, I could see a glow. Could it be that toxic dumping place? No, it has to be. There's a slight breeze and a strange odor is being carried from their weak to weak. Clang, clang. You doing all right over there, Scat hack? I heard Gene's voice on the left side of my ear. Was this the communication feature he was talking about? Yes, I am. The three bosses have not come out. Greed has rescued the princess, however. It looks like they are watching me. As long as she's safe, then they can take their sweet time getting back. Keep safe as well. Who does he think I am? Well, it matters not. The amateurs and unskilled humans and giants attack me one by one. Inefficient. Attack me all once, fools. Who is this person? Who cares? Stop her. If we injure her enough, we can rap slash. Pierce. Disgusting. Hurt me? Ha. That's one thing you won't be able to do to me. Centuredo, the human magician, had a blue robe that covered his face and entire body. I could not tell what he looked like. The giant was around 15 foot tall. He had long and shaggy brown hair, green left eye, blue right eye. He wore a very warrior-esque garment. He had a scar across his left eye, making him more menacing looking. Finally, the magic swordsman, he stood there looking like a typical hero from children's books. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a confident smile. He wore worn-down silver armor and with an ordinary sword. Witch of Duinskaith. It is an honor to clash with you. The magic swordsman Eric says, This one has honor. He also knew of my name. Who gives a crap about honor? Defeat her. What the giant said. Finish her. With my new powers, we can win against her. Jean will have no problem with me taking them down, right? Remember, no taking lives. We have to capture them. Very well. Very unlikely then. I spin my spear around and point it at them. Rejoice, for the king and queen wish for all of you to be alive. Dwoosh. Strike. How. W what? I disappear and reappear behind the human magician and strike him down. He falls to the ground. He will not die from those injuries. Next, you wretched fool. D. The giant in rage swings his club at me. I block it with my spear and destroy it with another swing. The look on his face was priceless. The pride he had in his own strength. The pride in that weapon shattered in mere moments. I enjoy fights when both of us are equal in strength, or if I'm slightly weaker, I get a sense of rush, an enjoyment I haven't felt in years, damn it. Jolrik the giant roared as he started to wildly swing his fists at me. Overcome with rage, since his prized possession. His club was destroyed the same with his strength he is so proud of. How does it feel? Curse you. How? How can all my hard work mean nothing? Swash. FWSHH. Don. Anyone can work hard, you first need talent if you want to go far. Without it all, that training is meaningless. That is the truth of this world. We are never born equal. Certain individuals are born into this world with near infinite potential, with many more benefits. Like the famed Surzex Lucifer of the devils. He is an anomaly, even among devils. Not many like him appear. Now the next is this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. He is shrouded in mystery, being able to create beings stronger than the dragon god of infinity, the Ouroboros dragon. This isn't a fantasy story, you know. Pierce. Ag. I dodge all the attacks thrown at me by the giant, his stamina slowly being drained as he recklessly and foolishly attacks me with no rhyme of rhythm. Like an animal backed up against a wall, their instinct takes over, survival the only thing in their mind. I disappear from my spot. I appear above him and kicked his head. Don. Boom. The giant called Ulrich crashed against the ground, creating a large dust cloud. He lay there motionless, breathing and alive. During this time, Eric, the magic swordsman, stood there waiting for my battles with his comrades to end. Young warrior, state your name. Eric Dooley. My name means the dark hero who forever rules. He replied to me with vigor. Eric means forever ruler or always ruler, while Dooley means dark hero in Greek. This young man is a descendant of heroes that hailed from Ireland. What an interesting name. I am Scathack, with of Duin Skaith and Queen of the Land of Shadows. Show me, young one. Eric Dooley moving forward. HAAA. It's over then. Eric Dooley fought valiantly. While his swordsmanship was a cut above the rest, he still had much to learn, and he relied on them too much. He did not use his magic efficiently. It took him too long to use them. He only also used them to physically enchant himself. He did not have the best use of elemental magic. They were low class at best, while other magics apart from the enchantment magic, they were subpar at best. With this it's ove, hee ha ha ha. Fool. Foolish goddess. Do you think this is where it ends for me? Never. While those two idiots fought you. I enacted my other plan if I failed the first. The human magician was still conscious. He lost quite a lot of blood, but shing. Around 50 magic circles appeared above him. They were all aimed at the floating island. Does he plan on bombing it? That will not achieve your desired effect, magician. Trying to bluff your way now? Eat this and die. Fire. DWSHHH. Fool. Greed had appeared beside me along with the princess. This young warrior fought well. My liege would have given you praise. I believe Jean would have too. However, he's fast asleep now. I watched the beams of magic slowly approaching the floating island. The human magician still laughing maniacally to himself. How does this help him achieve their goal? If he destroyed that place, then no. Perhaps he and the other one, Jolrik, wanted to rebuild from the ground up, complete and utter tyranny. Wasot has begun. The human magician let out a surprised yelp as he stared in complete silent awe at what he was seeing in front of him. If he summoned 50 magic circles. Shishala. Summoned 10,000 in response. Dome. Bang, bang, bang. Shala, I was on top of the castle waiting for something to happen. When I stood up here, I had one of the greatest views around. Trees, mountains, and all other spectacular things to be seen around me. Oh, oh, oh. Aurora, are those magic circles? And there are 50 of them. Wow, such a skilled magic user. To be able to summon that many. I can only respond in kind. Shing, 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 shing 100? No, 1,000? No, 5,000? No, 10,000 magic circles. This is the only appropriate response. 50 will do. Do not overdo it. Gay. Old Man Antares. I was about to unleash my magic when I felt a familiar presence appear beside me. It was Old Man Antares, and he was glaring at me. I made a face at him. He didn't like being called that. He only accepts Antares, King of Dragons, or Monarch of Destruction. What a strict and stubborn old man. But, no, it will cause trouble for Jean-sama. See it. Ugh, fine, I make the others disappear, and only kept 50. I then let them fire. Old Man Antares was fine with it and didn't try stopping me. Doom. Bang, bang, bang. My elemental attacks met with the magical beams from the human mage that Greed told us about last night. Of course, my magical power was far superior, so it obliterated his attacks. Wait, doesn't this mean Jean-sama will praise me? He'll think I used my head and didn't go overboard. Old Man Antares, you're a lifesaver. After the dust settled after our attacks hit each other, I could feel Scat-Hack and Greed in the throne room of this castle. So that means it's time to go there. Come, our master is waiting. You don't have to tell me twice, Antares Geezer. He left first, but I surveyed the entire city below me, no damages since I set up a barrier earlier. Jean-sama also had created some general android fairies, so they were already out and about repairing things themselves. Job well done. I wasn't sure, but I finally left. Jean Skyward looks like everyone's back this took. Around an hour to complete? It wasn't necessary, but Leanne and I stayed here in case someone else was stupid enough to try to take the king and queen's life during all of this. How was it on your end? Ophis, Valerie? Nothing, small panic because of large explosions, but the humans and giants are fine. A few rowdy individuals came out, but I stopped them. They are currently with this city's law enforcement. Ophis had no action while Valerie had a little, but nothing major. Siobhan, mother, father, Greed, who had been carrying the princess, who we just found out is named Siobhan, jumps down from Greed's arms and runs toward her parents. They have a small, tearful reunion. Greed walks over to me and tells me what happened on his end. Good work, Return. Satisfied, Greed nods and returns to my shadow. Around Antares was a completely broken man. He was still alive. It looks like he used a little healing magic on him. Scat-Hack had all three of the leaders of the rebels. One of them, the human magician, since he's in a robe, is the worst off. He was bleeding, but still alive. The giant was also bruised and battered, but not as bad off as the magician finally. The magic swordsman, while he had injuries, they weren't like the other two. I look at Scat-Hack as she shrugs. Maybe Eric had honor? So she took it easy on him? Or, at the very least, fought him. Shala was looking at me expectantly. They'll deal with her soon. I make the person beside Antares, and the three leaders float towards where Jacob was still at. He was still changed up, so he couldn't really do much. The guy looked dead, lifelessly staring at the ground. Everyone is here. They'll let you deal with it then, King Dara. My work here is done. The king, queen, and princess had regained their composure and were standing there with their usual elegant auras. He nods at me while giving me a thankful expression. We have nothing to do with this at this point forward. They'll have a talk with all of them then. I chain up the others so they couldn't move. I go over to the human mage and read his memories much like the Leonin city. The human male mage, now named Patrick, was approached by the same avatar that Nyarlathotep, offered the blood vial, and got stronger. What happened to the avatar? Did it disappear once Nyarlathotep was imprisoned by Azathoth? Kunhwar. Answer: yes, I would assume so. She did nothing else. Simply gave him and the Leonin city more power and left. Were all of these just minor inconveniences for me? Now I want to have this guy go berserk or something. I drain his power. He went from ultimate class to middle class. Hey, partner, this may sound strange, but hear me out, okay? What if she's helping you? Slightly traumatized you, and then help you in a weird and indirect way. It's not impossible, seeing how obsessed and in love she is with you, Jean. I would rather not think about it like that. She's simply bored and trying to mess with me. Leave it at that. I leave the throne room with everyone else. We were back in my room and planned on talking to Antares and Shala. How was it on your end, Antares? He smiled and nodded. I found some very interesting, yet amusing information about the island that fell. The black market has a lot of information about it. The royal family tried to erase it all from their history after all. To put it simply, it was a technologically and magical failure on their part. From both the royal family of the past and magic scientists, they bit off more than they could chew, and it ended up in a huge disaster. Precisely, as expected of Jean Sama. It was during the era when they first started to make the floating islands. The fallen island was the first prototype. They experimented and tested on smaller rocks. They were successful and kept on increasing the size until they finally used that island as the first prototype for the floating island project. The ones in charge at the time, they became arrogant, complacent if you will. That led to cutting corners. Of course, the younger ones' concerns were pushed aside. I sigh and shake my head. Even here it doesn't change. Whether it be with humans or supernatural beings, they still skip steps and major disaster happens. How many? 3,701 beings perished, both humans and giants. After that, the project was put on hold, delayed indefinitely until they could guarantee nothing like that would happen again. So many were killed because of negligence, Antares continued. Then, 12 years later, they were complete. The island we were on was the first to float up, anchored down, and then the other two were built in less time since this one held up quite well. There may be plans on making a fourth one to honor the fallen one. I see, well done, Antares. I walk over to him and pat him on the shoulder. It's my pleasure, Jean Sama. Please call me when you need my assistance again. He practically nearly screamed as he went back into my ring. Seems muck. Shut up. We get you want to go. Boom. Dawn. Well, it makes sense to try to erase that embarrassing failure and tragedy from their history books. But the ones who have been alive for a long time, they may remember, but don't speak about it. Finally, Shala. Well, I didn't specifically state it. Did you really need to destroy that part of the castle? And what about the 10,000 magic circles you used? She blushed and started flailing her arms. But I repaired that damage. Also, I didn't use 10,000. I used 50. I used my head for once, Jean Sama. I felt Antares join you before you attacked now. Did he tell you not to? Yes, he did. She was sulking. What a troublesome girl. I walk over to her and gently pat her head. She looks at me confused, but still liked it. While Antares did stop you, you also followed his orders. That's praiseworthy on your part. Well done, you also checked to see if there was collateral damage before coming back, right? That's another point for you, Shala. He praised me more, all right. Come back for now. She puffed her cheeks, but did so. I turned back to everyone, but the Dragon Knights appeared as well. So, all creatures around the rebels' base have been killed. All that are directly associated with the black market have been neutralized and are with the authorities of each city. Good job. Come back. 2 of them reported to me, and they came back to my shadow. I turn around to the girls and sigh. I look at Leanne, but she shakes her head. So she wants to stay out longer? Fine with me. Next day, we were leaving, while the king and queen didn't tell me the details of what would happen to the rebels, leader of the black market, and Jacob, but he'll assume some sort of justice will be brought upon them. Today, we leave. Our next destination was to the Tuatha De Dan and in the place called Titan Tier, not BH Flathias or Land of Heaven Falls. Scathack also said we would meet the goddess Danu somewhere during it. I look forward to this alliance, Jean, and thank you for everything. The king thanked me again, and yes, they signed the treaty yesterday. It was a bit late, but I didn't mind. That's 2 of the 3 groups. 4? If I include goddess Danu, well, maybe 5? If I include Ain too, well, whatever. Ain is already part of it, so those 2 left then. But why would they need my help? They have Luff, who's quite strong. He's in the top 10 after all. Maybe it's nothing major? They'll see once I'm there. Mr. Jean, thank you. Princess Siobhan bowed at us as she stood beside her mother. She quickly recovered and isn't too traumatized. What a strong one she is. It's no problem, Princess. Take care now. Please visit again. I wish to talk to you. Sure thing, when I get a chance in the future or a request. We waved goodbye to them, as did they. We finally left this interesting world. Chapter 6, Part 3, Tuatha Dé Danann, Goddess Danu, and the Alliance Ireland, County Meath, Newgrange, Jean, Skyward Newgrange, huh? So they really did reside here, the Tuatha Dé Danann. Is this where they created the land of Heaven Falls? Indeed. We are quite lucky. It is still morning, so there are no humans here. Come, it's inside. Newgrange is a prehistoric monument in County Meath in Ireland, located on a rise overlooking the River Boyne, 8 kilometers west of Drogheda. It is an exceptionally grand passage tomb built during the Neolithic period, around 3200 BC, making it older than Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids. It is aligned with the winter solstice sunrise. Newgrange is the main monument in the Brunna Boyne complex, a World Heritage Site that also includes the passage tombs of Knowth and Dowth, as well as other Hengess, burial mounds, and standing stones. In Irish mythology, Newgrange is often called Sid and Broga. Like other passage tombs, it is described as a portal to the other world and a dwelling of the divine Tuatha Dé Danann. Because Scathach transported us near the site, we were not noticed by security, so we made our way inside the large monument. Once inside, it was quite cramped. It's tight. Just then Valerie looks at me with a frown. Seriously? What? It's nothing. Jean, around us were rocks and stones with unique designs and patterns on them. The rest were just rocks stuck together that were jutting out, so if you weren't careful, you might hit them, and that would be painful. Did they build their portal here or something? No. There's a secret passageway only a select few knows of. There resides a portal you take into their world. It is not a barrier like the other two. Really? Now that sounds interesting. They really did go all out with this world of theirs then. I'm a little bit more excited. Now Scathach leads us down a few pathways until we reach a seemingly normal rock, but I could feel traces of magic in the surroundings. She presses on a certain spot, and a click noise is heard. Looking closely at it, it can only be activated by applying a bit of magic and pressing on that spot. So no normal humans accidentally activate it if they started to randomly start touching or pressing on the rock where the switch was at. Cinchuredo. Now, keep going forward. It's a straightforward path. Yeah, we're not Zorro. We won't get lost. Never mind. One Piece doesn't exist here. I haven't dug too deeply into it, but its knockoff is called True Peace. Why is it called that? I have no idea. I asked Rias about it once. She said the author just decided to name it that. The story and characters are the same, of course. Names and places are changed, but the story premise is nearly the same. That's why they didn't know or understand when I said hockey back then. I didn't explain it to them, yet though Rias suspected it may be like the one in True Peace. I haven't been here in a long time. Aine sounded excited to be here. So, she hasn't been here a long time? I wonder what those standards are for gods and goddesses. You have? Aine San. What is it like? How long ago? Valerie was quite curious too. In the front was Aine taking the lead. Behind her was Valerie, Ophis, Leanne, me, and Scathach. Yep. Let's keep that part a secret for now. Shall we? For how long? Around 400 years, give or take. For 100 years? How long has she been wandering about? She definitely saw many parts of Ireland's human history take place, then more so than the other gods since they apparently reside in their own worlds. What's her opinion on humans in general? As she has been, she seems indifferent or likes them, but she could be putting up a facade, lying to us. Now, after walking down the stairs, we were walking down a candlelit passageway. It was just a straightforward path, with no twists or turns. Valerie and Aine started to talk to each other. They got along well. Scathach and Leanne were talking about tactics, battle strategies, and training topics. They had a relaxed atmosphere around them, a rare smile on Leanne's face since she only shows that to me or the girls. Ophis was walking beside me. We both were silent, but she was holding my hand. She's been doing that a lot. We're here. Everyone stopped as a blue and white portal appeared in front of us. Seriously? I didn't expect a portal, maybe a barrier or a teleportation circle. But a portal? Nope. Ain, while dragging Valerie with her stepped in first, followed by Scat and Leanne. Finally, Ophis and I passed through. Land of? Amazing. In front of me were large chunks of earth broken into pieces. Large tree roots were everywhere, and some were even holding up the large chunks of land. There were many trees and small bodies of water too. In the distance, there were many rivers. It looked like an enormous waterfall. Some chunks of land were higher than others because the roots of the trees supported them. On the right, in the far distance, I could see some sort of building like towers. Maybe that's where the gods were at, but they seemed to be in a state of ruin when I zoomed in. Neither did I feel any life emanating from this place. Well, only monsters and creatures. I look up and see a few. Flying creatures? Dragons? No, probably wyverns and drakes, as well as larger flying birds. In the middle, well, what I perceived as the middle was a larger piece of land that looked like where the roots were coming from. And from the roots was an enormous tree, smaller than the one in Tir Na Nog, but still quite large. Near its trunk was a bluish portal. I wonder if that's WoW, right? But this isn't where the gods live. Well, anymore anyway. They used to when Goddess Danu used to rule over them, well, lead them. But since she left, they moved. Moved? Over there, see that blue shiny portal thing? They made another world in there. Not to the same size as this, but still large. All types of supernatural beings have moved in there, not just gods. Ain pointed at the blue portal. It was swirling and letting out zzzz noises. We could even hear it from here. What happened to this place? Why does it look so destroyed? It's always looked like this. Goddess Danu was quite strange. Okay, I lied. It sort of looked like this, but as young gods and goddesses, they got a bit rowdy. They did marry human heroes, so that added to the chaos of this place. It's nothing serious. Just, very rough and tumble, kind of partying, a lot of punches, use of magic and weapons, so they're idiots? Well, I guess you could call them that back then. Teenage or young adult gods. Sure. So, this is a result of those gods having a party? Like teenagers during a high school weekend or college students during spring break. Complete and utter chaos. But this was on a much larger scale. What about those ruins in the back? Intelligent creatures built that, I think. Dryads, elves, spirits, and other creatures both in Irish mythology and abroad have resided in here. Most are peaceful. Some are a bit wearier and are prone to attack if startled. Anyway, let's go to the next portal. In urging us forward, she ran ahead. A very energetic woman, but she stopped as she got to the edge. Ahaha. I was invited in the past and had a hand in getting there. My sigh and walk over towards her. She tilts her head, and I pick her up. Hiya am being held by Jean. Do we need to watch out for anything on the way there? Traps? Or something? Nope, I leap off the edge, and we fall. Ain started to scream. I got nearer to the root and pushed myself off it. Ophis and Valerie were flying towards the portal with their wings. Scat and Leanne had joined me in my little parkour journey. As the two joined me, I landed on another piece of land. My life as a goddess flashed before my eyes. Quit being dramatic. Let's keep going. Those two will get there before we will. Teleportation? Who needs that? I want to see what else this abandoned land can offer. I start a run again and jump to the next chunk of land. This time, Ain not screaming. The other two kept up with me. While I ran and jumped, I also listened to the sound of water crashing beneath me, water flowing, and the occasional insect or animal noise. A giant shadow passes above me. I look up and see a large wyvern. It was heading towards both Ophis and Valerie, but the two of them turn around and glare at it as it immediately changes course and flies away. What was its end goal there? Testing itself? Pointless pride? Both? Well, whatever it was, Cinchureto, I pushed off the ground and flew across the giant gap between the small land and the one with the giant tree. Until boom, I landed on the ground, destroying a bit of it in the process. I turn around and repair it. When I looked back at Ain, she was still crying and a bit of snot was coming out her nose. I took it too far. My bad. Sorry. Why are you so mean to me? What kind of reaction is this? Why did she start crying? She was rubbing her eyes. tears flowing down, and snot coming out. This isn't the image I had for this goddess. When I first met her, I was just teasing you back. Just a little bit air, sorry. You're forgiven, but only if you give me a barato. I felt everyone else land near me as they heard what she said. They all had astonished expressions on their faces. Ain's tears and snot immediately disappeared as she exaggeratedly scrunched up her face in a funny pout. Thud! Ow! Don't just drop me. So rude. As she got closer to me, I dropped her, sighed, and started walking towards the portal. Why are you even acting like this? Scat asks Ain behind me. Now that everyone else had gathered around Ain, I was approaching the portal. I am a fan, and when I saw him, you can call it love at first sight. Right. Ignoring the goddess, everyone else joined me by the portal, including Ain, as she had recomposed herself. A lot of tree roots were encircling the portal. Now that I take a closer look at it, the portal's frame was made out of blue and black stone. The portal itself was just another form of magic used to light or turn it on. It almost sounds and feels like the Minecraft nether portal. I glanced at everyone. Looks like they were all ready, so I stepped through. Titan Tier, not BH Flathia's land of heaven, falls interesting, very interesting. Much like every other world I've seen so far, it's almost medieval in a way. However, unlike the land of giants and heroes where there were only floating islands, there were some floating buildings and floating steps leading towards them. In the background, there was another giant tree, but it was on a floating island. Beside it was a floating castle, what's with Irish deities and making things float. Many of the houses were built of wood, a few of stone, and some brick. However, like the other side, there were roots of trees encircling some of the houses. In front of us was a fountain that was shooting clouds out of it. What? Beyond that were 7 shops in a circle that surrounded one shop in the middle. There were floating lights everywhere, but as it was daytime, they weren't on. Daytime? I will assume there's a day and night cycle here. Around us were houses or other buildings. There weren't any street vendors in our immediate vicinity, but within the circle of shops, there were a few. I could see the residents of this world starting to wake up and get their shops ready. What surprised me more was that there weren't any guards, I guess. There was no gate where they would be put at. They were all different. Fairies, some were humanoid, others the typical size, some kind of furry humanoid animal, a cat, but cat less human features. It's like a normal cat, bigger, fluffier, but walks on 2 legs and is smoking a pipe, a leprechaun. Some Ariels, spirits of all kinds. I could see wood, plants, and water spirits from where I was standing. The skies were the same, and the bird creature from before was present. No wyverns or drakes. This place is certainly unique. The castle and tree that I mentioned earlier were higher than the clouds. This is because it went past some of them. One of the houses had a windmill on it. There was a small river running along the town. It was beyond the 7 shops. A water wheel was there. Was it running power around the 7 shops? Or is it just for decoration? Or for another purpose? Yes, Centuredo around 10 in the morning, and we weren't in a rush. I didn't sense any trouble outside or inside. So I wonder what problem or incident they have for me. Scat headed into a bread shop. We were all a bit confused except Ain, but we still followed her in. Podrick, is business doing well? Oh, if it isn't Lady Scat and Lady Ain? Well, color me silly. It's been a while, Miss Goddess of Summer. Still wandering all of Ireland? The man who greeted us had elf-like ears, long emerald hair with purple streaks on his side, lime green eyes, and a stubby nose. He wore the typical bakery uniform, white shirt, white pants, and a green apron with dark brown and olive boots. And who might these lovely ladies and gentlemen be? It's been some time. Podrick, have you been well? Ain got off me and walked over to the elf. Named Podrick. Those two seem to know each other. These 3 are Leanne, Valerie, and Fies. The lone man over there is Jean, the middleman. Upon hearing my middleman title, his eyes widened, and a large smile spread across his face. The famed middleman? Well, color me surprised again. How do you do, mate? Big fan, big fan. After shaking Ain's hand, he walks past her and stands in front of me. He puts his hand out for a handshake, and I oblige. We shake hands. I could tell that he had a firm grip. He was definitely an elf, and was high class. Did he recently move up? He was quite low on it. So the middleman has finally graced our world. Huh. Can't wait for you to meet our gods and goddesses. They're a sweet and relaxed bunch. Sweet and relaxed? Well, if what Ain told us earlier was true, then I kind of expect them all to mellow out over time. Nice to meet you, so. Got bread? Everyone just stared at me with my very bad joke. Huh. I like you already. Give us a name, will you? Gene. Call me Gene. He walks over to a fresh pile of bread, picks one up, and chucks it at me. I catch it and look at him as he grins at me. It's on the house. Go on, eat it. I nod and take a bite. Not bad. This is pretty tasty, actually. I give him a nod of approval as he gives me a thumbs up. 'Tis a start of a beautiful friendship, Gene boy. Anyway, I just came here to say hi, and we'll probably be here for a day or a few. They'll see you around, Podrick. Aye. See you later, Lady Scathack, Lady Ain, Gene boy, and Gene boy's loyal followers. Scathack left through the door, followed by us. When we got back out, even more beings were out and about. A few of them recognized Ain and Scathack, so we had to stop every now and again so they could talk. Is this how Valerie and Ophis felt back in the Tlohag? I can sympathize with you two now. We were slowly reaching the edge of this medium-sized town, village. But when we did, the guards that I was looking for earlier were there. Lady Scathack, Lady Ain, you have returned with guests? Who might those be? One of the guards asked. He had green armor on him with a grin helmet with a sharp point on top. The other guards nodded, but didn't say anything. They kept an eye on us. They were also shocked to see Ain here. Ah, this man beside me is Gene, the middleman. We're here for the treaty and about that. They are his companions. Once they heard that, they grinned and nodded. The air around them changed, and it became lighter. Why were they grinning? What the hell are they going to ask me to do? I see. Very well. It's nice to meet you, Sir Middleman. Please, go ahead. They both gestured to the EMP. Stairs started to appear out of thin air. They were giving off a small and dull green glow. Scathack nods as we start walking up them. They were stable. I expected them to be well loose. Wobbly? They were also see-through, so we could also see the void beneath us. Well, it wasn't a void, but a very long drop down to water, a large body of ocean. I wonder if there's life down there or land. As we slowly ascended up the stairs, I looked to my right, and that giant tree on the floating island was there. The tree took up around 90% of the island, and from where I was, I could see only a few parts of it where it was even ground. It didn't take long for us to pass by the clouds. Ophis tried to pluck one out of the sky. It didn't work. Valerie giggled at her disappointment. I summoned some sweets and gave them to her. That quickly brightened her up. We eventually reached the top. This time there were no guards or even gates or doors, only a large open door frame, and beyond it was a large staircase with red carpet. As we stepped inside, we found tree roots, but I did not see any from below when we walked up. I could feel the presence of multiple gods at a specific point of the castle. So, were we meant to go there ourselves? It seems you have made it. Welcome back, Lady Scathack, Lady Ain. We turn to our right and see a woman in business attire, a black and white suit. She had long and wavy golden brown hair, yellow-colored eyes, and was quite tall and confident in appearance. I look back and see Valerie beside me on my left and on my right, and Leanne close behind me. Why? All I did was look at her. Hello there, Nessa. It hasn't been that long since I last visited. I brought the middleman with me. We came across Ain on the way here. The woman named Nessa nods. Very well. They have been expecting him. Follow me. She turns around and starts to walk away, and we hurriedly follow after her. Just like her name suggests, she's quite well blunt and to the point. Even her face almost looked fed up with seeing us. Nessa, this name, can mean rough or not gentle. In Irish mythology, she was the powerful and ambitious mother of Concobar, Connor, Mac Nessa, King of Ulster. She carried herself and walked with pride. Maybe she was the stubborn type? Almost like Brynhild or I wonder how she's been. I haven't seen Rose in a while either. Actually, a lot of the girls will try to visit them. Maybe before the raiding game between Rias and Sona. But seriously, how many twists, turns, and stairs are we going to climb up before we reach this stupid, oh, never mind. Nessa stopped in front of a large door and pushed it open. It was quite noisy inside. The smell of food, alcohol, and whatever else those smells were permeated all throughout the room and beyond once the door was open. The room was like any other typical castle dining hall. However, there were even more plants, vines, roots, and a few unique ornaments, like bottles of beer and wine on the walls, a few weapons, and pictures of someone. The chandelier on the ceiling looks like it might shatter any second now. The gods and goddesses of Tuatha Dan, and she sounded so disappointed while saying that poor girl. I look at all the gods and goddesses present. They seemed, well, relaxed, since they haven't exactly noticed us. Ahem! Nessa shouted in a hymn as all the heads turned in our direction. Oh, Nesso Scathack. Welcome back. Come have a drink, some food too. Aha! Is that? Ain. Dear me, it's been so long. Hi. Dearie, come here. A male started to pat a seat beside him. A female also started to wave over Ain. They really were quite relaxed. At the head of the table was a single man who was eating and drinking quietly. He had a relaxed and pleasant expression on him. It looked like he didn't mind all the happenings around him. Settle down. Scathack came back here for one simple reason. We discussed it the last time she was here, no? It may have to do with the single man she came with. The gods and goddesses stopped in their tracks as the man at the end of the table spoke up. No, he wasn't the only one that was calm. The man beside him was also quietly sitting there, eating and drinking his fill. The man who stopped the god smiled at us. Welcome, middleman. I am Nuada Ergitlam. Call me Nuada, current king of this realm. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nuada is a tall man who has long silver hair, which ends just above his shoulder, and metallic blue eyes, which appear to have wrinkles under them. He is always seen wearing a green yukata under a black haori, a traditional Japanese thigh-length kimono-style jacket, with golden borders with a zigzag pattern, and zori, flat sandals, with white tabi, toe-divided socks. Likewise, King Nuada. He then starts to introduce the rest. First, the one to his right, the other god who is calmly eating and drinking. This is Luff, the god of the sun of the Irish mythology, part of the top 10 strongest in our world, and the one leading the charge for the treaty between Tir Na Nog, Tuatha Dé Danann, and the land of heroes and giants. Luff opens his eyes and looks at me. He nods and gives me a calm smile. I do the same thing back to him. Luff is a quite good-looking young man with long, black hair that is tied into a ponytail with bangs swept to the left and right side, except for strands of hair falling in his face and blue eyes. He wears a long, black jacket with gold trimmings, open with an upturned collar and rolled-up sleeves, with a long-sleeved white shirt underneath, straightened with an unorganized blue necktie. Below, Luff wears black pants and white shoes. That one over there is Dagda, our druid and the manliest man you'll ever meet. Nice to meet ya, young middleman boy. Dagda is a tall, muscular young man with green eyes and black hair that he usually styled in a combed-up, heart-shaped pompadour. He wears a black shirt with green shoulders, chest armor, and white pants with black boots. He also wears a black leather jacket on top of his usual outfit. The one beside him is our god of healing, the one and only Diensect. Diensect is a human male. Despite being 1,000 years old or more, he looks like a young man in his 20s. Diensect has fair skin, blonde hair which he ties in 2 loose strands, and blue eyes. He wears a white hood with gray designs around the edges. Beneath that is a maroon robe. You didn't need to introduce me so dramatically, old friend. To my left is Angus, the god of youth and love. He likes poetry. Angus is a handsome man with lavender eyes and platinum blonde hair. Angus wears elegant clothing consisting of a white suit, a pocket square, and an ascot tie, along with accessories such as a brooch and white gloves. If you know of foreign poetry, feel free to pass it along to me, Sir Middleman. I nod at him. He's quite flamboyant, another interesting character. Finally, Brigid, goddess of wisdom, poetry, healing, protection, and blacksmithing. She's also the Catlaw Bang. I like animals. The goddess Brigid threw a wine bottle at Nuada. All right, she's an animal lover. Brigid is a fair-skinned girl in her mid-teens with chin-length red hair that has grown up to shoulder-length later on and wide green eyes. She is seen with a large green hooded coat, a red sweater vest with a white buttoned shirt underneath, a knee-length dirty dark green skirt, and below the knees, lace brown boots. Even though they're probably 100 to thousands of years old, they all look quite young. Did they use some kind of magic to make themselves look young? Devils often do so I'm not that surprised. Gene Skyward. My name may not sound Irish, since my parents were a bit eccentric and did things at their own pace, including my name. Current middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. It's nice to meet the gods of this realm. I summon and desummon my boosted gear to show proof, and they nod. These are my close companions. They're part of a bigger group I travel with. This is Valerie, Ophis, and Leanne. Ophis and Leanne look at me blankly, with both having small smiles, while Aine didn't look too thrilled with me, excluding her. Fwahaha. So it seems the rumors that you want a big group around you are quite true. Interesting. Yes, live life how you want. That is our motto here. Noada started to laugh and nod furiously. The other gods looked at him strangely. We have a motto. Since when? Don't question it. Young Gene. While this isn't all the gods that reside here, these are the only ones who could make it. Some are quite busy at the moment. Busy, or didn't want to meet me, or just lazy. I didn't really mind. It's fine. Your introduction would have dragged on for at least more than an hour if they were all here. Ophis, as in the Ouroboros dragon? Dagda asked as he was still looking at Ophis. I nodded, making his eyes widen. He then starts to laugh, the other gods looking at the little girl. To think you tamed such a powerful being, you have my praise, Gene. Angus says while making a weird motion with his head, flicking his hair and smacking Noada, who ignored it. So, to cut to the chase, Scathack said you have a problem that you needed help with? All the gods in the room grin. They look at each other, including Luff, and then back to Noada. What in the world? Our original incident or troubles were taken care of by Luff. He took care of it yesterday, actually. So, you're not needed for it anymore. However, there is something we'll need help with from you. Of course, bring out the documents. We wish to read them and sign it. The king, Noada, was quite eager to sign it. The other gods, as far as I can see, felt the same too. They were all high in spirits. I nod and summon the documents. I made all the food and drinks all float in the air so the documents could fit on there. Sorry. Feel free to take the food or drinks you want while they float. It is not a problem, Gene. We appreciate it. Now, as we discussed it, we shall read all of this. But before that, Gene, our newest problem is a festival. Festival? Festival? The girls with me, excluding Aine and Scathack, repeated in unison. The two goddess with me, Scathack face-bombed, and Aine giggled. Yes, a big festival is ongoing for 4 days. There are still many things to be done. The incident before delayed it quite a bit. However, since it's been dealt with, we can proceed like normal. Please, help our residents prepare for the final day of the festival. It was a festival created hundreds of years ago to celebrate my ascension to the throne and Goddess Danu stepping down. We wish for her to come, but she almost never does. However, since you are here this year, she may appear. A festival for him and Goddess Danu, huh? I see. So all I have to do is a few chores, maybe heavy lifting with magic, and that's all? Not as intense as the other two, but a welcome change, so I can just relax for 4 days and then experience a festival. I see King Noada grin. We also invited many other groups here. The women of Tir Na Nog, the humans and giants of the land of heroes and giants, the king and queen of the fairy kingdom, Scathack, Aine, and Goddess Danu. The minor gods are also present, but they haven't responded in the past. As disappointing as that is, we hope they will this year. I had Nessa spread it. That's why I felt her leave earlier. Well, whatever. I can stop whoever tries to ruin it, but I doubt it. With Luff here, Scathack, and other gods who would be that dumb too. Never mind, there's always someone. They'll just post the dragon knights around the city then. Now then, you can take this opportunity to explore our realm as well. There's more to our realm than meets the eye, young Gene. Especially below. All right, thanks. We'll be going then. As we left the noisy group of gods, we descended the stairs. There must be more to this realm. Huh? Below, perhaps above too? Are there more islands like this? What's beyond here? Considering I have 4 days, let's make sure we explore it all. Unless he means the land before they moved here, partner. Right, that place too, so we're to first. Start helping right away, or explore a bit. The unanimous answer was explore. They did not want to start helping right away, and if we did, it meant me. so I alone would be doing it. Whatever, I can just use clones or something. Scat hack. Ain, you guys know this place a lot better than us. Is there anything specific that might be fun? Entertaining? Well, there's a kingdom for the sea folk. Mermaids, you could call them. Of course, there are mermen too. But they're called Marrows here in Ireland. Marrows, so below, are mermaids. Huh. Only that, though. Just that? Or are there other creatures? Megalodon, the presumed extinct shark of an older era in the human world. A few gained consciousness and entered the supernatural world, while others were in other realms, such as here. Some in the Greek, Egyptian, and American pantheons and factions, to name a few. Other creatures, too, like the Kraken, the Loch Ness Monster, and others. You just need to look hard enough, and you'll find them around the human world. Anne looks up at the sky and continues. There are creatures that dwell in the sky. They live in the clouds and floating islands up there. Drakes and wyverns who have become powerful live up there, while the weaker ones, like you saw earlier, reside here or out there. Have you heard of Ligna-Pace, the last serpent of Ireland? Shine. Now that's a nostalgic name. I haven't heard of that in a long time, Ain. Drake? I was a bit surprised when Drake randomly appeared with the entirety of the boosted gear. Paste was an enormous dragon that had potent venom and the ability to exhale fire. He lived near the source of the Owenry River in the Banagher Forest. The serpent would curl up in a small pool there. The Owenray Stream River was called Ligna-Pace, from which the dragon inherited his name. Paste was left over from the most ancient times, the beginning of the world. While he spent much of his time in the pool, Pace would also curl around a green hill in the dark valley near the Owenry River. He would hold his tail in his mouth. Did you two fight? No, but back then I wanted to partner. However, since being sealed here, I have no idea what happened to him. He may be alive or dead for all I know. But he was strong, so I'm willing to bet that he's alive. Fufufu. Well, you're in luck. Welsh Dragon Drake, because Paste resides in the waters of this realm now. With the help of the gods of Ireland, he moved here and is a protector of the bodies of ocean below. Partner. All right, fine, we'll go visit him. Also, you can come out yourself. Oh, right. Shine. The boosted gear shone once more, and Drake in his human form emerged. Scat hack, and Ain looked on in shock. Until now, I hadn't confirmed or denied the claim that I could do this, but now they're seeing it firsthand. Huh. The Welsh dragon in the flesh. So those rumors were true. Centurato, as an ill carry the first to jump into my arms, Valerie, took that quite literally and hurled herself onto me. While she looked embarrassed, she looked content. Ain was frowning slightly, but didn't say anything. Well, you lead the charge then, Drake, will follow behind. You guys can fly, right? No. Unfortunately. No, don't even try using Juggernaut Drive as a convenient transport vehicle, partner. Scat hack, and Ain answered with a no. Leanne can fly using magic. So, she was fine. I kind of hoped those two would be able to, or are they lying to me? HAAA. Kaisel. From my shadow came out Kaisel. He hovered beside the stairs and lowered his head. I jump on top of him, followed by everyone else. Drake was preparing to take the lead, so he spread out his wings and floated up. All right, leave this to me. I already have his general location. Just follow me. Kaisel nodded as Drake flew away. Do him. So fast. I felt Ain holding on to me from behind. Everyone else was fine. She really isn't a goddess who fights. Well, not everyone has to. The rest were fine. I was sitting down cross-legged as Ophis sat in front of me, eating sweets that I summoned, while sometimes petting Kaisel. Valerie to my right and Leanne to my left. Scat hack was near the tail of Kaisel as she watched our backs. This is the first time we've been on Kaisel's back, huh? Since I can just teleport around. Kaisel and my other shadows are usually called upon when combat or scouting are needed. I don't have to, but I don't want them to feel neglected. Yeah, we might use everyone else more in the coming months. Who knows? We're near him. A few more minutes. Drake shouted back at us. We had descended closer to the waters. We weren't all that high up in the sky. Looking below us, we could see a vast variety of sea life, from normal to supernatural sea creatures. A multitude of colors, smells, and lights were permeating throughout the water below us. It was still quite early in the day, around 11 now, nearing the afternoon. A pod of supernatural dolphins were trying to follow us, but the speed that Drake chose was quite fast, so they fell short. They were the same colors as the normal dolphins, but had a certain aura coming from them. Different corals and fishes were also below us. Some aggressive, since some jumped out at us from time to time. Pierce. Scathack had her spear out as another large fish jumped out, and she killed it. They never said these waters were totally safe. She sat back down and threw the fish back into the ocean. Immediately after, other creatures swarmed it and ate it. I looked back forward and could see a large island. I could also feel a dragon's aura coming from it. So it's there, huh? We eventually land on the ground as Kaisel disappears back into my shadow. He's near the middle. Right, partner, let's go. Drake continues to lead the charge. We go through a lot of plant life, bushes, trees, and coming across a few supernatural creatures. Some tried to attack us. A blast of hockey dealt the trick as they either passed out or ran away. Ophis tried to eat the fruit here. I only let her eat like 2 of them since the rest she tried to eat were poisonous or just not consumable. We're here. The path leads to a large clearing where a statue of a draconic serpent stands next to a large boulder. Did someone make this? Unless this paste guy did it himself. Oi, paste. It's me, Drake, the Welsh dragon. Drake shouted at the pool of water that was in front of us. Suddenly, the environment started to shake, and the trees and bushes swayed rapidly. The wildlife around us started to run away from where we were. Splash! Whoosh! Covering the group with a barrier to prevent us from getting wet, because who would want to be? From the pool of water came out a dragon who had a scaly serpent body. It was mostly silver or gray in color, while a weird circular symbol is on its head. Its eyes were also blue. Drake? The Welsh dragon? The dragon of domination? The heavenly dragon? How are you alive? Were you not killed by the 3 great powers? This and that happened, and I've been revived by my partner here. His name is Gene, the current Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. I heard you were here, so I wanted to pay you a visit, maybe fight? The dragon paste stared dumbfounded at Drake before shaking his head. You are aware of my stance on fighting. I prefer sleeping, slumbering in the depths of my pool. If I was a battle maniac like you, Welsh dragon, I would have sought you out many years ago. Oh, come on, just a short one. No, if that is all, I'm going back to sleep. Why splash? Swirl. Without saying anything else, the serpent dragon dove back into its pool. It made a short, swirling motion and noise before becoming still. Looks like your old acquaintance didn't want to fight you, Drake. Boring. I'm heading back then. Drake slumped down in disappointment and quickly retreated back into the boosted gear, though it seemed like that dragon didn't pay much attention to the rest of us. He had a quick chat with Drake and just dipped. I swear, some dragons are just problematic like that. The problem is they don't care too much about anything else other than themselves. Now we are just left to ourselves. The one who wanted to check this guy out was sulking back in the boosted gear. Shall we go back? Or do you guys want to keep exploring? I want to explore more of the town. Hey, are those more floating island? Valerie started to talk, but stops herself and points up into the sky. We all turned to look at what she was pointing at, and it was indeed another no, a few floating islands. What are they? I asked Scathack and Ain. The Witch of Doin Skaith shook her head, also unsure. Ain was staring at it intently. Maybe more gods or beings that reside here. I mean, I can feel some kind of magic coming from that place. Do you want to check it out, Gene? No, maybe another day. For now, let's go back. They'll start on helping those guys out. Hearing no objections, I teleport everyone back to the city. For days left, Gene, come help with baking bread for me. I'll let the girls wander and explore while I helped out Podrick. I also had Antares and Greed investigate and scout out the realm. I wanted some information about this place while I helped around, how I could get some while doing this, so it isn't that terrible. Nice. You're a natural at this. Podrick stops to give me a thumbs up. I glance at him and shake my head. Well, I do like cooking. I'm thinking of opening a restaurant when I'm in college. I have help from the Devils of Gremory. Chief Gene, is it? Sounds interesting. Do you have anything for your menu yet? I shake my head. I haven't really sat down and thought of it. I spoke about it with Valerie and Ophis during my stay in Tir na Nog during the night in those days of no attacks. Since they both had different tastes in food, vampire, and dragon. I did take them into account, but Yeah, I just needed to browse around the internet to see what's popular. All right, this batch is done. Will these be okay for the festival? Actually, how long does it last? It already has. This festival lasts 4 days. On the final day is when. Well, everyone goes wild. We're hoping to see Goddess Danu this year. Though we hope for that every year. Huh? Goddess Danu, huh? She's like Mother Earth, Gaia in a way for Ireland, right? Mm. She's loved by everyone in the supernatural world of the Irish mythology. It's kind of difficult to hate her. She's done a lot for nearly everyone. As in, while I continue kneading the dough, he stops working. I was curious to hear what she had done for Irish mythology. Not just for us that's in the supernatural world, but the human realm too. Haven't you seen the random fires that started in the forests of Ireland, but to mysteriously disappear? Other dangerous natural phenomena just going completely poof. It's all thanks to Goddess Danu. She's like the silent protector of our country. Even foreign gods and entities are wary of her. While she's no fighter, her skill set and abilities are quite diverse. I follow the recipe that Podrick gave me, and I continue working on it. So, she's like the ultimate goalkeeper in football, soccer, being able to defend this country from attacks, while also dealing with troubles within its own borders. She's like Superwoman. Okay, I get the human side. What about the supernatural? A broad smile spread across his face as he resumed making bread with me. Tir na Nog, the place where the heroes and giants reside, land of heaven falls, and many other realms or worlds in the Irish mythology, was due to her help. She helped kickstart all. Why do you think she stayed here for some time? She helped create that world out there. We only moved here because the gods could have a better influence on how things work, like weather and the like. Out there, they don't. It's very limited. Take it like the God of the Bible and his system. Let's say the Seraph Michael uses the system. He'll be strained and can only change minor things, right? I know it. With the God of the Bible, he can change it freely. It's the same as that outside world with Goddess Danu, as well as the gods here and out here. They can try and change some things, but trying to alter larger things as well, next to impossible. Maybe she's a primordial goddess to earth and nature. You'll know for certain once I meet her. Ho ho ho, you're quite curious on meeting her now, aren't you? Podrick had come up close to me and was grinning. Well, yeah, with what you said, who wouldn't be? Well, yeah, you hyped her up pretty well. I'll probably try to find her myself. She's nearly impossible to find. Even the gods here can't locate her that easily. Well, I'm not like any other god. Nighttime, we have found a little inn and rented 2 rooms. Scat hacking her own, the rest staying with me. The owner was a bit worried that we wouldn't fit, but I offered him to increase the space inside. He didn't understand, so I showed him. Shocked, he offered me a half-price deal for the next 4 days I'll be staying here. He gets more space, I pay less. I would say that's a win for me, though money is an issue. The girls were currently out using the bathhouse together. This place had one, surprisingly. We hadn't eaten yet, so I look forward to that good old Irish food fwoosh. Find out anything useful or relevant. I was looking out the window of the bedroom I rented when I felt both Antares and Greed appear behind me. As requested, I searched the old site of Land of Heaven Falls, and it is as described by the Ain woman. Around 90% of it is being inhabited by animals, creatures, and supernatural monsters. The 10% are criminals hiding there. Most are lying low or waiting for death as they're injured. I have come across a small encampment of elves, spirits, and dark elves. There were a few more, such as lamias and Irish vampires, but they seem to be mostly neutral. There are some nests of wyverns and drakes. A small mountain range is like a home for them, like the one in the underworld with Tannin. So, they'll assume a humanoid drake or wyverns are the ones managing that. Who would have thought they'd go that far? How about the waterways? Water monsters and creatures mostly use it. A few skirmishes happen because of personal territory, but it is mostly civil, with an agreement of letting anyone drink there. Any notable criminals? What about the history of that place? Books, ruins, anything will do. No, some are stray devils, rogue fallen, and a few stray priests. They range from low to middle class in power. They're in no way a threat. There are some ruins, however, the current inhabitants have long discarded any previous history there. Forgive me, my liege. Unfortunate, Looks like they yeeted and deleted any documents or proof of the old civilizations of the Tuatha De Danann. Maybe about Goddess Danu too. Good, anything else? No, my liege, that is all. Good work, come back. We'll do this until the last day here. I want as much information as possible. Greed silently slipped back into my shadow. Now it was Antera's turn. I expect great things from him. Well, I do from all of them, but he's officially my right-hand man, so there's a little bit more expectation there. Antares? Yes, Jean Sama. I have come across a multitude of islands with inhabitants on them. The one you came across earlier were Cat Sith. Unlike the normal folklore and legends, these ones are of humanoid variant, where you may see it as beings like Kuroka and Chiron. Ah, Irish cat girls then, gotcha. But they're mostly into Scottish folklore. Did they migrate here or something? I know there are some sightings in Ireland. There were also a group of friendly Abhartak Irish vampires. Unlike the ones still in the old world, these ones said they frequently visit the city, mainly at night though, yes. I can feel some now. Yeah, I can feel the aura of vampires coming into the city right now. Seems like they weren't lying. I look down and see one, a female. They see me looking, they wave and smile at me. I return the gesture. These vampires aren't as evil as the ones from the Carmilla or Teep's faction. Of course, there will always be the exception, like the ones Greed came across. If it didn't migrate with these ones, then I also came across a group of Cluracan. Much like folklore, they only do small pranks and drink a lot. They offered me some, but I had to decline. The Cluracan or Cluracan are mischievous fairies in Irish folklore known for their great love of drinking and a tendency to haunt breweries, pubs, and wine cellars. They are related to the leprechauns and have sometimes been known as guardians of hidden treasures. This has led some folklorists to suppose that the Cluracan is merely a leprechaun on a drinking spree, while others regard them as regional variations of the same being. I came across some leprechauns as well. Jean Sama, I spoke with it and said that they have a little village across multiple islands. It is to the northeast of here. If you wish to visit, I shall make arrangements. You'll think about it. Thank you. Anything else? I have not come across it yet. However, I have heard rumors of another dragon living in this realm. However, this one prefers to be in isolation. It only takes orders from the sun god, Luff. According to rumors, he had bested that dragon in the past. The dragon is Ellen Trechand, the three-headed dragons. The Ellen Trechand is a three-headed monster referred to in Irish mythology. It is mentioned in the text Cath Mage Muckerma, or the Battle of Mag Muckerma, as having emerged from the cave of Cruachan, Rathcregan, County Roscommon. It laid Ireland waste until it was killed by the Ulaid poet and hero Amergin. So, being killed and confronted by the hero Amergin was a lie? Or did it perhaps survive? From my limited knowledge of this, didn't Amergin Gluingel have some quarrels with the Tuatha De Danann in the past? That is all, Jean Sama. I see, good work, Antares. We'll be doing this for the next 3 days I'm here. Antares smiled and entered back into the ring, satisfied with my praise. That might not be all of them. What else is hidden in this realm? Helping the people beings out here for the festival, while also exploring. I don't want to put that burden or stress on the girls. They can explore and have fun. I have my shadows and the beings I made for this. I might add Shala and Coratia to this little adventure I'm having few. I was in the open bath on the male side. The girls are sleeping right now. I waited for them to fall asleep before taking my own bath. I didn't exactly sweat today or smell bad, but I think this is appropriate. Right now, the city is still quite lively, and the people who couldn't come out during the day are having their own fun time at night. I could see some banshee in the sky, as well as other nightly creatures. I wonder if each of these races or species have their own king or queen, maybe even both. Like a queen banshee, a ruler of sorts? That would be interesting. I can ask Scathack or Ain about that tomorrow. Humph, Shala, what are you doing? From my ring, out came Shala. She had put on a black swimsuit. She was also blushing quite hard. I wanted to join you. Is that a crime? Jean Sama. Well, no. Maybe a little warning next time? And then next tea time? I mean, yes, of course. Bold, but also easily embarrassed. How do you hope to do anything with me if you're like that? I pat the spot beside me, as she had appeared across from me. She did as told and sat beside me. Do you want to join us more often? Leanna has been out and about since the last group of, well, mythical beings. Please, I love the home I have, but I want to spend more time outside. I never can find you there, though. I explicitly told you, all of you, that you could come out and hang out anytime you want. Sharon does that nearly all the time. Well, when she's not over in Kyoto with Yasaka and Kunu following my trip to Ireland, my next stop is Kyoto. A few days have already passed since I last left the underworld. I wonder how everyone is. Is Akino holding up? Rennie? Ingvild? Kuroka? I will stop by to visit them before heading to Kyoto. Huh. Shala seemed confused after I muttered that. I shook my head and grabbed her head, Centuredo. The girls were awake, but didn't say anything to Shala joining in. 2 days left. There are 2 days left before the festival's finale. I asked the gods about the documents they were meant to sign. They said that they wanted to wait for one last individual to come here before signing. At best, they said they'll sign it by the end of the festival. Oh, Mr. Jean, to the left. Yes, that. Perfect. I was helping some spirits in building a little float of Luff and Nuada. I had made around 1,000 general android fairies, and they were helping around the place. Nuada got wind of this and started howling with laughter. He even asked if I was selling. I wasn't sure if I should or not, but for the time being I told him I wasn't, but may change my mind in the future. I jumped down from where I was and was handed a drink from the float owner. Thank you again. With you and those android things, work has been a lot faster and smoother this year. We may all have tomorrow off to enjoy ourselves, and then the final day too. Praise the middleman. Yeah. The owner cheered, as well as the other employees that range from hybrids, elves, spirits, and other beings. Greed and Antares haven't come back to me. I told them to come back to me during the last day. They'll do my investigations and explorations in the future. I do want to go back to those places someday. We're basically done here. Mr. Jean, you can go if you want. You probably have other places to help out, right? We'll be fine with the rest. We have those fairies after all. Well, if you're sure, then I'll get going then. Good luck. Leaving the shop that was full of floats of the gods of this place, the spirits in there were high. Not literal spirits, but fighting spirit. Next stop, a flower shop. With my android fairies everywhere, I was no longer required to be in those locations. I could focus on the city instead. Several other floating islands had some android fairies, since they were going to be here with their own food, decorations, and the like. Mr. Jean. I turned around and could see one of the guards running towards me. He came up to me out of breath. I touch him and restore his stamina. Is something wrong? Why the rush? The gods request your presence. It has something to do with the final day of the festival. They want to see me? And it has something to do with the final day? Do they want me to find and look for Goddess Danu? I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. Do I bring someone with me, if this is what they're likely to ask? All right, thanks for informing me. He'll head over. A bit surprised with his stamina being restored, he nodded his head without really paying attention to me. I had teleported to the same room as before. Instead of the rowdiness of these guys, they were sitting there with quite serious expressions on them. Hey, you guys wanted me for something? Hearing my voice, they all turned to me and nod. They all look at King Nuada and waited for him to continue. If you wanted to search for Goddess Danu, then I don't mind. I was already planning on doing that for the last day anyway. I already deployed some android fairies the last few days. They'll just increase the amount and make it more efficient. They all look a bit stunned, but burst into laughter. The slightly tense air had disappeared. So you remember what we said a few days ago? As expected of the middleman. I mean, so many beings here have told me about Goddess Danu that it would be pretty hard to forget about it. Nuada stops laughing and stares back at me seriously and bows. Please, find and bring her here. She helped us get here many years ago. Even for just that day, we wish to see her, speak with her. We do not know why she avoids most of us, all right? All right, no sad, mushy stuff. Just keep laughing. They'll go find her, sheesh. But they'll do it on the final day, make it a little special, you know? You are that confident in finding her? Dagda asked, and I nodded. He grinned at my fast response. Very well. I like that answer, quick and responsive. Nuada, I trust him on this. So do I. Luff opens his eyes and agrees with Dagda. Seeing their strongest fighter agree with Dagda, who's like a father figure to them, they all also nodded. Very well. I leave it up to you, Jean. Sure. I turn around and leave. So I have to find her, huh? And that's what I have to do. Any questions? It was nighttime, the same day, and I had gathered everyone in my room and told them what the gods here asked me, well, requested from me. So we're going to be looking for the goddess Danu. But well, that's why I gathered all of you here. I was going to say you'll be doing this alone. You guys can just stay here and enjoy yourself during the final day of the festival. Everything should be done by tomorrow. After I left the little meeting with the gods, I went around the city helping more of them out. I also made more of my fairy androids, so my work was cut down even more. Even now, they're helping the beings that can come out only at night. It looks like this festival will be a 24-hour thing, day and night. You just want some alone time with Goddess Danu. Even though I've only accompanied you for a few days, I kind of know how your mind thinks. Mr. Ain seemed upset about this. I mean, not totally upset, but annoyed. Is she competing with Goddess Danu or something? A rivalry? A very one-sided one? Also, Cinchuredo, I don't know what's fact or fiction. Give me a little trust here. Down bad indeed. I give up on all of you. He's gone silent, which only means he's silently agreeing with Ain-san. Valerie concluded as everyone else nodded along. Shala, Leanne, why are you two agreeing? Aren't you guys meant to be on my side? I was just speaking to Drake. Anyway, they'll leave you guys here. Just enjoy yourselves and let me deal with it. Scat was indifferent to it, so didn't care too much. Ophis decided to come with me. By going back into the necklace, a loophole was found, the same with Leanne and Shala. They'll be going back to my ring on the day. Both Ain and Valerie were quite reluctant, but in the end, agreed to it, though they started making their own plans on where to go, so they got over it pretty quickly. Valerie? Why are you still up? I had briefly fallen asleep, but the thought of meeting this goddess Danu woke me up. I saw Valerie was standing out the balcony, so I went and stood beside her. It's around 1 in the morning now, while there's still many night-based creatures out and about. Everyone else had fallen asleep. Leanne woke up since I got up. Shala was meant to be like that, but she's completely knocked out. Jean, well, am a damper, so being up at night for me isn't strange. I was just watching them work. Hey, an Irish vampire asked me out on a date earlier. You declined, right? She started to quietly giggle to herself while nodding. Well, yeah, she would. If she accepted. That would make less sense, yes. I did. Jean, were you worried? No, not really. Just making sure, though. Why did they ask you out? Valerie leaned against me and sighed. We were just talking about general things. Then it came up I was a damper. This and that lead up to him asking me out. But I immediately said I had a bold lover, and he didn't push it any further. They're a lot nicer than the purebloods back in Romania. They feel genuinely nice, rather than the fake kindness that I was shown by, but his friends were a bit rude. But I guess that's just their banter. You did say that's how it is for Irish male teens. Oh yeah, but I would say that's how most human guys are at that age if you're real and good friends. If he insults you, you insult him back and then laugh about it. None of this is done with intent to hurt the other person. It's just meaningless insults. You could try to get creative with it, you know? She looks at me strangely. So, I give an example. Let's go with. A friend call me a player. Are they lying, though? You're a player, partner. What are you? Goofy? Hi, Albion, the dragon of high Yermacy. Cinchuredo the vampire from before waved to her. Valerie responded with a wave and kissed me on the cheek. All in all, a success. Final day of the festival, all right. Go out there and enjoy yourselves. I can find her easily. Come back as soon as you can, Jean. Shala, Leanne, and Ophis had already returned to their respective homes, and I was preparing to go out. It was around 10 in the morning. The entire world was already in high spirits. You better fulfill this, Jean. Bring her back in one piece, some encouraging word from Scat, and Ain was quick to change her feelings on Goddess Danu. This woman just lives at her own pace. It's admirable in a way, right? They'll get going then. We were already outside. I had paid the inn owner a little bit more before we left. He wanted to embrace me. Because of it, I had to stop him. County Galway, Clush Valley Forest, the biggest area of woods in Ireland. This is where my companion and I felt her aura was at. So I came here. I had appeared in the middle of a field. In front of me was a large density of trees. I could feel, hear, and smell water in different directions. Further, in front of me, a little to the east, I felt her aura there. It did not seem like she was moving. I start to lightly sprint in that direction. I was soon approaching the trees, This place was mostly barren, and while it's been acknowledged as the biggest forest in this country, not many people, well, care. It's just a sea of trees, right? Who's really that interested unless you're, well, interested in that kind of thing? The closer I got, the more magical energy I felt, and an even stranger feeling while I haven't felt it before since I haven't met any yet. Not including Nyarlathotep and Azathoth, my theory may be right. Goddess Danu may be a primordial goddess of what? I'm still unsure, but earth and plants isn't too far off. When I ran into the forest, I was transported. A barrier. It seems like I felt her inside her own little world she made. Or did she purposely leak her aura so I could follow it? If my theory was correct, then she already knew of me looking for her. The new world I was in was mostly made of trees, shrubbery, grass. Nature at its peak. Untainted nature. I couldn't see much of the sky because of the trees, but it was pure blue, undiluted. Even the air here smelled good and felt good. A small, gentle breeze was with me, almost following me. I could see certain animals looking at me as I ran by, their eyes never once leaving me. As I approached her, I could see that there was a clearing up ahead. It didn't look big, but a clearing nonetheless. I finally arrived at the clearing. In front of me was a lone woman, sitting on a stump and surrounded by animals, vines, and plant life. She had her eyes closed, a pleasant and content smile on her face. She was petting a squirrel as she slowly opened her eyes and looked up at me. Goddess Danu? She silently nodded. Goddess Danu is a young woman with emerald green eyes, slightly pale skin, and long dark green hair tied in a segmented ponytail that hangs down in front of her. She wears a modest, conservative outfit that consists of a light green and white long-sleeve semi-jacket, a brown undershirt, a long dark green pleated skirt, and tall brown boots with slightly tall heels. Overall, her appearance gives off a very earthy vibe. It seems you found me. Young Red Dragon Emperor, no. Shall I call you Jean? The animals slowly left her, but stayed at the edges of the clearing. She made a small gesture, and a small tree stump appeared from the ground beside her. She slightly tilts her head, indicating for me to join her. I nod, both of us keeping eye contact. Even when I sat down on the stump, she didn't stop looking at me. Well, I didn't either. This concerns the festival in the Tuatha Dan and, yes, in their new world, the Titan tier, not BH Flathias or Land of Heaven Falls. Yes, you seem well informed. She had a gentle smile on her as she nods. Yes, I am the primordial goddess of earth, nature, and wind. After all, the earth, plants, trees, and the wind tell me everything. So yes, I will, but only because it is coming from you. What? Why? If it was someone else, then she would have declined? Maybe even avoided them entirely? May I know why? If someone else were to fetch you, then I would have avoided them. The last time I had interactions with other gods was when I left the Tuatha Dan, and I left everything to them. I am very proud of them. It's like watching your own children become fine adults. I feel her grab both my hand and clasp them together like what Sazaka did to me before. She puts her head on them before looking back at me. As I said, the winds do not lie. While I heard your achievements across the supernatural world, I started to gain a slight interest. Why would you want peace? Why try to unite all of the entirety of the supernatural world? Why are you so selfless? However, I then heard of another rumor. The real reason on why you are pursuing peace. It's quite selfish, is it true? I look away awkwardly and nod. I expected her to be disgusted or something, but she let out a soft chuckle. I felt the grip tighten a little bit. Is that so? Such an interesting Red Dragon Emperor. That's graced us, the Red Dragon, who seeks comfort and love. Was it? That's what Azazel said. How did wait? Her powers reach all the way over to Japan? Not a fighter, but having such control of her powers. Geez, woman. I shall go with you, Jean, and only you. All right then. Thank you, I guess. Not a fighter, huh? Even though you're at low-tier God Class X? She's not exactly weak, we both stand up at the same time. She doesn't let go of my hands. Well, she lets go of one hand, but keeps hold of my left with her right. I shall be leaving for a little while. Young ones, run along now, she announces to the animals. They all nod and leave the place. I could feel her intertwine her fingers with mine. What the heck do I do here? Whatever. Let's just get going. Shall we? Sure. She seems interested in you, whatever that interest is. I'm also confused, Drake, but whatever. We'll deal with it later. Titan tier na BH Flathia's land of Heaven Falls. One moment, we were in her little realm. The next, we were back in a land of Heaven Falls. Once I appeared in a little corner away from the festivities, Goddess Danu let out a small sigh. Is something the matter? I'm just mentally and emotionally preparing myself. Please don't worry. She had her free hand on her chest and kept doing some breathing exercises. I let her do it for a minute straight until she looked at me ready. We stepped away from the corner we were at and joined the crowd. I could feel the girls were around, and the gods were also watching from an elevated place. I also felt Titania, Oberon, Queen Mia, Aoife, King Dara, Queen Isabella, and Princess Siobhan were here. It seems like the other leaders had arrived while I was gone. It didn't take too long, right? Comptoir. Answer. 2 hours have passed. How? I literally never mind. Excuse me. Goddess Danu looked at me confused. I picked her up and carried her bridal style. She let out a cute eek as I jumped into the sky. If she's the goddess that started this little group of gods all the way back, then she should have a more active role. Once I was high in the sky, I could feel many eyes on me. Do it, Drake. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Doom. Donning my red armor, I summoned the dragon wings from my back and floated there. I look at Goddess Danu. It was her turn now. She let out a sigh and giggled. She steps away from me and floats on her own. With a wave of her finger and a flick of her wrist, an enormous gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. The roots and plants that were wrapped around the various houses and shops started to grow new parts and create something above us. It's her the crowd started to let out surprised gasps, a few openly crying. I look over to see the gods were smiling brightly, a few smirking. I looked above me, and what she had made were letters, a sentence out of leaves, vines, roots, and the like. It only said, I am here. Goddess Danu. The crowd finally boomed as they all started to cheer. Well, my work here is done. I fly down along with Danu and land near the other gods. The party and other festivities started up again. Well done, lad. You managed to get her, huh? Dagda came over me as I undid my balance break as he starts smacking me on the back. The girls, Scat Hack, and Ain joined us. Fwahaha. Welcome back, Danu. It's been quite some time. Noada, I trust you all been well? That we have. Noada starts nodding his head rapidly as crowds of people also joined us. I could see Podrick look at me while making weird gestures. It's really her, the goddess Danu. Oh, please let me kiss your feet. Boy, do what the hell? It's been so long. The beings around us started to chatter amongst themselves, very excited to see the primordial goddess again. Let's excuse ourselves back to the castle. We shall rejoin the festival shortly. Hearing this, the crowd agreed and party away for us to leave from. Instead of flying or teleporting, we slowly walked back to the castle, followed by the other gods. Hoo-hoo-hoo, much quieter here. Oberon was still quite relaxed while here. Titania was already rubbing her forehead, annoyed by his antics. Everyone was sitting around the table with the exception of me and my group as we stood at the back. Well, they did. I was at the front, since if they were going to sign the documents, they'll need to do it too. At the head of the table was the current king, Noada, and at the other end, Goddess Danu. Everyone else were sitting in their seats with more chairs for the other gods or mythological beings. Jean, while you were away, we signed a contract. If you kindly sign as well. Noada says. I nod and flash step beside him. I look over the document and confirm that it was properly signed. I also summon a pen and sign it. That should be it. So, what about that alliance between the three of you guys? Noada pulled out his own document and slammed it on the table, making a small shockwave. Everyone looked at him like he was a weirdo. It did not have the intended effect he wanted. He embarrassingly coughs into his fist. Oya, is this the document for our alliance? Will Ain be signing it? Scat Hack too? Oberon looks at everyone, as well as Scat Hack and Ain, who had joined me at the table. Valerie awkwardly stood at the back by herself. I touched the document he slammed on the table and made copies. I made them fly towards everyone so they could read over it. I flashed step back to Valerie as I felt bad for her being alone. We stand there silently waiting for them to finish reading them. Not bad. It's just like the document Gene Cohen gave to us with the additional support from the three great powers and probably future factions and pantheons around the globe. It's pretty beneficial for all of us. Oberon concluded, the other gods and mythical beings nodding along as they agreed with him. Ahem. So, shall we sign this if we're all in agreement? They all agreed. Noada had the original copy, so he gave it to Luff as he took the pen from his king and signed it. Luff passed it on to Titania as she signed it, Oberon cheering her on from the side. Titania gave it to Ain, then to Scathach, to King Dara, Queen Mia, and finally Goddess Danu. However, she didn't sign it right away. Goddess Danu, may we know why you have avoided us for such a long time? I do not remember the reason as to why. It has been a very long time. She lied. I could tell she just lied there, but she was good. She continued. However, I only came here today because of Jean. That is the only reason. If someone else were in search of me, I would have hidden from them. Everyone turned to look at me, Scathach, Ain, and Oberon grinning at me. The rest had a curious glint in their eyes. Even if you look at me like that, I wouldn't bloody know why she agreed to come. Ask the wind or some shit. Since we're allies now, I won't just dig through her head to find out. I'll wait till she tells me myself. Won't she tell you if you ask? I mean, she did seem drawn to you. Who knows? Maybe? Goddess Danu said nothing else as she also signed the treaty between them. I walk over and sign it myself while creating a copy. I'll show this to the three great powers leaders when I meet them again. I'll probably need to do this for more mythologies. Where will you go after today, Jean? Luff asks me as the rest become curious. After today, we'll probably go back to the underworld. A raiding game between Sona Citri and Rias Gremory is happening on the 20th of August. They'll be checking on in both peerages. After that, they'll check on my lovers back home. They'll then go to Kyoto to form an alliance. After that, they'll go to Greece to meet the Greek gods. I obviously will have other minor things in between them, but that's the shortened version. Is that so? I wish you luck then, Jean. But we shall go back and enjoy this festival. It is the final day after all. King Naada, in a very enthusiastic voice, said so. Everyone chuckled at him, but did agree, so we all left. On this day, an Comhantes Gaelic, or the Gaelic Alliance, was signed and oversaw by me. Pull, grip, blah. Mr. Popular is struggling over here. The festival was still in full swing. Even more so when the gods joined back, but I was in a little dilemma. Trouble? Ain and Goddess Danu had latched themselves onto me. Ophis, Leanne, and Shala had joined us too. So, right now I was mostly surrounded by women. Valerie, Ophis, Leanne, Shala, Goddess Danu, Ain, and Scathach. Many jealous glares were being directed at me. Now, why was Danu clinging to me? Darn if I know. But I did feel some tension between Ain and Danu. While it wasn't hostile, but there was something. So, why are you two so competitive with each other? Hear this, Jean. I am the goddess of summer, wealth, and sovereignty, and sometimes goddess of love and fertility. But you got so buddy-buddy with Miss Nature here when you only met for a mere 2 hours. Jean and I are intertwined by fate. Ain, time means nothing to us. I am sure he is the man that will change this world. Where in the world is this coming from? While Ain was still a bit childish about it, Danu was being slightly more mature, but she still looked annoyed by her fellow goddess. So wait, am a means to an end for Danu? That's a bit disheartening. So Immatul? Ouch. I look at Danu sarcastically. A look of panic appears on her as she shakes her head. And no, that isn't what I meant by that, Jean. Forgive me if it came out that way, Jean. My request is last. Do not forget. Interrupting us, Scathach tells me simply. I nod back at her. Does she still want to fight me? I can't use the shadows or Leanne. Guess will be moving this time around. It's a spar duel, so I can't seriously harm her. She hasn't once said she wanted to be defeated. Strange. Probably different here then. Gee, Goddess Danu, this is free for you. We were currently in a restaurant. We had ordered some food, and the ones in there were staring at us, well, me specifically since I came in with just women. Danu was getting free stuff. The restaurant served all kinds of meals at affordable prices, so we chose to go here. Scathach recommended it. Excuse me, Goddess Danu got up and went to the bathroom. She was in there for a full 2 minutes. Once she left, she was swarmed during that time our food arrived. She's gonna need some help. Give me a minute. I got up from my seat and made my way towards her. She wouldn't hurt innocent bystanders even if they were swarming her. All right, folks, show's over. Can't you see Danu is a bit overwhelmed here? The crowd looks at me, then at Danu, and then started to apologize and go back to their own tables. You all right? Let's go back. She didn't answer me back, but simply and quietly grabbed my arm. You will. It's Goddess Danu. Gene, you mad lad. You actually got her. We were in Podrick's bakery shop, and he immediately screamed when we walked in. He bear hugged me, then started to shake the goddess' hand, Danu happily doing so. Did it? The girls look at me confused. I explained to them what Podrick and I spoke about a few days ago. They had amused smirks plastered on their faces. Gene, yeah, hey Patty, they'll buy 4 of everything. Ophis was looking at the bread around us, all of them freshly baked. He stops shaking Nanu's hand and looks at me dumbfounded. He starts to look around before looking back at me. You're serious? Yes. Right away, sir. Almost comically, he started to run around putting 4 of everything into bags. All in all, it took him about 15 minutes. He was exhausted by the end of it. It was nighttime, and the festival was still in full swing. The creatures of the night joined us. Many were stunned to see Goddess Danu, so she had a line of hands waiting to shake her hand. Scathack became her personal bodyguard, so I was off doing my own thing. I wasn't too far away, so I could keep an eye on everyone. Sir Gene. Oh, if it isn't Princess Siobhan, I'm glad you could make it. Both King and Queen were here. I didn't get a chance to speak to them earlier. Everyone else was having fun during the festival, especially Siobhan, as I saw her running around with her parents in tow. I was sitting around a bench with Valerie, Ophis, Leanne, and Shala. We had been going around all day, so now we decided to relax a little bit. I doubt we'll be sleeping at all. It's fun here, even more than last year. Goddess Danu is so beautiful. You managed to find her, huh? Yep, but she let me find her. Sounded like she wanted to meet me, so I was lucky in that regard. While excited, Siobhan let out a yawn and rubbed her eyes. She's a princess, but she's still 12, and they have a limit on how long they can stay up. The same with Ophis, as she had been laying her head on my lap for the past few minutes, fast asleep. The dragon god of infinity who likes silence, sweets, and sleep. Sometimes acts like a child, a very powerful one. Feeling sleepy? Why not turn in for the night? She furiously shook her head as Queen Isabella picked her up. She had no energy to protest and just let herself be. Dear me, let's turn it for the night. Shall we, darling? That we shall. It's nice seeing you again, Jean. Quite soon, in fact. Centurato. A few drunk vampires were rushing to go home. A few banshees desperately fleeing. It was over. I had stayed in the plaza looking over it all. Ophis had gone back into the necklace as she wanted to sleep. Leanne and Shala did the same thing. I was just left with Valerie, Scathack, Ain, and Goddess Danu. It was early in the morning, so the shops were still closed, so I summoned some coffee for all of us. We were on the same bench, and were relaxing there. What will you do after this, Ain? Danu? Scathack? I asked the 3 of them their plans. Ain will surely not just stalk me out of this country, right? I mean, that would be a problem. I'll continue wandering. But please give me your number. Sounds reasonable enough. I nod and summon a piece of paper with my number on it. She happily takes it. I will go back to my own world. I own a small flower shop around the country, so I do interact with humans. Jean, I have a phone too. May I have your number? The goddess owns a flower business around the country. I mean, she can make them healthy, well, forever, right? Not a bad profession to have while maintaining a cover-up for yourself. I do the same thing, and she accepts it happily. Apart from our duel that will soon come, none. I will spend my days in the land of shadows, perhaps coming out from time to time. I can contact you for future sparring sessions. Jean, your number. You have a phone? She glared at me. I mean, it's a legitimate question. If you spent most of your time in there, I would assume you wouldn't have a phone. Yes, I do. I may spend most of my time in the land of shadows, but I still keep up with the times. Young Red Dragon Emperor. Okay, I get it. Look, we can spar or have that duel at a different time. How about before my summer holidays ends? I still have some things to do. Very well. I see no problems with that. Happy with my reply, she goes back to drinking her coffee. What about the others? Do they use modern phones? I mean, they can reach me via magic circles, well, the ones with the treaty signed. We spent the rest of the time relaxing and unwinding while chatting about the future of the supernatural world. Nothing too intense, just light-hearted idle chatter. This is goodbye for now, Jean. We're back outside the old world that Danu created. She was looking around it with a nostalgic look. Yes, but if you need help, feel free to contact me. Yes, we will. The gods of the Tuatha Dan and Titania, Oberon, Queen Mia, Aoife, Ain, Scathach, and Goddess Danu were out here. King Dara, Queen Isabella, and Princess Siobhan left earlier. They still had some things to deal with back home, but I did promise Princess Siobhan to visit them. Another thing to do. Well then, goodbye for now. Valerie and I teleported back to the underworld. Underworld Grimory territory. I had teleported back into the living room of the Grimory home, Jean. Smack, hug, thud. Oof, as soon as I turned around. The door opened and Aquino stepped through with everyone else. They were a bit surprised to see me, but she immediately greeted me with a hug, followed by Chiron, Kuroka, and Asia. Azazel was laughing at me, as Kiba and Gasper looked on in surprise. Really, guys? I could see that Rias wanted to join in as well, but was holding back. I'm back. Chapter 7, Part 1. Relaxing, Ajamu and Rainier, Underworld Grimory territory, Jean Skyward. I'm just here to check on all of you. They'll be heading to the Satans to tell them, well, I guess Azazel is here too. So yeah. Oh, you got some Irish gods in the Alliance? I nod and proceed to explain to them what had happened and why I didn't get a chance to check on them earlier. To think they would form a treaty just like that, when it took the three great powers years and years to do it. Well, they didn't exactly have bad blood between them. I know, but still, the Gaelic Alliance, huh? You even met the elusive goddess Danu? You're one lucky fool. Even I hadn't seen her in a long time. I wonder why. Did she have a lover or something? Like Drake said, she might answer me honestly. Centurado, you want someone to stand alongside you from all three factions, right? I contacted Penemu, and she's fine with it. You can either let me know when to get her, or go to Grigori yourself to get her when it's time. Go visit Michael in heaven. You might get Gabriel or someone else. I nod. Seraphal, Penemu, and anyone else from heaven, well, it's not limited to just one. So if more than one wants to come with me, I have no problem with it. You won't be doing that immediately, right? Aquino asks beside me. Everyone seems curious, I nod. Yeah, I've just spent the last few days in Ireland. I was involved with a few things, so I want to chill for a little bit. Checking on you guys, maybe the Citri Peerage, heading to Grigori, heaven, and my own home in Kuo since I hadn't spoken to any of the girls there in a little bit. Happy with my answer. Aquino lets out a weird happy noise and buries her head back into my chest. How about the progress? They're doing fine. We still have time, so hopefully by then they'll be better, you know? Azazel answers for them, or I'll take his word for it. A few of their stats jumped up. It was small, but it was something. So, you guys are going to train for the day again? They tiredly gnawed at my question. Aquino didn't want to move away from me, and neither did the other girls. However, just then Barricule appeared. He nodded at me, and I did the same. Jean Senpai Valerie's smell is on you, as well as two other women. Chiron leaned close to me as her cat ears and tail appeared. She squinted her eyes at me, as everyone else shook their heads. Oi, I literally said I was with so many other beings the past few days. Valerie, who is silently watching from the side, pauses, turns red, and looks away. Oh my. Away for a few days, and he gets another one. At this rate, you'll beat my own circle of friend from way back then, Jean. Azazel sighs and scratches the back of his head while reminiscing about his past. Barricule gave Aquino and I a strained smile, but didn't say anything. Jean also buddied up with Scathach, the Witch of Doin Skaith, as well as Ain of Knockin, a goddess in Ireland, and the goddess Danu. Everyone stared at me after Valerie ratted me out. It'll get her back for that, Jean. You've been quite busy, haven't you? Well, we've been hard at work, Rias said with a smirk while looking at Valerie with a suspicious look. I could see Gasper nodding. Approvingly? I guess he's okay with me dating Valerie. Seeing how overprotective the guy was with her in the novels, I would say it's a welcome change. Goes to show he puts a lot of trust in you, partner. I guess so. Well, he's my precious junior, so I can't disappoint him. All right, let's get started again, you lot. You got that out of your system, right? Hop to it. Azazel left first, followed by Barakil, and then everyone else. Rias, Valerie, and I were the only ones left. She comes up to me, and we share a hug. Jean, about my cousin Sarorg's bishop, Coriana, yeah, it's a personal request from her. Did she come here by any chance? Yes, she has been. Spending time with Gasper. While he was a bit hesitant at first, he started to warm up to her as this. Looks like she started her attack on him. What I'm curious about is how will this affect the rating game between them? Will Gasper and her put aside their newly formed friendship and fight toe-to-toe? Or will they be a bit hesitant? Time will only tell. Confirming that Gasper and the rest are no longer near us, I nod. Yes, I think she may have a small crush on Gasper, but how? I have no idea. Maybe she's drawn to his personality? Is Gasper even that charming? Pinch. I see. That makes sense. Also, don't tease my bishop about his age or appearance, even if it may be true. Right. Anyway, it's nice seeing you again, Rias. Rias lightly pinched my cheek since I made an inappropriate comment about Gasper. But am I wrong? The guy hasn't grown out of cross-dressing. Well, I think he enjoys it even more. Valerie may be encouraging him further. Rias and I share a brief, friendly moment before she departs. Valerie, you can sit back and relax for a bit. He'll go and talk to some other people in the mansion. You okay? Valerie had approached me from the side and gave me a warm hug. Did she feel left out or something? This was cute, so I turned my body and hugged her back. We stayed like that for a full minute until she let go. She summons a book from her ring and goes to sit on the couch. Right then, time to look for Grafia and the Rias parents. Leaving Valerie in the living room, I locate Grafia's aura and follow it. It appears that she is working right now. Luckily, she was in an isolated corner of the mansion. Time to talk business. Eager partner. Oh, don't worry, Drake. He'll recruit Tiamat to our team just for you. Pay FFD boom. Take that Albion. Bring it delinquent dragon. Never a dull moment here after a very short journey through the mansion of the Gremory family. I arrive in a room. Oh, it's Grafia's room. Or is it her former room now? As I slipped through the door, I literally did so, since I didn't want her to notice my presence. I could see her dusting the window. I stepped behind her and tapped her shoulder to get her attention. Startled, Grafia turns around quickly to try and defend herself, but I gently stop her arm. Shocked, she finally sees it's me and relaxes after a few seconds of a brief embrace. I let her go. She seemed a bit mad and flustered. Please don't do that, Jean. My heart nearly stopped when I thought someone tried to my bad. I just wanted to surprise you a bit. I'm back, but not for long, and yes, I said, stepping back to give her some space. Cinchuredo. So my expression was quite flustered, and with an obedient look, she lowered her gaze. However, Grafia doesn't flinch. As this world is a low-key fantasy world, her eyes widen with admiration as she looks on. Cinchuredo, she turns redder. Grafia Lucifuga. Tea that you made of Jean Skyward. As shall serve my master. Good, that's my loyal devil maid. Grafia smiles with satisfaction at the praise. Once she got over the initial embarrassment, she immediately and devotedly devoted herself to her duties. Cinchuredo. I go behind her and hug her. From what I found, Grafia likes this the most. She prefers being held closely from the side like this. Although she is a strong woman that can do many things independently, Cinchuredo. It was quick and brief, but held a lot of love instead of desire. She whispered, hold me close. Yeah, it was a soothing experience to rest my head near her shoulder, feeling the warmth of her presence. It lifted my spirits. Grafia looks at me with a gentle blush on her face. That's how I usually am around Jean Sama. Yeah, our role play kind of ended awkwardly. I just want to spend some quality time with her. I'm sorry, Grafia. I'm not good at this. Grafia relaxed beside me as I held her hand. As long as she knows I created the barrier, she doesn't have to try to keep it together. It's okay, Grafia. Take your time, Grafia. Cinchuredo, please. She started to move closer. I didn't think she'd react this quickly. No, I've said this so many times when we connected in the past, I really should expect this now. Grafia watches on quietly. Cinchuredo. Grafia smiled warmly. Jean-sama, I love you. I love you, Jean. Feeling encouraged by her words, I pushed forward with renewed determination. I was still quite tired, and I could feel my strength slowly reaching its limit. I didn't think a few days of rest would affect me this much. Jean, keep going, she called out. Cinchuredo, huh? This should apply to the other girls. It'll make my rounds before going to Kyoto. I might hit up Grigori too, actually. Knock, knock. I had gotten rid of the time dilation just a few seconds ago, and a knock came. It was Venelana's aura outside. Cinchuredo, Why would that be? Seeing my confused face, she continued. I am not allowed to see my son-in-law, who just came back after several days. I heard from Azazel that you were successful in having multiple Irish gods join the alliance. I nod. Yeah, quite a few of them made their own alliance, Cinchuredo. I let out an awkward laugh. Yes, I am. Sorry about this. Ada, is this because of me, Jian? I'm sorry, but I'm taken and married woman. Why are you teasing me about this? I'm just teasing you, Jean-kun. Will you be staying for dinner? They'll come back for sure. But I have some people and places I want to visit before heading to Kyoto for the alliance. Very well. You better come with an appetite. Okay? She smiles at me with a playful expression before turning around and leaving. What a friendly and cheerful person. Cinchuredo, will you? But she's giving me mixed signals, or maybe she's just really teasing me if that's the case. Dear God, I tell I'll be a pain in the future. Since I'm in the underworld, I'll go check up on the Citri peerage. Scanning the underworld, I could feel that both sisters were with each other. Good. Sona and Seraphol were with Sona's peerage. Maybe she was checking up on them? Two birds with one stone, then. I can tell Seraphol my plans, and she can come with me. Russell, Jean? I look back at Grafia. She had woken up and was staring at me. As she leans on me, she continues to hug my arm as she gets up. Cinchuredo. She scouted over and leaned onto me. She let out a satisfied sigh and resumes reading her book. They'll be going to where Sona and Seraphol are just to check up on them. I was just wondering if you wanted to tag along or not. But I'm still in the middle of this novel. I let out a chuckle and nod. It's fine. They'll come and get you when I go back to Kuo. After that, we'll go to Grigori, all right? Oh, and we'll come back here for the night. I kiss the side of her head and get up, looking at her one last time I leave. Citri territorium, interesting. Jijin. Sona stepped back, a little startled when I appeared beside her. Seraphol, who was beside her, looked at her oddly before turning her attention to me. She immediately lunged at me. Jean, Pomf. Hey there, I'm both here for official business and just checking up on you guys. How's summer so far? Sona lets out a sigh and looks back at her peerage training. It has been quite productive. We have been training quite hard for the upcoming raiding game between Rias and I. I've written up training menus for everyone to follow, and they've been following it diligently so far. I've made Saji's training more difficult since he needs to control the power of the Dragon King. But he's been quite enthusiastic about it. Looking forward and following her gaze, I could see everyone at different parts of the field in front of us working hard. Everyone is doing their own thing. Saji had a rope tied to him and carrying 3 giant truck tired behind him, while keeping his absorption line on a giant beast. The giant beast wasn't really bothered by. Is it some sort of pet? Where did you get that thing? A present from a friend to my father. It's a sort of beast, but he doesn't know what it is, do you? It's a cross between a wolf and a dog that's had some kind of mutation that makes it look hairless. However, the hairs on it are very translucent. It also has the mouth of a fish. A wolf and dog yukai hybrid. Weird fish mouth that I don't know how it got there. Jean, answer me honestly. Right now, who would win in the raiding game? Please be more specific. Is it a special game? Rules? Or just like the raiding game between Rias and Riser? Sona falls silent while thinking of an answer, and I could feel Seraphol still hugging me. It's almost comical that I know. We kept a normal conversation flowing with the Satan Leviathan being like this. 2. What if it's a normal rating game like Riser and Rias? 2. One with special rules, let's say Scramble Flag. If it's a normal rating game like Rias and Riser, you will lose, quite badly in fact, however. If special rules were involved, it would make it more interesting. Meaning? Sona looks at me with a raised brow and wants me to continue. The Scramble Flag is a variant of a normal rating game where the goal of the game is to collect flags that are scattered around the battlefield. Unlike the rules in a normal rating game or dice figure game, where victory is achieved by defeating the king, the Scramble Flag game's victory is determined by the number of flags that are collected during the game. You just suggested the Scramble Flag rating game, right? While there are no special rules in the amount of destruction you can do, the one watching it will be more focused on the strategy and teamwork used, rather than just outright power and flashy attacks. For what I know, Rias Peerage is what you call muscle brain or a more power-oriented team. While they have some strategy involved, it's quite small and minor. They'll heavily rely on their individual power to bring victory for their team. But they've started to change little by little, and probably at the end of summer, you'll have to fight Rias on equal terms. Better not slack off on your strategies and tactics. Sona listened attentively and nodded along. No worries, Sotan is a super genius. I know she can cook up a plan and make it difficult for Rias-chan to win. It sounds like you know the special rules that are likely to be placed in the upcoming rating game. Sona looks at her older sister accusatorily, and Seraphol shakes her head in great denial. Sotan, I didn't tell Jean about anything. Hey, how do you know about that? Seraphol angrily looks at me. I have ways of finding out, but yes, the rules set in place for the upcoming rating game will heavily favor Sona. But you two who were there felt it, yes? How much Rias and her peerage grew in strength, no. You couldn't even tell, could you? Yes, Surzek-chan and I were a bit surprised when we couldn't feel their demonic energies anymore. But first happened back in the peace conference. We were both a bit shocked at the time, but had more pressing matters to attend to. We even got a bigger surprise when everyone in Rias-chan's peerage could move when her bishop used the sacred gear. However, Jean, what did you do to them? The two sisters look at me waiting for a response. I couldn't help but smirk a bit. I just helped a little, I will say this though. Kiba and Gasper, in terms of raw power, they rival Surzek's, or they're just a little higher. But if they did fight Surzek's, he would win quite easily, if he uses that form, or if he takes him seriously. Sotan. Fido, I believe in you. Everyone, 30-minute break, come back. Sona summoned a communication circle and announced a break for everyone. In the distance, Saji desummoned his sacred gear and flopped to the ground. He was helped back up by his fellow peerage members. It didn't take long for them to arrive, everyone in her peerage giving me welcome smiles. Saji looks up and finally notices me. Jean-senpai. Hey, good work out there. I restore their stamina and remove the fatigue. It also looks like Sona had called for some refreshments and snacks as a butler, and maid had come out with a tray of it. As I summoned the chairs and the table, everyone took a seat and began to relax for their break, having worked since early morning. Rias and the rest should be doing the same thing. Why are you here, Jean-senpai? Saji stops eating and looks back at me, the others doing the same. Jean-tan is here to check up on everyone. You're not planning to tell Rias-chan about this, are you? A little bit of trust in me. Sarah, no, I won't tell them about your training methods. Anyhow, I'm just checking in with all of you, as Sarah said. Anyway, to the other reason for why I'm here. Seraphol, I've recently had quite a few of the Irish gods, 3 groups, and 3 individuals join the alliance of the 3 great powers. I then proceeded to tell her who and what had happened. Having lost her carefree attitude, she listened attentively and was satisfied. Centurato, nodding her head satisfied. There are still some things I want to check there, so we'll be heading back there in the future. Anyway, one last thing. Seraphol puts the piece of paper away and looks back at me. They'll be traveling to Kyoto to form an alliance with the West Yukai faction. After that, they'll be heading to Greece to meet up with the Greek gods. I got an invitation from them at the start of my summer holidays. I want you to accompany me to both of them. Since you're already acquainted with Yasaka, this will be easier. But even if I travel alone, it it will be fine. As for the Greek gods, I have no idea what they are like. I want some witnesses. He'll be bringing someone from all three sides, a devil, angel, and fallen angel. Well, it won't be just one. If more than one wants to go, then I have no problems with it. You're probably wondering why, right? It's just for reassurance. From books and legends, a lot of Greek gods don't seem very friendly, and some may be lies, and some may be true. Anyway, I just want witnesses to be there just in case if they do attack me or something, they'll have some eyewitness accounts of what truly transpired. So you want me and others to be with you on Mount Olympus? Yeah, even if I wipe out the entire Greek mythology, you guys would know that it would be of good cause and reason. The area falls silent as they stare at me, dumbstruck at what I said. Seraphal laughs nervously as she scratches the back of her head. Centuredo, fighting the Greek gods with that is still risky. Alternate universes, canon-wise, Seraphal and Falbium are probably as strong as the original Satans, maybe with the exception of Satan himself. But in this timeline, they were just around the high end of ultimate class. But it looks like Seraphal had reached Satan class. I can assume Falbium did the same. The only ones that are categorized as super devils or specialized devils officially and currently are Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. In the future, Valley will join them. In the future, there are two that are unofficially seen as super devils, and they're Balberith and Verine. Balberith and Verine are the results of Hades using the flesh of Lilith, the original wife of Lucifer, and the Book of Lucifer, artificially created devils, if you will. Even then, these two were exceptions in the mass creation that Hades did. These two were born irregular, and even Hades feared and were wary of them. The only other known super devil I know is Rizavim Levon Lucifer, Val's grandfather. Currently, I have no idea how strong he is. However, if he was already a super devi in canon, I can only imagine his rise in power once he took in the blood of Azrael. Peak God class? The same as Shiva? Dragon God? I don't know, but a trip to the pocket dimension may happen again soon enough. Seeing as how I'll have more women with me, I look at Seraphal as she tilts her head. Anyway, Jean, who are you bringing with you? Me from the devils. Is it Gabriel? Is it? And who from the fallen? Yes. I was thinking of bringing Gabriel with me, and for the fallen? Azazel, suggested Penemu. Thud. Everyone looks over at the thud noise we heard and sees that Saji was on the ground, on his hands and knees sobbing. Really? Jean Senpai, you're just surrounded by women. All summer, in fact. This is so unfair. So cruel. You want. He started to cry. Ruruko Nimura, one of Sona's pawn, put a hand on Saji's back, trying to comfort him. Dude, she has a crush on you. And by the end of this rating game, so will Momo Hanakai. I already told him to expand his views and he'll notice her, but it looks like he's still transfixed to Sona, your current group of admirers. More women interested in you. Even goddesses whyy. Even if you ask. I wouldn't know, I just do it my way, I guess. He suddenly gets up and kneels down on one knee, in a way, a proposal. In that case, President Sona, go out with me. Be mine forever. Doom. The courage on this guy to go from crying and sulking to on his knee proposing to Sona Citri, in front of her peerage and her older sister, that the Satan. I don't know if you're brave or stupid, Saji, but you have some of my respect. The area remained in stunned silence, Sona staring wide-eyed at Saji. I couldn't see the expression on Seraphal's face, but I could tell from her emotions that it wasn't good. I touch her shoulder and calm her down. She looks at me with a pout. Jinshuru Saji-kun, was it? Saji's body freezes as he hears Seraphal's voice. He robotically looks at the Satan as the ground starts to freeze around her. Sotan and I belong to Jean. Doom. Another round of silence as I facepalm. Please don't go around saying that you and your younger sister belong to me. At best, Sona and I are friends, classmates, and comrades. You and I are nearing the stage of dating. Slow down a little. Friend, for now. A life is over. Flops. Saji finally flops to the ground, unable to accept what he just heard. Sona just sighs as she rubs her forehead in annoyance. We'll take him over there, President. Momo and Ruruko help carry Saji over to another spot to let him cool off and relax. My servant is quite interesting, Sorry about that, Jean. Hmm? You know, Saji is quite serious about it. He wasn't joking. He likes you quite a bit. Sona again looks a bit stunned. Don't tell me you thought that Saji was just acting like that because he was your servant? Okay, I can understand where you're coming from. High-class devil girl who's a hard worker, smart, and likes to follow the Grimmery clan practice of being nice to her family and servants. But Saji's been quite obvious in his attempts to, get your attention. Unless you're just dense like that, Sona. I mean, I'm not, even if I kind of act like it from time to time. I just read into it too much. Like when I first went on my request with Team/Dog, Rennie stayed with me. She hugged me a lot and stuff. I've only interacted with her through texts and small conversations before that when I did smaller requests for Grigori. I didn't really think much of it. Maybe it was her way of showing affection and friendship. I mean, she hugs Vala quite often. I can only assume she did so to Tobio before meeting me and dating me. Thoughts like, does she like me? Is she interested in me? Why is she doing this? Teasing me a little? And so on. I mean, even normal human women give mixed signals. An example of this was when, I can't remember exactly when, but I did see some stories on a few different websites with guys saying a girl did the same things to them, even going as far as bravado them. When they plucked up the courage to ask them out, the girl turned around and said, "I'm sorry, I only see you as a friend, sorry if I gave you the wrong impression." Like, huh? How can we really trust what a woman says or do then? That's why I had my doubts back then. Though that was when I didn't really use my powers much, like telling their emotions and such. But since I use it a lot regularly now, I know Serafal likes me. Maybe I'll ask her in Kyoto. He does? I thought he was just thankful for what I did for him, the help I gave him. I'm sorry, but he's just like a little brother to me. I can't see beyond that. Ach, Sona. Brother Zoyu though, brother zoned? Little brother zoned? Is that worse? I'm dying, ugh. I guess he heard that another strike to his heart. Don't worry, Saji. Those two attending to you will like you even more. Well, one does so far. Just Momo left. Show her your manly side during your raiding game. Just don't be too dense afterwards. But knowing Saji, he won't give up that easily. Gotta admire that resilient attitude of his just like in canon. Anyway, look at going. I still have a few stops wait, Jean. Sona stops me while putting a hand on my shoulder. Will you be willing on testing my peerage current strength? I look at her, Serafal, and then at everyone else. They seemed eager. Even Saji, who had sat back up, regaining his spirit, looked at me in determination. I guess I can, but won't be the one fighting, sure, but I won't be the one fighting. They look at me confused. I hold my right hand out. Come out, Drake. You get to fight some interesting devils. Nice, time for a bit of fight then. Shine. From the boosted gear came out Drake. Everyone was staring at him in shock. He does a weird pose, stunning them further. Please don't start acting like Veldora. We'll be going to that world in the future, and having two of you will be a headache. Nice choice, partner. Drake starts to smack my back, happy with my choice. What was either you, Antares, Greed, or Leanne? Shine. Gay. Leanne. Leanne also decided to join us. However, she was just blankly staring at Drake. I already know. It won't go overboard. Even the famed Welsh dragon was intimidated by her. He got a pretty serious beatdown by her during the 5 years in the pocket dimension after all. Albion wanted to test his strength against her, but after seeing his rival beaten quite badly, he decided against it. So it was decided. Leanne as the arbiter, Drake versus Citri Peerage. Jean Skyward, it will be a learning experience, I guess. You speak as if they'll lose, Jean. Serafal and I stayed where we were. Everyone else had gone back onto the field. Serafal is currently hugging my arm. This should last too long, so we'll have time for Grigori and going back to my home in Kuo. I mean, Drake's power level is around Ophis now. Ophis went up higher. That's worrying. You powered up a heavenly dragon and dragon god? It's like you're preparing for war, actually. Jean, what did you mean by what you said back during the peace conference? Right, I haven't spoken to her since and didn't get a chance to tell her. Right one. She turns to look at me. This made it easier for me. So I leaned in and kissed her. Serafal was a bit stunned, but reciprocated and kissed me back. I pull away as she blushes at the sudden kiss. And two. I poke her on the forehead and relay the information I'd already told the rest. She clutches her head as she got it, and her eyes widen in response. Aye, is that what you meant back then? I nod. She's not too shocked, which is great. but still as she thinks for a few minutes as explosions and crashing sounds happen in front of us. Eventually, she nods and shrugs. Gene is still Gene, regardless of what he is. I'm about that kiss him. Well, you can think it how you like, Sarah. I wrap my arm around her and pull her closer. We go silent as we watch the little sparring match. Dre Bwahaha. Come on, devils of Sona Citri. This can't be all of it. I dodge and avoid the attacks from the devils of Sona Citra's peerage. While I didn't need to, I had more fun with moving my body around. Jinchuru Saji, he had his absorption line connected to me. He was trying to drain my power, but was unaffected. I didn't cut it off to give them a little bit of a chance. This wielder of Vritra's sacred gear has high potential. From what Gene said before, it was around Satan class. While it wasn't a super devil or higher, it's still quite a large potential to get to. Not many devils or beings in their lifetime can reach it. It is a benchmark for the old original Satans. It isn't an actual rank within the devil's ranking system. It's only low class, middle class, high class, ultimate class, and finally, specialized devils or super devils. Do not disappoint us, wielder of Vritra, gathering flames inside my mouth and shooting it out towards a group. They immediately responded and dodged without being told so. It would be a problem if they didn't, however. Not all were fast enough. Momo, Tomo, the Bishop Momo Hanakai, and Knight Tomo Meguri were hit by my flames. I held back, but they were still damaged quite heavily. Damn it. Come on. I felt the young man Saji try to consume more of my power. Unfortunately, I am at the power of a dragon god now. ITLL take more than that to weaken me. I release more of my aura, and the line that was connected to me broke. It was severed. God. The ones who had dashed towards me were blown away by my aura. I did not need to use my other abilities, only my normal flames of a dragon and physical strength. The devils retreated as they stare at me, while listening in to a sort of communication device that the heiress of Citri gave out earlier. Normally, an opponent won't let that happen, but since this is a sparring match, I will allow it. I wait for them to finish as they recompose themselves. Tsubaki Shinra, the queen of the group, carries the two injured over to Jean. They're hurt, so it makes sense they're in a way out of this sparring session. What will you do now, Sona Citri? Two of your pieces are out of commission. Promotion, Queen. One more time. Heavenly Dragon. Saji and the Rook Tsubasa Yura dash towards me. I grin and wait for them. Swash. Saji sent a punch towards me, and I dodge it. He followed it up by using his absorption line and attaching it to my abdomen. The Rook Tsubasa also sent a punch towards my face. I also swiftly avoided it. She immediately followed up with a roundhouse kick. I block it with my arm and push her away. Crash. Tsubasa. Damn it. Shing. 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 Gotcha. Above me and to my sides appeared multiple magic circles. I was also imprisoned in a sort of water prison. I looked towards the young heiress, and she had trapped me in this water prison. The multiple magic circles were from the queen, Tsubaki, and the other bishop, Rhea, Kusaka. I see they planned this out, huh? Distract me with those two, and prepare your surprise attack? I like opponents like this from time to time. They make fighting more interesting. Drain. Increasing his output, I could feel a little bit more of my power leave it. Wasn't anything significant, so it didn't matter. I could easily break away from this situation, but let's see how it turns out, shall we? From each circle, multiple elemental magic attacks came out and hit me. Doom! Do we get him? Tsubasa and Saji had jumped back and regrouped. I could see from the look of their king that she had her doubts. Very good, as what is expected. There was still smoke and dust covering my entire body, so I gathered more flames in my mouth. This would be larger than the last one. This should end it. Unless they can keep fighting, show me. Dogen. SHWSHHH. I let out my fire breath attack towards them, much stronger, wider, fiercer, and faster. Tsubaki Shinra, the queen of the group, jumps in front of the attack and summoned her sacred gear. Mirror Alice. My attack hits it, shattering it, but what she expected to happen didn't. Tsubaki's sacred gear, Mirror Alice. It creates a mirror that if destroyed reflects double the damage on the attacker, but cannot be summoned twice in a row without a cooldown period. I had my own theory that if the attack that was sent at it was much, much greater in power, it wouldn't be able to handle it and couldn't reflect it back. It looks like I was right, even though I held the power back to my original Prime's breath attack. Boom. Heh, my bad, partner. Once the dust settled, I could see partner in front of them. He stopped the attack, but the Citri peerage were on their backs and gasping for breath. This was quite fun. While I didn't get to use more of my abilities or my finishing move, Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flames, or the new Welsh Dragon Flare, or the ones I'm known for, boost, transfer, or pierce, but it's fine. I had fun. Drake. Ugh. Wait, no, I turned around and could see Leon glaring at me. I just got excited. My bad. I fled the great heavenly dragon. Idrai Gochflith. She's a horrifying woman. No, thank you. Partner, you deal with her. I quickly go back into the boosted gear. Jean skyward, I turn around after stopping Drake's attack, and him fleeing back into the boosted gear, you guys. Okay, it was a good plan, but did you guys forget that he's a heavenly dragon? Using Tsubaki's sacred gear like that was a bit reckless, unless you were confident in it reflecting back the attack. In all other fights so far, my sacred gear Mirror Alice has been able to reflect back attacks up to high class and power if I tried and pushed hard, maybe ultimate class attacks, so you hoped it would work here? She nods. I look at Sona. Looks like she was hesitant in doing that, but whatever Drake is beyond that level of power now. He's a dragon god class being. I sigh and heal them back up. Her other two members were already healed and were just sitting with Seraphal back there. So, did you guys find out what you were looking for? Apart from being utterly outclassed, I guess so? Saji answered back quickly and let out a huh. At the end of his sentence, I mean right now you guys can't fight him. Drake and Albion are at a higher power of dragon god than Rias and the others. So this is in a way a benchmark for all of you. If we use Drake San as a point of reference for Rias and the others, we can create strategies and tactics for winning. Yes, this has been quite informative. Sona had gotten up and was standing beside me. Saji looked at her and nodded. If the president says so, then it was. How simple. We'll work hard then. You guys still have a month left. All right, we'll really get going then. Use this to your advantage, I guess. Yes, thank you, Jean. Sona, along with her peerage, thanked me. I flash-stepped back to Seraphal and the two others injured. Leon also joined me. It'll get going now. Sarah, I'll come and get you when I go to Kyoto and Greece. We'll see you soon, Jean. I share a brief, tender moment with her as we say goodbye. I step back as she blushes again. The two girls were looking at us in shock. I turn to them and give them a wink. I chuckle as we finally leave back for the Gremory house. Gremory territory, once we were there, Leanne went back inside the ring. She also gave me a peck on the cheek. I was back in the living room. Valerie was still on the couch, but was waiting there. Her book was nowhere to be found. How long have you been waiting? Oh, just a few minutes. I finished Volume 1 and didn't want to start Volume 2, in case you showed up. I guess my instincts were right. How was it? I see. It wasn't anything too special. I spoke with them. Seraphal will be joining us in Kyoto and Greece. Drake fought the Citri peerage. I guess in a way I helped them like how I helped the Gremory peerage. They'll have some battle plans for their raiding game. Valerie got up and let out a hum as she walked around me, taking a closer look with curiosity. She nods to herself and stands beside me. I look at her strangely, but she just smiled back at me. So without delaying it further, I left back to my home. Japan, Kuo, Skyward Household Valerie, and I had arrived back in my home. I could feel two individuals here, Rennie and Ingvild. Rennie doesn't have a mission today, or an assignment. Interesting, I could feel that they were both in the living room. So we both went in there. Once we stepped in, both girls' heads turned towards us. Rennie got up and leaped into my arms. Ingvild wasn't too far behind. I hugged the both of them. "And back, how have you two been?" "Dying." They both flatly answered. A bit of an overreaction, but sure thing we went back to the couch they were on, and I told them of what I had been up to the past few days, the troubles in two groups of supernatural beings, the festival in that place, meeting Goddess Danu, and how I'll be going back there again. I want to go with you when you do. So do I, Jean. Rennie and Ingvild wanted to go with me back to Ireland, but the look they were giving me said they wouldn't take no as an answer. Me too, Jean. Valerie also added her answer. Sheesh. I've got a long two clingy girls with me. All right. They'll bring all of you when I go back then. I might as well go to Grigori then. Do you two want to come? Yes. They both answer immediately in unison. I chuckle and nod. They'll go get change me to thus. Valerie and I were the only ones left again. It shouldn't take them too long, Grigori, huh? I haven't been there in a little while. I wonder how the rest of Slash Dog and the other Fallen have been. I'll definitely check up on Esse, also Raynar's group, and him, since he was brought there after the incident. If I can sit down and talk to him, he'll find out his reason for joining Kokabeel, Azrael, and Valper. We're ready. I look up as Rennie and Ingvile were in front of me. Rennie had her usual magician's outfit and hat on, while Ingvile had her noble dress on. I guess he'll also get dressed. While in Ireland, I had donned a black hoodie, blue jeans, and well, I wore what I would think I would have worn during my youthful days back in Ireland. I snap my fingers and don on my usual classy look. It'll change to my black suit when I go to Kyoto and Greece, but for now, this is fine. Grigori, I arrive in the lobby of Grigori. As per usual, there were quite a few Fallen walking around, and since the treaty had been signed, a few devils were here. For what I can see, they're mostly low to middle class and of the reincarnated variant. Oh, hey Jean, come to visit? Oh, it's Jean, hi. I get a few Fallen coming to talk to me, and we chat for a bit. During this, I locate some auras that I want to have a chat with. Mainly Shimhazai, Penemu, Team/Dog, him, and Shuri. While I don't have Akino or anyone with me, I think it would be fine to visit her. SAE and Toby are training right now. Sharkoin is somewhere in the research department. Huhu and Natsum and Shigyan are in Shigyan's room. Rennie has been getting better at finding auras. She mainly did this, but used a person's mana. She seemed a bit confused about Natsum and Shigyan, though. Was she expecting them to be training too? But I do look forward to seeing SAE and Toby. I wonder how far she's progressed and how the two are in general. Well, you could go meet them if you want, Rennie. They'll be speaking with Penemu and Shimhazai first. You girls can go with her if you want. Oh, he'll visit Shuri too. So if you want to join me, they'll do that last. Okay, do you two want to come with me? They'll go with you, Rennie. Independent Illinois stay with Jean. For now, Ingvald accepted while Valerie declined. Fine with that, Rennie and Ingvald gave me a hug, and off they went. Valerie and I also went on our way. The first stop, Shimhazai. I assume he's in Azazel's office, so we go there first. It didn't take long, and we arrive in front of the office. I tap the door, and it slides open when we step through. Shimhazai looks up from the desk and smiled at us. Beside it was a female devil who was pregnant. Hey there, Shimhazai. You doing? Okay, how about the wife and kid? Greetings, Jean. Yes, I'm doing well. The same with my wife and child. He glances at the female devil beside him as she smiles at us. She had long, dark purple hair that fell to her barato. Her left eye was red, and her right was white. Jean, this is Lanila, my wife. I met her a few years ago. Thank you for the gifts, Jean-san. We feel a lot safer with them. Don't worry about it. You're a friend of Azazel, so I wanted to gift something to you who's going to be a father soon. Well, I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing. I can check if your child has any complications right now. I offer to do a little checkup for them. A bit surprised they look at each other, but in the end, agreed to it. I walk over and touch her stomach. I couldn't feel anything wrong with it. Hell, it's actually quite strong. Perhaps this kid could be a future leader of Grigori or a cadre, if this organization still exists. Azazel refuses to create a system for themselves. He said he's fine with the fallen angel race dying off with them. But he said hell take in any pure angels that fall if they come to them. It sounds like he thinks they were a mistake or something. I can't exactly change his mind on this, so I won't try to. Everything's fine. They're quite healthy in their head, even a little powerhouse too. Maybe they'll become a cadre or leader of Grigori in the future. I kept the baby's gender from them since they didn't ask me to say. They both smile and nod at me. Anyway, you'll get going. Be safe now. Yes, you too, Jean Cohen. Goodbye, Jean-san. I left the room with Valerie as she was smiling. Why? I don't know, maybe she's in some pinch. She looks at me with a light glare while pinching me. Oh no, it's spreading. We quickly made our way around Grigori and arrived at where Penemu was. It was in a library. We enter and find her sitting there by herself. A few devils and fallen at different sections, quietly reading. She looks up to see me and has a bit of a surprised expression. She puts her book down and ushers us back outside. Jean, it's been a while. Why are you here? I can't just check up on you? Well, That's partly why I'm here. You've heard from Azazel, right? We'll be accompanying you to Greece to meet with the Greek gods. Yes? I certainly don't mind. I haven't been there yet. At least she's on board with going. If she was against it, well, it would have been a hassle then. I wouldn't know who to take with me. I doubt Azazel would want to go there. He'd probably just slack off and banter with the gods while I'm musing that's not why I'm going there. I wouldn't bring Shimhazai there. He has a child coming. I'd rather not stress the guy out more. Barakil? He's a safe bet, but knowing Shuri. She'll probably make sure that he comes back in one piece. I mean, I would make sure of that for both her and Akino's sake. No one else comes to mind, I see. Then that's good then. Just be, well, ready when I come around. When? I have no idea, but it should be soon, maybe even next week. Depending on how my trip to Kyoto goes, but I'm pretty sure ITLL be smooth sailing. Penemu smiles and brings a piece of paper. She summons a pen and starts writing something on it. She then gives me the piece of paper and winks at me. Go to those locations and you'll see something amusing. Penemu-sama, these are familiar voice comes out of the library. In front of me was Donasik. He was still wearing the same things he was from a few months back. He freezes as he sees me, but still manages to give some documents to Penemu. Seeing this, Penemu giggles and pats Donasik on the back. Thanks for the hard work. You can go back now. Why, yes, excuse me, I stare at her waiting for an explanation. That list involves that merry group from before. Donasik-kun decided to work for the library. He also partially worked for the research and science department. He wants to help and improve Grigori's technology. In a way, he wants to try out the artificial sacred gears we're making. He hasn't given up on getting stronger. None of them have, but they've come to do it in a more logical and less psychotic way. Centuredo Research and Science Department Technician and Assistant. Middled, Cleaning Department Cleaner and Personal Maid of Azazel. What on earth happened to Middled? Maid of Azazel? That's an unusual assignment. Or was it the last thing she chose since she didn't want to do anything? You're weirdly perceptive, Jean, but yes, she's the one that was the most against while repenting. But in the end, Azazel suggested that, and she complied. She's not with Azazel, since she needs a re-education and an attitude adjustment. I sigh and nod my head. I guess this will be added to my to-do list while here. Then I'm also curious about them. But it seems they're doing well for themselves. Right. Ajima-kun is also here. He's currently part of the research and science department. You'll probably find him with the other scientists there, or Kalawarna-chan, or if not there, he's training. Yeah, that was the him I was talking about. After the incident, he was more than ready to give up. I have no idea what his deal is, but he lost a lot of motivation once he found out the God of the Bible was dead. I don't believe he's evil, just a product of his environment, but he'll see soon enough, I guess. I see. Thank you for the info, Penemu. He'll get going then. Good luck. Thankfully, the two of us have been on good terms since we put aside our differences and little drama. She's a lot more open with me, which I appreciate. Donasik is already finished. If I take his reaction from earlier, it may apply to the rest. Seeing as how three of them may be in the same spot, they'll go check on Kalawarna first. Rennie calls Cookie Shark sometimes. After a minute of flash stepping while Bridal carrying Valerie around Grigori, I reach the main research room for the department. I put Valerie down and touch the door as it slides open. When I do, a few heads turn our way, we get a few nods, and then they get back to their work. The room was mostly white. It had the typical lab look with high-tech equipment everywhere, flasks, bottles of all sorts, beakers, and the like. I could also see some prototype artificial sacred gears lying about. Every single Fallen there had a unique look, but three individuals did stand out. I could see Ajimu, Kalawarna, and Cookie together. Cookie was glaring at Ajimu, who had a very calm and relaxed look. Kalawarna was looking at a clipboard as she was talking to the both of them. We slowly approached them. When we got nearer, Cookie sees me and has a look of panic and blushes. The two with him look at him like he was crazy. They follow their gaze and see me. Both their eyes widened. Hey, been a while. Cookie, Ajimu, Kalawarna. It has been a while, Red Dragon Emperor. Hello, Jin-sama. B bro. Hey, it's been a while. H-ha? W, what are you doing here? Cookie goes around to me and puts an arm around my shoulder and violently pats my back as she looks nervously at Ajimu and Kalawarna. Made any progress? I whisper to him, and he shakes his head. Tips. Any tips, bro? I glanced at Calawarna as she had gone back to reading something off her clipboard, while Ajamu listened intently while nodding on occasion. Just be yourself, I guess. Sorry, man. I'm bad at giving advice that involves romance. Be myself, I don't know if that's good or bad advice, but I'll give it a whirl. He goes back to Calawarna and puts his arm around her shoulder. She looks at him strangely as he grins. Yo, Kalachan, want to go on a date? Ajamu looked at Cookie stunned. Calawarna, with no change in expression, removes his arm from her shoulder and slaps him with the clipboard. Cookie stumbles back a bit and stares at her in shock. I may reconsider when you stop being. So how do I put this being a delinquent? Ahem. Anyway, Cookie shakes his head and leaves. He gave me a defeated look. He didn't look that sad, though. Did he already that? He slowly leaves the department as I look back at the two as they had started to talk to each other again. Finally, finishing what they were talking about, I look at Ajamu and signal for him to go to a more isolated area. He nods and leaves. I see you're repenting well. Yes, Jean Sama. Rainair was the first to start these. Donasik and I were next, and only Middle was the one very against it. Until she was given a specific job. She answered straight-laced and without breaking eye contact. I could feel that she was being genuine about it. I want to apologize. It may mean nothing, but you know who to direct that to. Not me. Yes. Interrupt her as she tries to apologize to me. While she did try killing me, their first target was Asia. When she sees her again, she'll need to say that to her instead. They'll go talk to Ajamu. Valeriel, stay here. Cincherato. I told them why, and they could just research him. The devil Surzex and Serafal were fine with it. But since the treaty, I hear he goes from here to Ajuka's lab for more research. For what? I don't know. I didn't ask. I sat down beside him and waited for him to talk. I'm half Indian, half British, and all I know is my first name, Ajamu. I do not know who gave me that name. That is all I know of. One day, Valper Galilei came to the orphanage where I and many others lived at. He bought us out, and we were shipped off to a facility. He revealed to us that the supernatural was real, had some fallen use magic to show us he was telling the truth. He then proceeded with his experiments. He told us that a fallen who was very strong, named Azrael, was looking for promising candidates. I and many others trained in a desperate hope that we wouldn't be killed off like the rest, survival of the fittest, but once Valper found out I was a natural wielder, his attitude changed. He excluded me of the pain and suffering others went through. He made me train with some artificially created holy swords. He, Valper, did not have a naturally made holy sword, so I trained with the ones he made. Once he introduced me to Azrael a few months ago, I was granted the holy sword Gallatin. He glances at me before continuing his story. After that, my value in their organizations went up even higher. While Valper was the one who mistreated me for many years, I'm not too sure, but I did grow up during that time. I am thankful towards him in a way. Once he found out I was a natural wielder, his attitude changed. I was treated a lot better, but had the expectations to train even harder. Kusuk was found by pure chance by Valper too. While he wasn't a natural wielder of it, he already had a high affinity with the light element, as well as having those things used on him. He became stronger. He was nothing but a battle maniac. Cincherato, people develop positive feelings toward their captors or abusers over time. This condition applies to situations including child abuse, coach-athlete abuse, relationship abuse, and human trafficking. The fact that Ajamu felt that way toward Valper, and to an extent Azrael, shows this character has an extremely difficult life. It's almost like Kebas, but he was blessed in a way. He was a natural wielder. The holy sword Gallatin previously belonged to a man named David Serro, a human and exorcist from the Vatican. Azrael apparently came across him one day with the sword in hand. He was impressed with him and offered him a spot in his organization. But David Serro refused. They fought and Azrael won. But as a show of mercy, he let David Serro live, but he was heavily injured. This was all told by Azrael when I was first introduced by Azrael to his associate, Kokabil. He took all the credit from Valper, though from the short time I knew him, he did that a lot. After that, you know the rest. Right? Them coming to Kuo and all the crap that happened, I don't know how to feel about this. This guy was clearly being used and taken advantage of. Cincherato, Red Dragon Emperor. Right? Do you know who this goddess was? No. Azrael only told us that the goddess was the one responsible for our sudden change in power. So, he was the only one to know of her. Fine with me. All they know is a certain goddess helped them and nothing more. All right, that's all I came here to hear from you. Are you not going to take my life? Yes, I hate you since you hurt Kiba, but since it's not totally all your fault, I'm not going to do that. Also, ITLL caused more trouble for me, since you're a helper for the three factions. I see. I thank you, Red Dragon Emperor Nojin. I leave without answering him. I rub the back of my head as I make my way back to Valerie, but those two weren't there when I left the room. I locate her aura, and they were just outside the research facility. I greet a few Fallen before leaving the room. The two of them were silently staring at each other when I came out. Valerie sighs. Okay, yes. If that is all, I shall make my leave. Goodbye for now, Valerie-san. Calawarna nods at me as she goes back into the room. I look at Valerie and make a gesture for us to go. She agrees, and we leave next stop, Middle. She's the most annoying, so we'll take a look at her. What did you talk about? Oh, just things concerning Asia, I see. I can more or less guess what they spoke about, probably asking why they did it, and if and when she'll apologize to her. Darn it, what's going on here? Come on, hurry up. As we arrive at a certain area, we could hear a woman cursing a lot. When we enter the spacious room, Middle was wearing a maid uniform and yelling. A video? She was following the video on how to sweep properly or do chores and cleaning in general. How can you be so bad at cleaning that you need to watch a video? It's you. Don't me. Please have mercy. Huh? She turns around to see us staring at her and yells at us, confusing us even further. Valerie was even more confused than me. I already expected this kind of language from her and her attitude. She made an alarming outburst and began making a sudden movement before I used mana ropes to stop her. Centuredo, what is she even spouting? ISIS, she stupid? Confused? I don't think I roughed her up back then. Did the shock of getting her power sealed make her have a mental breakdown? We're leaving, Valerie. Seeing as this little menace hasn't changed, and me nearly ending her, it would be best to leave. Valerie, not wanting to protest, leaves the room with me. I locate Raynar's aura and start walking that way. Once far enough, I cancel the mana ropes Valerie. I want to talk to this Fallen by myself. Okay, I heard a bit from Calawarna-san. He'll stay close by, okay? Sure thing. Once we got closer to her, we stop. I turn to Valerie and give her a quick, friendly peck, catching the girl off guard. She looks at me blankly before her cheeks turn red. That's unfair, Jean. Why you couldn't pick a better time? Sorry, they'll give it a try at a different time. She sighs and leans against the wall and takes out her phone. I turn around and walk towards the so-called nursery and daycare. It had a window there, so anyone could see what the staff in there were doing. I look in and could see a few kids there. In total, there were around 7 children. In the middle of them were 2 women, one I didn't know of, and the other was Raynair. Her hair was the usual, but she had an apron on her that said Teacher Raynair on it. She was wearing a white sweatshirt and blue jeans and dark blue Converse sneakers. The apron was covering most of it, though. The 2 of them were clapping, and from the looks of it, they were singing. Raynair had a happy smile on her as she clapped and sang to the kids, the little ones also doing the same thing. Once they were done, the other teacher notices me and pointed at me. Raynair looks up, and her eyes became as big as saucers. She turns to the other teacher and whispers something to her. She nods and gathers up the kids with them. Raynair hugs one that clung to her. She pets the little girl before she lets go of her leg and went with the other teacher. Raynair came out of the room and gestured at the bench beside the room. We both sat on it, and it became silent. We could hear some of the kids laughing and the teachers muffled talking. So, you became a nursery teacher and assistant? I started, and she nods while looking at the ground. Yes, why? I don't know. I was compelled, I guess. I was looking at her, but she didn't. She kept looking at the ground. I could feel she was tense, scared, and her breathing was getting long and heavy. I didn't do anything traumatic to her. Why is she acting like this? Look at me. Look at me, Raynair. Still silent, but she eventually and reluctantly does so. But she didn't look at me. She was staring behind me, at my ears. I sighed. So, care to tell me why you're acting like that towards me? As far as I could tell, I didn't do anything to you to warrant this. I am repenting. I tried to harm Asia and steal her sacred gear. I also destroyed your clone. I can't get that image out of my head. I've done that so many times already, but I don't understand why I keep getting flashbacks at night to that specific scene. Shying. Suddenly, Drake appeared. Rainier was a bit surprised as she stares at the new man that appeared. Drake, why did you come out? I can't take it anymore. I'm just going to say it. The Welsh dragon? So, the rumors were true you revived him. All right, Rainier, was it? Drake asked, and she nods. He rubs his forehead in annoyance and lets out a long sigh. Humor me, but did the thought of falling in love with my partner here during your date occur to you at all? If you were that disturbed by it, then that would be the only thing left to, I don't know, speculate? You said it yourself. You've killed plenty of times before, so the question is, why? Why did my partner's clone's death bother you that much? We were both looking at him. I turn a glance at Rainier as she blankly looks at Drake. She slowly processed what he said before slowly turning red. What that's impossible? Love? That's the last thing I would think about. Hey, are you insane? Welsh dragon. Why would you suggest such a thing? Drake snorts, further confusing and annoying Rainier. Sure thing. Keep telling yourself that. We were following you the whole day, and it sure didn't look like you hated the date. After giving his last comment, Drake went back into the boosted gear. Rainier was gritting her teeth while staring at the ground, fully blushing. I don't know how to rectify this situation. Ray, I won't accept what he said. She stops me and looks at me, embarrassment and fury fueling her on. Shuring, that right, let me try this. Drake came back out as we stare at him confused. Drake grabs my hand and forcefully makes me hold hands with Rainier. Once he was done, he grinned at us and went back. Seriously? Were you? 9? Huh. Just look at her partner. I do so and could see Rainier even redder than she was as she silently looked at our hands. Coming back from wherever she was, she immediately pulled her hand away. She looks at it and grabs it with her other hand. She let out a little KH, seemingly angry at Drake. She lets out a sigh and calms herself down. Still blushing, she looks back at me and puts her hand out. I want to meet Asia in the future and apologize to her again. I also want to start over. While I haven't done enough for the crimes I've committed in the past, I want to start somewhere. Donasek and Calawarna also have their own plans, and only Middle can't move forward. I look at the outstretched hand and debate on whether or not in forgiving her. In truth, while she had originally planned on killing Asia, in the end, she hesitated and didn't put that trauma into her. So, she doesn't have those sins from her canon counterpart. But she has still killed and hurt people in the past, making her more or less the same woman from canon with a slight minor detail. I sigh and scratch the back of my head and shake her hand. A new start then. Yes, there it is again, the same smile she had while she was looking after the children. She lets go first. I need to go back. I have a job to do. I'm sorry again, and thank you. Rainier gets up and runs back into the room. Complicated shit. I shake my head and go back to Valerie. I could see she was peeking from the corner. She had been looking at the whole thing, noticing that I was staring at her. She comes out from the spot she was looking at and awkwardly waved at me. What am I going to do with this girl to the other girls then? Valerie and I arrived in front of a random training room. We go in and could see Rennie, Ingvild, Tobio, and SAE there. They see us and wave us over to them. Well done, Tobio. I pat him on the back as soon as I reach him. Everyone looks at me strangely. I give him the nod, his eyes widen, and he does the same back. This guy finally had a big win. I'm somewhat proud of him. I get it. Rennie nods furiously and winks at us. Everyone finally understanding what we silently did. SE blushed. I cough into my fist and look at SE. Are you doing okay? Any problems? How about the new sacred gear? SAE smiles at me and nods. I'm doing fine, Jean-san. Thank you, Natsu is doing okay too. Natsu? She gave her independent type, sacred gear, the name Natsu. Tobio explained as SAE summoned the former Utsasimi, the cowardly Leo, now named Natsu. Its figure is that of a small lion cub. Its body mostly yellow, and its main hair is yellow-orange in color, while also acting like an active flame. Its eyes were mostly orange in color. It has a sort of metallic cap above its face, while its tail is having a small flame burning on it. Interesting. So it changed and evolved into this? I look at Natsu as it looks back at me with pride and confidence. Interesting. What can you do now, SAE? She smiles, and the fire that SAE summoned was colored mostly orange in its core with yellow-orange to bright yellow outlines. It also flickers like fire every now and again. They were the same color as Natsu. I can also shape it into a weapon. Lavinia Sand taught me how to do it. She then proceeds to shape it into a fan. She makes a small motion with it, and a highly concentrated and dense wave of yellow-orange flames came shot forward. Natsu can also petrify enemies to a certain degree. I believe that it's tied to my personal power, so if anyone is below me, I can petrify them. I nod, I see it makes sense. It works just like the other 4-5 fiends. Their power is tied to their wielder, while also being sentient and having mastery over their own power. Right now, SAE was high class. The last time I saw her, she was low class. It's an impressive jump in power, the same with Tobio. He reached high tier god class. I guess that little beat down and encouragement worked on him. He really did reach a new height in power. Well, you're steadily growing in power. You'll leave it up to Toby then. Yeah, leave her to me. We'll both grow stronger together, actually, Jean. Azazel recommended this to me a few months back, but I wasn't too sure. I want to hear your opinion. Ajamu, Azazel recommended that he join my team. I feel like it's overdue and I don't mind. He's a skilled person. I sparred with him a few times when he used some regular swords. He could keep up with me without my balance break. Ajamu right now was at least Satan class in power. I don't know his original power before getting the blood since I just wanted to get out of there back then. But if I had to guess, the guy was ultimate class, so his training and constant spars with Tobio pushed him up as well. I sealed his powers, but that it was different. I sealed his ability to use and wield the holy swords. He can hold it, but nothing will happen. Since he's needed by both Grigori, the devils, and heaven for research, I had to unlock that back. It's up to you, Toby, but if I had to put my 2 cents in, then I don't see why not. The girls on your team, with the exception of SAE, are basically all-rounders now. Adding Ajamu can give you more offensive and supportive capabilities. Yeah, his plant or nature manipulation is quite useful in trapping enemies or blocking exit points. He'll talk to Azazel about it. And when the time comes, will you? He'll see by then, but if I probably will restore it all fully. I see, thanks, Jean. He puts his right hand up and balls it into a fist. I do the same, and we fist bump. A manly friendship. Isn't it great, Valerie-chan? Rennie trots over to me and hugs my free arm. Everyone lets out a chuckle at her antics. I have Natsum, Shigyun, and Shuri left to visit. What will you guys do? He'll stay here. I can help SAE-san a little bit. SAE needs some more help. I want to stay here and help Jean. The 3 girls agreed to stay and help SAE, and I didn't mind that. Tobio looked at me nervously with his hands up. Hey, why are you panicking? You're with SAE and haven't done anything wrong. We're also friends. I have trust in you, weirdo. I snort at him and begin to walk away. We'll see you guys in a bit then. They'll call you on the transceivers when I go visit Shuri. I flash step away before hearing their replies. I stood outside Shigen's room, and those 2 were definitely here. I knock on the door and then go in. As I arrive inside, they stare at me a bit surprised. Jean, you're here? Yeah, I came with Ingvild, Rennie, and Valerie. I've been here for I have no idea, probably a few hours. I finally got some time to visit you too. Natsum smiled and got up. She comes over to me and hugs me. Shigen looked on him jealously. She started to feel like that lately. I should do something about it. Natsum breaks the hug, but I put my arms out waiting for Shigen to come. Natsum snickers as we both look at her. Blushing, she gets up and hugs me too, a little tighter than Natsum's hug. So, care to tell me why the both of you are here for so long? Natsum grins at me and nods. Shigen looked mortified and tries to stop her from speaking. Instead of telling me, the 2 of them run around Shigen's bedroom. What are these 2 doing? Natsum suddenly came back to me and tried to whisper into my ear. Panicking even more, Shigen tries to stop her, but Natsum grins, and as Shigen was about to grab her, she disappeared, and I caught her instead. Plan successful. Shigen likes you, Jean. Now hug her. Natsum. Well, I did hug her out of reflex. I sigh and karate chop Natsum on the head. Leave her to do things at her own pace. Natsum. Seeing as how you two are fine, I'll get going. Wait, Jean. I let go of Shigyun and turn around, but I feel Natsum grab a hold of me, stopping me in place. See, can I live with Yu? 'Tis time, squire. Shut up. Well, I guess it's time for someone new to move in. Natsum was staring at me expectantly. Sure, I can help you move. When do you want to? Next week? I nod. Happy with my answer, she pumps her fist as Shigyun giggles at her. All right, Shigyun too. Yeah. Ushul. Wait, Natsum. Flustered. Shigyun starts to panic and tries to stop Natsum, but in the end, she's also moving in well. ITLL be a new roommate type situation again, so it's nothing new. Anyway, they'll get going. I summon the communication feature on the rings and inform the girls that I would be going to Hamajima's home. I waved to the two as they were still up to their usual antics. I guess I'm first then. Might as well go in. I had arrived at their home, and I was the only one there. Rennie told me that they'll be with SAE for a little longer, and so I should just go ahead of them. I walk up to the front entrance and press the doorbell. After a few seconds, I could hear Shuri saying 1 second, and finally the door swung open. Oh, idiot son-in-law. You came to visit? Idiot son-in-law. Yeah, I came by to Grigori to visit, and I thought I might as well pay you a visit. Am flattered. Well, coming in, what about the girls? Is Aquino with you? I enter their home and walk towards the living room while chatting with Shuri. Ingvild, Rennie, and Valerie are with me. Aquino and Barricule are still in the underworld training. Shuri goes into the kitchen and prepares some tea. After a few minutes, she comes back with tea and some snacks. Is that so? I hope he isn't too rough on Aquino. So, how are things going with your group so far? I didn't expect her to ask me about my circle of friends of all things. Is she finally opening up to it? It's okay. I mean, Shigyun and Natsum plan to move into my home in a week's time. Oh, right. I also made an alliance with the Irish gods. Seeing her perk up about that, I tell her of what had happened during the last few days there, and that'll be going to Kyoto and then Greece. A busy summer vacation ahead of you then. To think my son-in-law would be doing things like this, instead of just enjoying your summer like normal youths. Well, Aquino and I are part of the supernatural. After all, stakes will keep getting higher for the overall world. I mean, I would love to do nothing and just be lazy, but I can't exactly do that even if I send Antares or Leanne to those places or both. They'll still be reluctant. Those two aren't too well known. They've been talked about since they did come as unknown bodyguards for me during the peace conference. How is Suzaku? Are you two getting along? We haven't seen each other since a few months ago, but yes, she's doing well. We do text each other from time to time. We do too. I heard that you'll be helping change the old Himejima clan system. How do you intend to do that? Shuri was staring at me in interest as she was also exiled, the same with Aquino. I don't know how effective this will be, but I'm hoping it will go smoothly. First, visit Suzaku and see how the inner workings of the clan are, how the older members and the ones who want to follow the old traditions are. After that, he'll make contact with the Shinto gods, more specifically Amaterasu. She's the goddess of the sun in their faction, and I would assume is responsible for granting the Vermilion Bird to the Himejima clan. I tell Shuri of my plan, as I did to Suzaku all those months ago. In the end, she seemed fine with it. I see that as certainly one way of going about it. But are you certain you'll have a good relationship with them? I can try. It's not like all three factions trusted me right away. Azazel being Azazel, he was pretty laid back with it, but was still weary. But he did put some trust in me. The same with the rest, since I told them I was the Red Dragon Emperor and showed the boosted gear. I'm a glorified mercenary in a way after all. It will start off as a give-and-take relationship. If I form good friendships and camaraderie with those gods, deities, and mythical beings, then it can go from a use relationship to a more friendly one. That's how it was for the devils and fallen angel at the start. The requests were also smaller in scale. Heaven was the exception, while Michael and Gabriel were, but the rest were still a bit wary. As of now, I'm on good terms with the three great powers. The same with West Yukai faction since I'm close to Yasaka and Kunu. I haven't been back to Asgard as of late, but I think Odin and his sons at least like me. I'm yet to meet the rest. There's also Rossweiss's upcoming dilemma involving Euclid Lucifuge. If he touches Graphia or Rose, they'll deal with him harshly. The only useful thing I receive from them, not all the time, but it's still something, is the information. Most of it are things I already know, so it's whatever. The money is insignificant. I can basically create money from nothing. I'll leave it to you then, Jean Cohen. Right. Open close excuse us, Rennie, Ingvild Chan, and the new Valerie. Welcome, welcome. The three girls joined us when they went through the door. Shuri immediately shooed me from the couch as I went to sit at the dining table. Rennie and Ingvild introduced Valerie. Censuredo Valerie Chan. I was also resurrected by Jean, but I didn't fall for him. I don't think my husband or my daughter Akino would be too thrilled by it. But I do think he's trying to replace me with Suzaku. That much is obvious. All four women stared at me with smug looks. Shit, we've been found out. Abort, abort. It was obvious from the start, you buffoon. Yulo. If Amaterasu looks like Shuri, Akino, or Suzuka, ITLL be like triple. Oh, partner. Have her transform and look like Shuri smack. I'll be in what the hell? Aren't you the one always saying NONTR? Censuredo. Is it a good thing that Surzex wasn't female in this timeline? For once, I may agree with you. The storylines would have been very different. Much the same with Kiba Yudo and Gasper Vladi. Please stop. I can't take all the gender bend. They'll also need to reject Kiba on that weird confession of his come visit again. All right? We were outside the home, as we had been there for around 2 more hours. We were going to go home. Now, if the time, there was normal, nothing too weird happened. Yes, we will. They'll bring Asia and Akino next time. You better. I want both my daughters here next time. You acted like Asia's parents once. And now you're referring to her as your other daughter? Talk about fast. Shuri, we gnawed one last time before leaving Grigori. Chapter 7, Part 2. More Trouble. A Father and a Dragon's Love to Infinity Japan. Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. I holding Ingvild close as we share an embrace. I notice that Rennie seems a bit jealous and left out. Sorry, Rennie. Just be patient a little longer. They'll spend time with you right after Ingvild's big moment. Huh, she says softly as we pull back and look at each other. It's a little awkward when you stare so much. So, it's less awkward when I'm just standing near you. I feel like that's a bit different, huh? I give her a gentle hug, and she lets out a small surprised sigh. I also lean close and whisper softly to her. How do you feel, Ingvild? She turns bright red and glances away shyly. You'll have to tell me what you're thinking. After a long pause, she finally admits, I just want us to spend more time together tonight, if that's all right. Please? Censuredo, 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 Censuredo. It's a bit frustrating that I can't become closer with any of them no matter how tight or hard I hug them at times like this. More Jean. More. Stronger. She felt the same way. Ingvild wanted it that way. Her grip tightening more around me. Ingvild, if you hug me like that. Censuredo, Censuredo, Censuredo. We both turned to her as she was blushing, looking at me teary-eyed. She wanted some attention after watching Ingvild, and I share a close moment together. Don't keep her waiting. Jean, I'm a bit tired, so we'll take a break. Ingvild gave me a kiss on the cheek as she encouraged me to do it with Rennie next. I nod and moved to her side. Kiss me, Jean. All right. Rennie demanded a kiss as soon as I switched positions. Ingvild beside her giggled. She was slightly pouting, so I leaned in and bravado her. Rennie broke the bravado and stared into my eyes, the pouting face absent and the feeling of jealousy fading. She wraps her arms around me and pulls me closer. Come, Jean. I hold her close, and we share a tender moment together. Censuredo, Censuredo, knowing that she can take this. Rennie had a happy smile on her face as she lovingly stared up at me. I glanced at my side and could see Ingvild was shocked. Censuredo, Censuredo. I leaned forward and hug her again. Rennie wrapped her arms around me, and I didn't want to pull away. I never planned to, though. We laughed together as we shared a wonderful moment. You don't let me go ever. Papaya, I want Jean, come with me. Come with me on the big one. Rennie pulls away from me as she gives me a bright smile. I felt my heart tighten when I saw that smile. Geez, as I was motivated by that, my movements regained life. Jean, hurry. Rennie called out, her eyes wide with concern. Rennie felt proud of herself for staying strong through the challenge. then closed her eyes, continuing to focus. Her determination is admirable, but she can just lose herself. She doesn't need to. I'm not Barato myself. Apparently gaining the ability to mind read, I let out a chuckle. Okay, you'll stop holding back then. I moved with greater speed and focus, each motion deliberate and determined. Cinchuredo, I didn't, they did. Since I did say I was going back to the underworld to eat, but I did cook for them, so they were satisfied with it. I also had put up a time dilation barrier. 6 hours had passed since then, and the two girls were sleeping soundly next to me. Cinchuredo, confirming that everything was where it should be and that Valerie hadn't woken up during our rowdy evening. I go back to the underworld. Underworld Grimoire territory. When I teleported back, everyone was sitting down relaxing. I'm back. You two were up to something suspicious, weren't you, Naya? Everyone was about to greet me back when Kuroka said that. Instead, they just shook their heads and turned back to what they were doing. It's not that strange, Jean. Grafia admitted to something earlier, Naya. I can guess about Rennie and Ingvild. Oh, congratulations on that. She finally lost it, Naya. Naysama, stop being so vulgar. I'm just being honest, Naya. Anyway, Jean, forget us later. All right, Naya. I just nodded without saying another word. Thankfully, Azazel and Barakil weren't here, but Vinalana was at the corner of the room, smiling and reading a book. So, did you guys have dinner yet? No, we haven't yet. But it should be soon, right, Mother? Yes, it should be soon. Moving things along, Rias answers my question and Vinalana agrees with her. Well, at least I still have time to relax. Cinchuredo. Jean-san, excuse me. Oh, Asia come in. Oh, Zenobia too. Looks like Zenobia decided to join Asia. I had no problems with that. Asia knew why she had to leave for a little bit. We lay down and get comfortable before drifting off to sleep. Next day, Shigyun-san and Natsum-san are moving in next week. Yeah, they told me yesterday when I visited Grigori. Oh, right, your mom wants to see you, Aquino, and Asia. I was outside with the Grimoire group. I was about to leave to meet up with Seraphol, then go back to my home in Kuo to fetch Valerie. Once I get everyone, they'll go to Kyoto to meet up with Yasaka. I had texted her earlier in the morning. Sure thing, why yes. I want to see Shurioka-sama too. Mother Shuri, huh? You're really liking this new family dynamic with the Haimajima's Asia. At the very least, everyone is a bit calmer this time around. All right, good luck with training, and I'll see you guys well when I do. Citri territory, I had teleported outside the gates of the Citri mansion. Luckily for me, Seraphol was there. To my surprise, both Lady and Lord Citri were there with Sona and Tsubaki. Hey, oh Jean, are you ready? We'll need to go back and get Valerie, but after that, yeah, we'll get going to Kyoto again. It's been a while. Cyril Citri is sold Citri. Cyril Citri, or Lord Citri, it doesn't seem like he's gotten the same disease as Miss LaBelle yet. Isolde Citri or Lady Citri was also still in top health. I couldn't see anything wrong with either of them. Jean Cohen, it's been quite some time. Take care of my daughters now, yes? Sure thing. Both? What did he mean by that? No, what the hell did Sarah tell them? I can see that Sona was just sighing beside her parents. Tsubaki had her usual stoic expression. Isolde just nods at me without saying anything. Sona, to Tsubaki, why are you guys here? Aren't you going to be training? We will. I just wanted to see my Wani-sama off. I'm so lucky for Sotan to see me off. Seraphol tried to hug her, but Sona dodged, making the Satan pout. Fine, we'll just hug Jean. She lunged at me, but I didn't dodge. This just made it easier to teleport her. We'll get moving then. Goodbye for now. Bye-bye. Her family waved at us as we left. Japan, Kuo, Skyward household. When I teleported back to my home with Seraphol in tow, I felt that all three girls were in the dining room, so I walked there. Good morning. Sleep well? They turn and smile at me. They nod and continue eating. It looks like Rennie and Ingvild made some breakfast. It looks like something they would make. Are we heading to Kyoto now, Jean? Yeah, we'll go once you're done eating. Do you two have any plans? No, Team/Dog doesn't have any missions today. How long will you be in Kyoto for, Jean? If all goes well, we'll be there just for the day or a few hours at most. Unless some unforeseen circumstances force me to stay there. Just a few hours or most of the day, unless, something happens there. Rennie and Ingvild look at each other and nod. I know where this is going. Can we go? Sure thing. Just get ready. I snapped my fingers and wear the same black suit I wore during the peace conference. We're heading there for business after all. A few minutes later, everyone was ready. All three of them were wearing their usual clothing. They nod and we teleport away. Kyoto, I had teleported just outside the castle Yasaka lived in. Once there, the guards see me and give me permission to go through Slam. An unknown man I hadn't seen before leaves the castle looking angry. No, that's no man, but a yokai. He had 9 foxtails, a 9-tailed fox. A male? I haven't seen him before. He had the typical kitsune ears, blonde, but he looked pissed off. He was also wearing a red-orange kimono. I'm leaving. Yes. The male kitsune muttered as he left and walked past the guards. We look at each other as his anger increases. He made a TCH sound and kept walking. What's his deal? Did you have a falling out with Yasaka? Ignoring whatever just happened, we continue on inside. I locate the two's auras and walk towards them. They were at the same place as I first met them, so I pushed the doors open. Upon arrival, I saw that they didn't look too happy. They looked up and smiled strangely. Ah, Jean. Welcome. Kunu got up quickly and ran to me. She hugged my leg without saying anything. Is something the matter? Yasaka shakes her head. He'll discuss it with you later, Jean. Let's talk about the alliance, shall we? Yasaka pushes aside her personal feelings for now and acts like the leader of her faction. Taking a serious expression, she gestures for us to sit down. So we do. I summon the documents that she needed to read through. Serafal changes sides and sits beside Yasaka. The two of them started to read through them all. Yasaka had a few questions, and Serafal answered them professionally. Kuna was on my lap as I pet her. The other 3 girls joined me. All of them took turns petting Kunu, comforting her, and trying to ease whatever trouble she was struggling through. Pardon me. A familiar voice comes into the room. She puts a tray down full of cups of tea and drinks. It was Sharon. It's been a while since I last saw her, but she looks well. Jin-sama, Ingfield-sama, Lafinia-sama, Srafal-sama, and Favori-sama, welchometu urakyoto. I hope you enjoy your stay. Sharon-chan, it's been a while. How are you? Also, call me Rennie as you wish. I have been well, Rennie-sama. I hope all of you are in great health too. Jean-sama, Leanne-sama told me that you were successful with the alliance with the Irish gods. Congratulations. Sharon and Leanne probably used the ring's telepathy or communication feature to communicate with each other. Yasaka looks back up as she smiles at us. Serafal started to mutter and explains to Yasaka what I had done there, making her smirk. Era, to think you would be aiming for Irish goddesses as well. Quite bold of you. Jean, her usual attitude, and the Era weren't all there, so whatever is bothering these two probably involved that other 9-tailed fox. I didn't answer as the two of them shifted back to discussing the documents. They'll head out and walk around with Kunu. He'll be back when you're done. I leave while carrying Kunu. It's bothering me, and I want to find out what's going on. Kunu guides me around their home, and we reach her bedroom quickly. Once there, I open the door and step through. Kunu's room was large, mostly made of wood and stone. It was in the traditional Japanese style. She also had a private veranda. We go over there and sit down. There is a view of a secluded forest area in Kyoto before us. Kunu, what's bothering you and your mother? Shine. Both dragon heads on my necklace shine, and Irene and Ophis appear. Irene sits on my right, and Ophis sits beside Kunu. Speak, we can help. That's right, Kunu. I know that Jean will be talking about this with your mother soon enough. Maybe cluing him in a few details will make it easier. I pat her head again as I use a calming and soothing effect on her. I could gradually feel her relax as she lets out a tired sigh. That man from earlier was apparently my father. I was the Barato I met him. Once mother found out that he came, she became tense. Their talk started out calm and civil, but it eventually turned sour. So that was Yasaka's previous husband, or at least the man who fathered Kunu. I wonder what happened between them. But didn't Yasaka say they left on good terms? Maybe whatever they spoke about was what made them a bit sour toward each other. Sorry, Kunu. They'll take a look at your memories. I see. East Yukai faction. Huh. While he lives there, he's not an official member, but has involved some of the rowdier youths there. Sacred gear users are detested there, but the hatred was only amplified by the attacks of hero factions. Though, if they were on more amicable terms, then there would only be one faction that represents the entire Yukai race, right? The East Yukai faction is based in the Kanto region of Japan and is led by a Yukai called Nurarahyon. Nurarahyon had an agreement with the 5 principal clans, such as the Haimajima clan, to protect each of their territories. But that agreement was broken, which resulted in some of the members of his faction becoming hostile to the clans. At some point in the past, he became acquainted with the Nikomata, Fujimai, and later her daughter Kuroka as well. To cut a long story short, Zarok, the name of the legendary fox spirit husband of Yasaka, came to and tried to persuade Yasaka to abandon her role as the leader of her faction and instead join him over at the East faction. Obviously, Yasaka declined. She was mostly confused as to why he would approach her after all this time, and why would he start playing family all of a sudden. She tried asking him, but he was being vague with his answers or just kept trying to persuade her. It eventually turned into a shouting match. Kunu covered her ears and turned away. Therefore, I didn't know what was said after that. HAA. What the hell did I get myself into? No, there has to be more to this. Zarok can't just come here and want to be the family man all of a sudden. Is the West Yukai involved in this? My gut feeling is telling me no. Then my next bet is Cow's Brigade, but their attacks don't happen till later on. Are they trying to fast forward it? Or did this guy get roped into something and is in over his head? Greed. Find Zarok, enter his shadow, and listen into everything he has to say, who he talks to, and anything else. Report back to me this evening. Huh. Greed came out of my shadow as he kneels in front of me and then vanishes. Kuna was a bit surprised, but I just put her on my lap and started to pet her for a while. Ophis and her were talking about random things. Looks like my trip here will be extended. Whatever, as long as I can nip this problem, then it's whatever. Irene, I'm a bit surprised you came out. Am I not allowed to be concerned for a friend? Point taken. Irene and Yasaka did become good friends over the 5 years. The same with Graphia. After scanning Kyoto, I did not find any spies. But there were a few weird signatures in Kyoto. So we will be helping Jean. Irene interrupts me, and Ophis nods beside Kunu. Very well then, these two are close to the Kitsune mother and daughter duo. I also like Yasaka and Kunu, so I won't just abandon them. Jean-sama, they are finished. I hear Sharon's voice, and the transceiver appears. I nod and tell the rest we'll be going back. Irene and Ophis decided to come with us, so we made our way back over there. Ara. Irene and Ophis. Welcome him here, Yasaka. Yasaka and the 2 dragons greet each other. I sit back down and look at Yasaka and Seraphol. The Leviathan gives me a thumbs up. I was about to sign this, Jean. Since Seraphol is here, she'll be signing it too. I nod and Yasaka proceeds to sign it, followed by Seraphol, and finally me. This alliance was meant to happen after the events of Asgard, but that changed. Then what will happen during that time? Yasaka won't get kidnapped since Sharon is here, and their much more powerful speculating won't lead me anywhere, and I can't even look into the future. I create a copy for Seraphol and give it to her. He'll stay here for a day or so. I have no idea how long until that nut job will try and come back here. I'm also curious about those weird signatures around Kyoto. I don't have anyone that suits recon. I had Greed and Antares do that back in Tlohag. I should make 2 more. Who, though, will make a decision tonight? Well, that's done. What do you want to do, Sarah? Moo, this was done too quickly. I was told to go back as soon as possible by Sir Zekshan. Jean, who's next after this? Greek gods wants to meet me. But if you mean by alliance, then Asgard. I'm just waiting to be approached by other pantheons and factions. Any in particular? For personal reasons, I will make contact with a Shinto god soon, though it's most likely after the 2nd term starts. It'll be limited by then, but whatever it'll just send to my avatar to take the classes. Okay. Ugh. They'll just head back to the underworld then. Seraphol comes over to me and hugs me. I lean close and whisper in her ear. Let's talk about us soon. All right? She nods in approval and teleports away. I sigh and look back at Yasaka. So, mind if we stay here? I do not mind, Jean. Thanks, this may be a bit sudden, but I'll be taking the girls with me to Kyoto. Sharon, keep watch over Kyoto. I found some unknown energies around Kyoto and want to check them out. Yes, Jean-sama. I could see a hint of worry from Yasaka, but I shook my head. It'll deal with the situation, whatever it may be. Perhaps it has something to do with what's happening now. Who knows? But it'll verify it myself. Leave this to me. Yusaka call me if he shows up again. Let's go. He'll stay here with her, Jean. Me too. Irene speaks up, and I nod. They're friends, close ones. He'll feel reassured having Irene there. The same with Ophis. Looks like she wants to be with Konu. I left the room before she could answer. The girls followed after me. Yusaka, him? What is he knows? Well, Konu told us earlier. But that's just him being a worrywart. But do call him when that Yukai fox comes back. Konu? I only told him my father came by to visit. I didn't tell Jean anything else, but I didn't know anything else since I hugged my daughter and reassure her that she didn't do anything wrong, so he knows. He met him, then he did storm out through the front entrance earlier. Jean can read memories, you know. He may have read Kunis' memory to know a bit more. He may have not said it out loud to you yet, Yusaka, but he does love you quite deeply. The same as his current lovers. I could feel my own cheeks heat up and turn red. How embarrassing. I'm older than Jean, and such things being said are making a woman of my age blush. Am I losing my touch? Who knows? What will happen before we leave here? Irene was smirking at me. I would like to believe that our relationship will change before he leaves again. Jean skyward, any idea on what this is, Jean? Ingvild asked me as they walked beside me. I have my hunches, but nothing concrete. I don't feel any demonic energy from them, so devils are out of the question. The same with fallen angels. So, they may be human. Humans, maybe stray magicians? I'm not sure. All right, gather around, we'll teleport to the Kyoto Tower. I turn us all invisible before leaving. Kyoto, it was summer, so there would be a lot of people here, both local and tourists. I had taken the precaution of turning us invisible before teleporting here. This should be the highest point of Kyoto, well, man-made at least. I can use this point to locate all the unknown signatures and energies. I don't like that. Why are they here? I felt these signatures before the ones that were the same as the dimensional gap. The Wizards of Oz, is this what Bellion warned me about months ago? He hadn't said anything after that, so I assumed they were still harmless. Nyarlathotep, what did you do now? Jean? 2 different signatures. I believe 2 different stray magician groups are cooperating with each other. Hell, maybe they're part of the Cows Brigade. I look at Rennie and her eyes widen. Is it Wizards of Oz and some other one I'm not too sure about? Let's go. Glinda, Augusta, and formerly Walburga. Unless Nyarlathotep did some last-minute trickery, as she said, did she revive Augusta? She can't take control of Rennie anymore, so I don't need to worry about that. But their brand new power ranks remain unknown. I'm unable to locate them, so she's definitely involved. We teleport away. 2 robbed mages were hiding in a random alley in Kyoto. They were startled when we teleported in. Shit, we've been found. Retreatug, binding them to the spot and sealing their powers is quite convenient. I walk up to them and boom. Suicide. They put some sort of spell that would detonate if they were compromised. Do you think death will work? I stomp the ground and forcefully revive the 2 mages. They look at me in complete disbelief. I touch their heads and look through their memories. I see instead of Walburga leaving the Wizards of Oz, she just created the Hexen Act as a subgroup for the Wizards of Oz, and she became their leader. As I predicted, Augusta has been revived, and she still has the sacred gear Incinerate Anthem. Incinerate Anthem is considered as one of the holy relics, alongside the true Longinus, Holy Spear, Sephiroth Graal, Holy Grail, Alpheka Tyrant, Holy Nail, and the Shroud of Turin. It is the Holy Cross on which Christ was crucified. According to what I read before in Walburga, the Incinerate Anthem is an independent avatar, type sacred gear, with its balance breaker taking on the form of whatever object being it is bound to. Additionally, according to Tobio Accuse, it doesn't need a host to operate, which is similar to the Regulus Nemia in the present era. But there's nothing about Glinda. The only thing in this one's mind is that she went off to do her own research with permission of Augusta. There were more figures that weren't clear. These guys are clearly minions and fodder. August is alive. Bunayarlathotep revivet her. They seem to have more members in the Wizards of Oz. I can assume they've joined Cows Brigade. Things just got a little more complicated. Rennie is still bothered by this. After finding out the truth about Glinda during her fight against Augusta, she had her mental breakdown and August took control of her body. Thankfully, Tobio and Valley were able to defeat her and rescue Rennie. But Rennie has been chasing the ghost of Glinda for years. Now, she's managed to avoid her. It looks like he'll be dragged into their not-so-happy reunion. Grip will be fine, Jean. I can fight her then when the time comes. I have you, and everyone else now will be fine. Rennie had a look of pure determination. Looks like I was the one underestimating you, Rennie. Forgive me. Yeah, let's take them down when the time comes. I look back at the stray magicians who served no purpose anymore. Hakai, I erased them from existence since they don't have relevant information anymore. The others hadn't noticed them yet, since they died, but then were brought back to life. I snap my finger and prevent any kind of teleportation magic or ability to be used apart from mine. I gather the girls up again and teleport to the other group of stray magicians. What the heck? Crap. It's the mid. I repeat the process, and these guys basically had the same information. Useless next. When we arrived at the final group, I bound and sealed their powers as well as destroyed the detonation magic on them. Now, show me what you have. Why are Nilrim and Hexenact working together? No, forget that, they're part of Cow's brigade. Why are they helping Zarok? I can't even understand that Psycho Fox's crazy mumblings, even from this magician's perspective. But I did hear Yasaka and Kunis names being repeated a few times. Is he planning on kidnapping them? Then what will happen to the shenanigans that include the hero faction in Kyoto? I can only rely on greed to find me something useful then. The memories are too vague, incomplete, or irrelevant garbage. It'll keep this barrier around Kyoto, then it'll change it to allowing the West Yukai faction and anyone else that's associated with me to teleport then. You guys can go back if you want. They'll keep looking around. They'll go back. I'm still worried about Kunu. Me too. I see. But don't tell them anything yet. They'll do it during dinner tonight. Tell them that. Okay, Jean. Ingvild and Valerie agreed. But Rennie shook her head and decided to stay with me. I nod and teleport them back to Yasaka's home. Before they left, I removed the invisibility on all of us. Are we going to search for some sort of base? Yeah, since I've sealed away any ways of teleporting in or out, they'll need to buckle down and hide as well as plan. Rennie and I were in a forested part of Kyoto. There were a few yukais there, and we greeted them. I felt a bit of magic here, but it's probably due to the yukai around greetings, Jean-sama. Hey, have you guys seen anything suspicious lately? Like magicians around here? Robe? Acting suspicious. Anything at all? Suspicious? The yukais there repeat the word and look at each other questioningly. One of them perks up a yukai with black wings and an orange beak for a mouth. I'm not sure if it might be relevant, but I did see some, I guess, cosplayers in blue robes. They were saying that they were going to Little Con. I'm sorry I didn't catch where they said it would be at, but they went that way. Akon, like conventions, but blue robes like the magicians from Nilrim. The yukai points towards the west. I see, thank you. That's quite useful, actually. Igrigajis, glad to be of help. The yukai stiffens as the others snicker at him. Rennie and I then leave, going towards where the yukai was pointing at. I can sense some traces of magic. Yeah, Rennie takes the lead and starts walking down a path, turning corners and finally arriving at a wall. She touches it, and a small ripple effect happens, a barrier of sorts. No, it's illusion magic like the one used by Acacius. The one where Cookie and her went to France? Interesting. Well, it's magic, so some spells can be common, I guess. Rennie touches it and dispels it, from what I heard from her before it took her a while to get past. Once dispelled, a new entrance that led into the ground appeared before us. I cast my own illusion magic behind me to ensure that no random passerby stumbles on this. Rennie and I descend the narrow stairs that eventually lead to an even narrower hallway. There are candles that lit it up. A rectangular shape hole was cut into the wall, and the candles were placed there. It was damp and not maintained. This was either from the old generation or haphazardly created. I turn us back invisible as I felt multiple auras towards where we were going. Once that we could see multiple individuals in the blue robe. Is that stupid fox still in Kyoto? Yes, but he's becoming more and more unstable. If he loses it, then it can spell disaster even for us. He's what's known as a Daiyukai, as well as a Kyubi-Kitsune. He's already at ultimate class in strength, comparable to the leader of the West Yukai faction. If he transforms, then he can defeat most of us? Quite troubling. Very well, make sure he doesn't do that. Just go along with his whims. What appeared to be the leader gives out some instructions to his subordinates. They answer enthusiastically and leave through teleportation circles. Fool! He was chosen to be able to consume the red vial, and he goes insane? What good is he for then? From a mere middle-class Kyubi-Kitsune to ultimate class that can rival his former wife. A failure from birth. What a joke. TCH, Alice will be even more annoying when that fool is finally out of the picture. A monster and Yukai faction in Chaos Brigade. Huh? There are more of us now. Whatever. He'll make use of him if we can capture Yasaka, then he'll seal his powers, bind him to the ground, and remove any detonation magic on him. He's caught off guard and couldn't do anything. Interesting. Thank you for randomly babbling to yourself. You idiot. A new faction. Huh? Monsters and Yukais uniting? And this individual, named Alice, whatever, he'll just read his memories for now. The Monster and Yukai faction, formerly named Monkai Association, was a new faction within Chaos Brigade, joining around the same time as Azrael's group. They're mostly shrouded in mystery. But from what I can tell, that they have a leader for below called Nextals and everyone else. Not much is known about them since they're quite secretive, but they were made up of monsters and Yukais who were strays, outcasts, or that abandoned their dwelling, group, or previous faction for one reason or another. A new home. But in reality, they're just being used. I wonder who the leaders know. It has to be this Alice Yukai, or monster, right? I will assume that the prominent members were given Azrael's blood, so they're even more powerful. Wizards of Oz, Hexenact, Glinda, and the new Monkai Association. More and more problems keep popping up. Forget it. They'll deal with them when the time comes. For now, Zarok. Since he's consumed the blood of Azrael, I can assume he's hidden. Even while in prison, you're a pain. Hakai. I erased the mage and turned to Rennie. I got the info. Let's leave. Those magicians are weak. The only thing we need to worry about is Zarok losing control and attacking Yurikyoto, Kyoto, or both. Whatever the hell is wrong with him. They'll find out from Yasaka or when I read his memories. Okay, she agrees, and we leave the place. Yurikyoto nighttime, when Rennie and I arrived, we found everyone just talking and relaxing. There was still an hour left before dinner is ready, so I was with Rennie and Ingvild relaxing in the same room that Yasaka had given me from before. Yasaka and Kunu appear to be in better spirits when we arrived, so it looks like what the girls did work. Irene and Ophis were still out and about, and Valerie was with Kunu, getting more and more friendly with her. I could tell that Yasaka wanted to talk to me. We'll do that after dinner and before we sleep. For extra precaution, I covered the entire Yurikyoto with another barrier. Only an outer god can break through it. That I should form an alliance with Grauzober. We'll need to meet up with Mephistopheles. He's the current chairman, right? Yeah. Do you want to form an alliance with Grauzober? I can certainly introduce you to him. All right, just give me his contact info, and I'll speak with him in the future. Where are the current headquarters at? The state of California? Rennie nods at my question. I summon a piece of paper and pen. She takes it from me and starts writing. Once finished, she hands it back to me. I look at it, and it had his phone number and where the place was at. You have a lot of freedom, huh? Does he not need you that much? No, though my mission was mostly to help Grigori, and that's when I formally joined Team/Dog and everything else that happened before the three great powers signed the Treaty T. Grauzober had a long, ongoing relationship with the Grigori even prior to the Kuo Treaty, which was kept a secret from the other factions, as they worked together to resolve several incidents, right? Yes. I wonder how my life would have turned out if we were born at the same time and met during that time in my life. It's a type of what if that isn't exactly achievable. Even if I go back in time and do that, what will happen to the current you? I won't take that risk, Rennie, even if you suffered quite a bit. There's no use in wondering in what-ifs, Rennie. We can only move forward towards the future. We can't keep looking back and wonder what if I did X. It's even more complicated because it's Jean we're talking about. Ingvild, who was silently listening in to our conversation while on her phone, finally joined in. I had those same thoughts, but am glad I'm awake and alive right now. I get to live in this day and age with Jean and everyone else. I have no regrets. Knock knock, we heard a knock at the door, and a maid came in. It was Sharon. Jean-sama, Rennie-sama, Ingvild-sama, dinner is ready. Please come to the dining room. I see. All right, dinner time. We had been eating dinner for the last 7 minutes while happily chatting away. I didn't want to sour the mood by bringing it up too soon, so I kept silent while eating. Greed should also be back later in the evening. Jean. Yasaka stops eating and calls out my name. Everyone turns to look at her. She had a serious expression on her face. What did you find out earlier? The unknown signatures. I guess she'll bring it up herself then, saving me the effort of trying to find the right time. I nod and tell them what happened during our investigation about the stray magicians, the involvement of Cow's brigade, and her former husband. Why would he? I don't know. All I know is from reading his memories, he was muttering both your names. I see. After that, the conversation ended. We'll talk to her about him later. We tried to lighten the mood, but it was clear that Yasaka wasn't feeling too happy about what she just heard. Does she still have feelings for that guy? If she does, then he'll give up, try to save him, and all that jazz. Hard to know. It's fine, Drake. You'll find out soon. Just chill. All right? The girls entered the bath first, and I stepped in alone. I didn't think it would be a wise idea to walk in there at the same time today. Even when Yasaka tried to ask me to join her, I declined. It didn't feel right. Irene had retreated back into the necklace, while Ophis wanted to stay alongside Kunu for the night. Cinchuredo, I follow Yasaka to her current location. She was near the top of the castle and in a balcony-type area. I climb up a few flights of stairs and through a few hallways before finding the spot she was just standing at. Hey, couldn't sleep? I join her as she looks at me a bit surprised. She smiles at me and looks back at the view in front of us. From where we were, we could see the majority of the town below. I could still feel many of the yokai up and about. No, just a lot of things on my mind. Are you here to find out more about what happened between myself and my husband? Was I that obvious? I grin at her as she chuckles. She grabs my arm and leans onto me. We stay silent for a few seconds before Yasaka starts to speak. I would like to start by saying I do not love that man anymore. I can tell from the look you gave earlier during dinner, Jean. I've been alive longer than you. Don't try to hide it. You were worried, weren't you? Yasaka laughs at my silence and continues on. We met when I was still quite young. Would you believe me when I say that I only met him around 213 years ago? I was single, and a previous head my father and mother were still leaders of this faction. It's quite rare to have so many nine-tailed foxes around, you know. But those were my parents, two cubies that met, fell in love, and I was born. 100 years before I met my husband, that incident happened. King Ghidorah, was it? In its infant state, that creature attacked Kyoto, and my parents joined the fight against it, and they both died. Once that was done, I was the only Kyubi Kitsune left in Kyoto, the princess, and had to take up the mantle faction leader. I was young and naive. The more manipulative elder yukais at the time tried to take advantage of that. The same with the Easter Yukai faction leader Narera Hyon. I nearly signed this faction away to him, but I gained a bit of common sense and stopped myself. I met my husband at the time. I genuinely thought it was true love. I even wondered and compared it to the love and romance I saw from my parents, but he was a wanderer and didn't stay in one place. So we rarely met. Cinchuredo, but I love my daughter Kunu dearly. I would never utter those words of her being a mistake after that night. He left again. When I found out I was pregnant, I tried to contact him, but all attempts were ignored. So, for a short time, I had a bit of a negative view of men because of him. I resented him for ignoring me, ignoring my love, and abandoning us, abandoning his daughter. But I love Kunu. I love my daughter. So, I raised Kunu by myself. She's grown into a fine young princess, no? And then you came. It was a strange feeling. I was just teasing you at the time, and now look at where I am now. It's quite well known in the supernatural world that dragons and those who possess dragon sacred gear are able to naturally gather both friends and foes alike and build powerful networks of allies. I want to test you. You came into the supernatural scene out of nowhere, became the middleman, and announced your intentions of building a large group of loyal companions. You know, many wondered if you were just being selfish and reckless. Yeah, I'm aware of that. But I have embraced it. No, I don't give a damn. I want this and they can't stop me. So, I was very surprised when you turned me away and rejected me that evening. You also shocked others when they found out about your win over the god of thunder, Thor. So, is that when you changed your stance on me or something? Yasaka nods and laughs to herself. I could feel a bit of the tension in her leaving. Every time I tried to win you over, you rejected me. That hurt, you know. But the more things you did around the supernatural world, the more I became interested. Peace, so you can just relax with your future companions and loved ones? What insane fellow would do such a thing? You were kind to us, even though you weren't obligated to. You acted like a father to Kunu, even after you startled her at first, a fufu. Ugh, I already apologized a lot to her about that. She's not even bothered by that anymore, so I can rest easy. You slowly stepped into a fatherly role for Kunu, and she finally had a stable father figure in her life, though it was short-lived. You became a meaningful presence for both mother and daughter, bringing them closer together as a family. She lifts her head from my shoulder. I could feel her looking at me, so I turned to look at her too. I had seen many sides of Yasaka during those 5 years in the pocket dimension. However, if I have to be truthful, this was the first time I've seen her smile like that. Jean, thank you for coming into our lives. I don't know how to respond to this, so I just awkwardly chuckle and scratch the back of my head. No problem, Yasaka. Moo. I just confess my love to you for real, and this is how you respond, Jean. Yasaka puffs up her cheeks like a frustrated teenager at my lackluster response. Sorry, I'll fix it. Right, hold on. Let me think of something. Yasaka nods as she continues to stare at me. I close my eyes, and after thinking about it for a full minute, I draw a blank. I sigh and look at Yasaka again. Actions speak louder than words. I'm sorry, I can't think of a good response, but will this do? I leaned forward and bravado her. I could see that Yasaka was shocked. We had already bravado before, but I guess that was just in the heat of the moment. She made a small surprise sound as I pulled away, and I looked at her with a small grin. She had a small frown while lightly glaring at me, but I could tell she was happy about it. Let's be together from now on, Yasaka. Why yes, dear? Dear? Already? Well, I don't mind. In the past, she said it jokingly. Well, I think it was a joke. But whatever, we're together now, so it's fine. Yasaka being all shy and submissive? Color me surprised. Don't push your luck, Mr. We both let out a chuckle before going back to looking at the view in front of us. An hour later, Yasaka went back to sleep in her room. Since Ophis was with Kunu, she felt that it was fine. Swash lay out to me then. Greed had come back earlier, but let Yasaka and I have our little moment. He waited until she left to come and report his findings to me. I also need to make that new being Hazarok, the previous unofficial husband of Yasaka, join the Monkai Association when it was first formed a few months back, but before that, he continued wandering around the world. He and Yasaka never officially got married, only through I know continue. Greed nodded. He wandered around because he knew that he was weak, so he hoped if he did this, he would find a way to become powerful, gain the respect he longed for. His family threw him out because of his lack of power. Power is everything in the supernatural world, after all. If you don't have it, I've seen many examples of this in the last few months. He did grow in power, but it wasn't enough. He got an offer from the Monkai Association one day, and they enticed him with a boost in power. He took it, and his power went up to ultimate class. Sometime before his descent into madness, he met Yasaka, but due to his own faults and hiccups, he couldn't see himself being the man that Yasaka thought him to be, so kept on wandering. Throughout his journey around the world, he experienced many things, but when he one day came back to Japan, Yasaka had grown into a fine leader and woman. I trust you know what happened after this, my liege? Yeah, how about his dealings with the stray magicians? And why did he avoid Yasaka when he found out she was pregnant? It was when he joined the Cows Brigade and the Monkai Association. He was contacted outside the organization. Once he consumed Azrael's blood, it was game over for him. If one does not have a strong mind or will, they will be consumed by madness, is what I heard from a stray magician. Whether or not this is true or not, I do not know for certain. 4Y Zurok avoided Yasaka during her pregnancy and when his daughter was born because he didn't think he would be a good father. When he found out, he was still quite weak. He hadn't received the blood yet. Add to the fact that his own parents abandoned and exiled him, He had problems in that area, but when he became stronger, his ego shot up and gained all sorts of confidence. Yes. Anything else? He will try to attack Yurikyoto tomorrow, along with the remaining stray magicians that he brought with him. He will, of course, first try to negotiate with Yasaka-sama first, but if that fails, I see good work. Greed nodded and came back to my shadow. I don't know when that attack will be. Greed only said it was tomorrow. I open my palm and cover Yurakiot. No, wait. If I prevent him from coming in here, hell, probably try destroying Kyoto. Instead, it'll stop him when he tries talking to Yasaka again. Restrain him before he goes berserk. It'll have my shadows and the beings I made. I should come up with a name for them anyway. They'll deal with the stray magicians. That should be fine. Next day, I didn't sleep. I just stayed up the rest of the night, waiting for anything since I didn't know when. I asked Greed about it during that time, and he said that Zoro didn't specify what time head attack, just that he said tomorrow. Jean, you're up early. Yasaka hugs me from behind and kisses me on the cheek. Even more affectionate since we made it official. Huh? Yeah, I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I had Greed do a bit of information gathering. We'll tell everyone what he found out during breakfast. I see. Since I'm up early, we'll go make breakfast. Where's the kitchen? A bit surprised but happy that I was going to make breakfast, Yasaka guided me toward the kitchen, and her staff of maids were already busy at work. They stop and greet us. I tell them that I'll be there to help make breakfast, and while a bit reluctant, they let me. We were having breakfast. The majority of it was made by me. The staff here seemed to approve of it too much, judging from their reactions earlier. Some of them asked for the recipe. Sorry, I winged it. So, Greed came back last night, and I found out a little more about Zarok. However, the more relevant information is that he will be returning today to speak with Yasaka. If you refuse, he will attempt to kidnap you both. As to why he wants to do it, beats me. He'll read his memories when I do capture him. He'll have the stray magicians, or whatever is left of them, that can help him. I already have my shadows, as well as Leanne and the rest out there ready to intercept the magicians. Also, those 3 new beings I made during the night should add a little bit of help. They're all assassins after all. They'll be there with you, Yasaka, when you two talk. They'll be invisible. I see, thank you. What about us, Jean? Rennie pointed at herself, as well as the girls I brought. Well, I will stay with Kunu. Leave her to me, Jean. Ophis made her declaration, and I was fine with it. Having the Dragon God of Infinity as your guardian is quite reassuring. I think we'll be mostly fine, but if someone somehow gets in, feel free to capture them. They nod as we resume eating our breakfast. It was a lot calmer than I was expecting. They were chatting like normal. Oh yes, I'm officially part of the group. Please take care of me. The clattering of plates and chopsticks stopped as Yasuke announces to the group. They all freeze as they stare at her and me. Kunu had short-circuited. Oh, Congra, mother. Oh, boy, an hour after breakfast, and that fiasco, I was invisible and waiting in the same room as Yasaka and Kunu. Ophis was also invisible beside me. The girls were spread out across the castle with transceivers at the ready. Sharon was standing beside Yasaka. I had helped been looking at Yurikyoto from a bird's-eye perspective, and I had seen Zarok enter the place around 10 minutes ago. He seemed even more agitated than yesterday, and had a look of a crazy person. I don't think this will end civilly. Tap till I'll be fine. Ophis, Sharon, and I are here, Yasaka. Yasaka had become tenser, even though she's stronger now. Though I could somewhat understand, the previous husband and the new one is here. Yes, since she keeps referring to me as dear, I've just taken up that title now. Yes, thank you, dear. She does some breathing exercises to calm herself. Sharon summoned a teacup and poured some tea for Yasaka. Thank you, Sharon. It's my pleasure, Yasaka-sama. This is Rennie. He's here. He's going your way. In-chan, yes, he just passed me. Valerie, he's a few more steps from reaching you. Yasaka, Jean, over. Over? Valerie, you're really liking this hee-hee. Over? The girls inform us that he had arrived and gave us a rundown on where he was. They were spread around the castle and saw him in different areas slowly approaching us. Slam! The doors slammed open with quite a bit of force. The nine-tailed fox Zarok was glaring at Yasaka and Sharon. He was already quite hostile. I don't think much talking and negotiating will be done. Please be gentler when opening my home's doors. Tsh. Yasaka was calm, and the guy clicked his tongue. He grabbed the door and slammed it back closed. He walks over to the table and sits in front of it cross-legged. Sharon puts a cup in front of him and pours him some tea. He grunts and drinks it all in one gulp. He then looks at Yasaka and then Kunu. Come with me, Yasaka. Merge this faction with the East so we can unite all yokai in Japan. I also have a powerful backer that will make us stand at the top. You wanted this, right? Us to be a family. So, I'm here. We can make it happen now. What is that? Zarok looks at the ring that Yasaka had on her. From what Yasaka told me, she kept her hands under the table on his last visit, and that he didn't notice it when they had their screaming match. I could feel anger and jealousy coming out of him now. My new husband gave it to me. I love him. He's the father figure that Kuna needed all those years ago. He's taken care of us for a long time already. Yasaka must be referring to the time in the dimensional gap. Yeah, 5 years is quite a long time. After hearing this, Zarok had a look of fury and looked like he was going to lunge at Yasaka. Huh, a weakling? You got together with a weakling. Tell me his name, and I'll show him what he's up against. It'll prove him the man you need, Yasaka. This guy is nothing like what Yasaka had described. Were his self-esteem, confidence, and will that low and shitty? Apparently, you need a certain amount to not be controlled by the blood. How true is this? I don't know, but to the ones I know of, they seemed fine though they had their own convictions, dreams, and aspirations, even if they were evil or twisted. Darcel, Kokabeel, Avetsa, Azrael, and Ajamu. In one way or another, they were strong-willed individuals and weren't nervous wrecks like Zarok, the current Red Dragon Emperor. Zarok tensed as he scrunched up his face while looking at Yasaka. Seems like he knows of me. The little troublemaker who wants to gather followers? The fool who got the 3 great powers to sign a treaty and unite? The reckless brat who somehow won a fight against Thor? Yasaka, I know, you've become delusional in my absence. Why would such a powerful man keep you by his side? You're past your prime and untrustworthy. Cinchuredo, I then sealed his powers and I didn't find any sort of detonation spell on him. If that jerk kept on talking, I may have just killed him, but I need his information and memories. Even I could feel Sharon's anger rising. She was just one more sentence or word from attacking the guy. The same with Ophis. All right, let's calm down. Kuna, come here. You can't say that to kids. How messed up do you have to be? Kunu runs to me as I hug and pick her up. I cancel the invisibility on Ophis as she glares at Zarok. Can I take him down? Not yet. He has valuable info. Why can't I use my magic? I can't use my powers. You, Red Dragon Emperor. What did you do to me? Ophis nodded while still glaring at the man. She really wanted to kill him. I couldn't imagine her feeling like that months ago. She's really grown. You okay? Kunu nods while burying her head into my chest. Cinchuredo, while also upgrading the body to that of machines, robots, or androids. What wasn't mentioned in the Stray Magician's memories is that they have a creator, Promestine. Promestine is a powerful yokai monster hybrid. She's a scientist like Avetsa with vast technological, magical, and alchemical prowess. Promestine is quite powerful, and in fact, one of the leaders of the Monkai Association due to her vast knowledge of technology and command over the cryptids. She is also the leader of the Seekers of Truth group. There wasn't much information about the group she leads. The Seekers of Truth, I can assume that Avetsa may have joined up in it. Maybe other intellectuals within Kao's brigade? Apart from that, he doesn't know much, he's just a glorified puppet to them. But one thing I do know is that the Alice individual is known by her full name, Black Alice. She had a very weird look. Black Alice wore a blue Victorian dress, green-yellowish hair, with a blue hair ribbon, red eyes, and was holding a brown teddy bear. She's without a doubt a look-alike from the Black Alice of Monster Girl Quest. So, she's leading the Monkai Association. Cinchuredo, what do you want to do with him? Yasa boom. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Looks like they're done. Anyway, what do you want to do with him, Yasaka? A few large explosions were heard from outside. They took care of the magicians then, though they didn't need to exert themselves that hard. Since you have all the information, he won't be too useful to the Alliance, but death would be mercy to him. Maybe imprisonment? Imprisonment, huh? I certainly don't have anything like that. Maybe make a new dimension to confine souls like him? I mean, it's a little intense, but... He tried to insult Kunu harshly. calling him a failure and a mistake. I don't think Gene would overreact if he imprisoned him in another dimension, left there to rot forever. All right, I get it. I concentrate and create a box with a little chain to it. I attach it to my belt and barato. What can this box do? It's basically another dimension, duh. It completely seals any and all types of powers once you're in there. After that, it will proceed to mentally break you down. Any fears, insecurities you have, it will use that to its advantage. That's just the psychological side. It will also use any fears you have physically, though, since most beings don't like being harmed, you'll go through everything. What's that? A new pocket dimension to trap this poor soul for the rest of eternity. I then transported him into the new box. What should I call it? I'm bad at naming things. Let's call it the lavender box. They look at me strangely. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at naming things, but there's a reason for it. Pokemon Lavender Town. So Lavender Box, I always found that place quite creepy. Add the music to it, then swash down on your end? Yes, Gene-sama. Here are the captured magicians. I seal their powers. Antares answered in their stead. Shala couldn't resist and added her own comment, making Antares glare at her. I turn around and see Greed, Jima, the 20 Dragon Knights, Leanne, Antares, Koratia, Shala, and the new 3 kneeling in front of me. I see. The rest of you can return. The 3 of you stay. Nodding, they return to my shadow and ring. Except Leanne, who got up, changed in her casual wear, and then stood beside me and took Kunu from me. Kunu didn't mind and hugged her. She walked over to Yasaka. Silva, Zeno, and Elsa, how are things? Anything off with your bodies? I'm moving quite well. Gene-sama, everything is in great condition, young master. Ho ho ho, even with this old body, I can still move like I was in my prime. No worries here, young master. Zeno is an old man of medium height, with gray-white hair that stand upon his head and has a Fu Manchu mustache. He also wears alternating signs on his garb that say either a kill a day or never retire. I modeled it to change every day. Most of the time he is seen with his hands behind his back and his back hunched forward. Silva is a tall, muscular man in extremely good physical condition. He has long, silver blonde hair with deep blue cat-like eyes. He is always dressed in a sleeveless or short-sleeved shinobi shoku outfit and wears a pair of wristbands. Elsa was unusually tall for a woman, her purple eyes angled down towards their edges. Below her left eye, Elsa had a beauty spot. Her long wavy hair was the same shade of black as my own black hair and was braided into a long tail on the left side of her head that reached down to her hips. A single purple flower decorated the left side of Elsa's head. Elsa is a woman of incredible beauty. Her white skin was unusually pale to the point that it could almost be described as sickening, and Elsa's slim body had an elegant, graceful figure. Her bewitching beauty was enough to catch the eye of most people she met. Elsa's clothing. Her outfit consisted of a pair of black elbow-length gloves with purple trimmings at the top, a pair of black high-heel shoes, and a black dress with purple decorations and brown tights. The dress, which clung to Elsa's body fairly tightly, also had tall slits on either side and an open front that showed her midriff. Is that so? Well done on your first mission. Come back. They nodded and went back into the ring. I guess that takes care of that then. I look at the unconscious magicians, like what Shala said, she sealed all their magic, so they were basically powerless when they captured them. I could see a non-lethal poison going through their blood. Probably Zeno or Silva had a hand in this. Their Achilles tendons were also cut, probably by Elsa. The other injuries they had were a few minor bruises from being punched, kicked, or thrown against something. I checked their memories just to be sure, and they had nothing useful or substantial, so I threw them in the lavender box as well. Shala probably repaired any damage to the surrounding city, so there were no visible damages. I'll praise her later for it. That's that then. It's been a few hours since then. The girls had a quiet time. While Rennie didn't, some random magician fled towards the castle in a panic, and so she dealt with him. I had helped strengthen the barrier around Yurikyoto, so if directly attacked, it won't go down to anything unless outer gods attacked it. Since many beings in Yukai come here for refuge or looking for a new home, I didn't add that function like my own homes. However, I did add a function to the old necklaces I gave to Yasaka and kunu that will inform them of what kind of individual came through, so they'll have an idea of what to expect. It was noon, so we had a small lunch, and I was preparing to go back to Kuo into the underworld. It'll probably take a day or something to rest before going to Greece. I still had a lot of time before my summer holidays ended. You're really going? Kunu clung to my leg as the girls and I stood by the front entrance hall. You can always visit me at my home in Kuo, Kunu. You have that door connected to that room. I can always visit whenever I wish to, so I'm not that far away. I pick her up and hug her again. I swear she's become even more clingy to me. It happened during the 5 years as well as after I made it official with Yasaka. I walk over to Yasaka. He'll get going then, Yasaka. Sharon, keep them safe and yourself. Yes, dear. They'll see you soon. Yes, Jean-sama. I give Yasaka a friendly greeting and gesture for Sharon to come over. I give her a warm greeting as well. She steps away with a small smile. I look at Kunu, and she's leaning in for a friendly greeting. I smiled so as not to hurt her feelings. I instead give her a kiss on the forehead. You're too young for that, Kunaheim. She looks at me a bit surprised and pouty. Why not like mother or Sharon, you're still young, Kunu? We already talked about this, right? She lets out a cute sigh and nods. Senchuredo, Kuo, Skyward household, they'll come back here tomorrow, since he'll take the day off. He'll use that day to visit heaven to find out who's coming with me to Greece. Make sure to bring souvenirs. I have a feeling he'll have a mission. So Rennie hugs me tightly while mumbling, refilling her gene energy, whatever that meant. I chuckle and hug her back. I look at Ingvild as she smiles at me. He'll be hanging out with friends tomorrow, so I can't join you. I was texting them last night. Sure, have fun. We'll try to bring souvenirs from Greece then. Looks like it's Valerie, Penemu, Serafal, and whoever heaven gives me. After a full minute, Rennie lets go of me. Energy refilled. You may go. All right, I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Purple eyes glowed from both their shadows. I didn't just direct that take care to themselves, but also to Baru and Iron. Underworld, Grimmery territory. When we got to the underworld, I teleported to the underground training facility, and I could hear loud explosions around the place. Oh, hey Jean, you're back from Kyoto? How'd it work out? Azazel was sitting on a chair reading a newspaper. He noticed us and greeted us. I could see Kuroka, Chiron, Asia, and Gasper sitting on the ground meditating. Kiba and Zenobia were sparring and keeping the destruction to a minimum. Aquino and Rias were throwing out magic attacks with the same power, but on a smaller scale. I could see they've made a lot of improvements in their control in such a short time. No, they were probably already working on it, even during the 5 years. I didn't see Astery or Barrakiel here today. Maybe they were busy. It went well, a little hiccup on something minor, but all in all it went smoothly. Hiccup? When I tell him what happened and what I found out, his face shifts from relaxed to concerned. To think August was revived how? And also a new faction in the Cows Brigade, Monkai Association. Was it? More headaches coming our way, huh? We'll go tell the Satans then. That's everything you know, right? The Nilrem, Hexenact, Wizard of Oz, and Monkai Association? Yeah, that's all. They're all in the Cows Brigade. You already have the information from Comptoir from back in the peace conference. Yeah, anyway, you'll get going. Azazel got up and teleported away, leaving Valerie and I there. I summoned a bench as we sat on it. We watched everyone training for the next few hours. Jean? A few hours later, they finally finished, and it was dusk. They took a breather. Azazel hadn't come back, but I did get a text from Serafal that only said seriously. I shouldn't have left then. The Grimmery group walked over to us. I summoned some drinks for them. Good work. You guys made considerable progress in a short time. Thank you. What do you plan on doing now, Jean? You got the Irish gods and the Alliance. They'll assume the West Yukai faction too? You surely won't go to Greece straight away, right? Rias took a large gulp of her drink and proceeded to question me. The rest sat on the bench relaxing. Yeah, it went smoothly, well, smoothly enough. I'll take tomorrow off and visit heaven to find out whole they'll take with me. I'll also check up on everyone there and probably fix the system. Once I fix that, the bug that is balance break in the sacred gears may vanish. But I won't fix that part, just some rules concerning pure angels and whatever else I find there. I also tell them about what happened with Yasaka's ex-husband and the not-so-successful attack. They all looked worried. Don't worry about it too much. When we go to the pocket dimension soon enough, I just need to gather everyone up again. I have BRO, Jean-sama, you returned. I have brought some snacks and refreshments for everyone. Behind me spoke Graphia. She had arrived to bring some food for them. I already did, but I guess it wasn't enough since they instantly grabbed more of the snacks she brought. Yeah, how things been? Any new developments? Nothing that is noteworthy. I nod and tell her what I just told the Gremory group. She was concerned, but said she knew I would take care of it. Thank you for your support and trust, I suppose. She took out her phone and texted someone, probably Yasaka. Nighttime, it was after dinner, and I was sitting outside the mansion. I know I said I was going to think of a name for my restaurant in Kuo, but I hadn't had a chance to. So, Zeoticus threw out some ideas during dinner. They were amusing at least. Dragon Tables and Fables. Eternal Dragon Hearts Restaurant. Rioriatan for food and drinks. Food and Laughs Resty. Gene SY Bean SY. Pun SY Food and Drinks. And weirder names, I mean the second one isn't that bad, but I feel like I know that from somewhere. Rias rejected the third and fourth ones. I jokingly said I would consider the last one and got pinched by Graphia and Rias. I never thought naming something would need so much work. Shine. Dimensional Gap. Ophism? Ophis? Do you need something? I was dragged into Ophis' home in the necklace. It's been a while since this happened. The dragon god sat on the sofa. The place had changed. It was a one-to-one recreation of my home. She was patting the seat next to her, the usual stoic expression on her. I walked to her and sit on the couch. Jean, yes, I love you. Yeah, I sure. Wait, what? I mean, great, but wasn't expecting it to happen now of all times. I knew she was becoming more in tune to her emotions and others' emotions, but to think it would reach to this extent. Just to clarify, Ophis. You know what that means, yes? She nods, a small blush on her cheeks. Wow. Just wow, I didn't expect this. I have been observing, watching everyone, studying, and reading books. You helped me when I didn't know I was in danger. Gave me a home and friends. I did not know what I felt at the time, so that's why I read many books back then. So that's why she was mostly in here. I mean, I knew that since she would sometimes request books from me. Even now, when I look around, there are a few books around the place, though they're less about emotions and just general books and even light novels. I was thankful it's what the book told me at the time, like Kuroka, gratitude. But over time that I spent in your home with the women there, I started to question my feelings. So I watched you more, how you interacted with everyone, Fallen Devil, Black Cat, Blonde Magician, Devil Maid, and Leviathan Hybrid. At least you didn't stop with the blunt nicknames. Ophis, I tried copying them, but you didn't reciprocate. So I asked Irene when she moved in. She said at the time that I liked you. But what that like was, I was unsure. Then, when Rennie was hurt, you acted differently even now. But I can also see you're getting better. I didn't like seeing that. Something in my chest hurt. That's why I want to spend more time with you. Be with you longer. Be with you forever. I don't want to see you like that. When I said that to Irene in the pocket dimension, she laughed at me and declared I was in love. I spoke to Yasaka and Kunu about it, and they also confirmed the same thing. But Irene said something about choosing my gender. I didn't understand, but I know you're only drawn to certain people, so I permanently changed into a female form. I cannot change back to male. She did that. She spoke to all of them and even changed her gen. What? I don't even know what to say. This is the most never mind. Ophis has always been honest. She just didn't know how to properly express herself. I guess her time with me and the girls changed that. What happened in Kyoto, Yasaka, and Kunu reinforced these feelings. I will repeat this once more. Jean Skyward, Red Dragon Emperor, and Outer Dragon God. I love you. My love goes beyond infinity. Ophis looked me directly in the eyes when she said that last part. I could feel how sincere she was, a small hint of nervousness and worry. Worried that I would reject her. Well, you don't need to worry, Ophis. You know, I'm proud of you. I don't take any credit for it since it's all due to your own hard work, but yeah, I love you too, Ophis. She smiled at me warmly. Love, I really care for Jean. She moved closer and rested her head against my shoulder. I didn't think this would happen so soon, but it's a welcome change from Ophis. A dragon's love to infinity. Huh, has a nice ring to it. Next day, say hi to Michael and Gabriel for me. Sure thing. Only Azazel was there to see me off. Everyone had gone off to train. I did spend last time with them, so they got that out of their system. I also didn't want them relying on me too much. I finally left with Valerie for heaven. Chapter 8, Part 1, Altaria, Little Olympia, and Mount Olympus Warning. In total, this is 77k words, so take your time, I guess. Heaven 6th Heaven Gene skyward, I had teleported directly into Michael's office. Luckily for me, or us, he was there. He was busy reading through documents. He looks up and sees both Valerie and I. Hey there, Michael. Tvinkon. It's been a while. How can I help you? So, I was invited to Mount Olympus by the Greek gods. I was wondering if you guys could lend me an angel to bring with me. I have a devil, Seraphal, and a fallen angel, Penemu. So I just need an angel. May I ask why you want to bring an angel with you to Mount Olympus? A valid question, and I nod. Eyewitness. I was formerly a human and have read much mythology about the Greek gods, but few portray them in a positive light. So, if some try to hurt me, and I retaliate, they'll have at least one representative from each of the three great powers as witnesses that I retaliated in self-defense. Michael listened to what I had to say and nodded along. It seems he is satisfied with my explanation and appears to be in agreement with me. I see no problems with that. However, open slide, Gene? Red Dragon Emperor, you are here. Middleman, Gene Skyward. Salutations. I turn around and see that the other three great seraphs had come into Michael's office. I could feel that Uriel and Raphael had started to trust me a little bit more since they weren't as on guard as they were before. Hey there, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel walks up to me and hugs me tightly. It has been a little while since we last saw each other. I hug her back as tight. Both Uriel and Raphael look to the side awkwardly as I hear Michael chuckle behind me. I missed you. Gabriel had brought out her wings and wrapped us in them. I found this strangely adorable. I hear the two other seraphs cough, and Gabriel reluctantly breaks off her hug. I explain to them why I'm back here again. By the end of it, Gabriel had a very excited and expectant look on her face as she looked over my shoulder at Michael. I'm sorry, Gabriel. I cannot let you go there, as you know. All four of us are swamped with work. But Michael looked like he was in pain too and genuinely felt guilty about not letting her go. Gabriel had been hugging my arm as I could feel her mood getting worse and worse. She silently let go of my arm and left the room. Oh geez, I'll go speak with her. I understand, Michael. I'll go and speak with her about it. Though, I still need someone with me. Michael gave me a thankful look and nodded. Well, we are in the final stages of completing our own reincarnation process, which will fully transform humans into reincarnated angels. I have a few in mind. We are planning to call it our Brave Saint system. So, they were about to finish it, huh? So Ajuka gave them his research on the evil peace system. I can assume Azazel did the same with his sacred gear research. I see. That's quite impressive. So have you done it yet? Or are you waiting until it's fully done? Today is the last day before our scientist completes their work. Would you like to know who the candidates are? I mean, the ones who will be accompanying you to Greece. Ones? So, you're sending more than one, huh? Seeing as how I can't send Gabriel with you, I feel 2 reincarnated angels will suffice. I see no problem with that, but I can't be with Gabriel, which sucks. Knock knock, excuse us. I turn around again as I had turned back to Michael earlier. When I do, the ones I see coming through the door were Griselda Corda and Irina Shidu. They were the ones accompanying me to Greece. Where the hell is Dulio? Don't tell me the guy set off somewhere around the world to find delicacies. Geez. I know you're doing it for a good reason, but dude, Gene-san, it's been a while. Ashul? B-Boss Gene. Michael, Uriel, and Raphael gave Irina a strange look as Griselda sighed and shook her head. Yeah, it's been a while. Are these the 2 that will be turned into reincarnated angels? Yes. Why don't I just turn them into pure angels? The room falls silent at what I said. All of them were staring at me in shock. The same with Valerie, who had stayed silent the entire time. Why are you shocked? I even said I could fix the system, and I even revived Drake, the Welsh dragon. Why does anything surprise you at this point? Michael let out a nervous chuckle as he nods his head. You have a point, Gene Cohen. We really shouldn't be too surprised at this point, but I must decline. We wish to see if our own reincarnated system works. I nod and summon the same necklaces I made for the 4 great seraphs months ago. They had the same function. Gabriel can't fall anymore since I changed that a few months ago, or during the 5 years in the pocket dimension. It was one of them. I hand the necklaces to the two and explained what they do. They happily accepted them. Irina looking at me like I was the next god of the Bible or something. Thank you, Jean-san. Leave it to Boss Jean to create new miracle items. Irina, please call me Jean. I'm just a year older than you, Olma. Ah. It never gets old, burnt dragon tail. Screw you, Rudra. Anyway, I'll need the both of you starting tomorrow. Both Griselda and Irina looked at me blankly. Irina looked away as Griselda glanced down. This is quite troubling. I am a nun and soon-to-be angel. Now I'm being asked for assistance by a younger man who's quite infamous. BB Boss Jean, I can't do anything like that. What the hell are these two talking about? You haven't explained to them why you were here. All right, well, time to do that then. I chuckled at them and explained why I was here. They understood and awkwardly laughed at themselves. I see. If Michael Sama has given his approval, then I shall accept and finish this mission. And me too. That's reassuring then, but it'll wait until the two of you become angels for now. It'll get going. I take Valerie with me and let her leave through the door first. The two look at me in confusion, but I just shrug my shoulders. I'll leave the explanation to Michael. It had been a while since I last walked down Sixth Heaven. It's still the same as ever. Well, it would have been weirder if it changed at all. It's incredible up here. It's so pure. Valerie was looking around Sixth Heaven, also known as Zebul. This is where seraphs such as Michael, Gabriel, and I would assume Raphael and Uriel reside too. Seventh Heaven is the home to the Sacred Gear system and God system, as well as where Big G used to live when he was still alive. Fifth Heaven was the former home of members of Grigori before they fell. Now it's filled with research institutes and where the Brave Saint system is being created at. Fourth Heaven is where the Garden of Eden is and where the legend of Adam and Eve began. The Tree of Wisdom is also there. Third Heaven, the home of the souls of the dead who have been taken to heaven. It's so vast that it's almost immeasurable, and it is the heaven worshippers believe in. It is also connected to purgatory. Second Heaven, a place filled with darkness where the angels observe the stars and where they can find angels who have sinned. Finally, the first floor of heaven, First Heaven, where the brave saints and low-level angels generally reside. It also serves as the front lines of heaven's defenses. Pure white? Yeah, it's almost blinding, but it's easy enough to find your way around. I lead Valerie down a few hallways and turns. We finally arrive in front of Gabriel's room. Why not? Come in with me. She can defend herself, but I would rather not take chances. There are angels who have found a loophole and can sin without falling. That is why Clippeth attacked them in the future. I gave a hint to Michael a few months ago, but it seems he didn't look too far into it. He'll deal with it when the time comes. It shouldn't be too far. Once I fix God's system, they should start to fall the next time they sin. Knock, knock. When I knocked on Gabriel's door, she didn't answer, but I could sense her presence inside. Gabriel, am entering with Valerie. I turn the handle, push the door open, and enter the room. When we stepped inside her room, it was both girly and plain. It was mostly white, including the bed frame, pillows, and bed sheets. Gabriel lay in bed hugging her pillow, still upset about what Michael said earlier. Valerie strolled over to her and sat on the bed. Gabriel, that you? While she did respond, she was still upset. Valerie tried a few more times, only getting a few U's in response from the angel. Valerie looked back at me defeatedly and shook her head. She gets up and takes a seat on a chair in the room and pulls out her book. Looks like it's up to me. Then I approached the grumpy Gabriel. Time for a different approach. Cinchuredo, I made a small hand gesture while blankly staring at her. Bad. Jean, you need permission for that. She lightly glares at me. Yes, sorry, I know. But since you didn't respond to Valerie, I tried a different approach. I know. I just needed to get your attention. I scoot over to her, gently take her hand, and pull her closer to me. She doesn't resist, but actually hugs me. I hug her back. Are you that upset about Michael refusing to let you go? I want to go with Jean, but he did say you were busy. Has there been a lot of things to do since the three great powers came together? Gabriel hugged me tighter and started to rub her face against my chest. This certainly was adorable. Azazel gave his research on sacred gears to us, and Ajuka from the Devils gave his research on his evil peace system to us. Our scientists and researchers have been hard at work. Brother Michael told you about our Brave Saint system, right? Yep. The Brave Saints, also known as the Royal Users, are a set of 13 cards used by the angels to increase their ranks by reincarnating other beings into angels. The Brave Saints are based on the evil pieces system of the Devils, albeit being based on a suit of playing cards rather than chess. Aren't you also upset that I can't be there with you? She looks up at me while asking that question. She was still pouting. Yes, I am, but it can't be helped. Michael has already shown me the two who will be coming with me. Who? Griselda Corda and Irina Shidu. They're human exorcists that will be reincarnated into angels tomorrow. I mean, if everything goes well. Griselda, I was thinking of making her my queen, also Marana Shadarova as my ace. Cinchuredo, aren't you? How do? What the hey, partner? What if, and this is a big what if Nyarlathotep gave everyone close to you the ability to read your mind? Or, I don't know, since whenever you think about inappropriate stuff. I hadn't taken into consideration the frequency of it all. Let me just, Jean Sean, did you miss me? I looked into the future and was brought back to this place. Azathoth was still there, as was Nyarlathotep. Did you interact with the girls? Like, give them the ability to read my embarrassing thoughts or something? Ah, you finally figured it out. Yes, I did. Why didn't you suspect it sooner? There have been a lot of times they've done something to you when you thought of embarrassing things, haven't they? I left. Man, Cinchuredo, I was talking to Barato. Anyway, don't be too upset, okay? He'll bring a gift for you from Greece. Instead of agreeing with what I said, Gabriel demanded an embrace instead. I wonder if she would fall if I didn't change that in her. Laughing to myself, I gave her a warm hug. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. I turned to see Valerie blushing, while also feeling a little jealous. Right, I forgot she was here, whoops. Ve Valerie? My bad, haha. How you two just went and forgot about me, but you're okay now, right, Gabriel? Ah, yes, I am. Thank you. Cinchuredo apparently disappointed. We should go back and speak with Michael. Maybe you can speed up the completion of the Brave Saint system? I was still sitting on Gabriel's bed when Valerie started to walk out. She seems really jealous right now. I don't blame her, though. Her kiss was a bit abrupt and sudden. In fact, she told me to find a better time for the next one. Right now, we're alone. Isn't it the right time? I got up to grab her arm and pull her back to me. She let out a small surprise sound and was startled by it. She looks at me a little flustered. What? I give her a quick barato on the cheek as she looks at me in surprise. She struggles for a little bit, but eventually stops. I could feel her kissing me back, too. I pull away with a small smirk as she cutely glares at me. I said a more romantic setting this isn't one. No, but I forgive you. I snort, grab her hand, and walk out of Gabriel's room. Valerie and I got back to Michael's room with Gabriel apologizing to Michael as everyone looked at her with smiles. They noticed me, and I put my hand up to greet them. Michael, I'll go and fix God's system. It's in seventh heaven, right? Yes. Let me accompany you, then. Will you be changing anything with the sacred gear system? I shrug. If I do, a lot of the things that have happened may be erased or at least brought back to zero. But we'll see once I take a look at both systems. I don't want to remove the balance break on anything, otherwise I would be nerfing so many people. But I may increase the outputs for miracles, blessings, and other things. Everyone can come with us too. This is a rare opportunity. Gene Cohen, seventh heaven is the location of Father's system as well as the sacred gear system. Gods, angels, fallen angels, and to an extent humans are the only creatures that can go up there. That makes sense. While he had deep love for humankind and his angels, maybe to an extent for the fallen as well, since they were once his children too. I can negate it, so don't worry. I snap my fingers and a barrier forms around me. This barrier can negate it, so just stand here if you're unsure. I look at Valerie, am 99% sure she would be fine, even as a damper. I changed a lot of things for the girls during the 5 years in the pocket dimension. Michael nods as he gestures for everyone to gather around him. Once we do, we teleport to it. Seventh heaven. Talk about being flashy. In front of us was a giant room, incredibly huge, the ceiling seemed to go up forever. In front of us was a throne, white, gold, and silver. Behind it was the sky, an ever-golden light shining onto the throne. To the left was, I don't even know how to describe it, a stand with a blue orb on it. In front of the stand were holographic monitors, which I will assume are made of magic or whatever the hell Big G used to use. To the right was the same thing, but the orb was red. Besides the giant monitor, there was an open door. I will assume that's where he made the first sacred gears, the Longinus. On the left is God's system, and on the right is sacred gear. We'll take a look at the room later. They'll start with the system Big G used to maintain. Nodding to myself, I began to walk forward, and as soon as I did, I felt a powerful pressure attack my barrier at Sense Valerie and try to kill her. Fortunately, I'm stronger, so this thing won't just break. Looks like God of the Bible had another system in place to eliminate anything that's not God, angels, fallen angels, or humans quite paranoid. Wasn't he? I noticed everyone looking around. Did they not come here that often? You guys didn't come here that often? Michael shook his head. I and the four great seraphs have seldom visited this place. Father was the only one to come here. He spent many hours here doing his duties. We mainly resided in 6th heaven and also ventured to 5th, 2nd, and 1st heaven. Even during the Great War or any other strife, Father came down to address us or give orders. We only came here a handful of times during the Great War, and other times it's still amazing to be up here, as well as nostalgic. I see. Michael explained this to me as we arrived at the blue orb. I take a look at it and then touch it with my right hand. When I touched it, I could see many menus pop up in my head. However, the holographic monitors in front of me didn't change. Maybe I can only change these settings in my head and then put them into the system? Let's give it a try then. Man, this guy was so limiting, having pure angels fall from grace if they develop deep romantic feelings for one another or another being. Angels have limited growth and potential. I did change Gabriel's potential, so she's basically out of this thing. The percentage of miracles that are set to happen, the number of times they can be achieved, by whom, where, and by what. The items that can cause damage to devils, vampires, and the like evil beings. Can you change anything? Gene Cohen? Michael asks me, and I turn to look at him. Centurado. Through reproduction, that is. I had kept my hand on the orb while I spoke with Michael. I then turned around and changed some things. Let's do something like this. 1. Allow pure angels to procreate with each other or other beings without falling, regardless of whether it is done out of pure love or desire. 2. Miracle and blessing rates were changed to 50/50. 3. Angel rank potential changed to super angel. Those are just some of the things I changed. The most noteworthy ones are, of course, both parties need to consent. In other words, angels must not act without the agreement of another being or a fellow angel. Then they'll still fall. In the past, miracles and blessings were highly dependent on God, who is now dead, so they happened by chance or at random. Since I changed the settings, it can happen a lot more frequently, but it is still at random. In addition, I added a rule that those things will be granted to true or pure believers. However, they must have a pure or sincere heart, so anyone who tries to play the system will not succeed. I believe it was necessary to change the potential ranks for angels. Truthfully, they were limited to ultimate class to Satan class. Michael and the rest don't really train or have time for it. They're stuck at their current ranks for who knows how long. Super angel ranges from low-tier God class to peak of God class in terms of rank. So any angel, whether pure or reincarnated, can have the potential to stand at the top. I can give you full control of the system without getting fatigued, Michael. Do you want it? Michael looks at me, then back to the other seraphs. They nod, and he turns back to me. I will decline, Gene Cohen. I trust that whatever you change will benefit our race. Talk about having trust in me. Sheesh. I nod, and then apply the changes to the orb. It glows for a brief second before the monitors turn on. We look up and see the potential changes I was about to make. Underneath it, it was accept decline. I turn to look at everyone else and wait to see how they respond. Hopefully, they have no problems with it. I don't see any problems with it, Gene Cohen. But what about the blessed items that cause harm to devils or evil beings. No need to worry about that. I added a setting to be able to identify whether a being is part of the alliance or not. This is in addition to whether they have gone rogue or stray. So, while they still do a considerable amount of damage, it won't be instantly fatal to them. If an angel and a devil were sparring and both were for the alliance, then they'll just receive minor to heavy damage but won't die, or it won't be fatal. I explained it to everyone and they nodded. Michael seemed satisfied. That sounds reassuring. Right. So, you guys okay with these changes? I glance at them as they step away to discuss it. I look at Irina, Griselda, and Valerie. The system in here stopped attacking Valerie too. I also applied that to God's system. Since the alliance consists of the three great powers and beyond, I see it as unnecessary. Jean-san, we are aware of your relationship with Gabriel-sama. Is that the reason why you changed the procreation rule? No, I already fundamentally changed Gabriel. Prior to changing this, we could be together without her falling. This is just for any pure angel that wants to fall in love and start a family, as well as the repopulation of the angels. I look at her, and then at Irina. Any angel, whether pure or reincarnated. Irina glances away, while Griselda just smiles at me. Please don't bravado with soon-to-be reincarnated angels. If you weren't planning to change this, they would have fallen immediately because of you. Huh, you and your reckless charm, Jean. Valerie nudged my side and sighed disappointedly at me. Hey, Censuredo. The four seraphs return. They seemed happy and content, so I can just assume they're fine with it. We've discussed it at length, Jean Cohen. We're fine with these changes, however, if we come up with more in the future. Will you come and do the changes for us? Sure, I don't mind. As I turned around and applied the settings to the system, they gave me grateful looks. Shine. The entire area gets covered in a bright golden pillar of light. This carries on for around 20 seconds before dying down. On the screen, it said changes applied success, indicating the changes were successful and didn't fail. All right then, it'll check over the sacred gear system. I teleport us to the other side. They were a bit surprised, but quickly adjusted. I reach over and touch the red orb. It seems like bugs are few and far between. Azazel in the novel theorized that the balance breaker was a bug since the God of the Bible, as well as the original Satans died. Later, Loki and Sun Wukong suggested that perhaps they were not bugs, but rather intended features of Big G. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to imagine that the supernatural might reveal themselves to humanity at some point. Perhaps the more evil and corrupt supernatural beings. So, God made the sacred gear system for humans to fight back, but it still had flaws since hybrids can exist, or the supernatural can just use some sort of mind control or manipulate said individual of that sacred gear to join them, or other ways. Now, for one of the biggest mysteries as to why only humans can be born with sacred gears and not other races, it's simple. This is because according to this, God made it that way. He didn't want other species to become even more powerful. If they're already above normal humans with guns and their military, what would happen if they were given these powerful items? Even more so the Longinus. Humans wouldn't stand a chance. They would soon become extinct. Ironically, if I tried to fix or change anything in this, it would literally break the balance. I shake my head and sigh. Is something wrong, Jean Cohen? No. It's that I don't see any reason to change anything. Heck, if I do, it may change everything we know. The balance breaker state is an intended, designed by the God of the Bible, a way for humans to fight back. I found nothing that was a bug. It's all been planned out by him, the balance breaker state. It's just up to the wielder and where they take it to. X side, abyss side, crest side, subspecies, the juggernaut dive, and the break down the beast. But given the rate at which the world is going, and with the current wielders, new Longinus may be discovered. No, the normal sacred gears out there may evolve into new Longinus. I'm aware of one so far. She's a close companion of mine, actually. I look at the door and walk towards it. Everyone else follows behind me. When we entered the room, it was full of tools and materials scattered about. It seems like Big G was a tinkerer kind of god. Well, he didn't need to make those items out of something, then power them up with a consciousness, a soul, or something else. There were various bits and bobs scattered around the place. It seemed like he wasn't finished creating sacred gears. I wonder how many Longinus he intended to make. I doubt he would stop at just 13. Before I died, I'm sure there were 18 in total. 5 additional sacred gears evolved into the new Longinus. If I count my Grand Chariot as part of that, then 19. As of right now, officially, there are the 13 original Longinus. I created a new Longinus a few months back. It's being wielded by Zenobia Corda. Ingvild also wields one of the newer ones. There are 4 more that are unknown. I know where they are. I know who wields them, but I'll just say I don't know where they are currently. I'll do something about it when I come across them. With that said, I doubt Big G wanted to stop at 13. From the looks of it, he was still making more. But I guess the Great War got in the way of that. And sealing Trix Hexa. Yes, it does seem like that. Jean Cohen, since you're finished with this, what do you plan on doing now? Will you head to Mount Olympus right away? No, I just got back from Kyoto. I'll take the rest of the day off since your Brave Saint system won't be finished until tomorrow. I'll come back then. Maybe we can go then? Michael nods and looks at Irina and Griselda. They also nod. I see no problem with that. They'll go with what Sister Griselda says. Valerie, and I'll go back home then. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Gabriel runs to me and hugs me. I pat her a bit before she lets go of me. We walk back out and stand in front of the throne. Man, this thing looks weird to me. The 4 seraphs kneel and pray, together with Griselda and Irina. Valerie and I stand there awkwardly. Should I create a new leader or a guardian for them? A being that's basically the same as Leanne and Terry's. So they can monitor and lead heaven. They'll do all the tedious work that I'm too lazy to do, but any suggestions that may change the supernatural world will be run by me first. Hey, Michael, how about I create a powerful leader for heaven? One that can control the system, just like Leanne and Antares you saw. They stopped praying and looked at me with confusion. Yes or no? Are you suggesting you lead heaven, Red Dragon Emperor? I ask again, but Uriel asked me a question instead. Well, if you look at it that way, then yeah, it'll be leading heaven away, but I don't want to what to do no, Michael will still have the last say in everything. The being ill create will be a guardian in a way. They can influence the system as I can. If any trouble happens, they can contact me right away, though Gabriel can do that quite easily. Yes, brother. Michael answers my question with no hesitation. Uriel and Raphael are a bit shocked as they stare at him in disbelief. He looks at them with a calm smile. Brothers, Jean has not done anything but good for us and the other 3 great powers. I will trust him in this once again. Me too. The other 2 seraphs stare at Michael and Gabriel with complicated expressions. I don't blame them. I've spent next to no time with those 2. I have built a healthy relationship with Michael through my own actions and through Gabriel. Gabriel is a trusted friend who has put her trust in me. She'll mostly go along with what I say most of the time. Of course, within reason. Very well. If Michael is that confident in you, I shall put my trust in you too. Okay. I nod and walk forward. I crouch and touch the ground. Do it, comptoir. Comptoir. Answer. Creating new life processing image appointing power level comptoir. Answer. Creation of new life complete. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared on the ground, and from it rose the newly created being. A 22-year-old woman with long blonde hair, tied into a low ponytail on the left side and blue eyes. She wears a black and white dress with a cloak, dark blue stockings, and brown boots. She kneels on one knee and bows her head in prayer. She looks up at me with a smile. She then calls out my name while releasing all 16 golden wings behind her. I'm sure she can do more, but I guess that's what she wants to show them. Jin-sama. Name what to name her. Oh, that will do. Altaria, that will be your name. I gave her a motherly vibe and personality. She will go out of her way to look out for everyone. I think that fits her appearance as well as her role here in heaven. Altaria is skyward, ready for her duties. Wait, no, I did not. Gabriel and Valerie short-circuited as they stare blankly at Altaria. She then starts to giggle softly. Forgive me. I was teasing them, Jean-sama. All right, anyway. Michael, this is Altaria. Shelby will reside her from now on. If you need anything changed in the system, tell her and she'll do it. I want mention that Shelby informing me beforehand. Altaria retracts her wings as she stands up and releases her golden aura. Rumble, rumble, shake, shake. By the will of my creator and master, Jin Skyward Sama, I have created a new barrier around heaven. Anyone that's listed as an enemy to the three great powers, as well as Jin Sama, cannot enter. There also have been pure angels that have been dealing with Chaos Brigade. They have fallen earlier on. Well, they what? Where? When? They have fled. There was a loophole in the system before I fixed it. Once that was fixed, they started to turn into fallen and fled heaven. It seems like Chaos Brigade had plans to invade heaven. Uriel was shocked and immediately started to ask questions, but I stopped him and explained as Altaria nodded along. The rest were shocked. To think our fellow angels, I look at Michael seriously. As I said months ago, Michael, the world is changing. Not every pure or nice person you see is doing it for that reason alone. Not all angels you know and see have the same thoughts and opinions as you or the seraphs. Perhaps since they were my brothers and sisters, I put a bit too much trust in them. This will be a learning experience. I'm sorry, and thank you, Jean-san. Altaria-san. Michael looked troubled, but tried to move past it as best as he could. Don't worry about it. Anyway, can you guys leave first? Valerie, just wait back with Gabriel. I want to talk with Altaria for a bit. Michael nodded along with Gabriel, Griselda, Irina, Uriel, and Raphael. The other two male seraphs were a bit hesitant, but agreed to do so in the end. Gabriel and Valerie started to chat right away as they started to walk away. Irina and Griselda glanced back at me as I gave them a thumbs up, making Irina laugh. They finally left the room. I turned back to Altaria as she tilted her head, not too sure on why I wanted to speak with her. You may already know, but any changes to the system, inform me of them before you do. Yes. Also this, I summon a ring, like the ones I had for the girls, and give it to her. She looks at it while smiling, then puts it on her left ring finger. I look around to make sure there were no other loopholes here, but I couldn't sense anything. The same with the angels that recently fell. Thank you, Jean-sama. I shall perform my duties to the highest order. Sure, it may be a bit lonely,